Arrive at the parking lot. Tang Qing's 4 cars, plus 3 stars cars, a total of 7 cars, drove towards a villa. The 3 of Wang Yin sat in a car, and Wei Yi discovered that it was the same car she took last time. She skillfully turned on the car computer and watched the live broadcast online, especially the high-definition clip of Wang Yan's last song. It's simply beautiful. Sister Wang, you're going to be popular. Look, the number of clicks and comments are constantly rising. Wei Yi grabbed Wang Yan's arm and shook it hard, smiling from ear to ear. As a life assistant, it seems that she can start work early. Wang Yan also read the comments carefully. It was all one-sided praise. It's true, Yinzi, look, comment video has pinned your song to the top. You can see it as soon as you go up. Sherlon pointed to his computer and said. Wei Yi and Wang Yin approached. I found it to be true, and it was particularly eye-catching. It was a super large format, and the photo was an expression of Wang Yin captured from it. It was really beautiful, but this was an edited video, not a complete version of the concert. Therefore, we are not afraid that the princesses and others will have their own ideas, and they will not give people the impression that they're taking over the guests. Watching the data of the video continue to soar, Wei Yi muttered, Sister Wang, I feel that this is more useful than participating in Supergirl. Now that you are in the selection stage, you have no chance to show up, and your fame is rising too slowly. That's right, keeping this on top for a month? I feel it is more useful than Supergirl. Wang Yan's mother also nodded in agreement. Wang Yan was very sensible and said with a smile, no matter how good your reputation is, it's not as good as your work. It's better to be down to earth. What's the use of false fame? I'm not just for fame. That's right. Our family is not short of money. My daughter, I listen to you. Sherlon nodded. For such a daughter, she will do whatever she says. Nearly an hour later, they just arrived at Tang Qing's villa and saw that Tang Qing's villa was filled with acquaintances and celebrities. The villas they had seen were much bigger than this one, so there was nothing surprising. The only thing that surprised several celebrities was the furnishings inside. Lu Tianwang, who could be considered a semi-expert, walked to the display racks in Tang Qing's living room and looked around them one by one. The more he looked at them, the more shocked he became. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Tang, don't tell me that these are true. Tang Qing's living room was very large. The display rack is also very large. There are dozens of porcelain antiques on it, not only domestic ones but also foreign ones. He has traveled all over the country, both at home and abroad, and has been to many wealthy merchants at home and abroad. Having seen the real thing enough, I have the ability to identify it. He found that he could not find any trace of imitations. There are no fakes on this shelf. Tang Qing came over with a glass of fruit wine. The soldiers searched for treasures all over the world. Not only did the harvest pile up in mountains, but there were still piles that filled a warehouse. He chose some that were less eye-catching and put them in his home. Part of them will be replaced every month. Value is not the criterion. The key is rarity. King Lu Tian couldn't help but gasped. A thief came here, just took one, and made a lot of money. No thief can get in, Tang Qing said with a smile. Lu Tianwang said with emotion. To be honest, I have seen too many castles, manors, and sea view villas at home and abroad. Each one has its own characteristics and is worth seeing. For example, you have a wall with items worth more than 1 billion. This is at least rare, and the key is that the things on it are very rare. Especially this luminous pearl. I guess there is no second one in the world. Lu Tianwang pointed to the luminous pearl that was almost as tall as him and weighed at least 6 tons. He hadn't noticed it just now, thinking it was made of ordinary marble after treatment, because if it were a luminous pearl, its value would be too high. But take a closer look. This was really a night-bright pearl, which almost lit up his eyes. Night pearl. To put it bluntly, it is fluorite, which is highly abundant in geology and is not considered precious. However, he has never seen or even heard of such a large one. It was simply placed in a corner of the living room. No one will believe that this is a luminous pearl. What? That's the luminous pearl. Wang Yan's mother also came over to take a look when she heard King Lu Tian pointed at the huge round stone and said it was the luminous pearl and she almost lost her balance. This scream, it also attracted everyone's attention. Joke, isn't it the kind of thing that is the size of a fist and is extremely precious? What is this thing that is as tall as a person? Luminous ball? Tang, is this true? Second Aunt Human rushed over and touched the night pearl with shining eyes. She had lived here for the past few days and had no love for antiques, so she didn't pay special attention to it and thought it was a marble. In addition to Lin Jiaxue, the knowledgeable Tang Kai also knew that this was fluorite. He discovered it on the first day he arrived, but he didn't make any publicity about it. Tang Qing also said that he would give him a similarly big one and put it in the Qingyan City Manor. Well, the company dug it out during mining and processed it like this. Tang Qing said lightly, "This thing is really the raw or dug out by the Mining Alliance Company in Africa, then processed." Only then did King Lu Tian and Princess remember that Tang Qing really did have a mining company, and it didn't seem that unusual to find this thing while mining. Damn it, such a big fluorite, this is digging for gold. Mining tycoon, I really can't afford it. Watch Qin Shiqi and Wei Yi keep taking pictures. Tang Qing warned, "It's okay to take pictures, but don't go out and talk nonsense, lest I attract thieves here." Although he is not afraid of thieves, it would be disgusting if someone came over and asked him to donate. "Don't worry, brother, I'll just take a look at it at home." When Qin Shiqi heard that the thief was being called, she also stopped going out to show off. "Such a big thing, I heard is worth hundreds of millions, can't be stolen." Wei Yi also nodded quickly. Being able to see and touch it up close was already a profit. She had a new understanding of Tang Qing's wealthy status. What may be the largest luminous pearl in the world was just placed in the corner. It was so exciting. Immediately afterwards, when Qin Shiqi met, they turned off the lights and saw that the night pearl immediately emitted an intoxicating green light. Tang Qing didn't feel much, but it was different for others. I watched it for about 10 minutes. They were just tempted by delicious food. Back at the dining table, the delicious food, the beautiful scenery, and the shock of this night, starting with the huge night pearl, gave the 3 stars and their assistants a profound and unforgettable image. After dinner, Qin Shiqi happily went around looking for 3 celebrities to take photos with. Several people also liked this lively little girl. They took about 10 photos of each of them in the room, and Wei Yi also went to take a few photos. "Dr. Tang, where did you buy this tea? It's really delicious." Lu Tian Wang asked curiously. "The production is very small. We will only give it away and not sell it. When the time comes, I will give you some so you can drink it yourself. Don't bring guests, otherwise all my stock will have to be given away." Although Tang Qing had a lot of this stuff, he didn't want his home to become a place for others to gather for dinner, especially those in the entertainment industry. Just get to know a few big names. More trouble means more right and wrong. "I know. Promise to keep it a secret." The princess nodded, and King Lu Tianlong also understood the meaning of Tang Qing's words. That is, it is okay for them to come to eat occasionally, but don't bring friends. This is not a hotel. The princess glanced at Wang Yin, who was having fun with Qin Shiqi not far away, and suddenly said, "Brother Lu, aren't you also preparing to hold a concert? Don't leave our Wang Yin behind." People are short-mouthed. Wang Yin can come here. It seems that his family is also familiar with Tang Qing's family. So the relationship between Tang Qing and Wang Yin should be quite good, and she also followed suit. Fight for a chance for Wang Yin. Of course, if you have one for me, then there will be one for her. However, I thought about it, and this time I plan to hold a charity concert tour, and all the proceeds will be used to build Hope Primary School. Lu Tianwang had no intention of making money from this tour concert with perfect sound effects. Otherwise, I have made money, but my reputation is not good, so I simply donate it all to build a Hope Primary School. I earn so much money that I can't spend it all. I will also give back to the society, so I might as well be more straightforward. Ba bang. Tang Qing took the lead in applauding, no matter what the starting point is. But the end result is a good thing. The princess did not expect Lu Tianwang to be so generous. He smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I'll open one if I get the chance." "Okay, For the charity concert, I will sponsor the sound effect equipment and provide it to you first without consuming the agreed free usage times. Tang Qing is also interested in the icing on the cake. The princess smiled at this time and said, "In this case, it is estimated that many celebrities will come to support, and the attention will be very high. Yanzi, your Supergirl, can't catch up with the popularity. In this case, you might as well quit the competition. For this kind of talent show, still about to expire, nothing compares to Liu Tianwang's concert. Next, the popularity of Liu Tianwang's charity tour concert will definitely overwhelm Supergirl. Now Supergirl has just started auditions, and it is still early before his broadcast." Wang Yin looked at her mother. To be honest, this kind of thing was beyond her imagination. She didn't expect that she would encounter so many opportunities in the future as she was preparing to debut in Supergirl. Sherlan was also hesitant. This time, Tang Qing spoke. "Sister Fei is right. Supergirl is not as popular as before, and the water inside is not shallow. Now you don't even have the chance to be on TV, so you might as well follow Liu Tianwang to do a charity concert tour. The exposure is higher, but if you want to fulfill your music dream, fame is one aspect, and your own strength cannot be ignored. You also need an entertainment company to help run it. Do you have a plan?" "I haven't decided which entertainment company to join yet," Wang Yin said honestly. Tang Qing thought for a while and asked, "Are you going to take the packaging route or the original route?" "The packaging route. As the name suggests, you only need to have a face and a good voice, and then the company will collect the songs for you. You don't have to worry about writing lyrics and music. You just sing the songs arranged for you. It's original and needs no explanation." Hearing Tang Qing's words, Wang Yin said without hesitation, "I want to take the original path. Although it is difficult if I release an album, I hope that it will contain songs composed by myself instead of cobbled together. The former path is the path that most, or almost all, singers will take. After all, creating is so difficult. This is also the reason why celebrities are a fungible resource. If the entertainment company gives you good songs, you will become famous. If the entertainment company doesn't give you good songs, you will be in the dark. It's that simple. Capital is enough to lift a pig to the sky." Chinese music scene. There are only a few artists with extraordinary talents who have reached the altar by relying on their own creative strength. It is precisely because of the irreplaceability of these talents that their positions are extremely stable. Has many die-hard fans. Basically, they are all men. In China, there are almost no well-known female original singers, and those who are short-lived and not well-known, because it is difficult to produce good works when stars are running around in various commercial performances. There is no time to compose songs. They all rely on entertainment companies to give them songs, create publicity, and allocate resources. If the songs are good, they will become popular. This is true both at home and abroad. There is only one factor in whether they become popular or not: capital tilt. "Are you sure?" Tang Qing asked solemnly. "Yeah." Wang Yin nodded. Her family is not short of money, and she has enough food and clothing. She can borrow money to dream, but if it is all about borrowing money in the end, she cannot accept such a dream. How much money she makes and how many fans she has are meaningless. Okay, just do it if you like it. The road ahead will be difficult, but you have to be prepared. Tang Qing did not destroy Wang Yan's dream. In his previous life, he interrupted Wang Yan's dream. In this life, he will try his best to make up for it. "I know. I am mentally prepared for this," Wang Yin said firmly. "Swallow, you really impress me." The princess praised. "Okay, come on," Liu Tianwang encouraged. Of the people here, only Tang Qing and Sherlan really believed in Wang Yan's dream, and it was not a duplicity. Liu Tianwang and the others are also right. As a person in the industry, this road is as difficult as it is difficult to walk. Among Chinese male singers, how many Jalins are there? If you take the packaging route, capital can determine success or failure. But if you take the original route, the role of capital plummets. It can only be said to increase exposure. Wang Yin chose the career mode of held difficulty. They are actually not optimistic about it. But, no matter what, It's always good to have dreams, not to mention that others also have this foundation. In this case, the role of the entertainment company will plummet. Otherwise, you can directly set up a studio under the name of Comet Entertainment. We will provide channels. You only need to provide works, but they must be qualified works. Tang Qing said. Channel? Wang Yin asked doubtfully. Isn't a comic group engaged in movies? Tang Qing explained. When doing original work, you want to come up with a good song in one go. It's not easy. It takes time and inspiration. However, the use of music is not necessarily singing. You can start here for TV, movie background music, interludes, etc. Many movies from our company will be launched in the future, especially Comet Video, in order to enrich the content of the website. Online movies, novel adaptations, variety shows, and TV series are also areas for our investment. You can use them to practice. Strictly speaking, I don't know much about it. Mr. Pooh, please let someone in the company know about the specific matters to discuss. Since Wang Yin chose the hell difficulty, Tang Qing could only do a little bit. Yes, Chairman. Pu Chaodong nodded and looked at Wang Yin with a different look. Thank you. Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing, suppressing the different emotions in her eyes. Tang Qing smiled and said, It's okay. If you become famous, I'll be waiting to earn back from you. Yeah. Wang Yin nodded vigorously. Tang Qing's attitude. This is already a very large resource tilt. Of course Wang Yin knew that the last sentence was a joke. Does Tang Qing need to make money from her? How is it possible? Tang Qing's several huge companies are making money at an alarming rate. It is not an exaggeration to say that every day makes money. Although the box office of Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, is over, peripheral products are still making money like crazy. Even little-known mining companies. You can also dig out a luminous pearl as tall as a person. And putting things worth more than 1 billion yuan in the living room has simply reached a certain level. Say that. Just lessen her gratitude. I just want to help her realize her dream. Next, everyone's chat direction was focused on several of Tang Qing's companies. They were all curious about how Tang Qing started from scratch, or how he relied on Tang Kai's family to reach his current worth and status. Tang Qing's explanation was quite simple. Put the right people in the right positions. That's all. This explanation. The 3 stars didn't believe it at all. If it were that simple, it would be so easy to make money. Whether it is Sheng Tang or Comet Group, the investment in it is not small, and it is not that simple to be able to develop normally until now, without being swallowed up by interested people. But, since Tang Qing doesn't want to say it, they stopped asking. I thought it was because of Tang Kai, but Tang Qing was too proud to say anything. Seeing the strange expressions the 3 celebrities looked at him, Tang Kai smiled bitterly in his heart. He had hardly contributed to Tang Qing's career development, and Tang Qing even helped him in turn. That's how I got to where I am today. We have been the exclusive supplier of jade from the very beginning, to the cider dealer, even later construction companies and electric vehicles. There's a hint of Tang Qing in it. Although it is very faint, it does exist. From a moment he knew that Tang Qing's friend helped him obtain the qualification as the exclusive supplier of jade, he knew that all his economic activities in the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone and his good relationship with Zero. There is no way around Tang Qing's help. However, these things cannot be explained to outsiders. Night. Around 12 o'clock. It suddenly started raining heavily in Shanghai. With Tang Qing's support, he stayed. Several celebrities agreed to stay here for one night. If it were an ordinary place, they would never stay in someone else's home. Who knows if the landlord might have evil intentions in an unfamiliar place. But for Tang Qing, they have an inexplicable trust. The next day, early in the morning, several celebrities finished their breakfast, took the gifts from Tang Qing, and left reluctantly. They were thinking about what excuse they would use to have a meal together next time. They would be embarrassed to come alone. Pu Chaodong's family also left. Wang Yin and her daughter did not leave, and they were not busy. After a night of getting acquainted, Wei Yi, a lively girl, and Qin Shiqi felt like they had met their soulmates. They ran around in the villa. They originally wanted to swim, but the rain did not stop and just turned to light rain. Door. Uncles and nephews Tang Qing and Tang Kai looked at the raindrops falling outside. Second uncle also likes to watch the rain. Tang Qing has known this for a long time. Watch for a while. Tang Kai frowned and said, Tang, I heard something this morning. Someone over there in Myanmar is interested in the fruit wine distribution rights in our hands. I heard that they're actively looking for change to negotiate and operate. What do you think about this matter? Early in the morning, Tang Kai learned the news from a familiar partner. This partner is the largest jade miner in Myanmar. Of course, it does not cover the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but is an area actually controlled by the Myanmar government in addition to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. It was one of the 8 Burmese families in the Burmese Asian Chamber of Commerce. After joining the Chamber of Commerce, based on the principle of mutual support, this family and Tang Kai began to cooperate and sold a large amount of rough stones to Tang Kai, consolidating Tang Kai's position. This time, it was from that person that he got the news. It is said that within Myanmar, several large non-Myanmar Chamber of Commerce families are actively negotiating with Zero. They want Zero to take back the current fruit wine dealer qualifications and reissue them. It is best to give them to people within Myanmar. It is also tied to the interests of the country. They think they can retain the distribution rights in Wang Sa's hands. However, the distribution rights in the hands of the 3 Chinese, Tang Kai, Wei Jun, and Tang Liang, are simply making money for China. The money these people make will not all be retained in Myanmar, which is equivalent to harming the interests of the people of Myanmar. Anyway, for good reason, reasonable and well-founded, Tang Kai couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Now the relationship between Zero and Myanmar is getting closer and closer. The relationship between the Asian dollar and the Myanmar kyat is extremely delicate. China has just agreed to the Myanmar government's second loan totaling 3 trillion kyats. It can be seen that the interests of China's Myanmar government are getting closer and closer. If Zero takes the overall situation into account and compromises, there's really a high chance that the fruit wine distribution rights in his hands will be taken back. Can Tang Kai not panic? Seeing his second uncle's frown, Tang Qing smiled and said, Second uncle, don't worry, he's just a clown. You know, Tang Kai was stunned. I just found out about it. How could Tang Qing get the information so quickly? Yes, I heard about it. Tang Qing nodded and admitted. News about his family was the focus of the soldier's attention. How could he not know that someone was coveting his second uncle's property? Can Zero withstand their pressure? Tang Kai asked hurriedly. Tang Qing said with a comforting smile, Haha, pressure, second uncle. You think too highly of him. Who is Zero? Along the way, there is nothing but pressure. Lang Kai has always wanted to suppress and weaken Zero's influence. But after so long, do you think Zero has ever lost? Has he been knocked down? So, relax. This kind of pressure from a country can't do anything to Zero. Some small fish can't make waves. Tang Kai tilted his head, his eyes widened, and he looked at Tang Qing in confusion. These words, so arrogant. Tang Qing only had a clear view of the fighting in the country. Those big families were just small fish that couldn't afford to make trouble in Tang Qing's mouth. How much did Tang Qing know about things there? Being able to look at Myanmar's upper-class struggle in such a bold and relaxed way, Tang Qing can determine the attitude of a country's deputy leader in just a few words. It looks weird no matter how you look at it. Tang Kai said doubtfully, Right now, Zero has close economic cooperation with Myanmar. I'm mainly afraid that this will become a bargaining chip in exchange. The crisis in the Asian dollar is getting higher and higher. I'm afraid that they will threaten Zero with this. Don't worry, it's okay. They only have that trick. Just watch. In a few days, if they hit a snag, they will bring Lang Kai in and use their righteousness to suppress Zero. But don't forget, second uncle. Is Ling the kind of person who is easy to compromise? Lang Kai has long wanted to get involved in the Myanmar Bank Group. In order to test Ling, he will definitely help them. But in order to prevent these people from taking advantage of it, Ling will definitely not agree. Tang Qing analyzed. Is that so? Tang Kai asked blankly. Okay, second uncle, you can just watch the show from aside. Tang Qing said with a relaxed smile. Tang Kai thought for a while and nodded. Then I'm relieved, but I can't understand more and more recent things. What exactly is Zero trying to do? It's a loan, but it's not too obedient. It feels like the whole situation is shrouded in a puzzle. The puzzle will eventually break out. That day shouldn't be too far away. Tang Qing said lightly, looking at the drizzle in the front yard of the villa. What do you know? Tang Kai heard the hidden meaning in Tang Qing's words. I have a little guess, but I can't tell you. Tang Qing smiled. Tang Kai shook his head helplessly and said, Guess? You kid is always mysterious and keeps half of it. Forget it. I won't pry anymore. I will listen to you and just do business. This time I will stay for 2 days. I plan to go to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone to inspect the industry and pay a visit to Deputy Chief Zero. Even if I know the result, I can't be arrogant. Yes. Just when Tang Qing's uncle and nephew were watching the rain and chatting. Outside world. Word has spread about the shocking sound effects from last night's concert. The on-site testimonies of tens of thousands of people and the perfect sound quality made people watching the news a bit unconvinced, thinking it was exaggerated by the media. Even if there is video, there is truth. But many people still don't believe it, because the video can be adjusted. Even if it is a live broadcast, it is two different things. However, doubts about the sound quality cannot cover up Wang Yan's overnight fame. It was pushed to the top of the #1 video website in the country. Get up early in the morning. Millions of people have watched the high-definition edited video of Wang Yan's last solo. While remembering the moving melody and singing voice, they also remember this beautiful girl who was able to perform a solo at the princess's concert. This also resulted in Wang Yan's phone calls not stopping all morning, in addition to invitations from several entertainment companies. And her classmates and friends called to congratulate one by one. The penguins in the high school and college classes were all excited. Wang Yan experienced the troubles of becoming famous for the first time. Make a speech. Soon he was drowned in entries. Can't reply at all. Thank you, okay, I got it. See you the day after tomorrow. After hanging up the phone with another roommate, Wang Yan almost wanted to turn off her phone. For the first time, she felt that the phone was a very scary thing. But it can't really be turned off. I can only think about getting through it. Just put it down. The phone rang again. Looking at the number, Wang Yan quickly answered the call. Uncle. Wang Yan called. Yanzi, congratulations. You sang solo at the princess's concert. I saw it and sang very well. Zhu Zhini's rich voice came, which made Wang Yan a little nervous, because Zhu Zhini had not approved of her singing before. But, with the persistence of her father and herself, she still embarked on this path. Thank you, uncle. It's all good luck. Wang Yan glanced at the straight figure at the door. You have to be lucky, and you have to have strength. We also have people in the Zhu family who are running the entertainment industry. Although they're not big, they have a wide network of connections. Don't be polite if you need it. I thought it would take you some time to get to this point. Zhu Zhini is usually very busy. There are too many things in the military region. He only knew that Wang Yan participated in Supergirl. I originally wanted to work harder after a while, but I didn't expect that Wang Yan would become so famous overnight. Thank you, uncle. I won't be polite if necessary. Wang Yan actually didn't want to receive too many favors from the Zhu family. Even her father did not do business under the banner of the Zhu family. Neither will she. With Tang Qing's help, she thought it was enough. That's good. I'm afraid you'll be polite to me. If you encounter any trouble, just call me. I know a bit about the entertainment industry. With so much attention, anyone may encounter you. You must learn to protect yourself. Zhu Zhini kept urging. He has no daughter, only 2 sons, and treats Wang Yan as if he were his own daughter. Wang Yan listened quietly, feeling the care of the elders. Only, at the end of the call, Zhu Zhini said something out of nowhere. Thank Tang Qing for me. He knows. Zhu Zhini hung up the phone without explaining. Wang Yan put down the phone and looked at Tang Qing outside the door. What did Tang Qing do to make her uncle say this? Was he helping herself? However, Tang Qing didn't know his uncle either, so why should he thank him? What does Tang Qing know? Along with deep doubts, Wang Yan walked to the door. Although she felt baffled, she still asked, Tang Qing, do you know my uncle? Your uncle? I don't know him. I haven't seen him before. Tang Qing's mind came to Zhu Zhenyi's information. He had seen it before, but this mysterious background about Wang Yin was no longer a secret to him. Zhu Zhenyi, one of the big guys in their province, the top leader of the military region, Wang Yin's uncle, and Xiao Wendong's father was ungrateful last time and was finally dealt with because of Zhu Zhenyi's hand. However, he really didn't know Zhu Zhenyi. He called just now and asked me to thank you, saying that you know, but I don't know what it means. Wang Yin was also confused. What kind of riddle was this? Hearing Wang Yin's words, Tang Qing seemed to understand something. From a certain perspective, I really have some connection with Zhu Zhenyi. The cause was his bodyguard company. A large number of retired soldiers were recruited. Among them, General Manager Gao Ming worked under Zhu Zhenyi before changing jobs, and his master Han Lung also served in the Provincial Special Forces Brigade. It seems Zhu Zhenyi also noticed the special guards under his command. It's not surprising when you think about it. The province must pay close attention to the whereabouts of these retired soldiers and make statistics. After all, these people are not ordinary people. Their movements must be understood and then reported to the military commission for filing. This is something that happens every year. His own security company is basically a company that he focuses on, and it is not surprising that Zhu Zhenyi knows that. The large number of job opportunities and high remuneration he provides is probably the direct reason why Zhu Zhenyi said this. After Wang Yin turned around and left. Tang, who is his uncle? Tang Kai asked curiously. The top leaders of the military region in our province probably came to thank me because my bodyguard company helped them solve the employment problems of many retired soldiers. Tang Qing did not hide it from Tang Kai. This was not a secret, Tang Kai suddenly realized, but he didn't expect that Wang Yin had such a powerful background. This makes him a little confused now about the relationship between Wang Yin and Tang Qing. Is it possible that Tang Qing is helping Wang Yin just to expand his relationship network? Tang Qing is a student, but also a businessman. From a business perspective, this is a great possibility. Afternoon. The rain stopped. Pack your bags. Tang Qing sent his second uncle and the others to the airport. Qin Shiqi's mood was not high along the way. She finally had a good time playing Mayday, but when she got back, she had to go to class, do homework, and sit on a hard bench all day. Oh my God! Qin Shiqi felt that she was about to fall from heaven to hell. Pudong Airport. When I first entered the airport, someone actually recognized Wang Yin, and several little girls chased her for autographs, which made Wang Yin quickly put on sunglasses. Qin Shiqi looked pitifully at Tang Qing, took Tang Qing's hand, and said coquettishly, "Brother, come back quickly to pick us up during the summer vacation. Don't leave me to play by myself. I also want to take a yacht. You hear me. There are still 2 months until summer vacation, and she feels as long as a year. Yes, I'm a young lady. If I keep complaining, the plane will soon fly away." Tang Qing smiled helplessly, and then pushed Qin Shiqi towards the security check. Qin Shiyu and her aunt had already passed the security check, but Qin Shiqi was still complaining here. Tang Qing knows. Qin Shiqi couldn't bear to leave him and Lin Jiaxue. But we are no longer young anymore. Being together less and being apart more is also the price of growing up. So hungry. Dizzy, this plot is over. Send off the second uncle and his party. Tang Qing asked the soldiers to send Wang Yin and the others back. Return to the villa. After being busy for several days, watching the villa return to calm, Tang Qing always felt that something was missing and a little lonely, especially as the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and a kind of desolation came from the bottom of his heart. This time, a soft body stuck behind Tang Qing. Lin Jiaxue hugged Tang Qing from behind with both hands. Tang Qing grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hands and rubbed them gently. Seeing that Tang Qing was in a bad mood, Lin Jiaxue could only comfort her man in this way, telling him that she was still there. After a while, Jiaxue, Tang Qing called softly, "Let's go practice the piano." Okay. Of course, Tang Qing's piano practice is not a legitimate program. Every time he practices, as long as Tang Qing is around, he will sit behind Lin Jiaxue. Burning. May 10th, Wednesday. I stayed home for 2 days. Tang Qing rushed to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Also accompanying him was Lu Gan, who was coming here to inspect the copper cable factory he invested in and to escape the heat, because Qingyan City was too hot in May this year. Even if it was hot, it wouldn't rain yet. The car was driving on the streets of Xinan town. Lu Gan found that there were more and more Chinese people here. Lu Gan felt this not only visually, but also economically, because his copper cable factory was receiving more and more orders from China, and even if it were to be produced at full capacity, it would be 3 months later. Our own copper cable factory expanded again and again. All the output has been absorbed. In the past, it was mainly the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and Myanmar. Now, many companies in Thailand and China purchase finished products from him. The reason is very simple. That is the price. Where is the profit difference? There are traces of merchants everywhere. Due to the centralized procurement of Myanmar Bank Group, the quantity is too big, resulting in strong bargaining power. As a result, the prices of various mineral raw materials have been kept very low, resulting in the ex-factory price of copper being low. Due to the advanced equipment, the overall cost was lower than that of China. When the cost was calculated at that time, Lu Gan was a little dumbfounded. Compete with Chinese companies on price. He actually won. At the same price, the competitiveness of their factory's products has surpassed China's local products. The factory is operating at full capacity every day, and the smoothness of business here makes Lu Gan smile from ear to ear. Except for the factory in Xinan town. He also has a factory in Myanmar. But the fly in the ointment is that in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, there are limits on the number of copper cable factories. But Myanmar Asia is not under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, resulting in an increasing number of competitors. This made Lu Gan very troubled. It would be great if Myanmar also implements the industrial distribution system of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but it is a bit unrealistic to think about it. If he wants to do what he wants, unless Ling takes the position of Lang Kai, the Myanmar Asia Bank Group replaces the Central Bank of Myanmar, and have the ability to formulate economic and industrial policies. But how was this possible? After arriving at Tang Kai's villa in Xinan town, Lu Gan went to his factory. He knew that Tang Kai had something important to do this time. Although he didn't know it was a mystery, it was not something he could participate in and solve. He could only take care of his own affairs first. Soon, 3 luxury cars parked in front of the villa. 3 people got down. Wei Jun, Tang Liang, Wang Sa. Tang Kai could get the news, and, of course, the 3 of them could also get some wind. They were all worried. If Ling really took back the right to sell fruit wine, they would all be blinded. Not to mention losing a lot of economic benefits. The current status cannot be guaranteed. They didn't sign any written agreement with Ling Ku. The right to sell fruit wine depends only on Ling's promise. Ling's words can determine their rise and fall in destiny. This is not an exaggeration. As soon as I sat down, Wang Sa frowned and said the news he knew. Mr. Tang, the latest news is that they have found Lang Kai and are planning to use Lang Kai to pressure Deputy Chief Ling to reallocate the sales rights of fruit wine. Even if this goal is not achieved, they plan to let Ling expand the number of dealers and share profits in our sales area. Here, he was the most well-informed, and Wei Jun and Tang Liang were basically in a blind state. Deputy Chief Zero is in the special zone. I have made an appointment. In half an hour, we will go and visit together. Tang Kai didn't say much. Things are developing as Tang Qing predicted. The only thing that worries me is the unknown risk. The hammer didn't fall at the end. You can't be 100% sure who owns something, so you have to be vigilant. Others have no good solution. At this time, they can only test Ling's attitude first. Wei Jun and Tang Liang are the most nervous because Wang Sa and Tang Kai both have huge other industries. Them left the cider, just a small shrimp. Half an hour later, after layers of inspections, they arrived at Zero's office. Everyone is a little nervous. Zero is now in a high position and has unimaginable wealth in his hands. Although he is walking a tightrope now, he may slip out and maybe implicated himself. But got on the boat. How can it be so easy to get off? Unless Zero kicks them off now, but they don't want to get off the boat at all now. Everyone, welcome. Why are you free to come to my place today? Zero, now much more humane, smiled at the four of them. The three of them all set their sights on Tang Qing. Because it was discussed before arriving that Tang Qing would be the spokesperson, Tang Qing's face was already full of smiles, and he said, Deputy Chief Ling, I'm here to see you this time and report to you on the sales of fruit wine. Oh, what happened to the sales of fruit wine? Ling asked. Tang Qing said the prepared words. Vice Chief Ling, the sales data of fruit wine has always been in short supply. It is loved by consumers from all over the world. I am very grateful to Vice Chief Ling for giving us the qualification of being a dealer. We have made a lot of money. In order to thank Vice Chief Ling, we are going to use most of the profits from the sales of fruit wine to invest in the economic construction of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. No, let me tell you in advance to see if there are any good projects. I hope Vice Chief Ling will take care of it. This is the most sincerity they feel they can show. The money earned is mainly invested in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. In this way, Longsai's reasons will be much less sufficient. Even with zero turnover, they could defend their interests with good reason. It seems that you are quite well informed. Ling said with a smile. A little bit, it's funny. Tang Qing said with a smile. Ling's expression became serious at this time. I welcome your investment in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, but don't focus on this. Myanmar is so big and requires a lot of investment. What do you mean? Tang Qing asked carefully. I can promise that the dealer qualifications are still the four of you. However, if you want to completely maintain the status quo, you must take a long-term view. Only by treating everyone equally can I completely reject the suggestions of those people. Zero said very straightforwardly. There is also Tang Qing's meaning in this. In addition to blocking Lang Kai's mouth, it is also an opportunity. In the future, Myanmar's return on investment will definitely not be worse than that of Huaxia, and it may even be higher. The earlier you invest, the greater the return. Zero's words made several people happy. But Tang Qing was prepared and just let go of his nervousness. Deputy Chief Ling, don't worry, we know what to do. Wang Sa said happily. That's all. The meeting ended in less than 10 minutes. The four of them achieved their goals and felt at ease. Get out of the building. Wang Sa said happily. I'll go back and think about what to invest. Deputy Chief Zero will go to Naypyidaw on the 15th. Before that, we have to make a statement. President Wei, President Tang, you should also prepare quickly. Okay. 2 days later, news spread that the four wanted to make large-scale industrial and infrastructure investments in Burma. Naypyidaw, Longsai's office. After receiving the news, he raised the corner of his mouth and murmured somewhat proudly, it's better to be scheming. If you just reveal some information, you can attract so much investment. It's a good deal. As for those families, Lang Kai didn't care about their interests at all, as long as profits flow back. Distributorship of fruit wine. It doesn't matter anymore. It is inevitable that some people will be happy and others will be sad. These families also want to use him to gain benefits. Isn't this what Lang Kai thinks? Use and be used. Transformation of identity. It just came so quickly. Lang Kai was very satisfied with his move. Finally, he had calculated Ling's people so closely and attracted a large amount of investment. The return of this money was equivalent to indirectly weakening Ling's economic influence. Although small, but it's better than nothing. That huge chat loan a few days ago. Like coaxing a child, he talked sweetly and earnestly, and even mobilized other deputy chiefs to join in. After defeating the boss, Ling reluctantly agreed to provide a loan to the Myanmar government. For this reason, Lang Kai felt really aggrieved. It was so difficult for him, a head of state, to borrow money from a local bank, and he had to lose his smile. It was disturbing to think about it. No, as soon as someone jumped out, he just went with the flow. Prepare to save some face. The effect is very good. However, many things cannot be done. The play to be played. It's not over yet. Under the deliberate promotion of the four people, news of the large-scale investment was immediately heard by interested people. Naypyidaw, a tea house. 6 people gathered around a table, 2 young people and 4 older people. At this time, all of them looked ugly. They were torn apart before they even officially took action. It was so disgusting. My 3 families are like clowns. Forget about jumping, but it just jumped twice. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found that the springboard was gone. Who had taken the springboard away? Do you think it was possible that President Lang Tsai leaked the information? One person speculated. Based on the principle of maximizing interests, Lang Tsai's motivation for leaking the information directly ranked first. It's probably him. His purpose is to let these people keep the profits of the fruit, wine, and Myanmar. If his purpose is achieved, he will definitely not care about our interests. One person said angrily, "Damn, this is so scheming." "Shut up." A man with a gray beard immediately shouted to stop his junior. After all, Lang Kai is also the president. Once word gets out, they're not willing to bear the price of speaking arbitrarily. The man shrank his head and whispered, "Then what should we do?" They were really unwilling to have such a large profit project divided between a Thai and 3 Chinese. The original plan will definitely not work. Maybe we could start with one person. Whitebeard said thoughtfully. "Ooh, Tang Liang." "Tang Liang? What?" Everyone else looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Whitebeard whispered, "Among the 4 dealers, Tang Kai should be the first group of businessmen to deal with Ling." At that time, Tang Kai and Ling's business had to go through the border port of Wangsa. The distribution rights in the hands of these 2 people were relatively difficult to move. As for Wei Jun, he is the son of the original leader of the place where Ling started. Ling probably wanted to take care of him, so he gave him the distribution rights. But that Tang Liang, why does he have it? That is, how about we start with Tang Liang instead of redistributing all the distribution rights? The other 3 have more or less connections with Ling, but Tang Liang is different. But now that Tang Liang has also joined the ranks of investors, it will be difficult to move just one of him. It depends on manpower. He is a small person with no background. We still can't handle it. Yes, I think we can start with him, but we still have to see President Lang Tsai's attitude. 3 days later we will arrive in Ibidu. Zero Routine comes here for meetings. In a huge conference hall, everyone was smiling. Needless to say, they must have made a lot of money recently. This sharp increase in assets made them deeply appreciate how delicious the cake of economic reform is. Turn out to be. Make money. It is possible to enrich one's own pockets in the form of national debt. The country resists the debt, bears the risks, and enjoys the benefits. Of course, the premise is that the country has always been willing to bear this kind of long-term debt. The meeting came to an end when the head of the business department announces the short-term results of investment promotion. Lang Kai suddenly spoke. "Deputy Chief Zero, I support the behavior of those 4 fruit wine dealers. However, I would like to ask how long the authorization for fruit wine has been granted and what is the reason for the authorization. I think they are good characters. I also plan to promote them at the time. I decided during the meal." Zero said calmly. Lang Kai opened his mouth. "Character. This reason. It blinded many people. How many years does the authorization last?" Lang Kai asked again. "Tentatively 5 years. Zero replied. "Rebidding after 5 years?" Lang Kai asked curiously. "No. If there is no problem with the cooperation during the period, the contract can be renewed unconditionally." Zero said. Lang Kai said, "Isn't this too hasty? Fruit wine is a hot-selling product all over the world. The dealers are strong, which is also a benefit to the brand improvement of fruit wine. Anyone can sell it, which will be looked down upon. Probably not. There is no substitute product for fruit wine at present." The 2 of you come and go, talking about irrelevant issues. Lang Kai became playful. Zero was also playing with him. 20 minutes later, Lang Kai felt that he had tried his best and was worthy of those families. If word spread, no one would say that he didn't try his best. I spent 20 minutes today dealing with Zero. Really, when the news got back, those families were so angry that they could only prepare backup plans. May 15th night, Tang Qing came to the underground isolated island again. The isolated island now is a real isolated island. After half a month of day and night excavation, all the gold or grains here, together with the sediment below, had been dug out. In the end, more than 10 medium-sized sand mining ships were directly sent over to dig out all the gold-bearing sand grains in the entire underground space. At this time, the entire underground space has been flooded with water. The water is about 20 meters deep, and in the middle of the big pool, a huge floating board floats on it, which is composed of hollow plastic boards 1 meter by 1 meter, connected by fasteners and tied by 4 iron chains. The other end is a concrete stone weighing 1 ton under the water. Several water outlets. All filters have been installed. The hourly gold collection volume fluctuates around 120 kilograms, which is a little more than expected. The daily gold collection volume is around 2.5 tons, based on the current price of 160 yuan per gram of gold. One day's income is 400 million yuan. Quite crazy. The gold extracted in the entire underground space currently reaches 1,900 tons. Is it much? Many. But Tang Qing was very calm, because this amount of money is estimated to be the expenditure of the scientific research area for 2 years. This year's budget funds have been allocated, so there is no need to worry too much about the budget for next year and the year after that. In the future, he is not sure. Of course, it's enough to spend it yourself. But if millions of people under his command follow him to make a living in the future, then there are millions of mouths, and even hundreds of billions of funds will not be able to make much money if they are thrown out. Thinking of this, Tang Qing has a headache. Did he take the wrong path? Before, Tang Qing thinks bankers are pretty cool. No, it should be said that the cow has reached the sky. There is endless money, and capital can be used to control people's life and death. And now, things get bigger and bigger. His financial resources, power are getting stronger and stronger, so strong that he is a little afraid of not being able to control his ambitions. With the soldiers, Tang Qing can get everything he wants. In other words, he has reached the pinnacle of his life. Now, thousands of tons of gold were picked up. Tang Qing felt more tired than happy. Currently, he has more than 20,000 employees on the surface. Shengtang Group alone has more than 15,000 and is still increasing. This means that more than 20,000 families eat with him, not to mention the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The number of employees of Myanmar Bank Group and its holding companies has exceeded 600,000, plus people from various industry alliances around the world. We are not far away from reaching 1 million employees, and we may exceed it in another year. If the chart is replaced, it may even increase exponentially, but no matter how much money they make, they will have to take care of their livelihood when they think about the increasing number of mouths in the future. Even if 1 trillion were dropped from the sky, Tang Qing would still feel that it was not enough. Stand on the float. Listen to the sound of the huge waterfall echoing in the cave in the distance. Tang Qing shook his head. What to do with so many thoughts? Making money is what he should consider. At this time, Tang Yi's voice reached Tang Qing's ears. Commander, the salvage ship is already in place. The Type 3 deep-sea submersible has been assembled and has been transported to the teleportation area. It can be teleported at any time. Well, I'll be right there. Tang Qing finished. After taking another look here, he ducked back to his room and then ordered Tang Yi to recover the teleportation node in the underground space. The teleportation nodes are so tight now. How can they be left underground and wasted? The filtering device has its own collection and packaging functions. Every time a certain amount is collected, it will be automatically packed and thrown into the underground river. Due to the heavy weight of the mineral particles, they will not be washed away by the underground river water. A soldier was watching the scene, replacing warm parts. It will be collected every 1 to 3 months. The method is also simple. After these days of drilling, a hole leading to the ground has been drilled from here. The diameter is only the size of a fist. Use a micro-robot to bring down the transmission node. Soon, a small round ball appeared in Tang Qing's hand, and he handed it to the warrior outside the room. Atlantic, west of Africa, a huge salvage ship was parked quietly on the sea. At this time, the sky was gloomy, it rained heavily, and the sea surface also raised huge waves several meters high. However, it could only cause the ship to shake slightly. Not a soul could be seen on the deck of the ship. Like a ghost ship. Only the staff walking back and forth inside the ship from time to time indicated that the ship was being driven by someone. These staff members were all doing their own thing quietly, and no one even spoke. Cabin. A flash of light flashed. Tang Qing looked at this unfamiliar environment. Very clean. No rust is expected. On the contrary, it is clean and bright. Since the purchase of the salvaged ship, the soldiers have not made much action in the past few months. They have not salvaged a sunken ship. Instead, they use underwater detectors worth 1.6 billion yuan each. Traveled all over the world. Mark the places where there are suspected treasures. Both ships had a good harvest. Numerous shipwreck locations have been marked. But what Tang Qing didn't expect was that the place with the most number of shipwrecks found was actually in the Atlantic Ocean. The total number of other busy shipping routes in history was not as large as here. Tang Qing was surprised when he saw the marked treasure map clearly. Tang Qing suddenly had an enlightenment. It turns out that the location of the largest number of shipwrecks is along the original triangular trade route. This is mentioned in middle school textbooks. Since the discovery of the New World, Europe, America, and Africa have started a triangular trade that lasted hundreds of years. It's no exaggeration at all. Its total trade volume is so large that it even exceeds the sum of other routes. Then, the first salvage site. Tang Qing decided to stay here and put all other routes aside. They couldn't run away anyway, and many routes were located offshore. They had been explored by countless treasure hunters for so long. But the water is very deep here in the Atlantic Ocean. Other salvage ships generally will not visit. The average depth of 3,000 meters deters those salvage ships. At present, the salvage depth of most salvage ships is only a few hundred meters. It can only be salvaged in shallow water. There are only 4 ships in the world with equipment that can salvage at a depth of more than 3,000 meters, and they're all used for scientific research. Salvage ships with a salvage depth of more than 5,000 meters are still under design. It won't be out for another 2 years. So, Tang Qing had to take advantage of the moment to sweep this place clean. Follow the warrior. Tang Qing came to the middle of the bottom of the cabin. It has been renovated to have a pool with a diameter of 20 meters, which is connected to the sea outside. In this way, the work of salvaging the ship does not need to be so noticeable on the deck. Here, it is also a docking place for deep-sea submersibles. Tang, teleport here. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. He just finished speaking. Under the influence of Tang Qing's mental power, the teleportation node was suspended in the middle of the pool. The next moment, a light flashed and a huge ball appeared in front of him. Dark blue and silver decorated the surface of the submersible. Boom! Boom! The spherical submersible weighing 57 tons and 12 meters in diameter crashed into the water, splashing water waves several meters high. When the water waves came into contact with Tang Qing, they were blocked by his telepathy shield. Looking at the technologically advanced submersible in front of me, Tang Qing sighed softly. This is all money. This deep-sea submersible uses titanium alloy as its skeleton on a large scale. In addition to deep-sea salvage, it can also conduct deep-sea geological survey and mine drilling. The research and development cost alone exceeds 3.5 billion yuan. The cost is as high as 680 million yuan. A complete money-burning machine, in order to have a certain degree of defense. It is also equipped with a weapon system, 12 small torpedoes, and 60 high-power underwater flash bombs. It's enough to scare away the aggressive fish below. As for torpedoes, their main function is actually for geological exploration, and they're used to blow up mountains and so on. Treasures from the bottom of the sea. But it's much more than just a shipwreck. All kinds of rare minerals are the most valuable things. The Earth's land area only accounts for more than 29%, and 70% of the area is ocean. Human beings have dug out the mineral deposits on land for thousands of years, but only a very small part has been dug out. The seabed is a place twice the area of land. It has remained undeveloped. This is also the design significance of this submersible. The moment the submersible fell into the water, The entire device is already started. The surface is glowing with bursts of light, and silver-blue light is constantly flowing. This is because its surface is a layer of smart photosensitive paint, which is now just its initial setting. If necessary, it can be changed to any color, but its body shape cannot be changed. The purpose is to conceal it. Tang start teleporting the operators over. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he placed the teleportation node on the open space next to him and saw a flash of light, and 8 warriors appeared in front of him. The operation of the submersible is a dual safety design with manual and automatic operation. Normal operation requires a skilled person. Otherwise, if the machine breaks down, there won't even be anyone on site to repair it. Although these things have been rigorously tested, there is no machine that is absolutely infallible. Crack! Chi! After the sound of deflation, a door 1 person tall in the middle of the submersible slowly opened, and a springboard-like passage stretched out from the door and was set up next to the pool. There are no soldiers inside now. This was naturally controlled by the command room. Tang Qing walked in first. Go through the 2 doors. Came to the cockpit. The submersible is divided into 2 layers. The upper layer is the control platform, and the lower layer is the storage platform. The internal space is very large and can store a lot of things. For example, this cockpit is a full 50 square meters. This 50 square meters is a space where people can move around. Quite spacious. The entire cockpit, plus the top of the head and the ground, are all equipped with high-definition screens. Through the detection camera on the surface of the submersible and the simulated image of the waiter, the visual distance is more than 100 meters even in the dark deep sea. 8 operating stations on one side. On the other side were things that made him feel excited just looking at them. They were 10 sets of the latest researched heavy-duty underwater defense armor. The gilded coating was 2.1 meters tall and had a domineering appearance like Iron Man. It was specially designed for underwater walking and emergency response. Once the submersible is attacked, it loses power. People inside can ride this thing back to the surface, which is strong enough to withstand 8,000 meters of water pressure. This set of underwater defense armor is a derivative of the individual exoskeleton auxiliary power weapon project in the future concept weapon research plan originally established by Tang Qing. This kind of full coverage armor costs 13 million yuan per piece and weighs 600 kilograms. It is mainly driven by a built-in motor. Otherwise, a person would be like an iron coffin when entering. Modular design. Only the external connectors need to be replaced. It can be transformed from defensive armor into a fully armed life harvester. Its biggest disadvantage at present is that it cannot fly and can only be used as a ground weapon. This makes Tang Qing very depressed, but there is no other way. If it is equipped with a fuel engine, it is like carrying a bomb on its back. He also doesn't have Iron Man's arc reactor. Small-scale controllable nuclear fusion technology is also far away. Therefore, for the time being, this thing can only be used as a toy, and it can also have a strong auxiliary effect on the battlefield. However, Tang Qing is not planning to sell it now, nor is he planning to use it to fight anyone. We can only slowly accumulate technology. Just when Tang Qing was sighing, 8 warriors followed, sitting on 8 operating chairs. The inner hatch slowly closed, another sound of deflation sounded, and the outer hatch also closed. Through these high-definition screens, Tang Qing could clearly see the scene inside the salvage cabin, just like glass. But Tang Qing knew. The screen is a full 1.8 meters away from the surface of the submersible. This 1.8 meters and about 1 meter are densely packed with mesh-like decompression structures. Eventually, the structure will transmit the surface pressure to 216 hydraulic shock absorbers. Final. These pressures are dissipated by 6 core multi-directional bearings. Commander, the self-test of the Type 3 submersible system and equipment has been completed, and the mission can begin. Tang, he said suddenly. Start, target DX-67, shipwreck point. Tang Qing said happily. It was his first time to ride on this thing. Of course, he wanted to come and see the salvage process, participate in it personally, and then hand it over to the soldiers. Yes, Commander. The soldiers began to operate on the console. Tang Qing only felt the submersible shake slightly and began to dive. Seawater surged on the surrounding screens. Soon, the submersible was submerged, and his field of vision turned into a passage leading to the outside of the ship. The sideways engine began to spin. The pusher submersible slowly swam downstream, and within 5 or 6 seconds, the submersible appeared in the blue sea. It looked at the large hole in the bottom of the salvaged ship in the distance, and then looked at the weather simulation where it was still raining in the sky. It always feels weird. Tang Qing looked at the main screen again, which displayed important data, specifically marking the straight-line distance to the destination, 4,661 meters, and it was decreasing at an accelerating rate. Tang Qing felt a stronger sense of weightlessness than taking an elevator. The surrounding images did not change much. They were all blue. From time to time, you could see some fish, but the number was very small. Think about it. Such a large sea is still a deep sea area, and there are no colorful coral reefs below. The ecosystem is not that rich. Want to meet fish? Not easy. Dive depth 500 meters. The soldier reported routinely. Dive depth 1,000 meters. When the submersible descended more than 2,000 meters, Tang Qing could hear the scary sound of steel friction from time to time. This was caused by the surface of the submersible being squeezed by seawater. The deeper the water, the greater the water pressure. On the secondary screen, the force on the entire surface of the submersible, as well as the force data on each key node, are accurately displayed, but they are far from reaching the design limit, and the color of each force-bearing rod is still green. If it exceeds half of the ultimate load-bearing capacity, the stress component will turn yellow. If the design limit load capacity is exceeded, it will turn red and sound an alarm. Dive depth 3,000 meters. There are more friction sounds. The stress numbers on the screen started to spike. Dive depth for 1,000 meters. Some of the force-bearing rods have turned yellow. Dive depth for 1,500 meters, 161 meters away from the target. Start to slow down. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the submersible's propeller began to rotate in reverse, and a feeling of overweight came from under his feet. But, with Tang Qing's physique, no discomfort at all. At this time, through the screen, Tang Qing had already seen the image of the sunken ship, but the image was composed of lines. Since there was no physical reference, the data obtained by the previous detector was only the appearance, so the waiter did not do much image rendering. Looking closer and closer to the sunken ship, on the screen, suddenly, Tang Qing saw the submersible turn on its lights, and 4 beams of light shot toward the sunken ship. The sunken ship in front of him was composed of lines. After the waiter received the image data, he immediately began to restore the 100% image of the ship's hull. It's so big, Tang Qing sighed as he looked at the data of the entire ship. More than 30 meters long. It is 10 stories high when erected. A product after the 17th century, during the middle period of the triangular trade. There was a big hole in the side of the huge sailing ship. Based on the deformation of the hole, the waiter calculated that it was caused by internal forces, probably explosives, because this was a Dutch 3-masted warship with many cannon holes on the side. This made Tang Qing a little disappointed. Warship, not a merchant ship. The probability that there are good things inside is low, but it should not be underestimated. If his men say that these former Dutch warships have no blood, Tang Qing will not believe it. Once they are stained with blood, these people will have something stained with blood in their hands. P.S. Thank you to the readers. There is evil in the writing. Sure, damn it, looking at V Sexy and Ice White for their rewards. The protagonist doesn't have a normal person to accompany him. Otherwise, he could write some dialogue and not do this. The submersible hovers over the side of the sailboat. The surrounding environment is also fully displayed on the big screen. Because it is a deep seabed, there are very few fish, it is dead silent, and it looks a bit seeping. The thick silt has been accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. You can imagine how thick it is. If a person steps on it, it is not surprising that half of the body will sink into it. Quickly, look for anything good inside. Tang Qing ordered happily. First, Participate in the excavation of a sunken ship yourself, even if there is nothing inside. That's really disappointing. But you can still enjoy the fun of exploring the unknown. Just like gambling and tomb robbing, this kind of excitement is exciting. Subsequently, under Tang Qing's order, a circular opening with a diameter of 10 centimeters in the upper part of the submersible slowly opened, and a three-clawed mechanical tentacle stretched out from the inside, reaching into the large damaged hole in the sunken ship. Such a deep seabed, not suitable for extravehicular operations at all. This kind of mechanical tentacle can perfectly replace human labor. The tentacle can be seen extending into the interior of the sunken ship, and its own ultra-powerful underwater searchlight illuminates the interior of the sunken ship clearly. This mechanical tentacle, which can extend up to 50 meters, has a path memory function and can move forward and backward freely in the cabin. It can rotate 180 degrees, making it very suitable for rescue and exploration. Except here, this kind of tentacle also has broad market prospects and will also be an important money-attracting project in the future. Staring at the images that kept coming back on the screen, Tang Qing only saw a lot of wooden barrels and artillery pieces, which were already covered with a thick layer of silt and sea moss. The whole thing was a mess, and many things could no longer be distinguished. Tang Qing didn't care about this. Let the mechanical tentacles look elsewhere. 1 hour later, look at the harvest list displayed on the screen. Tang Qing showed a smile on his face. Fine. The trip was not in vain. Although this was a warship, this three-masted sailing ship was an improved warship of the Netherlands at that time. It had a large load capacity and could be used as a warship and a merchant ship. Therefore, this kind of ship, it can be defined as an armed merchant ship. This time, there is not a large amount of gold and silver on it. This route is between America and Africa. In the triangular trade, it is usually used to transport slaves. The cabin on this ship is filled with numerous bones that are obviously different from those of Westerners. These African slaves, no one escaped. They were all locked at the bottom of the cabin. In addition, a large amount of ivory was found in the cabin, but they were all corroded to a bad extent and lost their value. Only the crew rooms gave Tang Qing a hint of surprise. These men sailed to Africa to trade. It's not just to get a salary, but to make extra money. After one trip, the extra money earned is estimated to be enough for 2 or 3 years' salary. No, many good things were found in the rooms of crew members and captains from various countries. Gold and the like are bargains. The most precious thing is a box of various gems in the captain's safe. The value is not much, only more than 10 million yuan, but it is a good sign of a good start if there is nothing. A poor ship, that's what's annoying. These bloody treasures were all piled in the bottom cabin of the submersible. Not only those valuables, but also some things with obvious historical characteristics in the cabin were brought back. They may be used in the future. These are important historical data. Look at the time. Tang Qing chose a nearby, sunken location and let the submersible pass by. The salvage ship above his head also headed towards that location. The lithium battery of the deep-sea submersible could only be used continuously for 24 hours. When the time comes, you need to go back to the ship to recharge. Fortunately, thanks to breakthroughs in battery technology, these lithium batteries all use graphene, which charges very quickly and can be charged in just a few minutes. More than half an hour, they came to the second wreck site. This is a medium-sized sailboat. It also transported slaves, and the harvest was not as great as before because it was a thoroughgoing merchant ship, mainly transporting slaves, spices, and some precious wood. These things have long lost their value after soaking for so long. 3 hours later, the fifth sunken ship was salvaged. Tang Qing felt that today's trip was worthwhile. He suddenly liked the feeling of treasure hunting, not because of the treasures. So far, the total value of the treasure salvaged has not exceeded 20 million yuan. Not worth his joy. He was interested. It's the feeling of surprise that you don't know what you will discover next moment. He decided, come and play often in the future. Return to the room. The Shanghai stock market is already bright. China, a new day has come. Humming a song, Tang Qing took a bath happily and then got into bed. This morning, Their classes were in the second period, and they didn't start until after 10 o'clock. How could it be comfortable to hold his wife in such a beautiful morning? Tang, is it dawn yet? Lin Jiaxue was so stimulated that she opened her eyes in confusion and prepared to get up. She felt weak all over her body. Although she had gotten used to it for a long time, she was in good physical condition and could not run out of breath during a 100-meter run. But facing Tang Qing's abnormal physical strength, not a level at all. In particular, Tang Qing was doing more and more tricks, and each time she had to perform postures that required a lot of physical strength, which consumed a lot of energy. Until now, her feet were a little weak, but every time she finished breakfast, her energy was replenished and she recovered quickly. Today is Tuesday. We can go later. Tang Qing's hands began to become dishonest. Lin Jiaxue glanced at Tang Qing charmingly. The meaning is self-evident. In the early morning, both men and women have the same desire. Tang Qing turned over. Before breakfast, added a meal. It's past 9 o'clock. The two of them had already had breakfast, got dressed, and went out holding hands. They didn't ride electric bikes. In the summer in Shanghai, it was extremely hot and sultry, and the sun was poisonous. I would sweat even if I walked around. It was quite hot. Although Tang Qing wasn't afraid of it, if they rode electric bikes, Lin Jiaxue's clothes would be wet with sweat before they even got to school. Wearing 2 layers. Still a girl in intimate clothing. The heat at this time is unimaginable for men, wearing only a loose-fitting t-shirt. The Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped at the entrance of Shanghai City. At this time, the students had finished class. They saw the combination of Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. Although they were seen often, they couldn't help but take a few more glances every time they saw them. Men have to look at beautiful women. Women look at handsome men. The two of them are already newsmakers in school. Just started college. Just such a high-profile show-off wealth. Every day, they are picked up and dropped off by luxury cars. Even if it is not a luxury car, it is an electric car that is like a rich boy's romance. It makes many men and women envious. Every time they see the two of them, many people have the urge to be reincarnated. They're all people. This life is lived. Why is there such a big difference? The following is free. P.S. I just wanted to be lazy yesterday and went to the cinema alone to watch Zhang Zifeng's new movie. Then it feels. I'm already old, but the movie is quite good. The two brothers and sisters in it are very noisy. Just like my sister, they often bully each other. However, my sister is in college, and we rarely see each other. We haven't seen each other this year. She worked a summer job at the place where she went to school during the summer vacation. That's why I described Qin Shiqi so much in the book. I miss the past days very much. If she marries far away in the future, and I only see her once a year, it will be a bit disturbing. I hope readers who have younger sisters will cherish the time we spend together. Far away. 2 tiny sounds passed into Tang Qing's ears. It's great to have money. His father didn't give it to him. One person said in a sour tone, "You have the ability, you have the money, and you have a father." His companion struck him on the spot. "Just wait. I will definitely be richer than his father in the future. I have a pursuit." That's... Hearing what the man said, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. It's really pursuing. These words are quite good. At least there is pursuit. Some people's words sounded very strange. Students were better, especially those passing by. It seemed that being rich was a sin. When people are poor, it really starts from the heart. But only Tang Qing could hear this. Lin Jiaxue could only see some unfriendly faces. Ignore all the looks around you. Lin Jiaxue held Tang Qing's hand. Walking towards the school, although it will be a little hot next to it, it is not that I have never encountered anything hotter. A lot of regular exercise makes it sweltering, sometimes even worse than this. Ahem. Lin Jiaxue shook her little head. She was tortured every day. Her thoughts could no longer be naive, and her ability to associate was really uncontrollable. Lin Jiaxue saw beads of sweat on her forehead. Tang Qing was going to go back and let the scientists work hard to come up with a portable device that could cool down, which would be convenient for him and maybe make some money at the same time. But he didn't take a few steps. Tang Qing saw a group of people coming out together, talking and laughing. The most important thing was that there were so many acquaintances inside that Tang Qing didn't know who to say hello to first, just when Tang Qing was a little confused. Several people coming towards him had already spotted him. Classmate Tang, Mr. Tang, Tang Qing. 3 different names came out of the mouths of the 3 of them. The first one is Vice Principal Qiu Jie. The second one came from Shun Yi's father's mouth. The third one turned out to be Gu Feng, the person who sold him microcrystal technology and part of the potassium truck. Tang Qing was really surprised by Gu Feng's arrival. What was this guy doing in China? But soon, the purpose of Gu Feng's visit reached Tang Qing's ears, and it turned out that he was just passing by. Have to. It seems there is no escape. Pulling Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing walked over and called out one by one. Mayor Shun, Principal Kong, Principal Qiu, Brother Gu, President Mi, hello. Tang Qing knew 5 of them. President Mi, the student union president whom he met at the last opening ceremony. Lin Jiaxue also said hello quickly. She only knew Shun Wan and Gu Feng, so she was a little nervous looking at strangers. None of them expected to meet Tang Qing at the school gate. Looking at Tang Qing, Shun Wan looked at Tang Qing as if he were a junior, very kind, as did Principal Kong and Qiu Jie, outstanding students from Tang Qing's own school. Gu Feng also suddenly remembered that Tang Qing was studying at Fudan University. Mi Rui was a little confused about the situation. Tang Qing actually knew so many people. It didn't matter that he knew Shin Wan. He even knew members of the overseas Chinese family who had lived overseas for a long time. This was Gu Feng's first time in China. Do you know each other? Shin Wan looked at Gu Feng and Tang Qing curiously. Gu Feng laughed, walked to Tang Qing, shook hands with him, and explained to them, I met Tang Qing when he went to the United States before. He also bought a company from me. How is this company recently? After the company was sold to Tang Qing, he stopped paying attention and has been rectifying his other industries. Tang Qing smiled and said, It's okay. We have been developing and updating technology, and new products will be available soon. The new product has actually come out, but the production equipment is being installed and debugged. Soon, Tang Qing will make microcrystal technology soar into the sky. That's good. I'm afraid I'll make you lose money, haha. Gu Feng said with a smile. Tang Qing knew what he was doing and asked, What are you doing in China this time? Traveling. Gu Feng shook his head. No, this time I came back with my father to visit relatives. I met some relatives and stopped by Fudan University to make some contributions and donate something here. We decided to renovate the stadium and will accompany my father to the island country tomorrow to attend the funeral of a friend. We're not pressed for time. You're still in class, so I didn't contact you here. Next time I have a chance, I will come and visit you specifically. Gu Feng would not admit that he had forgotten that Tang Qing went to school here. The Gu family was a political family in the United States. As soon as he came back, people from the Foreign Affairs Department came to visit and then arranged for the leaders of Shanghai City to receive him. He didn't even contact Chai Run, and he didn't know the relationship between Shun Wan and the Chai family. He could only say that it was all coincidence. After talking about himself, Gu Fengyu introduced to a wealthy middle-aged man next to him. Father, this is Tang Qing, the person who bought my solar power company, Mu Jian's good friend, Tang Qing. This is my father, Gu Tian. Hello, Mr. Gu. Tang Qing nodded in greeting. Look at Gu Tian. Gu Tian's message flashed in Tang Qing's mind. What Gu Feng did not introduce is that Gu Tian is also a member of the U.S. Senate. But he has no other positions, because members of the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives are not allowed to serve in any government department. This position, in fact, they are equivalent to China's National People's Congress representatives. They even have less power, but their status is not low. You must know that each state in the United States only elects 2 senators. It can be considered a high position. Maybe one day, when the term of office of the congressman is up, he will jump to the core department of the United States. You can't say, You are Tang Qing. Yes, you are young and promising. Seeing Tang Qing, Gu Tian also showed a kind smile. He is young, rich, and his son's friend. Every such person is a high-quality connection. Haha, that's what I thought too. Tang Qing smiled cooperatively. Gutian originally thought that Tang Qing would be modest. After all, someone who could spend close to 100 million US dollars to buy a company should be serious, but he didn't expect to give him this answer. He couldn't help laughing. Haha, Tang Qing, I just like your character. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Qing didn't want to argue with these adults, so he said, "Everyone, you are busy with your work. I have to go to class." "Okay, let's have lunch together, Dad. Where are the arrangements?" Gu Feng asked. Gu Tian shook his head and looked at Shunwen. "I don't know. I have to ask Mayor Shun. Pearl International Hotel is not far from here." "Tang Qing, do you know?" Shunwen said. Yesterday morning, he received a call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asking him to properly receive some of the Gu family, one of the top political and business families among overseas Chinese in the United States. Accept him. Even the top leaders of the Municipal Party Committee were on their way back from the meeting in the capital. The purpose was to protect this high-end foreign resource for the country. Also because of their status, Gu Feng and his son did not go to the capital. "I know. I'll rush over immediately after class." Tang Qing didn't refuse. With so many acquaintances there, it wouldn't be good to refuse. "Okay, you go down to class." Shunwen didn't say much. Tang Qing was a student. Although they said it didn't matter whether Tang Qing went to class or not. However, since Tang Qing insisted, they didn't need to show off their rights. Looking at Tang Qing's back, Shunwen turned around and asked curiously, "Xiaofeng, what company did Tang Qing buy from you?" He only knew a few of Tang Qing's domestic companies, but he really didn't know about them abroad. In the blink of an eye, Tang Qing opened his business in the United States. Gu Feng explained, "A solar power company. I was planning to invest elsewhere at the time. I happened to meet him when he was visiting New York. After being introduced by a friend, he attended a cocktail party I held. We hit it off, and the deal was concluded." "How much is it?" Shunwen asked again. "It's less than 100 million US dollars, still a little short of that." Gu Feng said it easily. He had already joined the ranks of playing with capital. 100 million US dollars was indeed not a large amount for him. But others don't think so. Mi Rue, in particular, trembled all over and his face was stunned. He knew that Tang Qing was not simple, and he also knew that he was rich, but it was too exaggerated to be rich enough to spend nearly 100 million US dollars to buy a company in the United States. Shunwen was speechless. All right, the world of rich people. Shunwen and Qiujie were only surprised for a moment, but their minds returned to calm. Both of them knew Tang Qing's industry relatively well, and they both knew that Tang Qing's second uncle was still a super rich man. Although the money was a lot, to the Tang family, it was just a bit too much. Noon. Finished class. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue leisurely got into their car and rushed to the hotel. Judging by the time, they should have started eating, and Tang Qing didn't rush to eat the meal. Then let the soldiers prepare lunch. In the car. "Come on, open your mouth." Tang Qing scooped up a spoonful of caviar. It was fed into Lin Jiaxue's mouth, and she ate a warm lunch. This kind of caviar is sturgeon caviar produced in the sea area of the training area. Due to the slow growth cycle of this fish, it takes 6 to 12 years to raise eggs, so it is very expensive in the outside world. A spoonful of good sturgeon caviar costs hundreds of dollars. And under the ripening effect of the training area, the growth of these sturgeons is like taking hormones. It only takes a month or two to reach maturity and then lay eggs. Now, sturgeons are a controlled species in the training area because there are too many. A sturgeon, hundreds of thousands or even millions of eggs can be laid at one time, and there are no natural enemies in the seawater in the training area. You can imagine how terrifying it would be if left unchecked. Fortunately, the ecosystem here can be controlled. Lin Jiaxue opened her mouth and ate gracefully, feeding Tang Qing a spoonful from time to time. Soon, she was full. The remaining Tang Qing is responsible for eliminating them. After Tang Qing finished eating, Lin Jiaxue took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Hotel entrance. Mi Rue was looking at every car that came in. This high-level reception was just because Gu Feng and the others went to food on. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to show up. let alone come here. Naturally, he took on the task of welcoming Tang Qing by gathering the number of people. After just listening, although he didn't hear much, Tang Qing's wealth was beyond his imagination. The rest was not clear yet, but he still heard that Sheng Tang Group was Tang Qing's company. He is still walking. They have already reached the end point. Suddenly, far away, I saw a black Mercedes-Benz sedan driving over. Mi Rui quickly stood up straight. He didn't know Tang Qing's license plate number. He only knew that Tang Qing's car was a Mercedes-Benz. This was something that many people in the school knew, but he didn't know why Tang Qing liked this car. The car stopped at the front entrance of the hotel. Click! The door opened. A beautifully dressed woman walked down. When she saw Mi Rui, she frowned. Mi Rui, it's impossible for us. Mi Rui was stunned. You misunderstood. I was waiting for someone else. Mi Rui didn't look at this woman again. This woman was so self-indulgent. It was also because he had been too low profile before. It was a very cliched story that he didn't even bother to recall. Through this woman, he deeply understood one sentence. Love does not come by begging. If you can give up your dignity, a woman can give up on you. The past is past, and the most important thing is the future. What's more, I also have a girlfriend, so I have long been dismissive of it. The woman was a little embarrassed. Feelings are not waiting for yourself. Hey, Mi Rui, what are you going to do? Another voice sounded nearby. At this time, a young man got out of the co-pilot. When he saw Mi Rui, his face didn't look good, and he looked at him defensively. Mi Rui rolled her eyes. Reluctantly, he explained again, I'm just waiting for someone. You don't have to worry about me. The young man said disdainfully, Who wants to care about you? It's impossible for you and my sister. Mi Rui, are your whole family so narcissistic? I can't listen to what people say anymore. Mi Rui ignored these two people and felt stupid even talking to them. The doorman had just helped him drive away. This time, another Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Mi Rui. The door opened and a familiar face appeared. Mi Rui hurried up and said with a smile, Tang Qing, Principal Chiu asked me to wait for you here. President Mi, thank you for your hard work. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Mi Rui immediately said, It feels strange to call me President Mi. I am about to be a senior and have to step down. If you don't mind, just call me Mi Rui. He was older than Tang Qing. It has not been polished by society yet. I really can't say, call me Xiaomi. Okay, are they ready to eat? Tang Qing took Lin Jiashua's hand, looked around, and found that this place is not bad. The hotel has installed 2 air conditioners outside the main entrance. Very cool. I don't know. I've been waiting here for 30 minutes. It should be time to eat. The city leaders are all here. Mi Rui guessed that the city leaders are all here. So how can they wait for Tang Qing and the others? The doorman wanted to help park the car, but Tang Qing stopped him. How could he let people get in his car casually? Are you hungry? Tang Qing asked. A bit. Mi Rui nodded. Then go in quickly. After that, Tang Qing held Lin Jiashua's hand and followed Mi Rui towards the hotel. The remaining 2 people were really embarrassed. It turned out that Mi Rui was really waiting for someone. Looking at the license plate, it didn't seem like he was from any background. They also walked in quickly. From the conversation just now, they knew that they and others were going to the same dinner party. Come to the 2nd floor. A corner. Tang Qing saw a large banquet hall with more than a dozen huge round tables scattered inside. There were many people sitting on it, and there were relatively few empty seats. Thinking about it, the city leaders were already here, so who dared not to come in advance? Except them. Mi Rui found that Gufeng's table was full. He pointed to a few empty tables and said, Let's go there. There's no one there. Okay. Tang Qing nodded. At this kind of dinner, he had to leave immediately after finishing the meal. If he sat at the big table, he might be kindly greeted by a bunch of people, which would be very troublesome. He just wanted to be a passerby with Lin Jiashua. The 3 of them sat down. The waiter came up and poured tea and wine. Seeing that the waiter was about to pour some white water for Lin Jiashua, Tang Qing quickly stopped him. Just pour some water. Okay. The waiter didn't say anything and replaced it with boiled water. Look at the dishes on the table. Lin Jiashua, who was full, didn't feel like eating at all. Although the cabinets here were all chefs, they couldn't compare with the soldiers. Whether it was the presentation or the ingredients, Lin Jiaxue had already seen those so-called high-end restaurants. Very disappointed. Except for home-cooked meals, Lin Jiaxue rarely eats anything else. The other two people also sat down next to Mi Rui and whispered about this. Tang Qing also saw that the two of them were not dealing with Mi Rui and did not ask. It would be better to stay less involved in other people's private affairs. A table full of people. Mi Rui didn't even know him, so he could only talk to Tang Qing. Tang Qing, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Mi Rui whispered to Tang Qing as soon as he sat down. Where am I hiding? This is called keeping a low profile. Tang Qing argued. Mi Rui, yes, you must support the school's outreach activities in the future. That's no problem. It's all trivial within a reasonable range. Tang Qing said nonchalantly, looked around, and then at his watch. Class started in half an hour, which meant he still had 10 minutes. This dinner party. He really just came to sit and sit. What are you doing this afternoon? Mi Rui asked after seeing Tang Qing's actions. Tang Qing nodded. I have class, and I have to leave in 10 minutes, otherwise I won't be able to get back before the bell rings. You can ask for leave from the teacher. Mi Rui was puzzled. What are you doing on leave? There's nothing to do. Eating is so boring. Tang Qing said frankly. Eating with the city leaders turned out to be boring in Tang Qing's mouth. Mi Rui whispered, Tang Qing, don't say this nonsense. The senior city officials and several city leaders are still over there. I know. Tang Qing nodded. The people here today are not simple. How many of them don't you want to know? Mi Rui said helplessly. I don't want to. Tang Qing shook his head vigorously, because he knew too many people, and he was embarrassed to refuse this dinner. If he knew more people, it would be of no benefit to him, and he didn't rely on them to make money. I don't accept government orders. Secondly, I don't rely on policies to make a living, and I really don't have much interaction with the city. Moreover, as for the relationship network, it is enough to know one Shenwen. I can't be too familiar with other city leaders, as it will be troublesome to maintain. You, Mi Rui smiled bitterly. Who are these people? This can only explain. Tang Qing has a strong background and doesn't care. At this time, the meal has entered the middle stage. Many people went up to toast the leaders, and there was a lot of excitement there. Looking from a distance, Gufeng and his son were able to deal with everyone with ease, and they were very adaptable to this atmosphere. Tang Qing knows. That's because in the Chinese community, even in the United States, this culture has not disappeared. Instead, the United States pays more attention to tradition and this social culture passed down from ancestors. Looked at the time. It's really late. Tang Qing stood up. Jiaxue, let's go and say hello. Let's go back to class. Lin Jiaxue stood up, and Mi Rui quickly followed. Just behind Tang Qing, he had the courage to go to the table to toast and talk. For today's meal, he was just here to make soy sauce and eat and drink. After dealing with a group of people, as soon as he sat down and looked at Tang Qing Lai, Gufeng stood up again. Tang Qing said first, Mr. Gu, I have class in the afternoon. I have to leave first. We will eat together next time when we have the opportunity. It's because we didn't think carefully, Dad. Tang Qing is going back to class. Gufeng also felt that he was disturbing others by inviting Tang Qing to come. Others were in class, so to give him face, it was not appropriate to sit down and then leave. Gufeng turned around and said with a smile, Well, next time you come to the United States, you must come to my house as a guest. No problem. Tang Qing nodded. Be careful on the road. Xiao Jie warned. Okay. Shenwen also came to join the fun and said with a smile, You have to drink one drink as a penalty for leaving so early. Young man, one glass is not enough. At least 2 glasses will do. Before Tang Qing could speak, a majestic voice sounded from the main seat. Without any introduction from the command room, Tang Qing knew that this was the top leader of the Shanghai stock market, Ji Jingxing, whom he had known before. Tang Qing, this is Secretary Ji of our Municipal Party Committee. This is Tang Qing from Comet Group. Shenwen introduced. There was no need to introduce the position of chairman because Ji Jingxing knew it. It's just that I haven't seen Tang Qing's true face. Tang Qing's face did not change, and he joked, "Hello, Secretary G, but liquor is not good to drink. 2 glasses are fine. I drink the bottle of wine in front of you, but I'm afraid you will feel bad." Tang Qing pointed to the bottle of fruit wine in front of Ji Jingxing. Everyone at this table has a bottle in front of them. Tang Qing was not surprised. Nowadays, in high-end wine bureaus around the world, without fruit wine, how can it be called high-end? In order to build a good relationship with the local government, my second uncle Tang Kai usually give a part of the share. Generally, it is only available in provinces, but there are also some in municipalities and provinces. Fortunately, in China, in other countries, fruit wine is often sold on the black market by local government people for money. Tang Kai could only turn a blind eye to this. These are definitely not something that this hotel can take out at will. Probably the city's hospitality drink. In order to welcome Gufeng and his son, it was considered a massive hemorrhage. Could it be that the country needs help from Gufeng and his family? When they met for the first time, Tang Qing's familiarity and confidence left a deep impression on Ji Jingxing. He looked at Tang Qing up and down, laughed heartily, and said, "Haha, I feel really bad when you say that. I'm not like you. I can drink every day. I'm waiting to see your second movie." Not only did he know that Tang Qing was the chairman of Comic Group, he even knew many other things. For example, the relationship between Tang Kai and Ling. For example, Wanqing Mining. For example, Tang Qing and Iman cooperated in the Algerian oil field. For example, what the Central Guards did in Africa. Another example is the military Hummers and potassium trucks that Tang Qing bought from Gufeng. Tang Qing's information. The upper echelons of China really know a lot, but not too much. Many things inside have no clue and are still a mystery. However, at least for now, Tang Qing is doing things that are beneficial to China. It will be released in the summer vacation very soon. Tang Qing said. Ji Jingxing nodded and said, "That's good. I'll watch the first part 3 times. Then I will support the box office. My son liked your first movie. Seeing me Rue's Dilemma." Tang Qing pulled him in. Introduced. Although it was almost useless for me Rue, he finally showed his face and relieved the embarrassment. By the way, he found a reason to withdraw quickly. There was no nourishment in passing on the child to these people. "We're running out of time. Eat well." Tang Qing quickly stopped chatting. A minute later, Tang Qing finally got rid of the enthusiasm here. It's not easy. Mi Rue sent Tang Qing to the hotel door again. "Mi Rue, go back and have a good meal to see how thin you are." Tang Qing said. "You haven't eaten much, aren't you hungry?" Mi Rue asked curiously. "Let me tell you quietly, we ate it on the way here," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Okay, be careful on the road." Mi Rue smiled bitterly, and his guess was indeed correct. Watching Tang Qing's car disappear before his eyes, Mi Rue sighed. People and people. The gap is so big. Tang Qing could be the first to leave on such an occasion. He was very courageous, but he still had to go back and wait. He was probably the last one to leave. But when he thought of what he heard at the dinner table, Mi Rue no longer had any doubts. As a businessman, Tang Qing has already stood among the top group of people in China. It's so tiring to write. Today is a big chapter. After Tang Qing left, Mi Rue returned to the banquet. Sure enough, without Tang Qing here, basically no one cares about who he is. Fortunately, Mi Rue has now looked away. People cannot choose their origin, but they can create their own future. If sighing helps. Most people in the world have become rich. Mi Rue, what does your classmate do? Next to him, He Wei, the brother of his ex-girlfriend, came over and asked softly, "A little business." Mi Rue did not answer directly. Information is also a kind of resource. If it is a resource, it cannot be given away casually. Tang Qing's identity is not widely known yet. This represents Tang Qing's attitude, which is really to keep a low profile. Mi Rue doesn't want the person in front of him to come to him one day and say, "Don't you know that Tang Qing? I'm having some trouble with XXX here. Can you help introduce me?" "What kind of small business?" He Wei asked hurriedly. "Small business? Only a ghost can believe it. A small business can make almost everyone at the table know each other and be so friendly and give face. You should ask your father about this. Mi Rui didn't have a good impression of the person in front of him and didn't want to say anything more to him. Yiwei's family was in business. They had made some money abroad before and came back to invest. If it weren't for this status, I wouldn't be qualified to come here. Yiwei was choked by these words. If his father knew, would he still ask Mi Rui to be the first to leave and to be able to talk to city leaders on an equal footing so casually? There is definitely a powerful force behind it. This is an exchange between overseas Chinese entrepreneurs who have returned to China. Just to make Gufeng feel friendly, it would be great if we could attract some investment. With the tens of billions of dollars in overseas assets controlled by the Gufeng family, even a small investment would be a lot of money. It's more of a recognition. This is also the reason for this grand reception. Once Gufeng invests, it will be a good lead for overseas Chinese to invest in the country. The next few days, Tang Qing goes to the submersible on the Atlantic Ocean every night to play. Mainly, I also enjoy the excitement of exploring the unknown, which is also the meaning of treasure hunting. Turning a corner and discovering unexpected things is really fascinating. No wonder so many people like to explore. Certainly, there are also many gains. Although not much gold and silver was found, a lot of gadgets were found. Hundreds of years ago on the African continent, the gadgets accumulated by the indigenous tribes over the generations were robbed or exchanged by them. Maybe not a lot, but the quality is excellent. May 19th, Chinese night. It's afternoon on the Atlantic Ocean. After exploring a shipwreck, Tang Qing let the submersible surface. Opening the hatch, Tang Qing stepped onto the ship, stepping on the seawater and then on the air. Standing at the bow of the ship, Tang Qing was in a bad mood, not because there was nothing in the ship just now. Instead, the cabin inside was full of Chinese remains. It depends on the time and the degree of corrosion of the boat. People have been dead for over 100 years. Most of them were strong laborers, and a small number were women and children. Although their identities could not be determined, it could be seen from some of the tools on the ship that these people were Chinese workers who had come to the United States. It was just this ship that he couldn't find a record of. I don't know what the surnames of these Chinese people back then were, or where they were from. Whether they were going from Africa to the United States, from the United States to Africa, or to Europe this time, I haven't found any clues. Tang E, release a Type 3 deep-sea submersible again and pick up the ship. According to Chinese tradition, Tang Qing still felt that it was better to let them bury them in peace. Since he had encountered them, he could not pretend that he had not seen them. Yes, Commander. Soon, accompanied by huge waves, another deep-sea submersible crashed into the water, carrying a steel cable weighing nearly a ton, and dived underwater. Through his glasses, Tang Qing could clearly see the submersible attaching the steel cable to the iron ship. After tying several fixed points, for mechanical claws grabbed the steel cable, and a huge motor rotated crazily, slowly dragging the ship up. It was precisely because it was an iron ship. Otherwise, if it were a wooden ship, it would definitely fall apart with such force. Buzz, buzz. Deep sea. Two huge balls dragged an iron ship to the surface. The maximum lifting capacity of the deep-sea submersible was 348 tons. Two of them were nearly 700 tons. It was not too difficult to lift the iron steamship below. It took more than half an hour to go back and forth. The entire ship was brought out of the water. The lifting work was taken over by the steel cable of the salvage ship. In front of the huge salvage ship, this kind of iron boat was just a little thing. It was hoisted directly onto the ship and placed in the middle of the special slot. Let's go. An order was given. The salvage ship headed in one direction. After the submersible is fully charged, it will continue to search for treasures in sunken ships in these waters as planned. 2 hours later, they had already deviated from the normal route and came to a desert island. The Atlantic Ocean was huge, and there were a large number of desert islands. Tang Qing had seen a few of them in the past few days and even visited them a few times. I found it quite interesting. Some places have beautiful scenery, with blue sea and blue sky. Especially some islands are surrounded by reef beaches. The underwater life is rich and colorful, with colorful fish swimming around. The water is clear and very suitable for diving. It's incomparable to the dead islands in the training area. This time, 37 bodies have been wrapped in tarps by soldiers, and they will be buried directly on the island by digging pits. These people have no information, and they don't know where to bury them when they return home. They might as well find a nearby place to bury them. At the same time, I also found something interesting on the island. Tang Qing stood on a flat ground. Put your hands in your trouser pockets. In front of him, dozens of soldiers were digging the soil with military shovels. The only sound in the field was the collision of iron balls and stones in the soil. Under the huge strength of the soldiers, dozens of 1-meter-deep pits were dug in just 20 minutes. Rumble! A huge sound came from the gloomy sky. A strong wind blew up. Tang Qing looked at the sky. It won't be long before it starts to rain. Another 20 minutes passed. Dozens of mounds rose from the ground. There are no tombstones, no identity. There was just a line of words written on a large stone more than 10 meters high next to it, indicating that the people buried underneath were Chinese. Although it was so simple, it was still better than the ones sunk at the bottom of the sea. They didn't recognize them, and Tang Qing didn't say a word. After burial, then the soldiers retreated back to the ship. I came to the top of the island alone, facing the huge sea wind, putting my hands in my pockets, feeling the wind on the Atlantic getting stronger and stronger, which was the prelude to the violent storm. In the distance, 1 kilometer away, is his own salvage boat. He stood there for 5 minutes. Tang Qing looked at his watch, smiled slightly. "Come out," Tang Qing said lightly to the air in front of him. A few seconds later, there was no sound around. Tang Qing said again, "I don't have much time. I have to leave soon. If you don't come out, you will have to wait for the next group of people to come here. However, I don't know if you can survive until that time." When salvaging the boat, Tang Qing asked the command room to search for the nearest island and found this one. During the satellite scan, he found that there was a heat source reaction on it. Finally, when he took a closer look, it turned out to be a person. The man was picking fruits from the tree and occasionally looked up at the sky, and his facial information was recorded. Soon, this person's information was investigated. I didn't expect it to be interesting. He was ready to come and see him in person. More than 50 meters behind Tang Qing, a man in ragged clothes was carefully hiding in the forest, looking at Tang Qing's back nervously. When he heard Tang Qing's words, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that he would be discovered despite being so careful. "Just started. I saw Tang Qing and the others coming by speedboat." The man thought he would be rescued, but what he saw was a large number of people, and there were dozens of black bags on the boat. He was also someone who had seen the world. The size of the bags looked very much like bags containing corpses. All of a sudden, all the hairs on his body stood up. Then when he saw the soldiers digging a hole, his heart sank to the bottom. Destroy corpses and destroy traces. This was the only scene he could think of. It was like a desperate encounter with a wolf's den. It's just a bit strange. If the body is destroyed and no traces are left, the body can be thrown directly into the sea or tied with stones and thrown into the sea. Why bury it? Is it some kind of treasure? The man is not interested in the treasure at all. The only thing he is interested in now is how to leave the island, and this group of people does not seem to be good people. He could only wait and see, always watching nearby. Finished burying the bag. Seeing these people preparing to leave, he was a little unwilling. Just when he was anxious and hesitant, he saw the others leaving, but Tang Qing, a young man, stayed and climbed to the top of the island. Don't know what to do. Now, 2 sentences from Tang Qing. Let him know that he has been discovered. Did Tang Qing know that he was on the island early on? Now that it has been discovered, there is no need to hide anymore. Crack. Stepping on the dead branches, the man walked not far behind Tang Qing and said, "Little brother, do you know I am on the island?" Tang Qing just spoke in Chinese, and he also replied in Chinese. There are so many traces of human activities on the beach, it's hard not to find anyone. He said. Tang Qing turned around. He looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him with a smile. The middle-aged man's eyes were very bright, and his temperament was very special. Even in such a situation, his tone was full of confidence and majesty. Most importantly, he also speaks Chinese. Ken Maruyama, a giant businessman from the island nation. A month ago, his private plane took off from New York, USA, and was about to go to Europe to discuss business. Then, nothing happened. The news reported that the plane crashed. All parties searched and rescued him for more than half a month, but no trace was found. After such a long search and rescue, the island nation has given up hope. And this time, the funeral that Gu Tian went to the island country to attend belonged to Ken Maruyama. The two were old acquaintances. It was really interesting to think about it. Gu Tian went to attend the funeral of a living person. He didn't know what fun things Maruyama Ken would cause when he returned this time. The most important thing is, this time Tang Qing felt that he was going to make some small money again. Are you Chinese? Maruyama Ken asked in a deep voice. His eyes were fixed on Tang Qing, and he kept recalling in his mind, but he had no impression and could not tell whether he was an enemy or a friend. Tang Qing smiled at Maruyama Ken and said, "Otherwise, what is your purpose?" Maruyama Ken asked again. Shaking his head gently, Tang Qing smiled and said, "Well, there is no purpose yet. I arrived at this island by accident, and I met you by accident, and I am considering whether to help you." Hearing Tang Qing's last words, Maruyama Ken said quickly, "Take me out and I can give you money." "How much?" Tang Qing teased. $1 million. Maruyama Ken threw out a number without hesitation, $1 million, which was definitely not a small amount. Maruyama Ken originally thought that Tang Qing would agree or double it or something, and let him ride a smooth sailing. However, Tang Qing shook his head and said, "It seems that we have no need to talk, Mr. Maruyama Ken." Now, Maruyama Ken couldn't calm down anymore. "Do you know me?" Maruyama Ken took a deep breath, but he didn't expect Tang Qing to know his name. "Mr. Maruyama Ken, I accidentally took a look at the news about your disappearance. When I saw you just now, I suddenly remembered it. However, I have to say that the place where you crashed is too far away from their search and rescue location." Tang Qing lied. "You want to blackmail me?" Maruyama Ken stared into Tang Qing's eyes. Tang Qing shook his head. No. I am a serious businessman. How could I blackmail you? I just want to negotiate a business with you. After all, saving you will offend a lot of people. You don't think that I can't find out who your enemy is, so I have to take risks to save you. Even if you go back, I will be embarrassed if you can't kill your enemy in a short time." Maruyama Ken was silent. Tang Qing has said it to this extent. Of course he knows what it means. His plane crashed. He knew on the plane that it was not an accident. Even if he went back and regained power, he would not be able to eliminate his enemies because he had no evidence. "What do you want?" Maruyama Ken asked, feeling depressed. Even if Tang Qing opened his mouth, he could not think of a reason to refuse, because refusal means death. There is simply not enough food on the island to survive the next week. "You're Mingzhong shipping. Am I not blackmailing you?" Tang Qing showed a bright smile on his face. Maruyama Ken was stunned. "That's it? Mingzhong Shipping, a shipping company owned by him. It is mainly engaged in the transportation of minerals and crude oil. It owns dozens of large and small ships, and its main routes are the Atlantic routes in Africa, Europe, and the United States. Its profitability is not bad, but it is not a very important asset. The value is around $400 million. "Are you sure?" Maruyama Ken confirmed. "Yes, Mingzhong Shipping. This is the company I want to focus on." Tang Qing nodded. Although Maruyama Ken had many assets, many of them were not assets that he could dispose of at will. He took a look and found that this was the company under Maruyama Ken that he was interested in. Others, forget it. There is no need to squeeze people too hard once, as the future will be long. Maruyama Ken thought for a while that the money was worth buying his own life, so he agreed. "As long as I return to the island country safely, this company will be yours." With the goal achieved, Tang Qing said happily, "It seems that our cooperation will be very pleasant, Mr. Maruyama Ken, as long as you arrive at the island country safely and restore your previous position. How about fulfilling our contract?" I agree. Maruyama, Ken nodded quickly. Wise choice. The road down the mountain is difficult. 20 minutes later. Come to the shore. A small boat came over. Maruyama Ken followed Tang Qing up and looked back at the island where he had lived for more than half a month. Maruyama Ken didn't miss it at all. He lived in the open and had no guarantee of survival. Only a ghost would miss these days. After escaping from death, he experienced too many psychological changes. What were you doing just now? Maruyama Ken asked curiously. Tang Qing did not hide anything, pointing to the salvage ship that was getting closer and closer. Did you see it? The salvage ship has just salvaged the bodies of many Chinese workers. They couldn't identify their identities. They didn't know where to bury them when they took them back, so they were buried nearby. My mother is Chinese, Maruyama Ken suddenly said. Tang Qing was not surprised and said slowly, Of course I know this. Otherwise, do you think I would only want a small shipping company? Let Maruyama Ken feel relieved. Haha, you are quite greedy. Tang Qing's implication was that if he, Maruyama Ken, were a pure island native, he would definitely blackmail him until his liver hurts, and perhaps his life would not be saved. No, no, no. This is the income from my labor. Tang Qing emphasized. Hearing this, Maruyama Ken laughed. What a labor income. Haha. But how are you going to send me back safely? It's not me, it's your daughter. My daughter? Maruyama Ken was stunned. Tang Qing explained. Your daughter never gave up, searching for you and refused to go back to attend your funeral. I heard that she made a lot of noise. Now her ship is floating in the Atlantic Ocean. You can call her later. Maruyama Ken opened his mouth. I don't even know what to say. This money is so profitable. And this matter also involves his daughter. If Tang Qing is a bad guy, and we'll catch them all later then. Tang Qing was speechless when he saw the look in Maruyama Ken's eyes. Persecution paranoia is really a natural skill of human beings. You don't have to look at me like this. If I wanted to harm you, you would be dead by now. P.S. Thank you to the readers you difference in Ilong, evil in writing, sure to mitai the Bible, looking at V erotically, and hardly tired and crazy for their rewards. Fantasy? I just wanted to hand the protagonist a knife. Through regular channels. Get on board. Maruyama Ken found almost no one on the deck. Tang Qing took Maruyama Ken to a building on the upper deck. The entire ship below the deck has been transformed into a work area. There are no dormitories. The dormitories are all above, and there are very few, only 6, because the soldiers on the entire ship have very little need for sleep. But the conditions of the dormitory are nothing to say. The decoration is like a hotel-style apartment, with clean wooden floors, soft beds and sofas, onboard TVs, and bathroom facilities. These are originally intended for people to come and play by themselves and live in when they can't go back. Of course, the conditions are better. Takara Maruyama was the first outsider to come and live. Enter the room. Tang Qing turned on the light and introduced, Mr. Maruyama Ken, you can stay here temporarily. There's a satellite phone in the boat. You can call your daughter and ask her to pick you up. We will take you to the nearest safe country. You can also agree with your daughter on a safe country, and we will meet there. Tang Qing gave 2 options. Maruyama Ken nodded and said thank you. Thank you. He did not make a choice immediately. He had to think about it. Mr. Maruyama Ken, take a shower and change clothes first. I'll wait for you outside. There are various sizes in the closet. Tang Qing opened the closet again. It was filled with standard-size clothes. But there is no trademark, and the place of origin is in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Understood. Nothing happened. Tang Qing turned around and went out. After closing the door, Maruyama Ken took off his clothes that were almost in pieces, took a nice shower, changed into clean, casual clothes, looked at himself in the mirror, and regained his former charm. Takara Maruyama feels like he's reincarnated. Between life and death, he has seen through a lot. Go back this time. He is ready to face everything. For the sake of the people he cares about, he must learn to be cruel. However, he is not out of trouble yet and has not reached a safe place yet. He is not blindly optimistic. Pick up the phone, walk out of the room, and onto the deck. Satellite phones are not like telephones on land. The satellite signal is very weak and the distance is too far. It is far less penetrating than the signal of the ground-based station, so it must be opened outdoors. There is no signal in the room, unless external signal receiver. Come outside. Murayama Ken skillfully operated the satellite phone in his hand. He had learned this thing before and directly dialed his daughter's number. At sea, his daughter's domestic phone number would definitely be bound to the satellite phone. Really, my daughter's phone on the boat was connected to a high-power signal receiver, and the call came through quickly. On the Atlantic Ocean, a search and rescue ship is sailing on the sea. This is Mingxi Shipping's own search and rescue ship. As a shipping company, once an accident occurs, it usually solves the problem by itself. It is simply a joke to expect the governments of various countries to search and rescue. 25-year-old Mitsuki Murayama stood at the bow. He looked a little haggard. She has always been unwilling to believe that her father is dead, and this time she rebelliously did not go back to attend his father's funeral. If Murayama Ken is not found, she may be known as an unfilial daughter for a long time. Mizuki, I will stay with you. A gentle voice sounded from behind. This was her fiancé, Mao Fujita. He took a big risk this time to be able to go crazy with her. Well, thank you. Murayama Mitsuki tightened her clothes. The sea breeze blew from the North Atlantic and was a bit cold. This is what I should do. We will definitely find your father. Fujita, Mao comforted. Yeah. At this time, a crew member came over. Miss Mitsuki, the phone number is unknown. Oh, Murayama Mitsuki was expressionless. There were so many people calling these days, and the satellite phone did not have the contact notes in her mobile phone. She often didn't know who was calling, so she could only check the number in her mobile phone. Come to the cabin. Pick up the phone. Murayama Mitsuki said in a feeble voice. Hello, I am Murayama Mitsuki. She was seasick. She had hardly eaten anything these days, vomited after eating, and her body had been a little weak. Murayama Ken was very excited when he heard his daughter's voice again. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say first. On the island, what he was most worried about was his daughter. He didn't know how his daughter would live in the future, whether she would be wronged or not. Hello, I'm Mitsuki Murayama. Mitsuki Murayama thought the other party didn't hear her clearly, which was normal. At sea, the quality of satellite communications has always been poor. Murayama Ken said one word in a hoarse voice. Murayama Mitsuki realized that it was her father's voice. Father, is it you? Murayama Mitsuki said in surprise, her eyes turning red unconsciously. Mizuki, it's me. Murayama Ken's eyes were moist. You? I knew you were fine. Woo. That's great. Woo. The woman's tears made Murayama Kenya helpless, and he could only continue to comfort her. Cried for several minutes. With comfort on both sides of the phone, Murayama Mitsuki finally controlled her emotions and was able to speak normally. The news that Murayama Ken was fine soon spread throughout the search and rescue ship, causing cheers, and everyone was extremely excited. Murayama Mitsuki hurriedly asked, Father, where are you? I'll pick you up. After the plane crash, I was stranded on a desert island. I was just rescued. He said that you can come to pick me up, or we can meet in a safe place. I thought about it, and you should come over. Murayama Ken finally decided to trust Tang Qing and take a gamble. Subsequently, according to the soldiers' prompts, Murayama Ken reported a coordinate. Soon, Murayama Mitsuki calculated the distance between the two ships. Father, we are 9 hours sailing distance from you. I have asked the ship to sail in your direction. You guys wait there and report the coordinates every 2 hours. Murayama Mitsuki said. Pay attention to safety on the road. Murayama Ken warned. I understand, Father. Who saved you this time? Murayama Mitsuki asked curiously. Murayama Ken shook his head. It's not clear yet, but he shouldn't be a bad guy. This is my intuition. Moreover, the chips I gave are not low. Also, you don't need to notify your family for a while. What chips? Murayama Mitsuki was shocked. A company gave it to him. Murayama Ken said bluntly. What company? Meiju Shipping. Maruyama Ken said. It was really a little expensive to give away a company worth about 400 million US dollars. But compared to her father's life, Maruyama Mitsuki quickly put it behind her. Father, if I can really save you, this company will be worth it. Well, my good daughter, the father and daughter chatted for nearly an hour before they were interrupted by Tang Qing. This thing also requires a phone bill, and it is quite expensive for 1 minute. Maruyama Ken knew that Tang Qing was joking, but he had finished what he needed to say. Put down the phone. Come to the deck. Looking at Tang Qing standing on the bow of the ship, Maruyama Ken walked over. Little brother, what's your name? Maruyama Ken asked. You will know when you hand over the company. Tang Qing was not prepared to expose himself so soon. I look forward to that day, Maruyama Ken said with a wry smile. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Me too. Looking around, it was clean and the 4 huge cranes were empty. Maruyama Ken asked curiously, have you gained anything from your treasure hunt? The water here is so deep that it is difficult to salvage even sunken ships. It's okay, mainly because of interest and, secondly, the treasure. Tang Qing said indifferently. It seems that little brother is definitely a rich man. Maruyama Ken said with a smile. Maybe. Is there anything to eat? Maruyama Ken suddenly felt his stomach was empty. Tang Qing turned around, pointed in one direction, and said, we have already passed the meal time, no? They just caught a tuna? I heard that Mr. Maruyama Ken is good at cooking. There is everything here. There's fish, knives, soy sauce, and mustard. You can make it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. Haha, okay. Then I will borrow flowers to offer to Buddha and ask my little brother to have a taste of my craftsmanship. Looking at the bluefin tuna about 1.5 meters long not far away, Maruyama Ken was surprised. This fish is widely distributed in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Tuna of this size is rare in the market of the island country. Just such a fish is worth at least 400,000 US dollars. Being served as dinner like this would be a bit painful for him to eat. So luxurious. Finished. Maruyama Ken came to the tuna, put on an apron, and began to cut it skillfully. Although it had not been touched for a long time, for such a big tuna, even if it was raw and cut, it would not have any impact. Seeing Maruyama Ken enthusiastically working as a cook, Tang Qing smiled slightly, turned around, and continued to look at the undulating sea, the endless sea. He was in a good mood. I picked up hundreds of millions. Still dollars. Convert to gold. Although it is only more than 20 tons, it is not about money. Otherwise, through normal channels, the Maruyama family would never sell this company. The corporate culture of the island country is different from that of the United States. In the corporate culture of the island country, it is necessary to run a business for 100 years or even longer. If you want them to sell the business in their hands, sometimes the premium will be doubled or several times to no avail. I won't sell it to you dead or alive. It's like job hopping. In an island country, that is a very unacceptable thing, because in the corporate culture of the island country, or in the entire culture of the island country, the word loyalty runs through the entire upper and lower classes of society. Employees are loyal to their bosses. A samurai is loyal to his lord. The people were loyal to their emperor. An employee who changes jobs frequently is a disloyal person. A disloyal person is equivalent to not having a sound personality. Such a person will be looked down upon by the entire society of the island country. This is also the loyalty culture of the island country. Only then was born almost the only lifelong enterprise environment in the world. Therefore, in countries around the world, island companies are the most difficult to acquire. Unlike other countries, where they just sell for money and keep safe, the company is just a tool. Therefore, it is a strange feeling that Tang Qing is still a little proud. Half an hour later, Maruyama Ken's sashimi is ready. The two sat down, eating slowly with a glass of fruit wine, above the sea, blowing the sea breeze. Although the food was a bit bland, it was quite pleasant. The two chatted a lot. Maruyama Ken kept asking, but Tang Qing remained tight-lipped. In the end, it can only become Maruyama Ken himself telling his own story. Growing up, enlightenment, business, life. Many opinions sound like chicken soup for the soul. Combined with experience, they can fool people. Tang Qing has been listening carefully. When talking about her mother, Tang Qing listens specially. Not that they know each other. Only, judging from the investigation in the command room, Maruyama, Qin's mother, works for China's intelligence department. Although it is very hidden, there are no clues on China's side. However, it can be seen from the analysis of her mother's behavior in the past few years and some auxiliary evidence. This guess is very close to 10. As for the purpose, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. He usually provides some confidential information about the upper echelon of the island country, the relationship between various families, and other trivial matters. There is no need to perform any special dangerous tasks. He is just an ordinary intelligence agent. 2 hours later, the best part of this bluefin tuna, it had already entered their stomachs. The others were taken away to be refrigerated by the soldiers. Mitsuki Maruyama would not arrive for more than 7 hours. During this period, if Maruyama-kin was hungry again, he would take them out to eat. If not, they would be thrown away the next day. Tang Qing didn't want to take it back. There are so many training areas, it's impossible to finish them all. Looked at the time. Tang Qing was ready to leave. Mr. Maruyama-kin, I'm a little tired and I need a rest. You can check out the limited places in the cabin. If you need anything, just ask my assistant. You can call him Assistant Hua. When your daughter arrives, my assistant will wake me up. After Tang Qing finished speaking, a soldier came over. It will always follow Takara Maruyama to prevent him from running around. There are actually not many things on the ship that are too invisible. It can only be seen by Ken Maruyama when the submersible is unloading and the battery is recharging. Okay, I want to take a nap too. Maruyama-kin stood up and said with a smile. He was very interested in this ship and wanted to see it everywhere, but he knew that it was just a thought, and he was really sleepy. After separation, Tang Qing came to the bottom of the cabin, teleported directly back to the villa. This weekend, Tang Qing didn't plan to go out. He just planned to stay in the villa, play games, watch TV, and deal with company affairs. Soon, before Lin Jiaxue got up, Yin Xin came. Basic drawing skills. The smart Lin Jiaxue has actually learned almost enough. The rest is a lot of practice. It makes little difference whether there is a teacher or not. However, Tang Qing continues to hire Yin Xin to paint with Lin Jiaxue. Since he is so busy, Lin Jiaxue also needs a female friend to accompany him and talk quietly. Noon. Yin Xin stayed here to eat. Mr. Tang, I went to the hospital for another checkup yesterday. The heart disease they said is all gone. Thank you. Yin Xin said gratefully. Unlike the obvious improvement last time, this time, the hospital's authoritative appraisal result is that everything is normal. Yin Xin was overjoyed. Her family members were also very happy, so they just had to offer incense to Tang Qing. Tang Qing saw Yin Xin's face flushed with excitement, and he was happy for her in his heart. People who have never experienced illness will never understand the kind of shadow it will bring to a person or a family. That is a dark cloud that has been hanging over people's minds for a long time. Now, stabilized genetic material. Most diseases can be solved. After a large number of clinical experiments in this short period of time, scientists have summarized the dosage of medicine for most difficult diseases and also discovered other effects of this thing. Stable genes. As the name suggests, its main function is to prevent harmful and disorder mutations of genes and stabilize the expression of beneficial traits. If you eat too much of this stuff, it can also withstand nuclear radiation because too much radiation can cause genetic mutations. But this kind of thing can effectively suppress various genetic mutations, and even nuclear radiation can't do anything to people who eat it in large numbers. That's good, keep it secret, Tang Qing warned. Well, don't worry. Yin Xin nodded solemnly. Afternoon. Yin Xin took Lin Jiaxue to the studio in the club in the villa area. Lin Jiaxue went to watch the children paint and kill time. Of course, Tang Qing deliberately kept them away because Maruyama Mitsuki and the others were about to arrive at the salvage ship at this time, and she couldn't afford to disappear. On a salvage boat, Maruyama-kin stood quietly by the deck. It was evening on the Atlantic Ocean. It was pitch black all around. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. Maruyama Ken quietly looked in the direction of his daughter. Through the satellite phone, he knew that the two ships would meet each other in less than 20 minutes. Boom! Huge thunder echoed on the sea. Atlantic sky. Change as you say. Soon. It rained heavily. Maruyama Ken didn't move, just looking in one direction. I'll see your daughter soon. Don't worry. Tang Qing's figure came from behind. Of course, he would not follow the example of Takara Maruyama and get wet in the rain. He was followed by a soldier holding an umbrella. Maruyama Ken immediately turned around, seeing Tang Qing's overly young face. He hesitated and said, "Little brother, wait a minute, what about?" Escort. Tang Qing shook his head. "I know you still have some doubts. This is human nature. You know how to ride a motorboat. I will give you a motorboat later. You can ride there by yourself. When you arrive safely on the island country, my people will go find you." Hearing this, Maruyama Ken was relieved. "Don't worry, I will keep my promise." Maruyama Ken is very satisfied with this handover plan. Just finished. Tang Qing raised his head and said, "No, they are coming." Maruyama Ken turned his head sharply. I saw several bright lights in the distance, and soon the outline of the rescue ship with its lights on appeared. It was a medium-sized rescue ship that could dock a helicopter, and there was indeed a rescue helicopter on it. Now it had taken off and was flying towards them. "Mr. Maruyama Ken, the motorboat and satellite phone are ready. You can pass by. Pay attention to safety," Tang Qing said, pointing to a lifting platform outside the ship in the distance. Maruyama Ken looked at Tang Qing and said seriously, "Looking forward to meeting next time." "Yeah." Tang Qing smiled. Looking at the approaching rescue ship, he wanted to see how they would perform the next scene. Farewell to Tang Qing. Maruyama Ken walked down the deck, came to the platform, descended to the sea, and got on the motorboat. Trust is not something that could be established easily. Maruyama Ken's trust in Tang Qing was only enough to eat. Unless, I am completely sure that Tang Qing is not a bad guy. The helicopter's headlights were shining downwards. After seeing Maruyama Ken clearly, he circled around the salvage ship and prepared to escort Maruyama Ken back to the rescue ship. Buzzing, the motorboat splashed with waves and sped towards the rescue ship in the distance. The satellite phone in his hand was already connected, and a speedboat was sent to pick up Maruyama Ken. The reason? Of course, they were afraid that there was something on Tang Qing's motorboat that would send them to the bottom of the sea. At this critical juncture, they had to be careful. Maruyama Ken changed to a speedboat midway. One of their men drove the motorboat back. 10 minutes later, Takara Maruyama boarded the rescue boat, hugging Maruyama Mitsuki. "Father, it's great that you're okay." Maruyama Mitsuki cried with joy. Maruyama Ken also nodded. "I'm back." After hugging for a while, the two separated. Against the wind and rain, Maruyama Ken hugged and shook hands with his men on the ship again. This narrow escape made Maruyama Ken pay more attention to the cultivation of his own people. After greeting his subordinates, the excitement on Maruyama Ken's face slowly faded and turned cold. He said to Maruyama Mitsuki next to him, "Let's go and see these guys who are cheating." Maruyama Ken couldn't stand the betrayal at all. "Father, come here." Speaking of traitors, Maruyama Mitsuki also had a frosty face. Growing up in this kind of family, there is no such thing as naive people. As soon as Maruyama Ken's plane had an accident, Maruyama Mitsuki knew that there might be a man-made disaster, and she had already made arrangements to prevent others from doing it. This time she went to see, for her own safety, Maruyama Mitsuki was well prepared. She also had a purpose in going to sea this time, which was to get evidence that someone had done something to her. If she found it, everyone would be happy. If not, she could avenge her father. After receiving a call that his father was safe, her people took action. Okay, a short, weak chapter, wow, Kaka. Enter the cabin. The people inside are not as friendly as outside. Many people were armed. Their rescue was departing from New York in the United States. In order to protect themselves or cope with emergencies, it is legal to carry guns on board. With the number of weapons on this rescue ship, almost everyone can have one, as long as it doesn't dock at other foreign ports where guns are restricted. The The group of people came to a large room. I saw 5 people squatting on the ground in the middle. Both hands and feet were handcuffed, and everyone looked ashen. They were caught by Murayama Ken this time. It was not easy to survive. The Murayama family was not a serious businessman in the island country. Killing is just every day, and even if they are dead, no one will come out to testify here. Look at these people. Murayama Ken found that he was still a little impressed. One of them is the second officer of the ship and is the third person in charge of the ship. 2 others are the security personnel of the cockpit, and the remaining 2 are the administrators of the weapon storage. All are important positions. Fear spread in the hearts of the 5 people. Their target is actually Murayama Mitsuki, because Murayama Ken's chance of survival is really too low. It is about the same as winning the first prize in a lottery. This probability is infinitely close to 0. So the plan of action was simple. It was just before Mitsuki Murayama was about to return to New York. Try to find a way to sink the ship, escape in a small boat, and wait for the rear to respond. If there is no proof, even if someone is suspicious, or even extremely suspicious, the position of the commander cannot be shaken. In the end, we had to let it go. But, unexpectedly, the plan was revealed. He was killed by Mitsuki Murayama. Do you have anything to say? Murayama Ken looked at these people coldly. No one answered. They all lowered their heads silently. Like a man, raise your head. Murayama Ken said loudly. The 5 people slowly raised their heads, but they did not dare to look at Murayama Ken's face. The stalemate lasted another 2 minutes. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. I want you to know your ending. Enjoy your last moments. Murayama Ken did not kill a few people on the spot, nor was he prepared to sink them into the sea on the spot. These people, just go back by yourself. There will be many people who will do it for him, so there is no need to dirty his hands. With so many people here, he is not stupid to kill someone himself. Suddenly, a crew member hurried in. He said anxiously, "Mr. Murayama Ken, 2 ships claiming to be the international police came from a distance and asked us to stop the ship for inspection. What should we do now?" "International police?" Murayama Ken asked doubtfully. "This is the Atlantic Ocean, the location is quite remote, and the international police suddenly appeared, which is a bit ridiculous." The crew kept nodding and said, "Yes, but what they drove was not an international police ship, but a gunboat that seemed to have a dismantled gun, a patrol boat with large weapons on it, but the flag and clothes looked like international police." "What is the reason for the search?" asked Murayama Ken. "Transportation of prohibited items," the crew member replied. "I'll go take a look." Murayama Ken had just escaped from trouble when such a scene happened. Moreover, when the crew member just said that the international police were coming, the squatting second officer's face unconsciously showed joy. The first time, Murayama Ken thought of a trap, but he couldn't be sure that it was against him, because there was a salvage ship not far away. If that ship was the target, it was possible that he was just implicated. No conclusion can be made yet. Come to the helm. Looking at the 2 ships shining brightly in the distance, Murayama Ken picked up the binoculars. 2 minutes later, Murayama Ken's expression changed, and he put down the binoculars. "Quick, everyone grab their weapons. These people are not international police." The other side was well prepared. However, some places are also very sloppy. For example, weapons and equipment, and the quality of the international police must be first-rate. The casual posture of those on the ship is a suspicious point, especially. All the equipment is not uniform. There are all kinds of guns. It doesn't look like a formal organization at all. Moreover, these people also have mines on their waists. Unless it is a major mission, how can they bring this thing with them during normal inspections? Their own rescue ship will know it as soon as they check the message, so there is no need to search for it? Murayama Mitsuki hurriedly asked. "Father, are they not international police?" "Well, I guess they are mercenaries, or they may be pirates." Murayama Ken thought thoughtfully. Murayama Mitsuki really didn't want to go into details that they were coming for him. Is it possible that they were coming for the salvage ship? You also said that the salvage ship was suspicious. Maybe they were the one who brought it. Wait and see. Murayama Ken took a deep breath. The big ship stopped in the distance. The smaller patrol boat came over. Soon, getting closer, the huge lights on the ship illuminated the patrol boat very clearly. "We are the International Police. Stop the ship immediately and undergo inspection." A loudspeaker shouted from the opposite side. "This is the high seas. We have a right to refuse anyone to board the ship. We cannot let you board the ship before confirming your identity." Maruyama Ken shouted from the loudspeaker in standard English. International Police. Strictly speaking, there is no law enforcement power because law enforcement power involves national sovereignty. It is just an international case coordination agency. When handling cases in any country, they have to go through the local police and cannot act without authorization. On the high seas, they can have some autonomy. Because it is not subject to the laws of other countries, it does not have the power to enforce the law. He can refuse. But there are no boats parked on the opposite side. Still approaching, not even speaking. "We cannot determine your identity. Please stop approaching. Please stop approaching." Maruyama Ken grabbed the microphone and shouted stop repeatedly. But the ship was still approaching, and there was no reply. It can be seen from the telescope that those people are fully armed. Looking at the ship that was approaching without speaking, Maruyama Ken's expression changed, and he thought of another possibility and shouted, "Quick, go to the direction of this ship with a weapon and fire a warning shot." If the other party boarded the ship by force, that would be fine. If that's what he thinks, things are going to be big. On deck, Maruyama Kenya also took a gun and rushed out. The heavy rain was still falling, and there were no protective measures. Despite the rain, Maruyama Ken came to the side of the ship. At this time, the patrol boat was less than 50 meters away from their ship. "Ships in front, please stop moving forward, otherwise we will shoot." Maruyama Ken shouted with a microphone, feeling anxious, and in a competition of force, his side had no advantage. In this vast Atlantic Ocean, there is really no response every day. The rescue ship will definitely not be able to outrun these two ships that are known for their speed. This small patrol boat is not big in size, just larger than a speedboat, but the iron armor on it shows that it is an armed ship, and the guns in my hand may be for scratching people's itch. When the distance between the two sides was only more than 20 meters, Maruyama Ken didn't care about anything else and shouted, "Attack! Don't let them come." Bang! He was the first to shoot. Immediately afterwards, the men did not hesitate. This ship did not follow common sense, did not listen to warnings, and later became silent. It must not be from the International Police. So why are they hesitating? They're just a little scared. However, although it is difficult to miss such a big target, it is meaningless if you cannot break other people's armor. And immediately after, greet them. It was the suffocating concentration of weapons on the patrol boat. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this firepower, Maruyama Ken and the others quickly squatted down. Ding, 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 ding. Fortunately, the ship's steel guardrails are special. Otherwise, the original manufacturer's iron sheet would be penetrated in an instant. "What should we do?" "Father, our firepower is no match for theirs." Maruyama Mitsuki lay on the ground and shouted. This time, the people on the rescue boat were beaten so hard that they couldn't even lift their heads. Just when Maruyama Ken was thinking of a way, boom! With an explosion, the rescue boat shook violently. Maruyama Ken and the people on the boat all turned over and bumped. Maruyama Ken's heart sank to the bottom. What he feared most happened. Blow up the ship. The people on the other side probably thought that using explosives was the cheapest, so they adopted this method. The fact is that just as Maruyama Ken thought, explosives were the cheapest and most effective way to sink a ship. The fire outside continued. They didn't dare show their heads at all. Maruyama Ken felt that the ship was slowly tilting. It seemed that the cabin was filled with water. Fortunately, the ceiling design of the ship was good. As long as most of the watertight compartments were not blown out, the ship could not sink. Boom! When the second explosion, Takara Maruyama felt miserable. This meant catching them all in one fell swoop. As soon as he got out of trouble, he would face death again, and this time, he might not have the chance to drift to a deserted island, let alone be rescued again. Saved? Maruyama-kin suddenly remembered. There was a salvage ship not far away, so he immediately took out his satellite phone. Mizuki, do you remember the satellite phone of the salvage ship over there? Maruyama-kin asked. Maruyama Mitsuki had a good memory and nodded. Remember, it's Triple X, father. Can they help? I don't know. I can only give a try. Maruyama-kin hurriedly called. On a salvage boat. Tang Qing was looking at the hot scene over at Maruyama-kin through his glasses. He must save people, otherwise his extra money will really be squandered. But the matter was a bit complicated, so he did not take action immediately, preparing to act at the critical moment. With the power of his men, only half a minute can stabilize the situation. Maruyama-kin's life should not be that thin, but we can't let those guys do anything wrong anymore. If there are 2 more explosions, if the watertight structure of the rescue ship is completely destroyed, the ship will be useless. You have to drag yourself along. Just when Tang Qing ordered the soldiers to take action, a soldier's voice came to his ears. Commander, Maruyama-kin's phone number. Pick in. Yes. There was a beep sound. Mr. Maruyama Takaru, you guys are fighting so fiercely over there. Tang Qing's first words almost choked Takaru Maruyama to death. Isn't it obvious? The fire here is soaring. The situation is critical. The ship is about to sink. How can we not be fierce? Maruyama-kin's brain stopped for a second. Only then did he digest what Tang Qing said. I couldn't help but feel bitter. Little brother, you're still thinking of joking at this time. You have also seen the situation here. Someone is pretending to be an international policeman and wants to kill us. I wonder if you can help me. If I get out of trouble this time, I will thank you very much. If you have no other way, then you should run away quickly. Just run away. I'm not used to it yet. Besides, I'm more interested in the word thank you in your mouth. Tang Qing bit the word thank you very hard. Look, another bonus. Tang Qing actually knew that these 2 ships were following the rescue ship. However, he never told Maruyama-kin and the others because his mouth was not that long. Moreover, even if he told Maruyama-kin, the trust between the 2 parties had not yet been established. Something bad. You only need to wait quietly for it to happen so that the person involved can figure out the situation. Otherwise, the other party will think you have ulterior motives. Tang Qing has no interest in raising this eyebrow. It's troublesome. I heard that Tang Qing was interested in Chongxia. Hope arose in Maruyama-kin's heart. You want to help me? Maruyama-kin said in surprise. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly, of course, even if it's for Ming Chuang's shipping and the thank you said, if you die, my losses will be huge. Although it's not much money, it's enough for pocket change. Thank you, but how can you help me? Listening to the sound of firepower in his ears, Maruyama-kin said hurriedly. As for the hundreds of millions of dollars in Tang Qing's mouth, Maruyama-kin only thought that young people like to talk big. Even if Tang Qing's father is Bill Gates, it is impossible to give so much pocket money. You just need to protect yourself. By the way, you will pay for the weapons this time. As soon as Tang Qing finished speaking, just when Maruyama-kin was confused, suddenly, boom, Maruyama-kin thought the rescue ship had exploded again. But this time, the hull did not shake significantly, and the firepower also stopped. Looking at the fire not far away, a bold crew member stretched out his head and got excited after seeing the situation clearly. It exploded, their ship exploded. Pointing to the flaming ship not far away, the crew member shouted. Maruyama-kin was stunned. Then he also carefully stretched out his head. He saw that the ship that had just attacked him had turned into a ball of flames, and the people on it were all gone. Even the weapon that was spitting flames had been blown into scrap metal. Judging from the situation, the people inside were in danger. What's going on? Maruyama-kin was a little confused. His eyes unconsciously looked towards the salvaged ship in the distance. At this time, it seems that it is the only one that can take action. But how to do this? It should have been a rocket, otherwise there wouldn't have been even a small sound of shelling. But how could there be such a thing on the salvaged ship? Just when Maruyama-kin was stunned. Father, look. Maruyama Mitsuki pointed into the distance. The scene in front of her was so horrifying that her eyes nearly popped out. Maruyama-kin looked at it. I saw two flames emitting from the gunboat, with long tail flames, flying close to the sea and flying to the salvage ship. Seeing this, Murayama Ken and the others' expressions changed wildly. These people actually had such a thing. And the next moment, Murayama Ken's mouth opened wider, because there were also two flashes of fire on the salvage boat. Just 2 seconds. Boom, boom. Two fireworks appeared on this piece of Atlantic Ocean, brilliantly shining. Gulu. Murayama Ken's throat moved slightly. Everyone's eyes were full of horror. I thought the two sides were shooting at each other. But what is this? Interceptor weapons? Are you a salvage ship? Is it equipped with a missile defense system? Otherwise, it would be impossible for manpower to respond so quickly. Are you a warship disguised as a salvage ship? This is not over yet. The next scene. Let all the people on the salvage boat be petrified. On the salvage ship, a line of fire shot up into the sky and shot hundreds of meters into the sky. Then it made a sharp arc and fell towards the gunboat. Running boat. Cap. See that light in the sky. The people inside were dumbfounded again. Oh my God. The eyes of the leading bald American man showed deep fear. This kind of thing is often seen on TV, and I've seen it with my own eyes, so damn. Trajectory, guide, bomb. This counterattack is a bit fierce. Abandoned ship. The bald American man yelled and rushed outside. At this time, every second counts. With the speed of the thing in the sky, their reaction time will never exceed 10 seconds, or even less. The crew members also jumped into the sea. What the hell? This time's a big deal. I often walk by the river, but my shoes finally got wet today. I thought it was an easy killing mission, but now the hunter has become the prey. Is there a disguised warship on the opposite side? More than 6 seconds later, only a dozen people jumped into the water. Boom! The entire ship was blown to pieces. Tang Qing admitted. He can deal with these people at a very low cost, but he just wants to see the power of this thing. It feels bad to blow up his own things, but not to blow up other people's ships. And there are people paying for it. This thing costs about 200,000 yuan each. You have to ask Murayama Ken for at least 2 million. But there are too few targets, and it's not enough to watch. On the rescue boat, many people saw the gorgeous fireworks in the distance. This can basically only be seen on TV. This time I experienced it in person. The visual impact and inner shock are simply indescribable. Mr. Murayama Ken, please repair your boat quickly. It should still be able to sail. Tang Qing's voice, bringing Murayama Ken back to reality. His hand trembled, and he almost lost his grip on the phone. Only then did he remember that he and Tang Qing were still on the phone. He didn't even know what to say. Don't be nervous. Let's calculate the weapon usage fee this time as $2 million. The cost of the weapon is one thing. I also directly offended the organization behind this mercenary, and I have to bear the risk. Tang Qing calculated the account for Murayama Ken. Murayama Ken didn't think about it at all. Readily agreed. Yes, I will pay an additional $2 million. What should I do next? Murayama Ken was afraid of encountering such a situation again when he went back. If he was bitten by a snake, he decided not to take a long voyage in the future. But if we escort you, it will affect our treasure hunt. Tang Qing was doing this. Murayama Ken immediately understood what Tang Qing meant. Don't worry, I'll pay for the escort, and you can make a price. I'll do the math. 3 million. That's $5 million. How about it? This time Tang Qing really didn't have the lion's share of words. It was an absolute conscientious price. Murayama Kenichi thought. $3 million. More is more. But compared to my own safety, it's worth it. Deal. I will pay you immediately when I return to the island country. Murayama Ken promised. Okay, I'm not an aggressive person. Anyway, your Murayama family has a big business, so you don't want me to pay this little money. Tang Qing was not in a hurry to get the money, and he couldn't run away anyway. I don't dare. I will definitely give it. Murayama Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Deadbeat? How dare he? The fire not far away has not been extinguished yet. More than half of the ship sank, and the rest looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on for a few minutes. This was a deterrent. This kind of power. He didn't want others to come to his door. Hang up the phone. Murayama Ken looked at the salvage ship parked quietly in the distance. My heart couldn't be calm for a long time. What kind of salvage ship is this? It is simply a giant beast lying on the sea. You think it is harmless to humans and animals, and can be bullied, but others have the ability to bite people. Anyone who despises it will have to pay the price. For example, the fire was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. Father, what do you say on the other side? Murayama Mitsuki became extremely curious about the ship in the distance. Murayama Ken narrowed his eyes and said, "It will escort us to New York. The total charge for this escort and weapon consumption is $5 million US. In addition, we will give a thank you gift." That's not expensive. Murayama Mitsuki didn't have much idea about money. Well, Ryota, prepare to return to New York. Murayama Ken ordered the captain beside him. Yes. After the captain left. Father, are there any survivors over there? Mitsuki Murayama pointed to the dark sea in the distance. The gunboat had completely sunk into the Atlantic Ocean. It stands to reason that there would be reaction time for the attack just now, and there would definitely be survivors on board. Maybe, but what does it have to do with us? Murayama Ken sneered. He never intended to save people. These people wanted to kill him and deserve to die. Moreover, rescuing them might not lead to anything being interrogated, and it would also increase safety risks, so why bother? Mitsuki Murayama also agrees with her father's decision. Next, under the organization of Captain, the crew of the rescue ship began emergency repairs. The hull cannot be repaired. It is so big that it needs to be returned to the factory for repair. Now we can only check whether the explosion affected other equipment and components on the ship to eliminate potential safety hazards. Finally, we found that except for the affected cabin, other places were not affected, although the boat is a bit tilted, but can still be opened. And after the other side is filled with a watertight compartment, the ship regains its balance. However, the increase in weight will increase the fuel consumption required to sail the same distance, and the ship's speed will slow down. Fortunately, the ship's diesel is sufficient. Say it again. Even if it's not enough, just a little bit of oil from the salvage ship in the distance can make their fuel tanks full again. It took half an hour. The rescue ship followed the salvage ship and headed toward New York, the sea area behind. Watched the two ships leave. He didn't save them at all, with a look of resentment and a touch of despair on each of their faces. If he left himself and others here, their chance of survival would not exceed 5%. This still includes the fact that I have a signal transmitter on my body. The organization will come to their rescue on the basis of time. The whirlpool caused by the sinking just now pulled several people down. Now, there are only 5 people floating on the water, and they only have life jackets and no kayaks. As the waves continue to rise and fall, such water temperature, their body temperature, could not last more than 2 days. Captain, how are you doing? Looking at the satellite phone in the bald American man's hand, one of the team members kept asking. His answer was still shaking his head. The clouds are too thick and the signal interference is too strong, so we can't get through. Then let's, Gang said, suddenly, in front of their eyes. Gudong. The 2 team members seemed to be pulled off by something and disappeared on the sea in an instant. A chill came from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. My God, what's down there? One person was so frightened that he yelled and swam to the side, but before he could swim very far, there was another dong sound, and he disappeared in front of the 2 bald men. I'm going to die. This was the only thought the 2 had at this time. Half a minute later, the sea area returned to calm. Only big waves remain. 3 days later, USA, West Coast. The salvage vessel stopped just outside U.S. territorial waters. Various ships can already be seen here. Murayama Ken is very excited to return to civilized society. The large hole on the rescue ship also attracted the attention of ships along the way, and some even asked if they needed help. Mr. Murayama Ken, I can only send you here. The front is U.S. territorial waters, and it is inconvenient for salvage ships to enter. Tang Qing stood on the deck and said to Murayama Ken, salvage ships usually do not have large weapons. But Murayama Ken didn't know. Thank you. When I return to the island country, Your people can come at any time to handle the handover procedures for Maishid shipping. Maruyama Kenya took it for granted that it was not fun for this ship to sail into U.S. territorial waters. A few more pleasantries were exchanged. The two ended their communication. So far, Maruyama Ken doesn't know Tang Qing's name, but I believe he will know it when Maishid shipping takes over. Such a mysterious figure makes Maruyama Ken more and more curious. Such people. He also wanted to make good friends. The salvage ship turned a corner and headed toward the depths of the Atlantic Ocean again. The rescue ship headed straight toward New York. Stand at the stern of the boat. Maruyama Ken stared at the increasingly smaller salvage boat, looking confused. In the past few days, he also asked his subordinates to investigate the company where the salvage ship was located through satellite phone, and found that it was established very young and was bought from a poor American. See its registration photo. The two are very different. The entire salvage ship must have been heavily modified. Moreover, after the change, it was not registered with the relevant departments in the United States. At the same time, Maruyama Ken also discovered that the ship had no refueling records in the United States or ports on the Atlantic coast. This thing is definitely not nuclear-powered. Well, there is only one reason. Because the weapons on the ship are relatively sensitive and the modifications have not been registered, it means that all kinds of documents are useless, so it is difficult to dock in the territorial waters of various countries. And even refueling requires a special transport ship. As the rescue ship approaches the port, Father, Grandma's phone number. Maruyama Mitsuki walked up and handed over a mobile phone. Arrived offshore. There was a signal from the operator, but Ken Maruyama's cell phone was damaged by water. Maruyama Ken took his daughter's call. Mother, when are you going to come back? The day after tomorrow, there are some friends in the United States who need to meet, and I still have some arrangements to make. Don't worry, I will pay attention to safety. Maruyama Ken's funeral was held, and many American friends attended it. I don't know if this incident is a known incident. A full stop is needed. That's good. The board of directors already knows about your matter and is waiting for you to come back. However, I hope you can figure out how to deal with the next thing before you come back. They have been very restless recently. Hearing this, Maruyama Ken's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, I know, Mother, don't worry, since I am fine. They can't afford to make trouble. Their family's problem is very simple. The struggle for power and property within wealthy families. Due to the unexpected death of his father, Maruyama Ken and his cousin began to compete for control of the club, but Maruyama Ken always maintained the advantage. But he did not expect that his cousin would use such despicable means this time. Then don't blame him for being rude. Night. Maruyama Ken held a reception in New York. While announcing that he had been reborn, he also expressed his gratitude to those friends who attended his funeral. As the ancients said, a friend in need is a friend indeed. So he went all the way to the island country to attend his funeral. It can be regarded as a relationship. All living beings are diverse. Sometimes a funeral can be seen clearly. Even Maruyama Ken wanted to see the video of his own funeral. At the cocktail party, the faces of the guests all looked strange. Takara Maruyama's nearly fatal plane crash turned out to be a shocking turn of events. He survived on an island alone for half a month, but was rescued and staged a short island drifting. Thinking back to the sadness and remembrance of the past few days, the guests could not describe this feeling in their hearts. The media has also paid attention to this island country's rich man who resurrected from the dead. Some directors feel that this is an opportunity to make another live-action adaptation of the survival story. Late at night, after the guests leave, Maruyama Ken returned to the room, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Have you found it? 2 days ago, he found a large intelligence organization to investigate who owned the 2 ships that attacked him this time. This kind of enemy must be understood clearly to avoid being plotted against again. Mr. Maruyama Ken, the one who attacked you this time, is the Minghai. It is mainly active in Africa and the Americas. It is a medium-sized mercenary organization with about 120 people headquartered in a country in Africa. The operation against you failed, and they lost at least 40 soldiers. After the 2 ships lost contact, they have been planning a new round of operations against you. This morning, They were still buying from us the safety information of their crew members. Maruyama, Ken was silent. The business scope of this intelligence organization is really wide. Both the enemy and us do business. There is absolutely no bottom line. Do you want to ask me for information about the crew and then sell it to him? Maruyama, Ken frowned. Since this was someone else's scope of work, he wanted to curse, but knew it would be useless. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't mean this at all. No. They have no one to pay the bill. It's useless for us to come. I just didn't expect Mr. Murayama-Ken to respond so quickly. I hope Mr. Murayama-Taken will take care of our business in the future. No one pays the bill. Maruyama-Ken was confused. Could it be that their boss was on a certain ship at the time, and his subordinates had no money to pay the bill? At 3 o'clock this afternoon, a building in the west of Africa Angola was robbed and attacked by an unidentified black gang. A fight broke out between the two sides, resulting in 42 deaths. Coincidentally, that was the headquarters of the Ming Hai, with a small number of their personnel stationed there. It can only be said that they are very unlucky, but if there is such a business in the future, we actually have partners who can take it. Finally, the intelligence organization began to promote other businesses. Murayama-Ken is not surprised that the underground world is inextricably linked to each other. I just heard that the headquarters of Ming Hai had been seized. Maruyama-Ken almost lost his grip on the phone again. He immediately understood that the people in the intelligence organization on the other side of the phone thought that he had found another intelligence organization to investigate, and then sent people to wipe out the headquarters of Ming Hai to avoid future troubles. That's why we have the current conversation. Understand? Thank you. Since the other party misunderstood, Murayama-Ken didn't bother to explain. Hang up the phone. Takaru Murayama paced back and forth in the house. In this matter, the first thing he suspected was Tang Qing. In other words, there's no need to doubt it. It must have been done by someone sent by Tang Qing. It's really cruel. They often harass people and kill people, but the hands of these mercenaries are definitely stained with blood. They are not good people and deserve to die. Even if Tang Qing doesn't do it, he will send someone to do it. This way, solve the worry. But I owe Tang Qing another favor. It seems that this deep thanks needs to be added a little bit, and it will be regarded as a commission. Shanghai Stock Exchange. It's already noon here. Tang Qing was having dinner with Lin Jiaxue at home. Last night, Tang Qing received the information. Underworld prepares to take revenge on Takaru Murayama. There was no other way. For the sake of his own asset security, he could only issue a clearing order and put an end to this mercenary organization that had been doing bad things. Maruyama-Ken only knew part of it. There were 3 other relatively hidden strongholds that were also taken by the soldiers. Presented. It was a home invasion in Angola. 3 accidental explosions involving improper indoor gas operation in the United States, Brazil, and South Africa. The first incident even made the news and caused a stir in Angola. It was regarded as a spectacle by the people of Angola, because this kind of thing is too common in Angola, not to mention that the people who were robbed were foreigners. Eat and eat. Tang Qing's hand suddenly stopped. Then he and Lin Jiaxue fed each other as if nothing had happened, sometimes using chopsticks, sometimes using their mouths, and sometimes taking advantage. I have to say that being secretive is more tempting than being able to see everything. After dinner, Lin Jiaxue took a lunch break. Tang Qing came to the study and listened to the latest developments there. Africa. It's 4 a.m. local time. In northern Mozambique, a fierce battle lasted for 15 minutes on the east coast of Loikomo province. A group of powerful robbers attacked a convoy carrying out demoning missions there. The demoning vehicle's escort consisted of 15 people. The number of attackers was 76. Result: 76 people were killed by the regiment. Of the 15 people, only 2 were slightly injured. Those 2 people were also members of Mozambique's entourage. This was the reason why Tang Qing paused while eating. This was the first incident of someone attacking a demoning convoy. He was quite worried at the time, but the non-destructive assessment in the command room made Tang Qing relieved. The result was as expected by the command room. There were no casualties among the soldiers, and all the opponents were wiped out. In order to frighten Xiao Xiao, the soldiers did not hold back. They said the group was wiped out, and the group was wiped out. When the police and garrison troops from nearby Mozambique arrived, they were also shocked by the battle damage ratio in front of them. Are these people specially sent here to be killed? How do they know? Although the gangsters have been staying in the darkness, to the soldiers, the field of vision is like daylight. All enemies are marked in eye-catching red, and they can see through, making it difficult to see them. One shot at a time, not a single bullet was wasted. The entire site was cordoned off. The black police officers who arrived early wanted to shoot the soldiers. But how could this be possible? Why did you kill them all? Kid, the black police chief, looked at the leading warrior with an angry look. The soldiers stared at him coldly and said, "They attacked us for no reason, and we had to fight back." The situation was critical at that time, and the bullets had no eyes. I was also shocked by their deaths. Shock your sister. There's no shock on your expression. Can you use your words to be more relaxed? After investigation, this incident is also related to the police chief. Perhaps the black police sergeant was used as a gun and was bribed to steal a demoning vehicle. As for who wanted it, the command room is not clear yet and is still investigating. This is murder. Kid was furious. These were all desperados he had recruited. He wanted to make a lot of money, but he didn't expect that the other party would show no mercy and would not leave anyone alive at all. Watching the black bags being loaded into the car one after another. The surrounding area was also cordoned off. Even he could no longer contact the guards of the demoning vehicle, and Kid's face was filled with anxiety. His thing, how can it withstand investigation? Once it is revealed, the deaths of these people must be blamed on themselves. Otherwise, there will be no way to explain it to the superiors. An investigation team will be established soon, and many of these people who died know that they were the instigators. If these populations are not strict, it will be spread before the operation. The rest of my life, I can only spend time in prison. Just when Kid was anxious, he remembered the ringtone in his trouser pocket, took out the number, and looked at it. Kid's face changed slightly. This was the person who wanted to do something to him. Unexpectedly, he wanted to eat meat, but didn't eat it, and even got himself involved. Kid also hated this person in his heart. Press the answer key. Kid covered the phone and said angrily, "Hey, you've done me a lot of harm. Why didn't you tell me they were so powerful? Didn't you say they had weak firepower and surrendered in a few seconds?" Opposite came a hoarse voice. "Chief Kid, I can only say that the people you are looking for are useless. They are just a bunch of rabble. Now that it has developed to this point, you should be very clear about the consequences of your affairs being exposed. It's all you." Kid gritted his teeth and hated himself for being greedy. The voice then said, "It's useless to blame me now, but I can show you a way. If you do it well, you won't have to bear the consequences of this incident." What method? Kid seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, his tone full of hope. Now the incident investigation team is on the way, and reporters are also on the way. It is no longer possible to cover up this matter. The Mozambican government must give an explanation to the families of these deceased. These dead people seem to be people from the surrounding tribes. If you ask their families to come forward and make the matter bigger, it is best to have a conflict, kill a few people, and leave the rest to the reporters. The voice said. There was still a hint of joy in his tone. This is their goal. If Kid does it perfectly, how can he make the matter bigger? Are you sure you can do it? Chief Kid didn't care about how many people died, but what mattered was the effect. The voice confirmed, of course, the whole incident is based on their security and self-defense agreement. As long as things get too big, this agreement can be voided. One of the things that will void the agreement is harming civilians. You don't have much time. I hope you can play the next show well when the reporters come. Kid hesitated. He decided to do it anyway. Compared with his own future, a few deaths were nothing. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, I will make arrangements immediately, and after this incident, let me go abroad to live a good life. As you wish. Hang up the phone. Kid immediately sprang into action. Ask a confidant to call the people in those tribes to inform them. Now, it seems that this is the only way to keep yourself safe. The people in these tribes have guns. Once a fire breaks out, They can attack those people under the pretext of protecting civilians. Once the other party strikes back and attacks them, the surrounding police and soldiers will definitely not stand idly by. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing's office. He is paying close attention to developments in Africa. The command room also intercepted the phone calls between Kid and the person behind the scenes. This time the opponent. It's really a bit crazy. So many people's lives were used to set up such a trap. The target command room doesn't know yet. This kind of thing is a bit big for one person or for a company, but for the Myanmar Asia Military Service Company, which has a background in Myanmar, it was just a small accident. Commander, the planner has been found out. It is Northrop Grumman. The executor is the CIA of the United States. All major American arms companies are paying attention. A moment later, Tang sent a message. Here are the results. Tang Qing smiled slightly. I wasn't too surprised. These guys really started to take action. The appearance of minesweepers. It has attracted interest from many defense companies. In other words, major defense companies in the world are interested. The performance of the demoning vehicles in the past few months has proven that their demoning effects are extremely good, and they want to propose technical cooperation. Even the U.S. Department of Defense has issued a procurement request. The United States wants to use demoning vehicles for demoning work on frontline battlefields. But they were all rejected by the Myanmar Military Service Company. But of course those defense companies are not giving up. The application fields of this technology are too wide and the prospects are huge. After communicating with the Myanmar government to no avail, they began to have evil intentions and sent many commercial spies to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone in an attempt to obtain technology through internal bribery and theft. However, all those sent were caught. No news came out at all. Later, they also approached the CIA and wanted CIA agents to help. The CIA readily agreed at first, but just when these intelligence agents, whom the CIA thought were very covert, were about to take action, all lost contact again. This time, both sides were dumbfounded. Northrop Grumman was the first company to propose cooperation. Speaking of this company, it is also awesome. It is the largest radar and warship manufacturer in the United States. Controls the only aircraft carrier shipyard in the United States. Certainly, no more awesome. It has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Whether it is now or in the future, the only relationship is competition. In the future, defense company Tang Qing will definitely do the same. Among the industrial alliance plans, there is a military defense industry alliance plan. The current plan has only begun in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, mainly in military vehicles, light weapons, auxiliary equipment, unmanned aerial vehicles, and electronic system integration. Wait until the time is right. The entire industrial chain plan of the military industry will be officially put on the agenda. In this incident, the other party had only a few goals. However, in this scene, how could Tang Qing follow the path they charted? Want to see a play? You also have to watch the play directed by yourself. Tang Qing ordered. Tang asked the Myanmar Military Service Company to send a message to the Mozambican government. Due to the fierce fighting just now, the core components of the demoning vehicle were seriously damaged and cannot continue to work. They need to be returned to the factory for repairs. Second, interfere with some of the signaling equipment in the entire area and prevent the tribal people from gathering quickly. At the same time, request protection from the local garrison and move the investigation site to the garrison's camp to avoid being forced to engage in gunfire with civilians. Not afraid is the same thing. But Tang Qing didn't want to be plotted against and have a reputation of being an evil person. The people he killed before were all gangsters for good reasons. But if kids' people took action later, women, the elderly, and children would be involved. And in the eyes of the world, the word sympathy, sometimes it is beyond reason. P.S. Thank you to the nickname is so careful. Legend of the Western Region 08. Sure to meet Tai, back as God, the author's cross-dressing fetish, and a reader who only has a number for the tip. Africa. Mozambique. It's already 4:30 in the morning here. Half an hour ago, President Kinloch, who had just slept for less than 3 hours, was awakened by a phone call. After learning that one of the demoning vehicles was attacked and dozens of people died, he no longer felt sleepy. However, the battle damage ratio really made him unbelievable. Are these people all special forces? But even the special forces are not so arrogant. 1 versus 5 is nothing. But it was still late at night when we were fighting in a team fight, and the bullets had no eyes, and the gangsters were bad enough. They died without even hurting anyone. It was an act of overestimating one's ability, and it was just an act of committing suicide. Dozens of people died. The matter is actually neither big nor small. In a country awash in guns, tribal conflicts sometimes lead to more deaths. This time, you can only blame the attacker for seeking death. It was a bad choice. Who can be blamed for encountering these evil stars? Moreover, Jinlok is also very angry. Others, the Myanmar Military Service Company, are here to help you eliminate security risks. It's okay that you are ungrateful and attack people. This group of ungrateful people simply deserve to die. The latest news keeps coming, and the investigation team will arrive soon. Once the transcripts are recorded, the instigators behind the scenes are found out, and those responsible are found. Then nothing will happen to the Myanmar Military Service Company. Mr. President, the Myanmar Military Service Company sent a message saying that the core components of the demoning vehicle were damaged during the battle and need to be returned to the factory for repair. They also proposed to transfer the investigation location to a nearby station. The secretary hung up the phone and reported to Kinloch. Is it really damaged? Kinloch frowned and murmured. Such important equipment. The core component is definitely where the armor is thickest. How can it be so easy to be damaged? But since others have said bad things and I don't understand the technology, I can only recognize the other party's authoritative appraisal. Anyway, Mozambique originally ordered 3 demoning trucks. 2 more are clearing mines elsewhere. If we hurry, the entire country will be cleared of dangerous minefields by the end of this year, according to the number of mine clearances in their country. The contract value this time is nearly $300 million. The Myanmar Military Service Company does not only accept US dollars, but also various mineral deposits and raw materials. This is also a favor to the Mozambican government, which has almost no foreign exchange reserves and still owes huge debts. Therefore, the cooperative relationship between the two parties has always been good. Promise them to move the investigation location immediately. Jinlok felt that something was fishy, but he didn't have accurate information, so he could only watch while walking. Anyway, others were going for the mine-clearing truck, and it was the Myanmar company that should be worried. Yes. The secretary immediately called the scene. Kinloch started in the study, thinking about the deep logic behind this incident, as well as the Myanmar Bank Group sent an aid loan intention last week. The Myanmar Bank Group plans to develop mineral resources in Mozambique by using Asian dollar loan hedging. The additional condition is to provide a certain amount of credit guarantee. It's equivalent to saying, the Myanmar Bank Group can use Asian dollars to purchase mineral deposits within its territory, and Mozambique can use the Asian dollars it receives to purchase products in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. It can even be guaranteed by the Myanmar Bank Group to purchase services from other countries. For example, Mozambique wants to build railways, roads, airports, and the like. It is impossible to withdraw money from its fiscal and foreign exchange reserves. Mozambique is one of the least developed countries in the world and a heavily indebted poor country. The country's GDP last year was less than $7 billion. Imports are twice as much as exports. It can be said that I owe a lot of debt. The credit guarantee proposed by the Myanmar Bank Group can be used as a payment agent to help it pay to a third country. It can be said to be a redirected loan, but this loan does not need to be repaid. You only need to take out the mineral resources. At the same time, we agreed to the 2 core conditions proposed by the Myanmar Bank Group. First, the Asian dollar is listed as Mozambique's national reserve currency. Second, issue a banking license to allow the Myanmar Bank Group to carry out local banking business in the capital of Mozambique. This proposal is extremely tempting to the Mozambican government, which is heavily in debt, has an extremely low credit rating, and basically no country is willing to lend money. It has been discussed many times these days. Everyone thought it was an opportunity, and few people opposed it. The only thing that made Kinloch hesitate was the purpose of Myanmar bank groups, self-harm. Could it be that you are burning too much money? The place where the incident occurred. After giving orders to his men, Kid waited anxiously in his car. Soon, his confidant trotted to his car and whispered in his ear, "Sheriff, I have notified several tribesmen. They will be here soon. What should we do?" Although there was too much noise during the call just now, and he could not hear clearly, he thought he had made the matter clear. The people on the other side also said they would come, so it should be very soon. We'll stand by where we are. Kid looked at the demoning vehicle in the distance. He had already arranged for people to take action. "Yes," said the confidant. 10 minutes later, Kid saw the people from the Myanmar Military Service Company driving their cars and preparing to leave. He immediately became anxious. If these people left, he would not be able to perform in the next scene. He opened the car door and Kid rushed over. With his men, he blocked the car's path. The car at the front was a garrison car. Seeing Kid blocking the road, the co-pilot got out of the car. It was Colonel Brennan, the leader of the garrison, who came this time. He had a very bad impression of Kid and Brennan. "Chief Kid, what are you doing?" Brennan asked formulaically. Kid hurriedly said, "What are you doing? We haven't finished the investigation. How can we let them go?" Brennan gave Kid a strange look and raised the corner of his mouth. "Chief Kid, you misunderstood. They are just taking them to our station for investigation. We basically understand the situation here. You can't set up a tent to investigate in the wilderness. But they're suspects. Can they come to our station, which is closer? There are ready conditions." Kid was anxious and suggested, "The distance is about the same, and this is the request of their headquarters, and Mr. President also approved it." Brennan shook his head and refused. "This thing is not a credit. Why are you robbing it?" This, Kid's face twitched, and he couldn't find a reason to stop it for a while. Something Kinloch agreed to. Could he still call Kinloch? He hasn't reached that level yet, but he is unwilling to let them go. If these people enter the station, it is basically impossible to frame them in such a large station, let alone fight. If it were a little later, it would be easier to wait until the tribesmen came. Brennan also saw the confusion on Kid's face, but he really didn't think that Kid was dedicated to his duties. This matter had nothing to do with the police. It was a cooperation between the Mozambican government and their military. "Chief Kid, please step aside. We have to leave." Brennan didn't want to waste time with Kid. Having no other choice, Kid slowly moved to the side, expecting people from the tribe to arrive first. Unfortunately, the surroundings were very calm, and there was no sign of a large number of people arriving. But the nearest tribe is just over 3 kilometers away. It's been so long. Even if I leave, I should be here. Besides, those tribes still have cars. Where did your confidant just inform you? On the dog? At last, Kid could only watch as Brennan took the man and the car away. Come to the station. The soldiers were arranged in a separate small camp inside the camp. Mainly equipment takes up space. In addition to a demoning vehicle, there are also 2 potassium trucks. Since the soldiers are not dangerous elements, their weapons are not required to be handed over. This is also part of the security and self-defense agreement. Stared for about 20 minutes. The investigation team also arrived. Regarding this incident, the investigation team already knew very clearly on the road that it was a premeditated and planned but unsuccessful robbery. The purpose of their coming was just to take a confession. Then, based on the agreement between the 2 parties, an investigation report was issued to the superiors, making this incident of the soldiers killing the robbers a legal act. 2 men from the local garrison who followed the warriors were first questioned. In the room, an injured black man's wound had been treated and disinfected and bandaged. This was done by the soldiers. There was a first aid kit in the car at that time. I thought of the situation when the soldiers saved him twice and treated his wounds just now. The black man was also very grateful for inquiries from the investigation team. That's knowing everything, and it's also a little biased. At that time, most people were sleeping and I was on night shift. The group of robbers suddenly appeared from the jungle in the distance and started shooting from a distance. Fortunately, our vehicles were in a triangular defense when we rested at night. The armor of several vehicles was very thick and the glass was bulletproof, so I was not hurt. After that, they rushed over, and we warned several times through loudspeakers. After it was ineffective, we started to fight back. Those people from the Myanmar Military Service Company are really powerful. I reacted very quickly and quickly suppressed the powerful firepower from the opposite side. However, because it was too dark at the time, I couldn't see very far, so I could only shoot blindly based on the light of the fire. I didn't know whether my attack hit anyone. Wait, you can't see the enemy clearly? The person from investigation team suddenly interrupted him. The black soldier nodded and said, "Yes, people can't see it, but the flames can be seen when the weapons are fired. They should be experienced soldiers and can judge the approximate location of the enemy based on the flames." Continue. The people in the investigation team nodded. The black soldier said seriously. Then we fought for a while. The enemies became fewer and fewer, and they were all killed. Such a strong summary statement made the investigation team stunned for a moment. I want specific details. The black soldier shook his head and said, "It was so dark, and I couldn't see the enemy. They all shot randomly. When it comes to details, there are actually no details. They just kept shooting. They shot in all directions, with very calm expressions. But I never expected that all the gangsters were dead." He recalled the scene at that time, and his blood boiled. It was unbelievable that the weaker side actually wiped out the other side. What else did they do after that? The leader of the investigation team asked again. After thinking hard, the black soldier remembered another thing. Oh, by the way, they also recovered the bullet casings. Recover the bullet casings? The team leader asked doubtfully. Speaking of this, the black soldier's tone was full of praise. Yes, they are like this usually. They never litter wherever they go. Every shell casing consumed by the ammunition of the demoning truck is recycled and said to be transported back to the country. I guess it is to make new ammunition. Contact with soldiers these days. His greatest feeling was discipline, and they are extremely self-disciplined. Although these people are a bit rigid, it allows him to see the style of a real soldier. Looking back on the military appearance of their country, the black soldiers feel that they are dozens of blocks behind. So, what about the others? The team leader asked again. The black soldier kept shaking his head. No, after the ceasefire, we will be there waiting for you to come. They seem to have called their company, and then you arrived. Are you sure there was a warning? The team leader looked at the confession and asked again. The black soldier nodded seriously. Absolutely, the sound was so loud that it could be heard hundreds of meters away. Did these gangsters say anything when they attacked? No. They just rushed over and beat them. The confessions of the two men were quickly recorded. Basically the same. Next came the questioning of the soldiers, but in the end it was still the same. There was no difference. The most important thing was that the soldiers also provided video recordings. Once the investigation team watched it, they no longer had any doubts. Soon, a complete report was faxed to Kinloch, along with the entire video file. Read the entire chain of evidence. Kinloch was also relieved. What he fears most is that because there is no evidence of death, the local tribes will use this to make a fuss. They do not believe in the authoritative conclusions they give and force them to punish the people of the Myanmar Military Service Company. The agreement is on the one hand, but too many people died this time. Now, the evidence in hand is enough to silence many people. You did it in the middle of the night. They rushed over for no reason, fired without saying anything, received several warnings from others to no avail, and had no choice but to fight back in order to protect themselves. In the end, due to their bad luck, they all ended up there. This is really asking for death. Myanmar Military Services Corporation has no liability whatsoever. Kinloch immediately called Brainerd and ordered. The matter has been investigated clearly, and they are allowed to return to the factory for repairs. Even if the Myanmar Military Service Company did not propose it, Kinloch would have asked them to suspend their work for a period of time because they had become enemies with the local tribes. The demoning work was risky. Anyway, most of the mines in the area had been cleared. The rest can be handled by your own country's demoning team. Once a large-scale conflict occurs, you may also be in trouble yourself. After thinking about it, Kinloch said again, Colonel Brennan, take them out of the station immediately and come to Maputo. Keep it secret. Kinloch still felt that it could not be delayed. Station. Orders received. Brennan didn't hesitate. He asked his subordinates to escort the demoning convoy to the capital, Maputo, through the back door of the station. It was less than half an hour before the convoy left. Brennan was somewhat thankful for Kinloch's foresight, because more and more people were slowly gathering outside the station, many of them holding guns, and he even saw a familiar figure. Kid. Brennan squinted his eyes, and suddenly there was a realization in his mind. Far away, Kid asked several of his men to go to the tribe again. I found that the notification just now was completely nonsense. Due to the poor quality of the call, the people in the tribe didn't understand what his confidant said. They just thought he was calling a chat. Many people were very angry. What nonsense phone call in the middle of the night. This is an oolong. Kid just wanted to curse. But it seemed useless. It'd be nice if there was a signal in this wretched place. What else do you want? So after being personally informed by his subordinates, people from several surrounding tribes got up happily, ready to blackmail. Angry? Doesn't exist. These robbers are restless people in the tribe. It is normal for them to die on the streets one day. They have been prepared for it. One person's death can be exchanged for a sum of money, which is a real benefit to these tribes. Revenge cannot be exchanged for money. Then, in Brainerd's eyes, many of the tribesmen were still smiling. Seeing this, Brennan didn't know what to feel, and he looked at these people from the same country as himself with a bit of bitterness. Oh, Brennan sighed, sad for his misfortune, angry for his inability to fight. The underdevelopment of Africa's economy is inseparable from the short-sightedness and greed of these people. This is extremely common throughout Africa. Laziness, poverty, but greed have caused high crime rates. The investment environment is poor. As an educated person, he knows deeply. Here it is. Poverty. The only reason is because of laziness. Hand over the murderer. We want compensation. Outside the garrison, hundreds of people kept shouting slogans. The black soldiers looked at these people indifferently, not afraid of conflicts. No matter how powerful the tribe was, they would not dare to fight with the local garrison. Otherwise, whether it is reasonable or not, it will become unreasonable. This time, Kid came up, crossed the soldiers' lines. Brennan frowned and asked, Chief Kid, what are you doing here? I'm here to maintain law and order. There are so many people. If they get out of control, there will be trouble. Kid chuckled. Then you maintained your position and just stood aside to watch the fun. Brennan shot back. Kid looked embarrassed. There are too many people, and there are few of us. Don't you have a speaker? Brennan said with a smile. After being told this, Kid had no choice but to go back to maintain law and order, holding a bullhorn and standing in the car. Everyone be quiet. Noisy will not solve any problem. We must believe in the law. We must believe that the law will give the deceased a fair explanation. We must also believe in our investigation team, and we will not let any perpetrator go. The more Brennan heard, the more something was wrong. Someone quickly pulled Kid down. What are you doing? Brennan asked sharply. I'm trying to appease them. Kid was so frightened that he shrank his neck and felt guilty. He couldn't avoid it. Do you know what this is? Brennan pointed to his head. Your head. Brennan said coldly. Yes, it's not a decoration. I have reason to suspect that you want to create chaos. Faced with the suspicion, Kid rolled his eyes and said angrily, I'm just angry. Why can a murderer get away with justice? Why is the murderer being protected? I don't accept it. He felt that he was standing on the side of justice. Brennan was about to speak. An aide handed Brennan a phone and said it was from the presidential palace. Listen to the words here. Brennan kept nodding. Yes, I understand. At this time, Brennan looked at Kid with increasingly cold eyes. Kid suddenly had a bad feeling, but he still held on. He had no way out on this matter. Hang up the phone. Brennan smiled at Kid and said, Chief Kid, you have a great idea. Come and bring Chief Kid in. From the beginning, Brennan felt that Kid wanted to cause trouble, and now it has been confirmed. As soon as he finished speaking, two soldiers stepped forward. He pressed Kid's hand with both hands, turned off his gun, and walked toward the camp. Several of Kid's henchmen rushed up immediately, and the soldiers let them in at Brennan's signal. "What are you doing?" Brennan said calmly. "We have enough evidence to show that Kid is directly related to these deceased people." The presidential palace personally ordered the arrest of Chief Kid. "You cannot leave until the matter is investigated clearly," he said. 2 groups of soldiers surrounded Kid's henchmen, brought into the station. As for the people from the tribes outside, Brainerd, as a local, also had a solution. He called several tribe leaders in and discussed for more than 10 minutes. The chiefs happily left with their tribesmen. Far away, the white reporter who had just arrived was also dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Where are people?" Didn't it mean that hundreds of people were going to cause trouble? Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing looked at the result with satisfaction. This kind of thing is by no means suitable for expansion. Win or lose is not good news for the Myanmar Military Services Company and the Myanmar Bank Group, especially when preparing to open a bank in Mozambique. It can't be too noticeable. Sometimes I really feel like it. Killing people is fun, but finishing is sometimes difficult, especially when it comes to public opinion. After the tribal leaders entered the station, Brennan told them the truth. Of course, this was unacceptable to them, and they wanted to be shameful. However, Brennan told them another good news. This incident, Kid took other people's money. In addition to the deposit of $200,000, they eventually found the person who instigated Kid in Maputo and found $600,000, 200,000 euros in cash, and a large number of Medicards. This money, you can give it to them. However, it is impossible to ask for compensation from the Myanmar Asia Military Service Company. To this, several clan leaders thought for a while. It seems so. These people were attackers, and they would never win a lawsuit. They just wanted to cause trouble and ask for money. Although it was a little less this time, it was not unacceptable, so they went home happily and prepared to wait for the money. 2 days later, these tribal chiefs got the money. This matter was completely settled. Do whatever you have to do. Someone rejoices. Someone is worried. Tang Qing was happy, but the person behind the scenes was depressed. The whole thing. The family will not pursue the case. The tribe is not pursuing it. They were suppressed by the Mozambican government, and even one of their own was arrested, which completely ruined their entire plan. They had to find someone to fish that person out. Although the matter was not serious, it was embarrassing. But at this moment, Northrop has no intention of plotting against the Myanmar Military Services Company. A piece of news that scared the CEO of Northrop to his knees. Coming from the Newport News shipyard in Florida. It is the only aircraft carrier shipyard in the United States. The USS Bash is being assembled, the last Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, during the hoisting of a ship's stern module, due to an electronic failure in the hoisting equipment, more than 100 tons of modular components fell directly, and there were no casualties. However, this component damaged the lower assembled intermediate aircraft carrier module component. Get aquatic gear at the end of the year. It will be postponed until at least the middle of next year. He also faces a large fine from the U.S. Department of Defense. Such a big mistake. It directly dominates the news headlines around the world. P.S. Big chapter 2 in 1, so it's gone today. Chijian requires authors to update at least 4,000 words a day. I can take up to 2 vacations a month, but I can't afford more because taking a vacation consumes precious author points, and each time the consumption is 10 times that of the previous one. So, hey, take a day off the day after tomorrow. Take a break, write a book, lose your hair, and feel depressed. USA. That night, this news has become absolute headlines. According to this heat, it is estimated that the fire will last for several days. For the first time, this is the first time in the history of the United States that such a major aircraft carrier construction accident has occurred. However, this did not make the American people more sad. On the contrary, most people just watched the excitement. The main reason is that there were no casualties. At most, many people were frightened. All these years, the United States has always had the largest number of aircraft carriers in the world. It is also the strongest. Therefore, In the eyes of the people, having one more, one less, or a few ships does not affect the status of the United States. If it is smashed, it will be broken. It will only enter service a few months later. What a big deal. Anyway, we have a lot of aircraft carriers. Plus, this accident must be a problem with the shipyard. The U.S. government will never pay for this accident. In other words, the fines this time will still have to be borne by the relevant companies, and the capitalists will be fined. This is, of course, good news. If you usually make so much money, it's time to spit it out. That's all. Bad news for Grumman. It was regarded as a lively event by the American people and watched with gusto. The same goes for other countries. Those who watch the excitement are not afraid of big troubles. They're just looking for fun. Many countries that have been devastated by the United States simply cheer and kill sheep and cows like a festival. China. Get up early in the morning. Many people feel that walking is lighter. Grumman's shipyard. A joint investigation team composed of the U.S. Department of Defense, the CIA, the Senate Security Affairs Committee, and relevant technical experts moved in. The entire shipyard was sealed off, and an investigation into the accident began. After 3 days of technical restoration and identification, the conclusion reached was the same as the cause of the accident reported by Grumman. The aging of equipment circuits is the direct cause. No human factors whatsoever. Next, it was a fine of $1.7 billion that hit Grumman. The shipyard was suspended for a month, and even the construction of a nuclear submarine next to it was stopped. Potential safety hazards were eliminated, and then the safety production plan report was resubmitted. After review by an expert group, work was allowed to resume. This made General Electric Company of the United States also happy. Peers are enemies. Because of this accident, in the future, when competing for shipbuilding orders from the United States, some people have said, "Who told you to have an accident?" Lobbying has begun, and the procurement contract bidding for the third batch of Virginia-class strategic nuclear submarines has begun. GM can definitely beat Grumman. This order is worth more than $10 billion US. GM is ready to plan how to take a big bite. In the construction of nuclear submarines in the United States, there are two competitors, General Motors and Grumman. If one has a small problem, it will definitely benefit the other. May 27th, Mozambique. Capital, Maputo. A delegation of 10 people arrived at Maputo Airport. As soon as they got off the plane, they were personally greeted by the Minister of Finance of Mozambique and took them to the presidential palace. After half a month of discussions, the Mozambican government thinks that the proposal of the Myanmar Bank Group is very good. Anyway, if you have too much debt, you don't have to worry about it. No matter what, Mozambique will not lose money. The worst they can do is repay it with mines. So, 2 days ago, they sent an invitation to the Myanmar Bank Group to officially start negotiations. Mozambique's financial situation is now extremely poor. A shot in the arm was needed to ease the pain, although their financial situation had never been better. Mozambique has a population of just over 20 million people. The economy is dominated by agriculture. Jean-Luc is usually very leisurely. This time, in order to facilitate this matter as soon as possible, he decided to talk to the Myanmar Bank in person. Presidential Palace. Conference room. Calculate the time. Jean-Luc came to the door with a large number of relevant department personnel. After standing there for less than half a minute, he saw the delegation of the Myanmar Bank Group. They were young, which was Jean-Luc's first impression. But it's not surprising when you think about it. It is natural to investigate the partners before cooperation. Zero is not very young, so it is normal for his subordinates to employ a large number of young people. The person leading the delegation this time is the vice president of the Bank of Myanmar and Asia, and of course, he is also a warrior. After several useless welcomes and introductions, both parties sat on the table. "We are very interested in your loan proposal. Mozambique can list the Asian dollar as a reserve currency and can also issue a banking license to the Bank of Myanmar. However, the aid loan is in progress. I hope the upper limit can be increased and the currencies cannot all be Asian dollars. Our opinion is that there must be some US dollars." Kinloch came up. This throws out the core interests of the entire negotiation. President Kinloch, in our credit guarantee terms, You can purchase some US dollar goods and services, and we will pay for them on your behalf. This term seems meaningless. Vice President Warrior said calmly. Kinloch thought for a moment. I still think it's better to tell the truth. I think you should also know that Mozambique has a lot of government debt. We have a dollar debt that is about to mature. It is not much, only 1.3 billion US dollars. As long as your loan helps us pay off this maturing debt, we agree to all the conditions you have proposed. The trade deficit has been running for consecutive years. Mozambique's foreign exchange reserves have almost bottomed out. A few years ago, in order to develop, Mozambique began to borrow money internationally, and the debt needs to be repaid. If it is a domestically issued debt, it can be settled by printing money, but for foreign currency debt abroad, they cannot print US dollars. The most important thing is, Mozambique is now actively applying for a loan from the IMF, International Monetary Fund. If such a large amount of debt defaults during this period, it will be very difficult to get the application approved. As for the loan application from the World Bank, they have already given up hope because the loan amount cannot even quench their thirst. This news, it was quickly sent back to the command room, and it was approved by Tang Qing. The soldier pretended to report to the headquarters on the phone. Jinlok was a little nervous, a little afraid that the other party would not agree. Jinlok had previously planned to obtain this money through several oil companies. However, the country's trade deficit ate up some of the money. Early last year, Kinloch just came on stage to find resources, opened its coastline to international companies early in office. From last year to early May this year, 3 companies obtained the rights to develop on the coast, namely Anadarko Petroleum Company, Italy's Eni Petroleum Group, and Petronas. 3 companies are now exploring. There's no good news yet. Jinlok has planned to open up domestic mineral resources development on a large scale, hoping to make some money, but he knows that the effect may not be good, because there are mines in every country in Africa. Now Myanmar Banking Group appears. He was also interested in their domestic mineral deposits, which Jinlok took extremely seriously. However, what he didn't know was that the real purpose of the Myanmar Bank Group was not that mine, but related to currency. Yes, we can borrow this US dollar, but there are 2 requirements. First, the repayment of this US dollar must be in Asian dollars. Second, companies under the Myanmar Bank Group are allowed to invest in other industries in Mozambique and enjoy the maximum tax and policy benefits. Kinloch was overjoyed when he heard this. As long as you have money, this is a small problem. Being able to attract investment is a great joy. Then, the ensuing negotiations went smoothly. The terms began to be reviewed one by one, and each detail began to be voted on by a show of hands. Within a few hours, the entire agreement was already out. Such speed made Tang Qing a little stunned. He thought it would take 4 or 5 days for this kind of negotiation, which involved huge interests. Sure enough, money can make all the difference. Such a big thing. Zero certainly wasn't doing it secretly. Before the delegation went to Mozambique, Zero informed Lankai of the detailed terms of the negotiation. The reason given was to increase strategic reserves of industrial raw materials and first obtain some foreign minerals. Will be mined slowly in the future. To this, Lankai was a little dissatisfied. Because Zero did not notify him in advance, he sent a cooperation application to the Mozambican government without authorization. When the dust was about to settle, he realized that it was completely a notification. But he didn't say anything. I know it's useless to say it, and there was zero reason for him to argue. Although the minerals in Mozambique are cheaper, they're not as cheap as mining in the country. But considering that these are non-renewable resources, it is not a bad thing to use money to buy non-renewable resources from other countries. This is also something that major countries often do. On the one hand, the exploitation of non-renewable resources in one's own country is restricted. On the other hand, similar resources from other countries are imported wantonly. May 28th night, island country, Aichi Prefecture, Nagoya City. In the island country, capital, province, prefecture, and county are all administrative regions at the same level. Just like China's provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, the administrative levels are the same, and the names may seem a bit strange to people who are used to Chinese place names. In a factory, two groups of people are confronting each other. In other words, 5 people were surrounded by more than a dozen people. Each of the 5 people was injured. 4 of them were holding knives, and 1 was holding a gun. The bullets in it had been exhausted. He was holding the gun just to find a little sense of security. Feeling the pain from the incision on his back, the man kept sucking in the cold air. Looking at the people getting closer and closer, he shouted loudly, "Murayama Ken, I promise to give up fighting with you for club rights. Isn't that enough? I know you are here, come out." 3 seconds later. "Shoyuta, I gave you one last chance, but unfortunately, you disappointed me." Murayama Ken's voice came from behind the crowd. They all gave way to a path. Step forward. Looking at Murayama Shota in front of him, a coldness flashed in Murayama Ken's eyes. It had been a few days since he returned to the island country. With the power and secret chess he had accumulated before, he quickly regained control of the club. "I also know what the people in front of me have been doing these days. Dependent on his funeral. Want to take over his power. It's a pity that the mud can never hold up the wall." Most of his friends don't buy Murayama Shota's account at all. The relationship he has worked hard for so many years, the idiot in front of him really thinks that a funeral can take over. Dream, if you say before. He really has no good way to deal with Murayama Shota. Unless there is direct proof that Murayama Shota paid to kill him, he can only continue to watch this guy wandering in front of him. Disgusting myself. Because Murayama Shota's distant uncle is the mayor of Hiroshima, Murayama Ken can't easily attack Murayama Shota. And on his plane back to the island country, his distant uncle was actually taken away by the Special Investigation Headquarters. After asking him, the chance of coming out was slim. In this case, there was nothing to worry about. It's better to send this lunatic where he belongs. What opportunity? Shota Murayama asked confused. Murayama Ken sneered. "My private plane crashed because you sent people to do something, and even sent people to kill me and Mitsuki later. For the sake of our same surname, I didn't intend to kill you. Brother killing, although we are not relatives, has a bad reputation. I don't want to bear it. My intention is to let you live in peace for the rest of your life. But last night, you actually wanted to attack me again." Hearing Murayama Ken's words, Murayama Shota's face showed a little panic. Last night, he was indeed planning to implement a backup plan and use an important chess piece next to Murayama Fitness. He had arranged the finishing work. It seems now, I don't know what went wrong, but Murayama Ken knew it in advance. "Why can't I understand what you're talking about?" Shota Murayama's face twitched. "Forget it if you don't understand. By the way, I want to tell you that Nanami has always been mine." Murayama Ken didn't bother to talk to this kind of idiot who was always eating dividends and thinking about fighting for family property all day long. "Nanny? This is impossible." Shota Murayama's face was filled with disbelief. "So many people are here." Murayama Ken was not interested in explaining anything. "Turn around and leave." There was a sound of banging and fighting behind him. 3 minutes later, Calm returned to the factory. Murayama Ken has already left in a car, and his subordinates will handle the rest. The Murayama family is not an honest and serious family. It has always been a half-black and half-under existence. Its main sphere of influence is in Nagoya. It occupies such a good location. It is certain that it is rich. It's also because there are so many crooked ways. The family is not prosperous. Both brothers died early, leaving neither a son nor a half-daughter. In the end, Murayama Ken's grandfather felt that it was not good to continue like this. With his grandmother's dissuasion, he began to expand his business and gradually withdrew from some purely black industries, such as illegal drugs. But he still runs the casino and flesh business, because this is not illegal here, and traditional businesses such as loan sharking are still retained. Then, Murayama Ken's grandfather used the money to invest in other industries, and by virtue of his status, he quickly achieved great success, especially in the 90s. Before the island country's economic bubble burst, his grandfather escaped early. The reason was very simple. As a casino owner, he knew the gamblers very well. At that time, the island country basically turned into a huge casino. After getting stuck at the high point before the crash, Murayama Ken's grandfather quickly changed his money into US dollars and other currencies. Finally, after the bubble burst, he began to buy assets at the bottom and acquire a large number of island companies. At that time, these island country companies controlled a large number of overseas assets and were very wealthy. They bought and bought everywhere. Murayama Ken's grandfather followed and picked up a lot of bargains. Mijushi Shipping was one of them. In the end, most of the companies were integrated into Murayama Company Limited, and a small part was used as gifts and passed on to his wife and children. After the two eldest sons died, these assets were transferred to Murayama Ken and his mother. The Murayama family also became big entrepreneurs. Until now, relying on Murayama Ken's business acumen and catching up with the wave of the internet and emerging industries, success after success has allowed the total assets controlled by Murayama Company Limited to reach nearly $30 billion US. The Murayama family owns 60% of the shares. Converted, the Murayama family owns $18 billion in assets. And don't forget, this is the club's assets, not counting personal assets. Murayama Ken's personal assets are also quite a lot. All in all, they're close to $3 billion US. It can be said to have been a major commercial success. But his black identity has never been removed because Murayama Ken's grandfather believed in fists and felt that if he lost this bad guy identity, he might be bullied and unable to protect such a large family business. Before his death, he specifically warned Murayama Ken, deterrence must not be lost and politicians must not be trusted. Murayama Ken has always complied with this and feels that it makes sense. The Murayama family must not be allowed to lose their fangs. A wolf without fangs will eventually become a harmless feast to be eaten by other wild creatures. Therefore, in Nagoya City, Murayama Ken is not afraid of what impact Murayama Shota's death will have on him. If the island police cannot conclude that the person is dead and cannot find the body, there will be at most a missing person. It's none of his business. So sleepy. Return home. Murayama Ken saw his daughter Murayama Mitsuki chatting with his mother Murayama Yuko. According to the tradition of the island country, after a woman gets married, she usually changes her husband's surname. Murayama Yuko's original name was Zhu Hong. She also studied abroad at the University of Tokyo at public expense and was a classmate of Murayama Ken's father. Later, she gradually became a peripheral intelligence agent of China. Her marriage to Murayama Ken's father was actually not all a mission. There are also certain emotional factors, but the fact that they finally got together was more or less influenced by their superiors. Otherwise, she was born into a scholarly family, and the opposition from her family would have made her give up. Fortunately, Murayama Ken's father is a good person. This marriage, Zhu Hong has never regretted it. Looking at the two women who were most important to me, the gloomy mood in Murayama Ken's heart was swept away, and he could do any bad thing for them. He's back, Shota, Zhu Hong said hesitantly. She was already in her 70s. Her face was full of traces of time, and her hair was already gray. Murayama Mitsuki stared at her father. Murayama Ken forced a smile and said, "He will not harass us again in the future," although it was expected. But when I heard it, the two women were a little unhappy. After all, Shota Murayama is also a member of the Murayama family, and they are related. Even if the other party is cruel and evil, it is not a very happy thing, especially for a sentimental woman. It's okay, we were not wrong. Murayama Ken stepped forward to comfort him, hold the hands of the daughter and the mother. He sat down cross-legged. Yes, at least we are right. Zhu Hong sighed. Regardless of whether it was right or not, at least Zhu Hong had a clear conscience. Others were ready to kill them. If the Virgin hesitated, she was taking the safety of her family as a trifle. Father, the transfer documents for Akishid shipping have been prepared, and another $50 million in funds have been received. We're just waiting for the other party to contact us. Seeing the bad atmosphere, Mitsuki Murayama took out the documents from his bag. Murayama Ken took the document. After looking at it briefly, I put it back in my bag. Okay, now I'm just waiting. I'm very curious about his identity in reality. Murayama Ken said with emotion. Such an outstanding young man is calm, and has extraordinary conversation. He really wants to know the family behind him. Maruyama Mitsuki said at this time, "Father, I don't think the other party will use his true identity to take over Mingshid shipping. After all, so many of us saw what happened at that time. After the other party's ship was modified, it never stopped at any country's port for refueling. He definitely didn't want people to know his true background. I also know, but I'm just really curious. I also investigated their satellite phone number and discovered a strange phenomenon. The satellite number they used was not sold by the company at all. Speaking of this, Maruyama-kin was also confused at the time. Numbers not sold by satellite companies. Others can use it. It's too fantasy. Of course, maritime satellite operating companies are not excluded. That is, Inmarsat was helping Tang Qing conceal that he had thought about Tang Qing using an analog number, but he did use Tang Qing's satellite phone to call his daughter, who was far away. It must definitely pass the satellite in the sky and cannot be faked. But what he didn't know was, quantum satellites can interfere, shield, block, and change the content of wireless communications within a region. He used Tang Qing's communication satellite to make calls and did not use the maritime satellite's data channel at all. What do you mean? Maruyama Mitsuki was also surprised. Maruyama-kin's frown deepened. I don't believe that the number is fake. The only reason is that there are people in China Mobile Satellite Company who keep this number confidential, but ordinary. Companies do not have this kind of treatment. This is what Maruyama-kin doesn't understand. Don't talk about ordinary companies. Even a giant company cannot let this company conceal its number. In fact, there is no need to hide it because this thing does not require real name registration, and even if it is real name, it can be done with someone else's identity. Again, his investigation this time. It was passed by the FBI in the United States, and it turned out to be this result. This was what shocked him. Since September 11th, 2001, the United States has madly increased its anti-terrorism efforts. Global capital and information transmission channels have been more closely supervised in order to prevent anyone from transmitting information that endangers the security of the United States through this unsearchable method. Institutions such as Inmarsat are the focus of inspections and will never be allowed to have unable to query users for the United States. But the FBI unexpectedly failed to find this. This is someone with very high viewing authority within the FBI. Even Swiss banks have to be obedient in the face of the big stick of anti-terrorism. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, SWIFT, an organization that holds almost all global interbank transaction information, has to share some data. Not to mention a small communications company. So mysterious. Maruyama Mitsuki could only come to this conclusion. Someone should be here soon. I really hope to see that person again and talk to him. Although I feel nervous, I feel very comfortable. Maruyama Kingo wanted to express his feelings. The phone in my pocket rang. Take a look. Unknown number, from Tokyo. Maruyama-kin doubtfully pressed the answer button. Moshi Moshi. The number was from Tokyo, and Maruyama-kin used a standard Japanese greeting. Mr. Maruyama-kin, you've been doing well lately. The familiar voice made Maruyama-kin sit up. He would never forget this voice that gave him so many surprises and hopes. Maruyama-kin quickly switched to Chinese and said, Little brother, things have been going well recently. I have solved a big problem. The transfer documents of Mingzhong shipping have been prepared and can be given to you at any time. In order to thank you, I have also prepared $50 million. I hope you'll be satisfied. If you think it is not much, we can negotiate. $50 million is a bit much. However, Maruyama-kin is not a stingy person, and he hopes to take this opportunity to make acquaintance with Tang Qing, a mysterious and powerful force, a strong man. Make friends with strong people. This is the nature of the strong. Outer. He's a business magnate. He is an underground dragon. But for Tang Qing, Maruyama-kin has already placed himself in an extremely low position. I'm quite satisfied. Someone will come to your house tomorrow morning to find you. You could just transfer Mingzhong shipping to his name. As for the $50 million, just give it to him. Tang Qing was not planning to get Mingzhong shipping to his name this time. The main thing is that a big problem was discovered. At that time, I patronized the dress comparison. Thinking about it afterwards, Murayama Kin's mother was still an intelligence agent in China. It was a bit conspicuous to rush out like this, so it would be better to put this company under the name of a warrior. When the limelight passes, it will become an unsolved case. This also reminds him that when he uses the teleportation node to wander around in the future, he should contact as few people as possible and don't cause trouble, so as not to get involved. You won't come in person? Murayama Kin said disappointedly. It's just a small company. Tang Qing said casually. Murayama Kin. With such a large family business, the Murayama family dare not say that heavy shipping is a small company. He couldn't understand what Tang Qing was thinking. Such a big company was actually placed under his name. After thinking about it, Murayama Kin's heart skipped a beat. This should be because he wanted not to expose himself. Was it for selling? Murayama Kin added. Brother, if you plan to run my shipping, I will transfer all the shipping company's customers to you, and I can also basically help the shipping company introduce business. But if you plan to sell, please give priority to our Murayama family. My shipping has been in business for so many years, and he also has feelings. Tang Qing could continue to drive, but he still couldn't accept selling it directly for money. Don't worry, I regard Mingzhong Shipping as a long-term operation project and will not sell it easily. If it is sold, I will give you priority. Tang Qing made a promise, but this promise will probably never be fulfilled. Eat it in your mouth. Why do I want to spit it out? Shipping. Ship. Those are high-quality assets. If you operate shipping alone, you may lose money. You may think that the shipping company is an expensive commodity and you can sell it at the right price. But for Tang Qing, this kind of enterprise will never be sold. Thank you. Murayama Kin thanked him. I guess there won't be such a day. Tang Qing felt that it was better not to let Murayama Kin get his hopes up. Then I will be even happier. Murayama Kin said happily. Tang Qing smiled and said, Goodbye, Mr. Murayama Kin. If you want to contact me in the future, just find a person who will come to you tomorrow. He will also serve as the chairman and president of Meichu Shipping in the future, and $50 million will also be allocated to Meichu Shipping for operations. Thank you. Thank you again for saving me, and for helping me, and solving so many enemies. Murayama Kin was even happier when he heard that Tang Qing was willing to operate, which means there is still hope of finding it. Otherwise, if someone else sells it for money, the two of them will never even interact with each other in the future. It's nothing. I'm helping myself as well. There are executioners covered in blood, and a corrupt mayor of Hiroshima. I also treat it as cleaning up some disasters for the world. If there is nothing major, don't contact me. I'm also very busy. Goodbye. Tang Qing hung up the phone after that. Yes. Murayama Kin was stunned for a moment, and then he agreed after hearing a beep. Recalling what Tang Qing said just now, he seemed to have heard correctly. The enemy he mentioned was Ming Hai. Tang Qing had solved a big trouble for himself before him and eradicated Ming Hai. You can hear the meaning behind Tang Qing's words. That distant relative of Shota, Murayama, the mayor of Hiroshima City, was also sent in by Tang Qing. He doesn't even have the ability. Tang Qing did it. This method really shocked Murayama Kin. It turned out that as soon as he came back, the mayor of Hiroshima City was taken away by the relevant departments. He used to think it was a coincidence, and it was God helping him, but now he suddenly learned that Tang Qing was helping him. Murayama Kin wanted to say to Tang Qing, Can you hold some more? The next day, morning, a soldier came to Murayama Kin's home with his men. A few days ago, this soldier had registered a company in Tokyo. Witnessed by lawyers from both parties, the ownership of Akishid Shipping was transferred. The remaining legal and tax work is handled by dedicated people. As for the $50 million, it was laundered to the soldiers through other channels. Otherwise, if it were a direct gift, such a large amount of money would definitely attract people's attention, and taxes would have to be paid to the island government. The process would be very troublesome. Mr. Murayama Kin, happy to cooperate. The soldier extended his hand. Murayama Kin quickly grasped it, smiling happily. After finally paying off the debt owed to Tang Qing, a ruthless man, Murayama Ken said with a smile. It's a pleasure to cooperate. If you need help in the future, please don't be polite. By the way, say hello to your boss for me. Tang Qing has lost contact. Murayama Ken could only communicate through the person in front of him. Okay. The soldier didn't say much. After finishing the work, he left. Murayama Ken looked at the disappearing rear of the car. After a while, he turned around and went back to the house. Murayama Ken, who had almost died once, was particularly afraid of losing it and planned to spend more time with his family in the future. May 30th, Tuesday, Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center. 9 o'clock in the morning. Dozens of domestic and foreign media and hundreds of representatives from the communications industry gathered here. A grand press conference will be held here soon. 3 days ago, when I learned the content of today's press conference, many people were shocked and wondered how this was possible. Before the 3G network was fully rolled out, Huawei actually directly developed mature commercial 4G communication technology. The results were checked. It is a joint venture between Huawei and a foreign company. In an instant, reporters for various countries were mentally balanced and thought it was a communications giant from Western countries. However, when reporters found out the background of Huawei's partner companies, they found it extremely absurd. Its partner had nothing to do with any Western communications giant, and it turned out to be a Myanmar branch in China. Jia Technology China branch. This is a bit ridiculous. I have never heard of Jia Technology, which is engaged in communications before. Suddenly, he was at the forefront of global communications technology, holding 60% of the shares of Jihua Technology Company, Limited, while Huawei Technology Company was only the second largest shareholder. How to see? It's all like fake news. However, this news has been confirmed by many parties and is true and accurate. Therefore, before the press conference has begun, it has already caused an uproar in the communications circle, because everyone knows that 4G must be the future. The press conference is about to begin. Ren Jingfei in the audience received operator representatives from various countries, as well as leaders and expert groups from the domestic information industry and other departments, as well as the 4 major domestic operators, in addition to China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom. In this era, the strength of China Taitung Group is not weak. Director Wang, welcome to the Jihua Technology Conference. Mr. Run, we are here to open our eyes to your 4G communication technology. During this period, I have seen the number of your domestic communication patent technology applications, which are thousands, and you are at the forefront of the world. I am looking forward to your results. Don't worry, our technical strength will not let you down. President Ibison, our equipment must meet the needs of marketization and commercialization. Let's find a time to chat later. Ren Jingfei's attitude was very humble, very simple. Jihua Technology is the first to launch mature, commercial 4G communication technology. But you are an equipment provider after all. It is a service provider, and the direct users are these operators. Whether you can make money by relying on them is not just a matter of creating it, but also the support and purchase of these people. The Ministry of Information Industry has not taken a stand or issued 4G licenses, and domestic operators are afraid to buy your equipment. Ren Jingfei believes that at this time, when the demand for 4G on the internet is not very strong, if you have the upper hand, you have to hold on to it. The general manager of Jia Technology China branch is neither humble nor overbearing. This attitude is recognized by all parties, because behind others is the Myanmar Bank Group and Zero, the big boss in neighboring countries. Unlike Huawei, it is just a civilian company. After dealing with all the guests, Ren Jingfei felt even more tired than after a half-day meeting. Time's up. The press conference officially begins. After the host's announcement, Ren Jingfei walked up as the keynote speaker. Look at the lights below. Ren Jingfei took a deep breath. This was the first time for him to see such a scene. In the past, Huawei had been constantly catching up with Western communications giants, and it had been grabbing the business of Western giants in the cracks. Now, they became pioneers. Although Huawei only holds 40% of the shares of Jihua Technology Company. But when the company was founded, the two parties agreed to share 4G technology and have equal ownership. With a 20% share gap, Ren Zhengfei felt that Huawei had taken advantage. When I first came into contact with Jia technology, others have almost mature 4G software and hardware system technologies. In the subsequent research and development process, those perverted scientists of Jia technology have long become legendary existences within Huawei. In front of those scientists, there are almost no so-called technical bottlenecks, and there is no technical blockade among those scientists. Huawei has fully mastered the entire 4G commercial technology. So, this share limit. Ren Zhengfei and everyone at Huawei were convinced. After a non-nutritious welcome speech, the press conference began. Ren Zhengfei said excitedly, after massive capital investment, long-term research and development, and the efforts of tens of thousands of technicians, we have finally conquered all the key points of the fourth-generation mobile communication technology. It has met the International Telecommunications Union's description requirements for 4G and can transmit data, high-quality audio, video, and images at high speed. It provides a single terminal device with the fastest download speed of 100 M. It is 25 times faster than the current home broadband, and the economic benefits will be greatly increased with the same investment. This means that only one set-top box is needed to enable a family to access the internet and watch TV without affecting each other. At the same time, we have also developed a wireless network technology based on the WAPI standard. It can realize point-to-multipoint data transmission functions. Hearing Ren Zhengfei talk about WAPI, the people from the Industry and Information Technology Department and many technical experts below became happy. WAPI, in fact, like Wi-Fi, it is a wireless communication technology standard. The former was formulated by China, and the latter was formulated by the West. There is not much difference in the functions of the two. The main difference is the difference in encryption and authentication methods. At the same time, they are equally excellent standard protocols. But this technical standard China has been rejected and suppressed by foreign countries. Communication protocol. In fact, it's not a matter of whether it can be done. Anyone can do it, because this is something similar to mutual understanding between both parties. It does not involve the hardware technology level. If you find a college student who graduated with a communications major, you can probably come up with a set of communication protocols. It is equivalent to creating a language. If you create it and others don't recognize it, that is, if others are unwilling to learn it, they won't understand what you are saying. If you have to use your own invented language, the two parties will not be able to communicate. This WAPI protocol, China has long wanted to establish it as a mandatory standard. Unfortunately, foreign communications companies have refused to accept it for various reasons. Several companies, such as Intel, even threatened to stop developing wireless services in China. In March 2004, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, Secretary of Commerce Evans, and Trade Representative Robert Zoellick jointly sent a letter asking China to abandon the WAPI standard. Call this standard a barrier to international trade. In July of the same year, China submitted a WAPI proposal to the International Organization for Standardization ISO in an attempt to promote it as an international standard. However, it encountered strong obstruction from the United States, including preventing China's WAPI technical experts from participating in meetings. All WAPI technical experts in the Chinese delegation were denied visas, and only management staff were granted visas. The Chinese delegation had to seek protection and postponed relevant work to the Frankfurt Conference in Germany the following year. In March of this year, WAPI was excluded by a huge disparity in the voting of the International Organization for Standardization ISO. Therefore, Tang Qing's idea at the time was to take this opportunity to see if he could compete with the Wi-Fi standard. No matter what, you can't lose everything. Ren Zhengfei's speech continued. And the more he talked, the more excited he became. This feeling of being a pioneer really excited him, especially when he talked about one of the promising applications of WAPI Smart Internet of Things. Not only was he so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, but even the people below were also infected. Good guy. This market seems a bit big. The press conference lasted for 2 hours. Half the time was spent by reporters asking questions. The other half of the time, it was Ren Zhengfei who introduced various technologies and products involved in the entire 4G in detail. From routers, switches, servers that carry various services, as well as from optical access equipment to optical modems, a complete set of products and parameters from the core layer of network equipment to user terminals. He knew it all. Many people don't hold their urine until they finish listening. Many people were shocked. This is going crazy. As soon as these things come out, it is foreseeable that the war between Huawei and the communication equipment giants around the world is about to begin, and it will be a life-and-death war. Tang Qing also expected this. Previous life. Huawei is gradually encroaching on the market of Western communication equipment giants. Belongs to latecomers. In the eyes of Western giants, you, Huawei, are chasing me, so the counterattack is not that crazy. But this time, Jihua Technology Company directly wants to knock them to the ground and beat them into pig heads. There is no way they can give up. The counterattack must have been particularly fierce. It is also due to the need to complete the design and production of all equipment for the entire 4G network from the core to the terminal, as well as testing, technology digestion, optimization solutions, bypassing the technology patents of existing Western giants, etc. It just took so long. Period. Jihua Technology Company has started large-scale patent registration not only in China, but also in European and American countries. Finally, it completed patent applications for all key technologies last week, and some patent authorizations that cannot be bypassed for the time being. Now, the products of Jihua Technology Company can theoretically be sold in the global market. At the same time, both Huawei and Jihua Technology have invested heavily in Jihua Technology Company. Ren Zhengfei never thought of increasing his shares through capital injection because the background of Jihua Technology's Huaxia branch is too strong. Having more money than others is looking for abuse. Then, both parties continued to invest and increase investment, and each invested another 2 billion yuan. Jihua Technology acquired a large number of related hardware manufacturing plants and established several new R&D centers and assembly production centers. Certainly, the parent companies of both parties also have plans and have begun to divide the cake. For example, for a set-top box, both parties will produce some core components separately and finally assemble them. The same goes for other equipment. In the production of some core equipment, Jihua Technology even accounts for the majority because of its strong technology. For example, core processors cannot be produced by Huawei at all, so it can only rely on Myanmar Semiconductor Industrial Group and Myanmar Integration and System Industry Group. This is why Jihua Technology has only applied for thousands of technology patents. However, focusing on all related hardware technologies of the entire equipment, various precision equipment manufacturing companies under the Myanmar Bank Group have registered more than 10,000 related patents. This press conference is over. It does not mean that it can be launched immediately. Because of the communication upgrade, the scope involved is too broad. First of all, it is the stability and security of the device, especially when it is released for the first time. Whether it works or not, your internal test data has not been tested by users in the market, so it has to go through a long trial. After all, this is not about food and drink. Secondly, whether the local government allows the equipment to enter other countries, such as the United States, you can guess with your ass. Next, Western communications giants will refuse these equipment to enter through political means in the name of national information security. The third stage is to go to various countries to lobby their operators to let them adopt Jihua Technology equipment. Anyway, this is not selling ordinary goods. Sales routines and cycles are fundamentally different. It can be expected that in the next 6 months, Jihua Technology sales will not be too optimistic. It will still take time to pass the review of relevant departments in various countries, and, at the same time, it will have to produce reliable trial data. It will only perform well in the subsequent civilian testing phase. Only then will the company begin to experience great development. Time. I guess I'll have to wait until the end of the year. Moreover, the 4G network does not require equipment. It also requires laying a large number of optical cables and base stations. The equipment can be used once it is powered on, but laying the optical cable will take a long time. Next, there will be many things. The press conference is over. The reporters left with satisfaction. Today's news is worthy of their special feature and has dominated the headlines for several days. Next, the battle between Jinhua Technology Company and foreign communications giants will ensure that they will not lack news for a long time. The reporters left. The guests also left with thick brochures. They were all waiting for the commercial test data from Jinhua Technology Company. If it was good, cooperation would be possible. If it was not good, we would wait until it matured. Especially now that there is only one supplier, Jinhua Technology. Being in a semi-monopoly position means that their bargaining power will be very weak. Therefore, operators in various countries are also waiting for competitors to appear. It is in the interests of the operators to have choices. Mr. Ren, your opponent will be very powerful next, so be prepared. Director Wang told Ren Jingfei. There is no need to guess the urine properties of those international giants. All kinds of dirty tricks can be used. Director Wang, we are mentally prepared. This time, we will not back down. Ren Jingfei said confidently, I will report to the ministry immediately after I return. Just wait for the good news. Director Wang smiled and said that Jinhua Technology Company's behavior fully complied with the requirements of the National Information Strategy. If pushed forward, it is also a great achievement for their department. Thank you, Director Wang. Ren Jingfei thanked him. It's you who have given our country face. By the way, have you chosen the test location? Director Wang asked again. Such tests usually start on a small scale, but this time, being petty will definitely not work. Can't wait any longer. The major giants reacted. Lianhe and Jinhua Technology Company competed in the arena and seized the opportunity. It would be embarrassing if they failed to succeed. Ren Jingfei nodded and said, the first trial location has been selected. It is in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Because they're the major shareholder, they will directly purchase our equipment to cover the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. If the test is suitable, they will be responsible for 4G construction negotiations throughout Myanmar. Speaking of this, Ren Jingfei was in a very comfortable mood. Companies with a national background are arrogant and bold and dare to persuade country. Oh, that's great. Director Wang was even a little excited when a country adopted Chinese communication equipment. I thought this was important news. Others were trying so hard, so I couldn't hold back. It's all good national policies. Ren Jingfei is not a rigid person, and he will not be vague when he deserves praise. How? Afternoon. Relevant reports have dominated news headlines in various countries. It has taken over the heat from the U.S. aircraft carrier construction accident and has become a new hot issue. It was praised domestically, but Western countries, there was a cry of wolf is coming. The media used various eye-catching headlines to attract attention, and the giants also began to react. Huaxia Company has launched a mature 4G commercial equipment integration solution. The world is about to usher in the 4G era. Huaxia's information technology has surpassed us. What is our company doing? Congressman Burt Belton said in an interview, Chinese equipment is likely to have technical backdoors. To ensure the information security and national security of the American people, we need to take precautions against this kind of technological progress. Ericsson said, it will launch 4G core transmission equipment and auxiliary hardware integration solutions in the middle of next year. Jinhua's steps are really too big. It's really hard for these basic communication equipment suppliers to catch up for a while because it involves so many aspects. Cisco headquarters. Bang! A document was smashed on the table by CEO Annette. Is this the answer given by your strategy department? Annette pointed at Adam Jean-Sun, director of the Strategic Research Center, and said coldly, we didn't expect that these technologies would eventually be integrated into Jinhua Technologies' 4G equipment. These patents are too scattered. Adam Jean-Sun felt cold sweat and felt guilty. According to their predictions, if Jinhua Technology wants to complete the commercial manufacturing of 4G equipment, it will have to wait at least 2 years, which is about the same time as them. But now, others are at the forefront. Although some of their experimental products are not inferior to those of Jihua technology. But this is a complete set of projects, not just a single product that you can sell. This is not the key. What they rely on for production, where the electronic components and the core components of the processing and switching unit come from. Annette knocked on the table and emphasized, who doesn't know how to design? Like airplanes, fighter jets. It is not difficult to design, but the difficulty is production, the difficulty is material, the difficulty is precision, and the difficulty is performance. Things like CPUs and processors cannot be designed by Chinese scientists. If they know the principles, how difficult is it to design these things? If you find the right people and invest money, you can get results. The difficulty is how to realize it. There is no corresponding equipment or photolithography machine with corresponding precision. Don't even think about it. From other intelligence sources, although Jihua Technology has placed orders with several major core component suppliers, but they're all simple patented components. It can't be called the core at all. I don't know. Adam Jean-sun made a grimace and said 3 words. Don't know? Are you telling me that you don't know? Then go check it out quickly. Annette yelled. The 3 words don't know made him extremely angry. The board of directors was about to meet later, so if he sent these 3 words to the board of directors, he could already imagine the consequences. The next few days, Ren Jingfei's phone call became lively. Please cooperate. Please order. Please communicate. Anyway, for various purposes. At the same time, orders for the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone have also come in. A purchase order of 200 million renminbi has given Jihua Technology a good start. This is only an order for the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. If the trial goes well, the 4G construction order for the entire Myanmar will not be less than 5 billion renminbi. Jihua Technology Company immediately posted an article on its official website announcing the good news, and it was soon publicized by various media channels. The Way of Jihua Technology set sail. From June 5th, the major giants began to take action against Jihua Technology Company. Litigation. It is the most direct and effective way. Internationally, each of these technology companies is burdened with a large number of patent technology lawsuits. While being sued, they also take the initiative to say goodbye to others. The purpose is not even to win, but to slow down the progress of others. Create trouble. After all, it is in the process of listing. A product that is subject to lawsuits is a very bad negative news in itself. It will face many obstacles when it passes the review of various countries. Especially when the 2 parties are fighting, it can become an important bargaining chip. There is nothing new in the methods. It's so boring that Tang Qing doesn't even bother to pay attention. It's just disgusting. Let the lawyers play with them slowly. The equipment has not been tested by the market yet, and it is still early for the real order competition stage. June 6th, Tuesday. Shanghai Stock Exchange. A company named Qingyuan Technology was officially registered. The initial registered capital was 1 billion yuan. After having a difficult birth for so long, Tang Qing was finally ready to start working on a mobile phone. As for the company's first-generation product, Tang Qing planned to put it directly on a smartphone. Wait until 4G starts to really take off. He had to get ahead of Steve Jobs and create an epic-making product. Apple couldn't make so much money, and the performance couldn't be weaker than Apple's. Sometimes I have to say it. Apple's mobile phones are of excellent quality. This is a fact, especially in terms of performance stability and longer-lasting high-quality operating services than Android phones. So this area is the target of breakthroughs next. Not a good user experience. Users are not satisfied. Everything else is fake. The general manager of the company is called Luo Chong. He has a technical background and rich management experience. He was selected through Tianyan's strict screening. Now, Tianyan Group is not only involved in business consulting and corporate services. At the same time, it is already the largest headhunting company in China. The 3rd day of establishment. Tang Qing, the big boss, just showed up. Stand at the gate. Not bad. The scenery is pretty good. Tang Qing looked at the office space of Qingyuan Technology with satisfaction. It used to be a company's materials research institute. and was later sold to the Huaxia branch of Jia Technology. I plan to renovate it for my own use and build a materials research and development center. No, it just so happened that the mobile phone company was established. Needing an office space, it was useless to rent an office building. Not to mention the crowding, it might not be able to meet future staff expansion. Therefore, Tang Qing sold the place to Qingyuan Technology. During this time, Jia Technology has acquired and built nearly 200 laboratories and R&D centers in China. I don't care at all if there's one missing. Chairman Luo Chong came over quickly. Tang Qing nodded at him and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo, let's go in and talk first. The sun is a bit bright today." Luo Chong came down early to wait. It was a sunny day again today, and it was a bit sunny in the morning. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luo Chong quickly stepped aside and raised his hand. "Chairman, please." Since joining Qingyuan Technology, he is also qualified to know some things about Tang Qing, so naturally he does not dare to despise him. At this age, anyone who despises Tang Qing is a shame. "Come to the office." Luo Chong formally introduced the management of Qingyuan Technology, and Do Jiao also connected remotely. Tang Qing got to know them one by one. He is very satisfied with this lineup. This time, recruiting people is not only technically strong, but more importantly, they have pioneering thinking. Conservative and outdated people can only bring a technology company into mediocrity. After introducing each other, Luo Chong reported on the work content of the past few days again. Tang Qing listened quietly. Although this thing is boring, reporting on work is an attitude. At least you know what you're doing. "Chairman Tang, we are ready to meet any challenge." Finally, Luo Chong said with a confident look. It was not that he was conceited, but that he believed in one thing. Everything depends on man-made efforts. There are difficulties. That's challenging. Bang, bang. Tang Qing clapped his hands and praised. "Mr. Luo, that's great. Confidence comes from strength. I hope that our entire company will be confident people, because I also want you to have the capital to be confident. Only then can the company achieve glory." After finishing speaking, Tang Qing raised his hand. The soldier sent a document to everyone present. Luo Chong quickly picked it up. "Take a closer look. Precision Intelligent Technology R&D Plan." Luo Chong was also stunned. Doesn't this company make mobile phones? Why did it have this name? It wasn't until he turned the first page that he finally understood why. It turned out that the mobile phone was just one of the company's planned projects. T1 Smartphone Basic Operating System and Hardware Integration Design. Wearable Smart Device Design. Functional App Design. Except for the design plan, there are also many acquisition plans. In order to increase the company's proportion of self-produced spare parts, 800 million of the registered capital in this plan will be used to improve Qingyuan Technology's manufacturing system. 200 million will be used for system and integrated research and development. Not enough to inject more capital. Luo Chong suddenly felt pressure. At the same time, there is excitement. According to the above statement, once this kind of smartphone is developed and realizes the above functions, it will definitely be an epic-making, large-screen, high-resolution color mobile phone that can watch movies and surf the internet at high speed. It's much better than the flip phone I'm using now. He desperately wanted to have one. What Luo Chong didn't know was that Tang Qing had a ready-made product in his hands, but it was impossible for him to dismantle it and study it. Of course, there are still problems. After reading the report, Luo Chong said with some embarrassment, "Chairman, the time requirements are a bit tight. The software problem is not big. We can work overtime. But in terms of hardware and accessories, we are limited by manufacturing technology and professional direction. If we want the functions to meet the standards, we cannot control the progress." This is something that Luo Chong really has no choice about. There are specialties in the art industry. In terms of software, they feel there are no real barriers. As long as there is enough time, a computer operating system can be built, but it is not possible for one company to reduce all the powerful functions into a small mobile phone. This question, of course, Tang Qing didn't think it was a problem. What Luo Chong said is true. For example, Apple has almost no manufacturing department. All manufacturing is outsourced to other companies, and even part of the hardware design is outsourced. I have a request for you. You follow my requirements and get the size and functionality I want. Apple itself only does system and chip design, as well as circuit distribution, and finally assembles them together, which is the final Apple. Now, what Tang Qing wants them to do is to get involved in some hardware manufacturing. This question, of course, Tang Qing didn't think it was a problem. Don't worry about this. There are not just those companies in the world that you know that can open molds and trial produce what we need. You just need to design, and I will arrange the rest. Tang Qing was actually a little helpless. If he wanted to, he could come up with a mature smartphone design now. But Qingyuan Technology had to wait for half a year to more than a year. Because he couldn't explain it, he could only find a company to cover it up. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Before the 4G transmission network was established, the smartphone wouldn't be of much use. So, Tang Qing wasn't in a hurry, since it was useless anyway. June 11th, USA, New York. The Second World Environmental Protection Technology Products Expo officially opened. This is a conference dedicated to displaying environmentally friendly technology products and solutions. It is co-sponsored by the World Environmental Protection Organization, the World Wildlife Fund, the Global Environment Fund, and Greenpeace International. There is no specific hosting time. The last time was in 1997, but the effect is not good. When countries are vigorously pursuing GDP and the global manufacturing industry is experiencing unprecedented prosperity, environmental protection issues have been suppressed, especially in developing countries, while developed countries have always paid attention to environmental protection. Then, the expo was rather embarrassing at the time, and later went unused for 9 years. But this time, if someone hadn't lobbied and offered epic-making products to convince the top executives of the 4 major environmental organizations, they would have been prepared to wait until next year, waiting for the 10th anniversary to hold the event again. This expo, environmental protection companies, individual volunteers, wealthy people who value environmental protection, and representatives of various polluting companies from all over the world were invited. As long as it was related to environmental protection, the 4 major organizers all issued joint invitations. Such a grand expo. It also attracted people from all over the world to participate. Karl Voss, professor of chemical engineering at MIT. He is also an avid environmentalist. Since he teaches chemical engineering, he has a deeper understanding of the dangers of this kind of thing than the average person. Come to the expo. I saw environmentally friendly technology products one after another. The smile on Karl Voss's face was something I had never seen before. In every exhibition area, he went to communicate with the other party's personnel with great interest. The other party thought he was interested and introduced him with great enthusiasm. Our air purifier is very effective in improving the living environment under harsh conditions. As long as there is ventilation, our filter can filter out most harmful gases and protect the human body. After hearing this introduction, Karl Voss just smiled, then looked around at the other products in the exhibition area, all of which were air purifiers, said a few words politely to the other person, and then turned around and left. His time. Can't waste it here. Indoor air purifier. This thing and environmental protection are just on the sidelines. What he is really interested in are products and solutions that can change the natural environment and the living environment of people in a place or country. He is not interested in this kind of filter that changes the environment in a house. He himself lives in a developed country. The air here feels pretty good. Do you need this thing? Isn't this nonsense? Maybe India needs this thing very much. He heard that a large amount of straw is burned there every year, causing the Indian capital to be shrouded in smog for a long time. Karl Voss actually knew that this kind of expo would always have some strange things mixed in. In order to increase the number of products on display, the organizers did not have too strict requirements on this issue. As long as there is a little edge, you can get in. Our water filtration device can filter out most of the drinking water. Behind the crowd, after hearing the first half of the sentence, Karl Voss glanced at the exhibition area again, then flipped through the manual distributed in the exhibition area and left directly, but another person sneaked in. This kind of thing, too small. If it is used at the source of tap water, that is, large-scale drinking water purification in water plants, it is still interesting. These household gadgets are boring, just to make up for the numbers. Macromolecule filtration membrane. It was the 19th product that Carol Voss looked at. I have to say, this thing works great. It has strong filtration ability and has a strong filtration effect on macromolecular compounds. Unfortunately, this involves a problem. If the water quality is very poor, the membrane needs to be replaced every 5 minutes because the gaps will be blocked. Very troublesome, and the cost is high. This was a product display from a laboratory, and it had many problems. Even Carol Voss could see that this thing was not originally designed for large-scale use in civilian water filtration. This thing, it should be used in laboratories. It was just that when I declared it, I deliberately ignored it and then came in. Next, Carol Voss made it through half the fair. A lot has been gained, but in general there are several problems. First, there is the cost issue, which cannot be effectively reduced, which is a huge burden for many companies. Secondly, the concept is good, but it is difficult to complete large-scale industrialization. The last point is the effect. Many products have very poor effects and are just for soy sauce. This time, when Carol Voss came to the middle of the exhibition, he found that the place was already crowded with people and occupied a very large area. Carol Voss felt that it might be the largest display area in the entire expo. "What are you doing here?" Carol Voss asked a middle-aged white man next to him curiously. The middle-aged man said mysteriously, "Inside information, good things will be displayed here." "What good things?" Carol Voss asked. The middle-aged man shook his head and said distressfully, "My friend didn't say anything. He only said that the most important things of this expo would be here, and he looked very excited when he said it. You see, the media came to many houses." The middle-aged man pointed at the reporters from various countries gathered in a circle in the distance. Carol Voss found that there were really many reporters coming, and they were still coming. "Is there any big news here? Then I'll wait and see," Carol Voss said. 10 minutes later, there are more and more people. Carol Voss feels like she really wants to hold a press conference. It doesn't seem strange to hold a press conference at an expo. It should be interesting to have such a big event. Soon, the media and people from major organizers came. There were also a few old acquaintances among them who greeted him when they saw him from a distance. But Carol Voss estimated that the other party was very busy until they were talking to a person with an Asian face. Finally, the exhibition begins. Bernie Brasher, director of the World Environmental Protection Organization, walked onto the stage. His hair was graying, but he was old-hearted and continued to work on the front line even after his retirement age. Bernie Brasher, who had a wrinkled face, smiled very happily. He held a microphone and said excitedly, "Welcome to the Environmental Protection Technology Exhibition, co-sponsored by our 4 organizations. We originally planned to hold it again next year, but this time, due to special reasons, we have moved forward." "What is the reason?" "Don't worry, you will know later." After a pause, Bernie Brasher then introduced, "Did you see it? Those products and models on the display cabinet next to me. I think you will definitely cheer for what you see next. To increase the sense of presence. Available everywhere." He is no exception. He spoke for a full 5 minutes, but after that he mainly promoted the concept of environmental protection to the people, which was not boring at all. Finally, he handed the microphone to a person with an Asian appearance. Everyone's eyes paid attention. The person with the Asian face made them feel capable and capable. He did not look like a capitalist, but had a technical background. Everyone, whether it was the media or individuals, had a favorable impression of this kind of person. "Welcome everyone again, and thank you for your speech. I'm the general manager of Myanmar Environmental Technology Company. Our company has been committed to improving the living environment of the earth, reduce or even eliminate human damage to the environment. After our long-term research and development and large capital investment, we can confidently say we have initially achieved it." The warrior pressed a button in his hand. The next moment, a projection appeared on the wall behind him. Even in such a bright exhibition, the entire projection was very clear, without any blurring or glare, and it even made people think it was a TV. I saw a ring-shaped device appear on the wall, kind of like a wrist. The width is about 8 centimeters, and it is not straight. The internal structure shows an S-shaped channel with honeycomb holes, and there are some small holes around it. Its complex mechanical structure made many people start taking pictures, curiously waiting for the answer to be revealed. Hazardous gas filter. That's the name. Many people here are a little disappointed. It filters harmful gases. What's the difference between this thing and a gas mask? It's boring. But, next introduction. Let their expressions freeze. The soldier explained, this is the first-generation pollutant gas filtering device developed by us to solve the current environmental pollution problem that is most direct to humans, air pollution. It can not only be installed in the exhaust pipe of a car, but can also be customized to any size to achieve effective filtration of exhaust gases from almost all harmful emission companies. It has been tested for several months. In large-scale testing, we have solved the goal of zero emission of harmful exhaust gases from large-scale factories, and the main way of doing this is. It shocked the crowd and reporters present like thunder. Car exhaust and industrial combustion emissions are the two largest sources of harmful gas emissions. It can even be said that they are more than 90% of the harmful gas emission channels. The remaining 10% are produced by ordinary civilian combustion. Among them, private combustion emissions are not a serious source of pollution and cannot be avoided. And what did the person on the stage say just now? Zero pollution emissions. What a concept. This is a rhythm that goes against heaven. Especially the price and emission methods were introduced at the end, which allowed them to see the feasibility of large-scale popularization. The price is not expensive, and there is no need to replace parts complicatedly. For ordinary cars, the filter material can be replaced once a month. It's also easy to recycle. All of a sudden, in their minds, they thought about how the world's environment would be greatly improved after almost all cars in the world were equipped with this filter. Many people were excited. Excuse me, can your technology filter harmful gases in the existing air? A reporter asked, raising his hand. The soldier said, this is possible. We can filter almost all existing polluted air. Such products actually only require modification of industrial-grade filters. Another reporter asked, great, sir. I have another question. Is the emission from this filter really pollution-free? The soldier nodded. This is natural. All harmful gases have chemically reacted with our filtration liquid, and all harmful parts are dissolved in it, and then a layer of high-density plastic spraying is performed. Finally, it is sealed in our special metal particles to prevent leakage. Metal particles are relatively large and generally cannot be eaten by humans. Even if they are eaten, stomach acid cannot digest them. It can be safely discharged from the body. Generally speaking, this is a harmless waste gas solution. These recycled particles can be harmlessly landfilled and can even be used as roadbed materials. Have you achieved mass production? It has been mass-produced to meet existing demand. Have you contacted other car companies? I have contacted them, but they don't seem to be interested in this. The soldier replied with a heartbroken look. Tang Qing had buried this hole for a long time, just waiting for these reporters to pick things up. That's a pity. The reporter expressed his sympathy. This is a pity. It sounded another meaning to the ears of those present. Those car companies went their separate ways and did not care about environmental issues, but only cared about making money. In an instant, all reporters knew what to do next. There is no conflict. Where can I see the point? Following the U.S. aircraft carrier construction accident, Huaxia Corporation launched 4G, which caused major communication giants in the world to adjust. The weight of this third hot button made reporters really want to go back quickly. Even some media have already started live connections. Chapter 890, reports from all parties make up for what is owed. At this time, it's morning in America. To say how many people watch TV, it's actually not many. However, this does not affect live news reporting. Live connections during the day and news at night can also be replayed. Otherwise, live connections would have to be made at times when there are more viewers. CNN. Host Waddington is reporting on the U.S. president's visit to an African country. just finished reporting. After listening to the words in the earphones, Waddington began to change the topic and said in standard and clear words, "Now, I will insert a message. At 10:30 a.m. New York time, the second World Environmental Protection Technology Products Expo will open. At this expo, a company claimed to be able to solve the problem of pollutant gas emissions around the world. Let us contact the reporter Nick, who is also an old friend of yours." Waddington finished. In the audience's field of vision, half of the television screen was transformed into a live exposition. When hearing this news, the American people actually didn't feel much. Over the years, there have been many science and technologies that claim to be able to change the world, but in the end, many of them were proven to be used to defraud financing. Especially the American media that likes exaggeration, just listen to it. Holding the heart of watching the fun, they still focus their attention. "Hello, Nick, tell me what the situation is like at the scene. Is there really anything that can solve the world's pollution gas emissions?" Waddington asked with an exaggerated expression. At this point, he still had a smile on his face. This is the mentality of preparing to watch the fun. Only, the reporter at the scene, Nick, was a little excited. He said loudly and firmly, "Yes, just now, I heard and saw that epic-making product with my own ears. Look, it's the one over there." As he said, the cameraman gave some shots to the showcase. That is a very powerful filtration device. It is almost completely harmless filtration technology for car exhaust and industrial combustion emissions. It has undergone a lot of tests. The test data shows that it can achieve zero emissions of polluting gases and can greatly improve the air quality problems in developing countries. Nick said with a determined tone, "Yes, they're what you said, of course. This is under the condition that the equipment is operating normally." Hearing this, Waddington laughed. "Haha, it's running normally? I just don't know how long it can run in a day." This seemed to him like a joke. Whether it was running normally or not was not up to the other party. Nick explained again, "This equipment can change the filter fluid once a month, and I just heard from people in their company that it not only discharges polluted gases, but also purifies the air that has been polluted." "Oh my God, how do they deal with the waste gas?" Waddington asked curiously. "They said it's through a solution that can be absorbed." Nick continued to introduce. After listening to the introduction from the reporter in front, although Waddington is not a technical person, it does not prevent him from understanding the feasibility of this solution. If there is really a solution that can absorb harmful components in the gas, and then encapsulate it twice and install it in a metal ball with higher hardness, it will not be too difficult from a feasibility point of view. Waddington also believed it for a while, but it still depends on its performance. Waddington asked, "Do you think this thing can change our world?" "This is nature. This thing is not expensive. If this thing is installed on every car and every thermal power plant in the world, the global air quality will be improved." Nick listened to it for so long, and he really believed it. You can easily test the authenticity of this thing, and if the four major international environmental organizations stand together, it will never be wrong. "Nick, since this product is so good, do various automobile manufacturing companies intend to purchase and install this kind of equipment?" Waddington looked at the teleprompter in front of him and asked the above question. Nick shook his head. "That's not true. Their person in charge said that they had sought cooperation from major car companies, but the results were not very satisfactory. Those companies did not make a clear statement. However, from a personal point of view, I hope that my car will be equipped with this kind of thing. Protecting the environment is the responsibility of all people on Earth, and those car companies should take responsibility. They have built cars that emit pollution, so they have to take social responsibility for this matter." After achieving the purpose of creating a hot spot, Waddington turned to the audience in front of the TV and said, "Okay, thank you, Nick, for bringing us the live report. If there is the latest news, we will continue to connect." Everyone just heard that Nick showed us a solution to the world's air pollution. If it succeeds, the world will look completely new. If it is so effective, I think we should strongly support putting a filter on all cars to protect the world we live in. Thank you, Nick, for bringing us this good news. Waddington continued with other news. At the same time, several internationally influential TV stations have conducted live broadcasts. Regarding the filter, they all put forward similar views. That is, if it is effective, it should be promoted globally. As an automobile manufacturer, while making profits, it should shoulder the social responsibility of a large company. People have also begun to pay attention to this hotspot. Especially some countries that suffer from air pollution and have strong environmental awareness are very interested in this product. On site, the press conference continues. Many colleagues who participated in the expo came over and were shocked. What is this for? This is a one-size-fits-all rhythm. If this thing is really that powerful, then they should stop doing it in this field and change careers as early as possible, especially the manufacturer that just introduced the air evolver. Offstage, Carol Voss looked at the filtration equipment in front of him with bright eyes. What he was interested in was the filtration of industrial and chemical emissions. The person in charge introduced it in detail, and it could almost completely filter all known harmful gases. He noticed, in addition to method innovation, the core of this technology is the solution. How do you make your absorption solution? Finally, a reporter asked the key question. Everyone else's ears perked up, especially Pierre's. In response, a smile appeared on the soldier's face. Of course, I can't tell you the formula of this absorption solution, but I can reveal one of its principles, which is a variable acid-base carbide solution. Its chemical properties are extremely unstable and can react with almost any existing gas. And this thing, many people were confused. As you can tell from a name, it changes very quickly. Who knows? Anyway, it's great. Have you ever considered making this invention that benefits mankind public? A reporter asked again. Tang Qing, who was far away in Shanghai, also looked at the situation at the scene. Hearing this, he was speechless. There are so many such people in the world, and they can be encountered everywhere, especially in the journalist industry. That's a good question. My answer is, maybe in the future. The soldier smiled. Thank you. One reporter asked one question, and that reporter sat down. The next reporter had no interest in answering the reporter's question. This kind of stupid question was a waste of questioning quota, and only a tabloid could do it. Reporters were peppered with questions. In addition to air filtration technology, will you also develop filtration technology for water sources? A South African reporter raised his hand and asked. This is a good question. Tang Qing clapped his hands twice at home. The soldier said calmly, Thank you for your question. Here, I can give you a clear answer. We are already doing the corresponding technology research and development and have achieved excellent results. We are now undergoing final testing and improvement. If it goes well, we can meet you before the end of the year. At that time, we will invite you to attend the launch of the new product. As the company's second financial source, Tang Qing did not let them hide it, but only said part of it. Projects such as solid waste and contaminated land treatment will also be launched in the future, but it won't be rolled out all at once, because Tang Qing still had to consider the overall layout and not give too much stimulation to some people. What? Everyone was shocked. Really? The South African reporter was also stunned. He was just asking casually, but he discovered another hot spot, water source filtration technology. It would be incredible if it was as effective as polluted gas filtration. Can you reveal the performance of this technical equipment in advance? The next reporter asked hurriedly. That's no problem. Our water source filtration technology is designed to filter all water sources polluted by industrial and domestic discharges and restore them to the characteristics of the source of life. It is technically similar to the main structure of existing filtration technology. It uses a multi-layer filtration mode, a combination of biological, physical, and chemical technologies, and also uses several other unique technologies to have the ability to filter large flow waters at low cost. We hope that one day, people all over the world can drink clean water and breathe clean air. Thank you. This answer. The reporters were very satisfied, and at the same time, they looked at the company in a new light. Air, water, environment, food. For major killers that threaten human life and health. If this company solves the first two items, it will make a lot of money. It is even foreseeable that this company can make a lot of money just by selling that kind of harmful gas filter. It's approaching noon. The atmosphere of the expo reached its peak during a field test. It was a huge diesel engine. At the beginning, after a huge roar, it emitted thick black smoke, but after adding a filter, the black smoke turned directly into white smoke. Through the collection of exhaust gases, it was found that there was only water vapor and clean air in the eliminated gas. Finally, at the end of the demonstration, a ferrous metal particle fell from the filter, and they discovered that during 1 hour of full load operation, the high-power diesel engine was only filled with a particle the size of a peanut. If you use a special, oversized 2-layer metal packaging container, I heard that it needs to be replaced after half a month of continuous use. This scene was filmed. Then, it began to spread wildly on the internet, and soon, driven by careful people, it swept the internet all over the world. Pure planet. No more dream. The terminator of global gas pollution is born. Zero emission of harmful gases. A new era is coming. With pictures and facts, endorsements from major environmental organizations around the world, and personal experiments and tests, this discussion about the environment and clear skies has swept the world and become another hot topic after 4G. Even more sensational than the emergence of 4G. 4G only facilitates people's communication and makes the internet faster, but this filter is different. It is something that can really change the world and the living environment. It has zero pollution and emissions. It is exciting to think about it. What follows? Just another problem, promotion. The news clearly stated that the company had approached major automobile companies, but they were not very interested. This made many people think that the automobile companies had no social responsibility at all and did not pay attention to environmental protection. General Motors headquarters in the United States. A reporter who was familiar with the president called directly to ask, "President Bliss, why don't you use that kind of polluted gas filtering device?" The main reason is to consider the increase in cost and whether consumers can accept it. Our company is also discussing this within the company. Bliss answered evasively. The reporter sharply asked, "You mean this should be left to consumers to decide? This is just a more important factor. We can't force sell things to consumers," Bliss explained. Actually, for air pollution, the problem is not serious in developed countries. The countries that can produce cars are not small countries, so they really don't care whether they install this thing or not. However, developing countries have not yet paid such attention to environmental protection. They're all following the path of pollution first and treatment later. And consumers are indeed very sensitive to the additional cost of hundreds of dollars for filters. They also have to replace and buy filter fluid every month. This is a long-term consumption. Bryce does not think adding a filter is a good idea. But at the company's strategy seminar, everyone feels that installing filters is a must in the future. There is no escaping global warming and the increase in the greenhouse effect. This is happening and has already caused a chain reaction in some areas. It can only be said that everyone is not so urgent yet. Of course, he knows about that company's filters and is very interested in them. In the future, if a filter sells for 500 yuan, based on the annual sales volume of global automobiles, a world-class rich man will be created. If global car ownership is on board, even if only half of the cars have filters, that's also a huge number. In addition to the follow-up services, their people predicted that it was a Fortune 500 company, so they wanted to acquire this technology. Unfortunately, the other party refused to buy it and even took away the sample. It's not okay to be aloof. Later, they tried to acquire technology several times, but all failed. Just when they were preparing to take advantage of that company, they didn't expect to come up with something like this. The most important thing was that the other party actually launched an industrial-grade filtration solution and a derivative direction similar to air purifiers. This is what gives them a headache. They thought the other party only had automobile exhaust filtration technology. This way, the development of this company is not restricted by car companies like them at all, just for domestic and industrial use. They can make a lot of money. Their cars will no longer be the only source of income for this company. It is estimated that they will not even reach half of it. They will not be able to defeat their opponents in the face of black and white means. All the major car companies are a little confused. They still plan to wait and see what happens and wait for the other party to play their cards. As for whether to cooperate, it still depends on the competition between the two sides. Just like the card giants thought. After the expo, the number of consultation calls provided by soldiers was almost overwhelming. These are some of the world's heavy-polluting, gas-emitting companies, mainly concentrated in developed countries. Because developed countries have high environmental standards, they have to move many heavy-polluting companies to developing countries, especially those smelting, chemical, and thermal power plants that cannot be relocated in developed countries. If they can achieve zero pollution emissions, they will no longer have to worry about the surrounding residents going around to protest. For this matter, they are also often harassed by local residents and face strict environmental review by the local government. Too annoying. If only the dispute could be resolved once and for all. The worst they could do was give their original environmental protection funds to this company, and they were very satisfied with the answer they got, a detailed product manual and a priority ranking sequence. The next night, USA, Washington, Carmen Brooke, the director of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, welcomed a special guest into his home that night, his predecessor and former retired leader Carlotta Benz. The relationship between the two has always been good. Carlotta Benz has been at home since her retirement, writing books and raising flowers, which is quite comfortable. Why are you here today? In fact, Brooke also had some guesses. Old friend, you also know that I have had a part-time job since I retired. This time I came here not only for work, but also to see you. After exchanging a few words, Carlotta Benz got straight to the point. Oh, tell me. Brooke chuckled. Carlotta Benz asked, you know about the filter that is making a lot of noise outside now, what do you think? Brooke understood it, but he didn't know whose interests it represented, so he said objectively, it's very powerful, but it was invented by a foreign company, not us Americans, which is a bit disappointing. I can see that you still have a good impression of it. Carlotta Benz smiled. Of course, this is my job. Brooke spread his hands. Now, I also have some work that I want to talk to you about. Please tell me. This company's filters want to be listed as a mandatory standard. No, I'm here. This is also beneficial. From now on, we will abolish the emission limit, which is good for the United States and the automobile industry. An hour later, Carlotta Benz is gone, but his work is far from over. In fact, the main purpose of this kind of lobbying is to increase the weight. It requires lobbying many people in relevant departments, because everyone else has the right to vote. Brooke, it's just one of his goals. Although Brooke didn't express his position clearly, it's enough. Lobbying doesn't necessarily have to convince anyone. No attitude is sometimes the best attitude, driven by big money. In addition to the U.S. Environmental Protection Department, people from other related departments such as health, medical, peace, mining, labor unions, etc. also lobby, because environmental protection is directly related to people's health. It is also directly related to U.S. healthcare spending. Related. They are all goals. This is the first time Tang Qing has played with this kind of rules, and he will probably play with it many times in the future. Not only the United States, but also all developed countries are targets of lobbying. As for whether some countries have lobbying laws, it doesn't actually matter. It's just a matter of reminiscing between friends and expressing opinions. A small number of developing countries have not been spared, especially those with more developed industries. This time, in addition to opening the way for the filter, it is also the foundation for a global network of relationships. These lobbyists, I have to say, can be really wild sometimes. These lobbyists, many are former government officials who have retired. He has extensive network resources and is familiar with the operating model of the country's departments. All he needs to do is give money, and the military industry is the one that creates the most profits for American lobbying companies every year. Those guys are really rich. How much does the U.S. military spend? These arms companies have the final say. Soon, the effect of lobbying has come out. People in Western countries discovered. Officials from departments related to environmental protection in their countries suddenly seemed to care about the environment, and one by one they expressed interest in the filters of Myanmar Environmental Technology Company in the media. This time, journalists have something to write about again. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Director Brooke revealed that they are discussing new vehicle and industrial emission standards. Canadian Environmental Protection Agency insiders revealed that vehicle pollution gas emission standards are expected to be introduced by the end of the year, but industrial emission standards may be faster. This morning, Bob, the head of the Greek Environmental Protection Department, expressed his interest in gas filters. Professor from MIT School of Engineering is extremely optimistic about the future of filters. UK, France. Relevant news broke out in more than 20 countries, including Italy, expressing interest in the zero-emission filter, and the media also praised it, mainly because they could not find any flaws. The exposure of these people increases. The knock-on effects are starting to show. Other colleagues looked at it and said, "Good guys, these people have increased their exposure through this." With exposure, there will be support. So, with the mentality of, "I also want to brush my face," more and more people participated. The most important among them are local governments in various Western countries. Because they need support and win elections, advocating environmental protection is obviously a good way to gain support, and they can spontaneously support filters without anyone lobbying them. All this, of course, it was within Tang Qing's expectation. A lot of lobbying. The purpose is this, to form a snowball effect that gets bigger and bigger, leading to the next few days. The name of the filter has truly become popular, spreading throughout half the world. In the face of zero-emission technology, demonstrations around pollutant-emitting companies are increasing. This has caused various related companies to face significant pressure, forcing the governments of those countries to introduce policies. This time, snowball. It really got rolling. This series of operations has simply blinded the eyes of many people. And at the same time, it has also made many people jealous, especially those in similar industries. Environmentally friendly concept stocks that should have soared in the face of this ultimate pollution gas emission solution. It even showed a stock diving trend. Around this hot spot, journalists from various countries feel that their work is much smoother. There's no need to look for hot spots everywhere to attract attention. There are ready-made ones that can be used and can be used for a long time. CNN, after host Waddington exposed the news that a power plant in Greece was surrounded by demonstrators. Just now, a large-scale march took place in front of the White House in the United States. This was a march participated by international and domestic environmental organizations and people from all over the country. It aimed to call for the protection of the environment and the protection of animals. Let's take a look at the live reports. Waddington said, "The TV screen changed. A large number of people appeared holding banners with various slogans. Don't use leather. Say no to animal products. We want fresh air. Oppose new thermal power plants." A large number of people are walking in the same direction on the streets. In the United States, demonstrations have actually become a part of life. They are a legal means of speaking out and must be reported to and approved by the local government. The reporter at the front is still Nick, the reporter who broadcast live at the expo. "Nick, tell us about the situation at the scene." Waddington said, "Okay, we can see that half of these people are members of environmental organizations and half are affected residents, calling for the protection of the natural environment and wildlife. Let's interview the marchers." As he spoke, Nick found a middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked normal from the crowd. As a field reporter, it is important to choose interview subjects, otherwise, God knows where some people will take the topic. "Hello, may I ask why you came to the parade today?" Nick asked. Middle-aged white guys are kind of excited to be on TV. He quickly said, "I am a middle school teacher and an environmental enthusiast. I often participate in community activities and am a member of the New York Environmental Organization. Look, this is my badge." As he said that, he proudly flashed the sign hanging around his neck. Nick went straight to the point. "What is the content of your appeal today?" The middle-aged white teacher replied honestly, "In the past, I mainly called on the government to reduce the use of non-degradable plastic bags, but this time, I came mainly for air quality." "Do you know that filter? Do you completely believe it?" Nick asked again. The middle-aged man nodded happily. "Of course I know, and I believe it. I went to the expo and saw it in person. The technology of filtering black smoke into harmless white smoke is really amazing. I saw you at that time. Nick smiled and said, "Thank you." Now all the major car companies have said that installing this will increase the cost and lead to an increase in the price of the car. As a consumer, are you willing to pay a little more for the environment? Of course, environmental protection is everyone's responsibility, but is also the responsibility of the country and automobile companies. I think both the country and automobile companies have to pay part of this cost. This is also the purpose of my visit today. The middle-aged white man expressed the sentiments of most people. People. After all, not many people can regard money as dirt. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. I hope you can achieve your goal. Nick then interviewed a few passers-by and then said to the camera, "Mr. Waddington, you can see that for the new concept of zero emissions, they all call on the government to introduce mandatory measures. As for the cost of the filter, it is shared by three parties: government subsidies, corporate responsibility, and personal payment. If this model is adopted, they are more willing to accept it." Waddington nodded and said with a smile, "Okay. Thank you, Nick, for your on-site report. We can see that people's tolerance for environmental protection is getting lower and lower. So far, hundreds of demonstrations have occurred around the world in the past 3 days. The next news is also related to filters, but it is not a car filter, but an industrial-grade filter. This is the first time that the company has publicly demonstrated its industrial-grade filtration technology. Please read the report sent back by the reporter Jessica ahead." The next moment, the scene shifted to a thermal power plant again. At this time, 6 chimneys were smoking, but one is emitting white smoke and the other is emitting gray smoke. There are 2 types of chimneys in thermal power plants. One is slender and the other is short and fat. The slender one is the one that emits black smoke, because it is a real chimney that emits combustion exhaust gas. The short and fat one is the cooling tower, and the white smoke is water vapor. At this time, viewers can see a helicopter hoisting a circular device in the sky. The screen flashed, and reporter Jessica appeared in the camera and said, "Hello, everyone. This is Canada's Moselle thermal power plant. We can see that a helicopter is hoisting an industrial-grade polluted gas filter. I am holding its specifications in my hand. The entire filter is 7 meters in diameter. It uses a large amount of lightweight titanium alloy and high-strength plastic steel, so the machine weighs less than 1 ton. With accessories, it is less than 2 tons. It will not affect the safety of the exhaust port. Look, they have already installed it." At this time, someone spoke to the reporter. Jessica turned to the camera and said, "I just got the news. In 3 minutes, they will restart the boiler to verify the effect of the filter." Waddington asked, "Jessica, can you tell us about the industrial-grade filter?" Jessica nodded, then opened a page of brochure in her hand and said to the screen, "Okay, we can see that it has a built-in high-capacity power supply and can work continuously for a month without power supply. But usually we mainly use power directly connected to the wires. After all, this is a power plant, and there may be no power anywhere. But how could the power plant run out of power?" When talking about this, Jessica also had a sense of humor. Then continue with the introduction. "Some people may be curious about how to collect these emitted particles at such a high height. It's very simple. There's a pipe connected to it, and all the metal particles will stay along. But if you add new metal particles, you need people to go up. This will be very troublesome, but this may also bring about a revolution in thermal power plants. In the past, chimneys were built so high. This is to prevent harmful gases from settling easily and permeating the entire power plant. At the same time, it can be discharged higher into the sky without directly affecting people on the ground around it. If zero emissions are achieved in the future, then all the design specifications of thermal power plants may face changes. We will no longer have to build such a high chimney. We only need to build a shorter chimney on the top of the combustion chamber, which will be very convenient for people to get up and down." "Is this thing expensive?" "It uses so much titanium alloy," Waddington asked. Jessica turned to another page. The brochure has special customized prices for industrial-grade filters. Depending on the emission volume, chimney size, solution, and metal particle capacity, different customized combinations have different prices. I consulted relevant experts and found that the price is very reasonable. In fact, all thermal power plants will only need to spend 1/5 of their future investment in environmental protection to achieve much better results than before. That being said, it's really a bargain, Waddington exclaimed. Suddenly, cheers came from the distance. Jessica looked over quickly, and the cameraman didn't dare to neglect and turn around. I saw the chimney in the distance. White smoke came out, which was obviously different from the gray smoke in several other places. The test of the other 2 chimneys also started, and 2 filters were hoisted from ground. Did you see that the first filter took effect? They did it. Thank God. Experts and groups for various countries will continue to observe it for 3 days. After 3 days, we will fully know the effectiveness of this filter, Jessica said excitedly. The screen soon switched to the live broadcast room. Our frontline reporters will continue to pay attention to the filter test of this power plant. As Jessica said, if it really does it, it will be the luck of all of us. Lucky us, we will always have this blue sky. It didn't take long. The news was rebroadcast by major media or live broadcasted by itself. The popularity continued to ferment. Even on the official website of Myanmar Asia Environmental Technology Company, a live broadcast interface was opened, which displayed the operation status of several sets of equipment and export air monitoring data. Such a boring website. Hundreds of thousands of people suddenly came in to watch. Power plant site. An hour later, the data returned by the gas observation device placed by the experts did not change at all. The gas discharged from the chimney no longer contained sulfide and other harmful dust particles and was just a group of harmless gas. 5 hours later, the data was still the same. If it hadn't been for the addition of a few new ones, he would have thought that the monitoring equipment he put up earlier was broken, and the experts became excited. A day later, the numbers were identical, and they almost toasted. 3 days later, both the leaders of the power plant and the experts completely trusted this filter. The data does not lie. With so many pairs of eyes looking at it, it cannot be faked. Those experimental instruments were all brought by myself, and were not provided by Myanmar Environmental Technology Company. It was unmistakable. Outside world. Waited for 3 days. The results obtained made many people who were waiting and watching give up their hesitation. If they don't go, they don't know how long they will wait in line, especially since the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency has made a proposal to the higher level. All polluting enterprises must be forced to install this kind of filter. Otherwise, they will be suspended for rectification unless they can meet the standard of zero pollution discharge. This news, it has received unanimous praise from residents across Canada. Although Canada is sparsely populated and has a very good natural environment, this does not prevent them from attaching great importance to environmental protection. The main reason is that the news broadcast by the media these days is too scary. The dangers of this and that, and the pictures show the truth. Such a scare. Their fear was immediately aroused. Everything was so natural. USA, New York, General Motors conference room. A group of people are having a remote meeting. They're the world's major automobile manufacturers: Ford, Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, Peugeot, Fiat, and BMW. More than a dozen car companies were summoned by GM in the name of cooperation. These car companies don't look at the competition, which is usually fierce. But the big guys behind the scenes are very familiar with each other, and some even have cross-shareholdings and have the same shareholders. Therefore, even if they usually fight to the death, it is just a battle of interests and does not harm harmony. It's time to sit down. The turn happened so quickly that it was surprising. GM CEO Breeze looked solemn. Shun Sheng said, "The filters of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company are very popular now. I thought it would allow us to master this technology, but now it seems that they have been prepared for a long time and have concealed so many things. With the launch of industrial-grade filters, its dependence on us has been greatly reduced. If they continue to launch household filtration equipment and large-scale environmental filtration equipment, our business will not be a must for the other party." "What do they want to do?" Toyota Motor CEO asked. Bliss rolled his eyes at him. "This is such a stupid question. Do you still need to ask it? Besides money, what else does the company pursue?" However, he still explained, they probably want to raise the price on the ground. We have almost no understanding of the entire technology. The technical details cannot be obtained from the brochure, and we cannot imitate it for the time being. Can we ask them to provide samples for testing? Then find engineers to reverse engineer it. The Volkswagen CEO suggested. In fact, it was embarrassing for him to propose this kind of suggestion because it has no technical content at all. Honda CEO agreed. I think it's okay. At the same time, we sent people to see if their company has the opportunity to obtain technology. We here asked them to provide samples for testing. As for the changes in environmental protection laws in various countries, they hired lobbying companies, and we are not a problem. We must not pass a mandatory zero-emission vehicle bill in the short term. Otherwise, they will raise prices and we will suffer a lot. Breeze nodded. This is the only way. The tone of the meeting was quickly set. Attack from inside and outside. The only regret is that they cannot put pressure on Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company through the Myanmar government, because the big boss behind it is the deputy chief of Myanmar, and he is also a deputy chief who earned his money with his fists. He still has tens of thousands of military forces with unknown combat effectiveness. They have mixed up to this level. They have also heard about the fate of those who coveted the fruit wine and used despicable means. They have long reached a consensus that they must never fight with each other. Otherwise, your boss may not be able to save you. As for business methods, it should be no problem. Before they break the rules, the other party will never use the same methods they used against the killers last time to deal with them. They still have confidence in this. Judging from the way those enterprises in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone do business, it can be seen that they never use violent means. Myanmar, Naybidu, Langsai's office. In the past few days, companies under the Myanmar Bank Group have once again been in the limelight around the world. How could Lang Kai not know that at first? He actually didn't take it seriously, thinking that it would be difficult to promote car filters. But when industrial-grade filters appeared, he knew that the Myanmar Bank Group was going to make a lot of money again this time. Just yesterday, the Chinese officials sent him a message, inviting Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company to participate in a technical test in China to discuss the possibility of cooperation. Langsai's already depressed heart became even more depressed, because the interests of this matter have nothing to do with him. Certainly, it was impossible for him to refuse. If Zero knew about it, things would be in trouble. If he couldn't help, forget about it. He was holding him back, and it would be ugly to say it out loud. So, he had to call Zero over. It just so happens that Ling is working in his villa in Naybidu these days. Speaking of which, Lang Kai felt ashamed on his face. This was Ling's first time working for a long time in Naybidu. On the first day, Ling's men went in and gave 26 baubles to the community guard when they came out. Of course, they were faked by Lang Kai. Zero's men said they picked it up. Save some face for Lang Kai. Fortunately, Lang Kai is thick-skinned. In fact, it's better to be skinny. President Lang Kai, are you looking for me? Ling walked into the office and stood in front of Lang Kai's desk. This was one of the important reasons why Lang Kai always admired Ling, although Zero often makes them unable to get off the stage. But in terms of etiquette, that's quite well done. Like Tang Qing, he is very polite and outwardly respectful to him, unlike Quentin, who always sits directly on the chair in front of him when no one is around to report work. Sit down. Lang Kai had a smile on his face. Thank you. Zero sat down. Taishao just sent me a message. He is very interested in your filter and wants to invite you to send people to do experiments. I guess it is to test the effect. If it is good, China will definitely purchase it in large quantities, and you'll make money again. Lang Saiji said. At this time, Lingda was modest. I have also received news that the company has just received an invitation from China. They are already preparing for this and will set off early tomorrow morning. As for making money, President Lang Sai joked, where is this? The cost of investing in research and development of filters is too high. It will take a long time to make it back and generate positive profits. Now we are facing several problems. First, the global supply may not be enough. Second, the relative profits are not high. We can only look forward to follow up. services to help the company make profits. To put it bluntly, Zero didn't even need to draft. Under the requirements of reality, one of the principles for talking to Lang Kai is, I have a hard time, otherwise Lang Kai will not be happy. Really? Listen to Ling say that life is hard. Lang Kai was relieved and felt comfortable both physically and mentally. How is this possible? The quality of your products is so good. Lang Kai said with a sigh. Zero pretended to be distressed and said, because of the good quality, the research and development costs are high. Now we are still unable to make ends meet. Even if we make some money, it will probably be included in the depreciation of the Chat against the Asian dollar. President Lang Kai, as a domestic enterprise, do you think you can also support this company? How to support, you tell me. Lang Kai said happily. The cars and factories in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone have been equipped with filters. There is no need to invest in this part. However, other large-scale industrial, mining, and power generation companies in Myanmar have not purchased them yet. I think. Zero stopped here. The words don't need to be finished. Don't worry, I will let the Environmental Protection Department study this, and we will discuss it next week. Lang Kai promised, patting his chest. Thank you, President Lang Tsai. Zero said sincerely. It's all for the good of this country. No need to be polite, haha. Lang Kai felt that he had gained confidence. The next day, 2 military off-road vehicles and 3 large container trucks set off. 6:30 in the morning. 5 vehicles arrive at the huge border checkpoint. Although it's just dawn, the place is already busy with traffic. The modern huge steel structure checkpoint has a unique design and has even become an important local tourist attraction. Due to developed transportation, coupled with the manufacturing boom in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, this has become the largest trade channel between China and Myanmar. The main trade transportation between the two countries now basically takes this line. It is not only close, the road condition is good, but also very safe. Even cars from other border trade ports began to divert here. Prosperity is inevitable. The total number of two-way truck traffic every day has exceeded 3,000, especially with Myanmar's economic stimulus policy this time. A large amount of infrastructure materials and commodities from China have poured in. Although there's almost no market in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, a lot of money can be made in other places in Myanmar. When going, these vehicles can transport raw materials such as steel. When I come back, I will deliver Myanmar specialties. Due to lower tariffs, completely activated bilateral trade. No, early in the morning, all 10 one-way inspection lanes were full. There was also a queue of hundreds of meters. Fortunately, these things have gone through an inspection when entering the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone from Myanmar. So the customs clearance inspection for many vehicles is very fast, and some can even be shortened to less than 3 minutes. This actually takes care of the inspection speed on the Chinese side. Otherwise, if the car and box are inspected separately, it is completely possible to reduce the customs clearance speed to less than 1 minute. However, if this is done, the Chinese side will definitely not be able to bear the traffic volume. Therefore, it can only use the integrated car and compartment model. The border inspection at the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is very simple. Because they are all soldiers, it is impossible to carry prohibited items. Therefore, it is just a routine check to go through the customs clearance procedures. Other convoys need to line up at this time, but they don't need to. When the Huaxia Customs saw that they were invited by Huaxia, they immediately started priority inspection and just walked into the container to take a look. The 2 customs officers were dumbfounded. How do I check this? Looking at the big thing in the container, it was not simple at first glance. The customs officers were confused. They couldn't open the lid for inspection. Isn't this nonsense? How else to check? After scanning, let the police dog come up and smell it, and leave the rest to the superiors to decide. After thinking about it, the experienced old customs officer pushed up his glasses and felt that there was no problem in doing so. For prohibited items, the customs here have not found it for half a year. Even 1 gram has blinded too many people. Even due to the detoxification effect of fruit wine, the anti-narcotics police here have had nothing to do for half a year. Of course they know why. That's because the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone cut off all the flowers. There are also strict internal laws to severely crack down on the sale, transportation, and manufacturing of prohibited items. All participants, once discovered, will definitely be severely punished, although they may not necessarily die. Coupled with the special policy of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, addicted people can buy fruit wine at extremely low prices. In this way, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is said to be a living soil without prohibited items, regardless of going in or out. Still out. All unprofitable. Naturally, no one does this kind of business. The people at the customs are also very aware of this. Even thinking about a lifetime of mining is simply a thing more grueling than death. This has caused their inspection direction to slowly shift to economic events that conceal the quantity and type of goods. It feels like I can't understand it. The two customs officers walked around in the container and shouted in their hearts. Two customs officers finished the inspection. Report to superiors. Soon. Approval from superiors. Pass. Then, the 5 cars continued to move forward, followed by the 2 police cars that came to guide them. Head to the nearest testing location. In order to reduce the running distance of the equipment, China chose a southeastern coastal city with developed industries for this test. There are many people and companies here, and of course, there are more pollution-emitting companies. Air quality issues have always been an unavoidable topic here. For this test, the Chinese Academy of Sciences and some related units have sent a large number of expert groups. For the power plant test in Canada, China only went to reporters. They now want to personally test the function of the filter. If appropriate, China is really interested in fully implementing it because China has already begun to feel the consequences of environmental pollution, especially around the capital. Air quality problems have begun to emerge. PM 2.5 exceeds the standard, which has long been placed on the desks of leaders, because leaders also breathe this air, which is no different from ordinary people. However, there is no way to develop the economy. The period from 2001 to 2005 is the peak period of thermal power generation. China's Environmental Protection Bureau has approved more than 400 thermal power plant projects. This is also the direct reason why China is actively developing nuclear power, wind power, hydropower, and other projects. Burning coal to generate electricity is a no-brainer, and natural gas reserves are not enough. So the idea of using it to generate electricity can only be an idea, with the demand for electricity from residents and industries soaring. Even if it is a poisonous pill, China has to take it first. China, Xushan City, Zhongli Thermal Power Plant. A long time ago, this power plant was still located in the outer suburbs of Xushan City, and the gas it emitted did not affect urban residents. But now, cities are expanding. Soon, this area became the edge of the city, and downwind of it, the new city plan has been released, and the factory is facing the fate of demolition. This cost is actually a bit painful for the state grid, but there is no way. You have to bear it even if you don't want to. At this time, I heard about the emergence of zero-emission filters, and the authorities were looking for a pilot. Therefore, the state grid chose to try it here. The main reason is that the matter here is more urgent, and due to the aging of the equipment, the filtration capacity is not good at all, and the emission of dust and harmful gases seriously exceeds the standard. But harsh environments are not the limits of testing equipment. Thus, this technical appraisal, jointly organized by major relevant departments and enterprises, began. More than 300 people came, mainly from the 6 major industries of thermal power, steel, cement, petrochemicals, non-ferrous metals, and chemicals, as well as the top central enterprises in the manufacturing of large coal-fired boilers. All are behemoths. These companies are also among the 6 industries that emit the most harmful gases in China. Even the environmental protection departments of the northern provinces have people coming. As we all know, in the north, heating is used in winter. This thing completely burns coal and boilers. As a result, the air in the north throughout the winter can only be described as hee. Night. The convoy arrived in Xushan City. The city leaders of Xushan City and the experts of this technical test all came to express their warm welcome. The happiest person among them is the leader of Tsushan City, because this test has been taken seriously by everyone in China. It has been a long time since Tsushan City showed such a big face, so their attitude is very positive. The next day, 9:45 in the morning, the experts all arrived and were waiting on a playground, whispering to each other. Although the start time was set at 10 o'clock, it has long been a habit of Chinese people to arrive a little earlier. There are foreigners here. Don't lose your etiquette. 9:50. They saw two containers approaching and parked in an open space dedicated to equipment operations. The area had been cordoned off to prevent these curious experts from getting too close and disturbing other people's work. Gradually, everyone found out. This thing isn't just a container, either. Intelligent. Because in their surprised eyes, an expert from the other side opened a screen on the side of the container and operated on it a few times. The top of the container slowly opened and soon became vertical. Only then did they discover that there were 6 hydraulic machines at the junction of the container's faces, and the outer material of the container was not just iron. Instead, it is thickened several times. On the inner surface of the container, there are various spare parts and tools, all of which are firmly fixed on it by clamps. The other 3 sides are also slowly spread out. They saw clearly what was inside. Helicopter? A young man who followed his father to join in the fun exclaimed. The father next to him slowly explained. What's all the fuss about? Can people lift such a tall chimney up without a helicopter? Even the highest crane is not high enough. No, I thought our country provided helicopters. The young man pouted and quibbled. His father squinted his eyes and said, I heard that this was requested by themselves, mainly to ensure the accuracy of the hoisting. Gee, this container is really well designed. It looks like science fiction. You see, there are many screens and operation desks on it. At this moment, on one of the flattened container boards, more than a dozen screens and chairs were raised. It was said to be a chair, but it was actually an L-shaped board. You could only sit on it, not lean on it, but it was indeed a chair. At the same time, the base under the helicopter began to rise. It quickly rose to the height of the roof of the car and stopped. What made them completely petrified was that the surrounding areas of the flat platform began to extend outwards. Soon, a takeoff platform that could be used as an umbrella for the huge truck was formed. They didn't hear any noise during the whole process. Just like this, a working platform and a takeoff platform were unfolded silently. This scene, the experts were a little jealous. What good thing. It can not only transport things, but also provide environmental assistance. They looked at the experts a little differently. In the past, they still felt a lot of superiority because the other party was a small country. Filter. Maybe it was a scientific accident. This kind of incident is not an anecdote in the industry. You originally want to make a hairdryer, but after making it, you finally made it into an air conditioner. This is not too normal. This is the luck of scientific research. But now, this involved a whole set of things called solutions or craftsmanship, and a container is so rigorous. Is this our backward neighbor? Chapter 1. Myanmar. In their impression, it has always been synonymous with backwardness. It is an agricultural country that has not yet established an industrial foundation. Its manufacturing technology strength is at least 10 years behind China. Even in high-end manufacturing, it is at least 15 to 20 years behind China. Everything before my eyes. Many people are willing to believe that it is a model project that Myanmar has exhausted its national strength to build. In the crowd, there was a buzz of talk. Wow, it looks so advanced. As he said that, the man, like the others, took photos with his camera and prepared to go back to study. Gee, it makes me want one. No, a container like this is really awesome. In their opinion, the main thing is that the container is awesome. And as for the car, it's just an ordinary large truck. I don't see any technical content. But if only they got in the car and took a look, they would know how big their mistake was. That helicopter looks a bit strange. I've never seen it before. Old Lou, have you seen it? After carefully looking at the structure and appearance of the helicopter, an expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences asked a colleague next to him. The two of them are not academicians. They're just experts on the projects under the academicians. Both of them have PhD degrees. When his colleague heard this, he shook his head and said, I haven't seen it either. It's probably a modified civilian helicopter. This modification technology is amazing, but is it possible that they produced it themselves? The expert held his chin and whispered, "Do you think they can produce helicopters?" His colleague looked surprised, as if the answer was ridiculous. The expert shook his head, nodded a few more times, frowned, and said, "I didn't believe it before, but now that I look at it, it's not impossible. The manufacturing technology of helicopters is not that difficult, especially for civilian use. Listening to what you said, it's really possible." The colleague looked at the fully unfolded platform, and his persistence suddenly wavered. Far away, more than 300 people pointed at the container. Basically, it's all praise. Many people think this thing is good and plan to go back and study it carefully to see if it is possible to buy a few or make it themselves. Anyway, it is just some simple mechanical design, so it is not difficult to go there. This time, another container also revealed its true appearance. It was a huge, long mechanical block. What is embedded on it is their test object, industrial-grade gas filter. The huge filter doesn't come in one piece. The filter with a diameter of 7.5 meters is not convenient to transport horizontally or vertically. They could only use the mode of disassembly for transportation and on-site assembly. They only saw 6 semicircular filters embedded side by side on both sides of the iron block in the middle of the container. The soldier worked on it a few times. The iron block began to change. Chi, chi, after 2 long sounds of deflation. Like an eagle spreading its wings, the 2 large filters slowly change from being sandwiched to being spread flat. When the 2 pieces are placed horizontally, the warrior entered a command. The automatic filter components begin to approach. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the other party's engineers began to use some strange tools to twist the joints on the filter a few times, and then form 2 semicircular filters into a finished product. This time, Tang Qing, the person in charge of the entire test and an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, walked up and asked the technical director of the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, "Mr. Chi, is it okay?" The soldier shook his head. "There is still 5 minutes. Now that the ground assembly has just been completed, we need to test the operating data." After that, the soldier pressed a few more times on something that the domestic experts could not understand. The next moment, buzz. The entire filter activates. Very quiet. When you touch it, you can barely feel any vibration. This is because chimneys are generally built with turned masonry. If they vibrate for a long time, it is likely to cause damage to the structure of the chimney. Therefore, the first-generation filter must consider and solve this problem. At the same time, the indicator light started to come on. The red lights above flashed in circles, just like the lights on the roof, giving a hint to the target in the sky. This was essential. They could all hear the sound of the fan rotating. This is not difficult to understand. This thing must be actively absorbing air, and it must be fast. Otherwise, it may cause the gas to flow back into the chimney, which would be a big accident. After a few minutes, a long series of command prompts came up from the computer in front of me, and finally Chinese characters were displayed. Pass. Immediately, the soldiers said to Tang Qing, "Academician Chang, the test is done. No problem. We can start hoisting. Please evacuate the people working below immediately. The flight permission from the Air Traffic Control Bureau has been issued." "Great, let's start," Tang Qing said happily, turned around, and began to give instructions. This time, a pilot has already entered the plane. Buzz, buzz. The helicopter's propeller began to rotate crazily. But the floor below was a platform, so it didn't stir up much dust. A minute later, the helicopter took off and flew above the filter. The 4 hooks were quickly put on the fixed buckles. The onlookers also discovered a problem. That is, the helicopter was very stable when hovering. There's almost no movement visible. However, for this kind of high-altitude precision installation, stability is the first factor. Helicopters hoist the filters. Soon it flew into the sky. The leaders looked at the sky, and the experts collectively ran to the display of the ground observation platform. When they saw it, it showed the position of the chimney and the position of the filter. This is an aerial view from top to bottom. Watching the two circles slowly approaching, the experts stared intently. 3 minutes later, with a beep, the green light on the operating platform lit up. The soldier reported the good news. The filter has been installed and the equipment has been started. You can start testing slowly. We will continue to install the other two. This time there are 3 chimneys to be installed. Next, it took less than 15 minutes. The soldier finished installing the remaining 2 filters. As the factory's loudspeaker announced the completion of the installation, the entire power plant began to operate. Inside the thermal power plant, the boiler began to ignite, and a burst of black smoke rushed down the pipe and into the chimney. Experts also began to stare at their own instruments. Even though I was prepared, but seeing that the chimney that was supposed to emit black smoke has now turned into harmless white smoke, and various monitoring showed that the gas is harmless to the human body, everyone applauded for this great invention. The factory leaders worked hard, because this means that the power plant does not need to be demolished, and their position can continue to be secure. Next, the soldiers will follow the experts to the capital to hold seminars and technical appraisal meetings. There will be half a month of monitoring and testing. As long as the effectiveness of the filter is completely confirmed, China will strongly support it and even force all relevant companies to implement the new pollution emission standards. Soon, the news spread online. After learning that China had begun testing filters, people in China applauded. If the emission problem could be solved, thermal power plants and steel plants would not be so annoying. Air quality across China will improve. Then, Lang Kai was depressed again, once again playing the role of customer service. India, island country, Egypt, Iran, Italy, more than 20 countries have sent documents. Invite Myanmar and Asia environmental protection technology companies to conduct testing in their countries, most of which are European countries, because after so many days of events, the 6 major types of sewage companies in their countries are surrounded by people every day. Don't express your position again. Support ratings may not be maintained. This comes a day after filters were installed at a steel plant in New Delhi. The Indian government directly announced that it would allow the sale of industrial-grade filters in India. At the end of 2006, all heavy gas polluting companies around New Delhi, the capital of India, must meet new exhaust emission standards. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to install this kind of industrial-grade filter. As for why it was only announced to start around New Delhi, the reason is that the whole world knows that India is a strong local country. It is difficult for the President of India to control all the states in the country, and it is difficult to use government orders outside New Delhi. Therefore, in order to save face, we can only start from here to create a demonstration template. This is good news. Once again, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company made headlines. And this, just the beginning. Chapter 2. June 25th, Myanmar. Naypyidaw. At the meeting, Lang Kai formally proposed the implementation of stricter environmental standards in Myanmar. Lang Kai directly mentioned filters. It is obvious that this environmental protection standard must be zero emission. However, as soon as it was brought up, many people expressed difficulties. Quinton jumped out first and said with a puzzled face, President Lang Tsai, various enterprises in Myanmar are now in the development stage and have relatively large demand for funds. If so much money is spent to purchase industrial-grade filters, it is likely to cause a heavy burden on the operation of the enterprise. Yes, now our enterprise is facing many problems in production due to the depreciation of the baht. Fortunately, we have adjusted properly and nothing has happened. In order not to burden the enterprise, I think it is too early to consider environmental issues. This was actually said by the person in charge of Myanmar's Environmental Protection Department. Immediately afterwards, the heads of other departments also stood up to emphasize the difficulties, and the reasons were similar. They were all for the hard-won economic situation, as if once implemented, Myanmar's economy would plunge into a cold winter. Lang Kai listened to these people expressionlessly. In fact, I was already laughing in my heart. Zero wants to make money. It's not that easy. Finally, Lang Kai said, What you said makes sense, but we cannot let air pollution go unchecked. Moreover, this is a product of our country. If we don't support it, outsiders may laugh at us. Otherwise, only enforce certain industries, such as chemical plants, and put other industries on hold for the time being. Quentin raised his hand and suggested. Lang Kai looked at Ling, whose expression had never changed, and said, Deputy Chief Ling, what do you think is better? Now the company is short of money. This is a real problem. His purpose. It is certainly not intended to prevent the sale of filters in Myanmar. There is no substitute for this. With its foreign market, it is hundreds of times larger than the entire market of Myanmar. Whether or not Myanmar has this small market is of no importance to Ling, not to mention that he had promised Ling before to give him a certain amount of support. 2 days ago, Lang Kai had found change. I want to see if I can license their technology and allow them to produce it. The ultimate goal is actually to get the key technology of the filter. The purpose, of course, is that someone wants to pay for it. Needless to say, Zero rejected him directly. Then, Lang Kai could only find something to do for Ling in this matter, so he could feel comfortable. Watch them sing the double act. Ling said without changing his expression, if you are short of money, Myanmar Bank can lend you money. Myanmar Bank is willing to provide loans to these enterprises? Lang Kai confirmed. Yes. Zero nodded. The little thoughts of these people. It was no secret to the command room at all. Loans are not a big deal, and they can also expand the influence of the Asian dollar. Why not do it? Banks are engaged in this, although they will not be able to obtain cash flow in the short term. But debt itself is an asset of the bank, an asset that can be converted into cash in the future, and more stable. As long as there is no loss, it doesn't matter how much you earn or whether it is cash. Even if the Asian dollar rises in the future, these debts can be packaged up, put into the financial market, and directly exchanged for cash. What a big deal. In this case, do you still have any problems? Seeing Ling's agreement, Lang Kai asked the others with a smile on his face. Finally, he got rid of the matter and did not violate the previous agreement with Ling no more. Good idea. Agreed. Everyone else happily agreed. As long as Zero does not propose government subsidies. Now, the Myanmar government has more revenue, but has more places to spend money. Coupled with uncontrollable inflation, they are simply unwilling to spend. Additional expenses. Zero takeover now. Things couldn't be better. Anyway, the loans open are only for filters, so it won't be a problem. The next day, Lang Kai said at a meeting of Myanmar's National Environmental Protection Agency, starting today, experts will begin to formulate new pollution gas emission standards. The speech clearly requires that all large gas polluting companies in Myanmar need to install filters before the end of the year. However, there are no restrictions on cars and motorcycles, mainly because Myanmar has too few cars. This year, the number of cars in China has exceeded 50 million, but now it has just exceeded 100,000, which has just reached 0.2% of China's. It is not as good as China's larger market. This country is also densely covered with vegetation. As far as the emissions from cars are concerned, the impact on the environment is almost negligible for the time being, as long as emissions in several fields such as power generation, steel, cement, non-ferrous metals, and chemicals are restricted. The sky in this country is still clear. See the news. At first, many business owners are repelled. They were relieved when they heard that Zero Commitment would provide loans for industrial-grade filters. But they still felt awkward, because from a businessman's point of view, they did not want to pay all the additional costs. This is also the original sin of most businessmen, driven by interests. They don't care about the harm to the environment at all. Therefore, businessmen must not have unlimited freedom and the right to pursue profits without limit, and must be restrained. This is a view that Tang Qing has always insisted on. June 28th, Beijing. Although the test on the filter has not yet ended, almost no one doubts its function now. After these days of technical exchanges, they have a new understanding of the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, especially the person in charge who came this time. Simply, when visiting some domestic environmental protection projects, I was so stunned that they were confused. In many ways, that person was like an all-round talent. Their so-called technology, others could deduce the technical details after just a few glances and a few words from you. It's terrifying. On one occasion, He directly solved a project problem that was being tackled and helped come up with a perfect solution, which saved them more than a year and even alarmed many big shots. Then, negotiation on filters begins to enter the substantive stage. Zhong Yi, the head of the commercial department, represented China and was negotiating with Shun Yu, the chairman of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company, who came yesterday to negotiate a commercial agreement on filters. Mr. Xinyu, the fact that we can sit here is enough to show that we at Huaxiao want to cooperate with your company sincerely. Therefore, I also hope that we can get the most favorable terms from your company and complete a win-win cooperation. This time, the soldier did not demonstrate the ability to say, I can also speak Chinese. Sometimes just a few key people talking is enough. For other things, it's better not to make it too conspicuous, lest anyone gossip. Especially when Zero does not have absolute authority, and even if it does in the future, it must continue to maintain its authority to avoid being caught by foreign media and making a big fuss. Once someone takes this to make an argument, they say that Zero is supported by China. It will be very troublesome. The translator finished. Warrior Shun Yu said in Burmese, Of course, we attach great importance to this cooperation with you. Zhong Yi smiled and said, Mr. Xinyu, we intend to install your industrial-grade filters for all relevant companies in our territory. The required quantity may exceed 8,000 units. However, I want to know whether your supply capacity can meet our needs in time. 8,000 units is our current production capacity of 2 years. The warrior said honestly. This answer made Zhong Yi very happy. Commercial agreement. This is not a purchase agreement. These are two different concepts. No. The first request is so sharp. In this case, let's see if we can build a new filter production factory in China to produce related consumables and parts, or use our country's industrial system to manufacture parts, which you can assemble. Zhong Yi firmly performed his duties and fought for the interests of China. It's not impossible. I believe China's industrial system can produce suitable parts. Faced with this problem, the soldier gave in directly because there was no point in opposing it. If you want to get the material and size of the filter in China, you can get it by dismantling it yourself and researching it. So keeping this secret is of little significance. But this is not without conditions. When Zhong Yi's lips curled up slightly, the soldier continued, If China can provide policy and financial support, I can agree to build a factory in China. That's no problem. In terms of policy, we can promise the biggest local discount and provide a full loan for the construction of the factory. Zhong Yi agreed directly. It was just a small request. Immediately afterwards, the two parties had intense discussions on the order details of industrial-grade filters. Finally, it took more than an hour to reach a supply agreement. This time, Huaxia is preparing to order the first batch of 1,500 industrial-grade filters. The total contract value is 2.36 billion renminbi. This is just the beginning of the cooperation. If the third phase of the cooperation is completed, the total order volume will exceed 20 billion yuan. The reason is that the emergence of filters has led to a sharp reduction in the harm to the environment. The country may build more thermal power plants. This is a huge order that cannot be missed, and related consumables will bring a steady stream of income in the future. The command room has calculated that if all thermal power plants around the world are equipped with filters, their annual profits from consumables will be more than 3 billion yuan. And when automobile exhaust filters are launched, the profits will be even greater. The contract requires that 1,000 of this batch of filters can be produced by factories in Myanmar, but the remaining 500 must be assembled in China, and most of their spare parts must also be produced in China. At the same time, in the next month, China will approve a 5-year interest-free loan of 500 million renminbi to Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company to help build factories, purchase equipment and raw materials, and conduct daily operations. This funding will not be given all at once. There were only 300 million in the first year. The remaining 200 million will be given in the second year, firstly for risk control needs, and secondly because there is no need to spend all the money at once to build the factory. The project fees are paid according to the progress, and the billing period for raw material ordering is also based on months. And this, just the beginning. Behind a candy, Zhong Yi revealed the larger purpose. Chairman Xinyu, we are also very interested in automobile exhaust filters and want to cooperate with you. How to cooperate? The word interest appeared on the soldier's face. We know that the major automobile giants are now a little resistant to your exhaust filters and do not want to install them. As a result, you have made little progress, and there are also problems in lobbying various countries. Compared with industrial-grade filters, the impact of automobile exhaust cannot be expanded because there are too many people driving, and most people have always liked to ignore the harm they cause. This is also the biggest reason why automobile exhaust filters have not been able to break through. After Zhong Yi finished speaking, seeing that the soldier's face did not change, he continued, if exhaust gas filters want to usher in development, they must also obtain the support of local countries and be included in mandatory standards, and we in China intend to introduce such standards. Conditions. All exhaust filters sold in China, all parts and consumables must be produced in China. Zhong Yi's requirements were not excessive, and he did not raise issues involving core interests such as technical exchanges and cooperation. The warrior considered for 10 seconds. Look up, smiled a little. Deal. Chapter 3. Those 10 seconds when the warrior paused. Naturally, he is waiting for Tang Qing's decision. No thought was given at all. Tang Qing agreed. Anyway, as long as the core technology is not leaked, it doesn't matter where a factory is located. He did not originally plan to locate this kind of factory in just one country. There will definitely be one in the United States and Europe in the future, plus the main factory in Myanmar. Tang Qing's plan is to set up 4 filter factories. It involves not only the current industrial-grade filters and automotive filters. With the development of diversification, motorcycles, household air purifiers, outdoor air purifiers, etc. will be launched one after another. There is also the advent of water filters in the future. For factories, in fact, it is quite small. See, the other party's chairman agree. Zhong Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, today's main goal was achieved. This cooperation was completely in line with China's interests. Everyone was happy to be able to give an explanation to the superiors. Such a smooth negotiation. I haven't met Zhong Yi for a long time. Negotiations with other international giants are always acrimonious. Those foreigners are so stubborn. Sometimes a negotiation lasts for several days or even a week. It's really disgusting. Not as efficient as Shunyu. It's a pleasure to cooperate. We will sign a formal contract tomorrow morning. Zhong Yi said that they will go back to prepare the contract this afternoon. This kind of negotiation cannot be signed at the end of the meeting. In the evening, I have to show the contract to the other party and revise some minor issues. A pleasure to work with. Noon. Zhong Yi's treat here is a celebration of the successful cooperation between the two parties. Next, both parties are about to start taking actual action on the contents of the contract. The next day, the two parties jointly signed the procurement contract under the witness of many media. Soon, it became the headlines. Huaxiao purchased 1,500 industrial-grade filters from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, which fully reflects the superior's attitude towards environmental protection and their determination to change. Clear skies are not far away from us. Beijing Daily. Huaxiao signatory Zhong Yi said, in the next 2 years, Huaxiao will make environmental protection a key issue. All enterprises that exceed the standard of pollutant discharge will either be modified or closed. Xinyu, chairman of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology, revealed that they will set up a factory in China to produce filters for automobiles. China is expected to introduce new environmental standards for motor vehicle driving by the end of the year. Domestic praise. Foreign countries are anxious. China has bought so much. If they can't produce it, they have to wait for a year or two. When they thought of this, many people gave up and marched to the door of the relevant enterprises again, asking them to buy them quickly, otherwise they would have to wait who knows how long. Haven't you seen that others are building branch factories? It must be caused by insufficient production capacity. A country as big as China has bought it, and there's no need to test its efficacy. What are you waiting for? Then, the next few days were full of good news. India, Canada, Dubai, UAE, Saudi Arabia. More than 30 companies from a dozen countries have placed orders for a total of more than 900 units. They are not like China, whose steel plants, power plants, petrochemicals, chemicals, etc. are basically central and state-owned enterprises. China's officials will send people to discuss cooperation. However, these assets in these countries are basically in private hands. Negotiations are purely commercial. Therefore, those who come are only company executives, and there are no officials for these orders. Of course, all comers are welcome. Anyway, the contract didn't say delivery now. They were queued behind China and had to wait for a month and a half at the earliest. Saudi Arabia even wanted to add money to jump in and pick up the goods, but was rejected directly. This news spread back and caused a lot of worry. It's too late. Don't we really have to wait until next year? Then, more and more companies are joining in. The total order volume began to see a rising trend and soon exceeded 3,000 units, slowly buying towards 4,000 units. The total order price was also close to 8 billion yuan, only a small step away from 10 billion yuan. On the other side, the major automobile giants are almost no longer able to sit on there, but benches. Because news came from within China, China has decided to introduce new environmental protection standards and encourage or even force car companies to install filters on their cars. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to be put on the market for sale. This is for them. It can be said to be extremely bad news, and China is very determined this time. They also know the reason. That is because the air pollution in the capital is directly visible to the leaders. It's become unbearable. It is urgent to solve this problem now. The major auto giants know. Once the cars are sold to China, they are all equipped with filters. If other countries don't have it, many people will have trouble sleeping and eating. For example, the American people will think the United States is the most powerful and democratic country, but its environmental awareness is not as good as that of a developing country. That's okay. July 2nd, Shanghai Stock Exchange, 10 o'clock in the morning. In Tang Qing's villa, Lin Joshua is packing her things and preparing to return to Qingyan City. Their summer vacation started 2 days ago. In the past 2 days, Tang Qing has been meeting a comic group and stopped by Qingyuan Technology to encourage them because he will not return to the Shanghai stock market for the next 2 months of summer vacation. I didn't go back on May Day. It's summer vacation, so I have to go back to Qingyan City no matter what. This time, Li Kai chose to work in Shanghai with his girlfriend during the summer vacation. But Tang Qing knew that this guy just had a breakthrough with his girlfriend last month. Get ready to burn through an inventory of ammunition that has been stored for almost 2 decades. The two of them were inseparable. After playing here for a day, he left in a hurry to find a house. Tang Qing guessed that after the summer vacation, this guy would definitely lose a few pounds. There is no scientific basis, just intuition. Tang, let's go, I've packed up. Lin Joshua walked down. The female warrior behind her was carrying a small box. Tang Qing's hands were empty. Last time he carried a bag. This time, with the space ring, it was even more impossible for him to carry the bag. The only thing he had to bring was the gift that Qin Shiqi had been clamoring for 2 months. However, it has been sent to Qingyan City first. It's summer. Lin Joshua was dressed in a snow-white and cool suit. Her hair was simply tied up, and her delicate face was white and rosy without any flaws. Even without makeup, she was so good that she could make other women jealous. Lin Joshua now. The woman's charm is getting stronger and stronger, and her eyes and eyebrows have begun to take on a charming look, which often makes Tang Qing unable to stop looking at Lin Joshua, who is getting more and more beautiful. Tang Qing smiled and stretched his hand to Lin Joshua's waist. Daughter-in-law, let's go home. The top academics are also cheating. The top academics are not to be feared, but the top academics are also afraid of cheating. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book, A Scholar's Cheating. If you like academic essays, you can read it. This book is being recommended. Please help me collect it. Please help me. Thank you. Chapter 4. I feel like I pushed the timeline too fast. 3:30 in the afternoon. Tang Qing and Lin Joshua arrived at Qingyan City Airport. It's only 2006, and airplanes are still a relatively luxurious means of transportation with not many passengers. This makes Qingyan City's airport appear empty most of the time, and it takes more than half an hour for a plane to take off or land. But Tang Qing knew. Another 4 or 5 years. The number of civil flights in China will more than double. As people's incomes increase, airplanes will become a common travel tool. The main reason is that after taking a plane once, many people can no longer tolerate the speed of green cars. Once upon a time, it was difficult to find water in the sea and high-speed rail. If it's far, might as well take a plane. But that's fine. Tang Qing didn't like crowding in crowded places. As soon as you leave the airport, Tang Qing heard Qin Shiqi's loud voice. "Brother, Sister Joshua, we are here." This voice. The people around me raised their eyebrows and made a whoosh. Don't they know this is a public place? But when those people saw that it was a cute little girl, smiles appeared on their faces. Cute little girl. There are preferential treatment everywhere. The most important thing is, behind the girl stood 6 big men in black. In Indy. I can't afford it. Seeing Qin Shiqi, Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's hand and quickened his pace because his second uncle and the others were all there. Tang Qing's parents and Lin Jiashue's parents didn't come, as they had said before on the phone. There's an event going on in the store today, so I don't have time. Tang Qing is not a child, but his own child. He can take a good look at it when he goes home at night. Look carefully, there's no need to be sticky. No matter how rich Tang Qing is or how high his status is, he is still their child. Brother, where's the gift? No need to think about it at all. The first 2 were called by Qin Shiyu and Tang Yin'er, and the last one was called. The owner of the voice had already put his hand into Tang Qing's pocket and started groping around. If his uncle and aunt were here, the little girl's ears would start to itch. This scene. It was directly photographed by my second Aunt Yumin. Such a long time together. She also understood the way Qin Shiqi and Tang Qing communicated and thought it was so fun. They were a family. Thinking of this, Yumin sighed a little. She was an only child, and she didn't have an older brother to act like a spoiled child when she was a child. Brother, why don't you have anything in your pocket? Qin Shiqi pouted. How can there be nothing? There is endless air to grab. Tang Qing spread his hands and laughed. Qin Shiqi rolled her eyes at Tang Qing and said, I have this thing too. Well, then I won't give it to you. After all, you're also a boss. Why don't you even have a dime in your pocket? Qin Shiqi remembered that in the past, she could still find a few or dozens of yuan. But now, rich people no longer carry money with them when they go out. Why am I pretending to be a dime? However, now is not the time to tease Qin Shiqi. The second uncle is not far away. Tang Qing said quickly. Of course there are gifts. They're in the car outside. They have already arrived in Qingyan City. Hee, that's about the same. After saying with a smile, Qin Shiqi went over and hugged Lin Jiashue's hand. Sister Jiashue, you look good in this dress. Why you look so beautiful every time I see you? I can't explain. Qin Shiqi doesn't have much concept of femininity yet. You two are getting prettier and prettier. Lin Jiashue praised with a smile. Thanks to the improvement of her diet, Qin Shiqi's skin is getting better and better. Although it is not as good as her own, the skin quality of a teenager is better. Hey, Sister Jiashue, look how good my eyeliner is. I also painted my sister's eyeliner. Qin Shiqi pointed at her eyes. At her age, she didn't need any cosmetics. I can only draw eyeliner. Looking at the eyeliner of the two sisters, they are almost identical. Lin Jiashue estimated that Qin Shiyu was often used as a practice tool by Qin Shiqi. Lin Jiashue and the three little girls were chattering, and the few cute girls stood together, forming a scene. Second uncle, second aunt. Tang Qing walked over. Tang, you look really cool wearing sunglasses. Second Aunt Yumin gave a thumbs up. Tang Qing was stunned. So cool? Such an old word. After thinking about the internet buzzwords from more than 10 years ago, Tang Qing recalled several in his mind. For example, Tang Qing shook his head vigorously. Never mind. These words are poisonous. It's okay. He's just a little handsome. Tang Qing smiled awkwardly. He was wearing real sunglasses, brown, which Qin Shichi bought for himself when he was playing in Shanghai. Although it's not a very valuable thing. Only 50 or 60 yuan. But things given by your relatives cannot be measured by value. Let's go to the manor first and have fun there in the evening, Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay. Half an hour later. Come to the manor. Tang Qing rolled down the window. Looking at the fence that has had its color steel plates removed, the entire fence is made of blue bricks and is 3 meters high. It is covered with barbed wire and a large number of monitors. There is even a flower bed several meters wide around the outside of the fence. Outside is the sidewalk, but there are few people here. There are almost no pedestrians in sight. Soon, the motorcade arrived at the gate of the manor. Well, don't say it. Quite impressive. In the middle of the gate is a huge stone about 10 meters high, with a big Chinese character Tang written in red on it. Apart from this, there are no other fonts on the stone. The door is recessed, so it will not occupy the sidewalk. The huge stone at the door just divides the entrance and exit channels. If a lot of people come in the future, they can enter on the right and exit on the right. It is a very good function. The entire courtyard. Blue stone and red tiles. It is a typical large Chinese manor style, with 4 security guards standing straight at the door, all of them soldiers. The car entered the manor. The last time I came to see it, it was still a construction site. This time I went in, and it was really full of flowers, small bridges, and flowing water. A straight avenue led into the distance, with old transplanted trees on both sides. Provides cool shade to the driveway. On the left is a garden. To the right is a golf course. Through the gaps between trees, you can see the huge looming buildings in the distance. Looking at the Qingyan Mountains scenic area in the distance, I have to say that it really feels like a wealthy person. Tang, how are you? Walking into the building that combines Chinese and European styles, Tang Qing asked as if he was offering a treasure. Although this place is his home, it is not completely built for him. It only needs to be liked by his family. Very good. Tang Qing nodded repeatedly. Chinese look, European interior. This combination is the mainstream setting here. After all, in terms of luxury, the Chinese interior style didn't seem to match modern furniture at all. In a huge 3-story hall, he also found the huge luminous pearl that he gave to his second uncle. See Tang Qing's eyes moving to Yi Mingzhu. Tang, I have kept this luminous pearl here for so long, but no one who came here could tell that it was a luminous pearl, haha. When talking about this, Tang Qing found it very interesting. Of course, they don't know the goods like their second uncle. Tang Qing said with a smile. With such a big, almost foul Yi Mingzhu, how many laymen would believe it to be true? Even if Tang Qing was rich, he probably wouldn't show off his wealth like this. Let's go to the room assigned to you first, and then I will take you around. Tang Qing said. Okay. Everyone came to the 3rd floor. Turned a few times. We came to a gate. This gate was really big, more than 4 meters wide and about 7 meters high. It looked like a palace gate in a Western fairy tale. It looked really interesting. Tang Qing took out the key. The huge door was pushed open. Inside was a huge living room, and Tang Qing discovered that it was actually a duplex. It seems to be a duplex for 2 people. The living room is very large. The other rooms are basically functional houses, such as a study room, a musical instrument room, a fitness room, a painting studio, and a conference room. There is only 1 bedroom. In the bedroom, there's also a huge bathtub. Tang Qing just wanted to say, second uncle is really good at playing. Tang, this place is specially built for you and Joshua. I know that you like painting, sculptures, and musical instruments. From now on, only you and Joshua will live here. Your parents also have fixed rooms here. In such a large manor, Tang Qing had already assigned fixed rooms to them. Thank you, uncle. Tang Qing nodded. That's fine. He doesn't like to live in a place where others have lived, otherwise the sofa will be uncomfortable. Joshua, go and put your things back in the bedroom. From now on, this will also be our home. Tang Qing said to Lin Joshua beside him. Lin Joshua hummed. Hearing that only she and Tang Qing could live here, Lin Joshua suddenly felt a sense of belonging. When she arrived on the 2nd floor, She put the box back in the bedroom and walked down. The decoration here was very similar to the style of Shanghai villas. Even a style. Lin Jiaxue accepted having such a new home instantly. After putting away the luggage, under the leadership of my second uncle, they walked around the whole manor. In addition to what you just saw, the manor also has a large outdoor swimming pool, which is about the same size as those used for competition swimming pools. When necessary, a membrane can be erected here to make it indoors. With this added, there are 3 swimming pools throughout the estate. And this is still excluding the artificial lake. Huge artificial lake. The water is clear. Because the ground under the lake is concrete, there is no mud, and it is naturally clear. There are also 8 huge water quality filters surrounding the lake. I heard from my second uncle that it took more than a month to fill the water. More than 20 water pumps pumped water directly from the distant mountain spring day and night. Fortunately, the mountain spring is connected to the underground river, so the water level has not changed. The lake's surface is sparkling. There is also a long beach. I heard that the sand was transported from the coastal area by my second uncle. It was carefully selected and had no impurities. According to the design requirements, it had to be replaced every 6 months because wind and dust sometimes blew in some small impurities. A 5-meter-wide bluestone slab goes deep into the center of the lake. There is an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, which looks like it was designed by a famous artist. There are also some fishing platforms around the lake. There are even some small boats, both mechanical and human. There is a life-saving equipment point every 50 meters on the shore. Although the deepest point of the entire lake is only 2 meters and 2 meters, and the edges are no more than knee-high, the necessary life-saving equipment is well prepared. Tang, do you have any suggestions? If you're not satisfied with anything, I will ask someone to change it. Tang Kai's tone was very heroic. This manor was the place where his family usually vacationed. It was not easy for his brother and others to give opinions, so he could only ask Tang Qing. Everything is very good. I didn't find any problems. The facilities are complete. It's a good place for a weekend break. Tang Qing really thought it was good. Ah, that's good. Tang Kai was very happy. Finished the tour of the manor. It was already after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Tang Qing's parents and Lin Jiaxue's parents rushed over together. It seems that they have made an appointment. As for my uncle, he is probably still at work. He said that he would pick up his aunt from school after get off work. The school is on holiday, and today is also the last day for his aunt to go to school for a meeting. Tang, let Mom take a look. As soon as she entered the house, her mother trotted over, looking here and there. She felt relieved when she saw that there was nothing wrong with her except that she still looked good. She was strong and strong. We haven't seen each other for half a year. How can we miss it? Fortunately, the internet is now developed, so you can watch videos when you want, but for fear of disturbing Tang Qing's work or the two people's world with Lin Jiaxue, they usually only have one video call a month. Lin Jiaxue also spoke to Mother Lin with red eyes. As expected, not long after, Mother Tang turned her attention to Lin Jiaxue. Her son was fine, and her daughter-in-law could not ignore him. She went up to greet him and whispered, "Dad, how's the business going?" Tang Qing said to Tang's father as soon as his mother left. "It's very good. It's always been good. I originally wanted to open a branch, but your second uncle stopped me later. He didn't want me to be too tired. It's okay to just have a store, and your mother will take care of it slowly so that we don't have to worry about food and drink." Father Tang looked at his son lovingly. Before, they were thinking of helping their son earn some money to buy a house. Now, his son has so much money that he can't spend it all, which is an astronomical figure for him. He doesn't intend to tire himself to death, but he doesn't want to be idle either. Opening a store every day makes him feel very happy. It didn't take long. Uncle Qin Yugong also came, taking his aunt with him. Long time no see. Qin Yugong's majesty was even stronger. When he saw Tang Qing, that aura disappeared instantly and turned into the kindness of an elder. Tang, I don't have time to go to the airport today. I'm sorry. You are my uncle. Why are you talking about this? Tang Qing waved his hand. Haha, that's right. I'm already hungry no matter when the meal is served. Qin Yugong laughed. Tang Kai quickly said, You can eat it now. Most of the dishes are ready and have been kept in the thermal pot. Everyone served the table. The soldiers had already poured the wine. As the owner of the manor, Tang Kai raised his glass and said, "Come, let's have a drink first. Firstly, to end the freshman life of our Tang Jiashue. Secondly, I guess we will call District Chief Qing's Secretary Qing next week, haha." The Tang family's dinner had already formed an agreement. That is, there is only one collective toast at the beginning. After the discussion, everyone should eat and drink. The rules of toasting one by one at the wine table do not work here. Family. We can't do it anymore. If it was no different from socializing outside, what will we call a family? Clang. A dozen cups banged together. A small glass of fruit wine per person. Drink it all in one gulp. Everyone here drinks this stuff often, and even Lin Jiashue's drinking capacity has been greatly improved. Of course, this is the amount of alcoholic beverages. Lin Jiashue does not drink beer and liquor. The main reason is that the taste is too bad. "Uncle, when did this happen?" Tang Qing pretended not to know. Just this morning. Qin Yugong really didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Firstly, it was a smooth tone, and secondly, he also knew what the city meant. I want to use the power of the Tang family to bring the county's economy to a new level. This is not due to his ability. Also, last month, something big happened in the county. This originally intended position hit him on the head in advance. "Uncle, come on. Only with a bigger position can you help more people. Now that you are the top leader in the county, you can do things freely. The economy and transportation in our county are quite backward. I can also support the development of my hometown." Tang Qing comforted. "You kid, you can't spend money frivolously, you know." After saying that, Qin Yugong looked at Tang Qing's face, and the awkwardness in his heart slowly disappeared. It's not that he didn't understand this truth, but the change in mentality was not necessarily related to whether he understood it or not. Sometimes, only when you really have an epiphany and look away, only then can you accept it calmly. The encouraging eyes and smile on Tang Qing's face made Qin Yugong suddenly cross the threshold in his heart. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that in this short period of time, Tang Qing used him a little. Psychological suggestion. Tang Qing chuckled and said, "Uncle, I am here to benefit the village. Wherever there are random flowers, I will wait for you to step in. If there are any good investment projects, I will not hesitate. I will do it even if it makes a loss." "What do you mean by stepping on the spot?" Qin Yugong couldn't laugh or cry, which made him feel like he had failed to do bad things. "Yes, it should be called an inspection." Tang Qing quickly changed his words. Qin Yugong nodded. "That's about right. I'll go take a look first. I heard that the situation in the county is very complicated. 3 members of the county committee's standing committee were involved in an incident last month. So, in addition to economic reasons, the city also wants me to go down and stabilize the situation. With my uncle's ability, there will definitely be no problem." Tang Qing encouraged. "The soldiers have investigated the problems in the county. It's very simple. As long as Qin Yugong takes office, everything will be figured out quickly. Complex? That's relative. I'm not omnipotent." Qin Yugong really didn't know where Tang Qing had such confidence in him. Tang Qing immediately changed the subject and said, "Uncle, I remember that Uncle Zheng Xiu is the police chief in our county. He should know the situation in the county very well. You could talk to him. That's my plan too. P.S. I recommended a friend's new book, Rebirth begins in 1990. I am another good friend who recommends it. Please help me collect it and make the data look better. Thank you very much." Africa? Where was it attacked? Downed several glasses of wine. Qin Yugong talked more. "In the past, I thought that as long as I work hard and solve the cases, there are too many departments under my management. Each one has high or low ability to do things, and they may not necessarily be obedient, really. Fortunately, I have the support of the city leaders above, and with the remarkable achievements in attracting investment, in the first 2 quarters of this year, the tax revenue of the Economic and Technological Development Zone exceeded all other districts in Xinyan City, and the people below also obey me. This time when I go to the county, the situation will be much more complicated and management will be more difficult. The local and city rules are different. I know, Zhang Xiu often tells me this, and many people below are too lazy to do anything and just muddle along. This meal, Qin Yigong said a lot. His ideal, his principles, and his work. During this time, he could even blurt out the changes in the Qingyan Economic Development Zone and various detailed data. Now that he was leaving, he was inevitably a little reluctant to leave. Strictly speaking, the development zone could actually be said to be the real starting point of Qin Yigong's career, for those who go to the county to serve as heads. This was something he had never dared to think about before. In just a few years, he had made such a leap. He had never said many things to anyone else, not even his wife. But today, Tang Qing was here, and Qin Yigong felt uneasy and unhappy. Second uncle, come on, do what you think is right. Tang Qing raised his glass again. Okay, just do the right thing. Finally, Qin Yigong was drunk, because he also wanted to get drunk once. In the manor, each of their families has a large suite. Specifications vary. Tang Qing's room has a musical instrument room and a painting room. Others don't have this hobby, so it doesn't exist. It's not even as big as Tang Qing's room. After sending his second uncle back, Tang Qing and the others went to the roof to watch the stars. It's hard to take a vacation. How could a few girls go to bed so early when they get together? Tang, I thought I would never see all this. Looking at the large manor, with bright lights everywhere at night, Tang Kai sighed as Qin Yigong brought back memories. How could he forget that experience of being hunted down? We can keep watching from now on, Tang Qing said with a smile. He's there. Tang family. At least this life's prosperity can be guaranteed. Tang, do you remember the Lei family? Tang Kai suddenly asked. Of course I remember. What's wrong? Tang Qing turned around and asked. My current business is so big, and with Lu Qian's help, I have also started to contact the rich people in the province. A few days ago, I received a call from the Lei family, who wanted to make peace with me and treat me to dinner and wipe out the past things. Tang Kai explained. Second uncle, what do you think? Tang Qing asked. Actually, it's okay to write it off, but I still can't get over this hurdle of becoming friends. Tang Kai shook his head. It was the Lei family that forced him to leave. For more than 10 years, Tang Kai did not see his parents for the last time before their deaths. However, if it had not been for this, Tang Kai would not have achieved what he has today. The Lei family has not done anything extraordinary to Tang Qing and the others in these years. Really speaking, there is no life or death feud, but he wouldn't do it as a friend. Then let's go into the water without disturbing the river, and stay out of sight and out of mind, Tang Qing suggested. That's all we can do. Your Uncle Lu is coming tomorrow at noon. Do you have any other arrangements? Tang Kai ended the topic of the Lei family and turned to Lu Gan, a local gangster. In the eyes of many people, Tang Kai is now one of the gangsters in Qingyan City, and a very large snake. Because just the current electric vehicle company owned by Tang Kai, it is richer than all Lu Qian's properties combined. Now they have built the largest, most luxurious, and best-equipped resort estate in Qingyan City. Now in Qingyan City, the Tang family has slowly begun to become an influential and well-known family. No, many classmates are working in other places during the summer vacation, and there are no acquaintances to meet in Qingyan City. Tang Qing shook his head. Li Kai will not come back during the summer vacation, and Wang Yin has also started working officially in Shanghai. As for the other classmates, Tang Qing was not very familiar with them, and neither was Lin Jiaxue, whose best friend also worked in Jinling City during the summer vacation. The older you get, the lonelier, whether it's psychological or physical distance. When he heard that Tang Qing was fine, Tang Kai said, Then stay with me for the next few days. I heard that you're going back to the village. Well, Lin Jiaxue wants to go back to see her grandparents. I will accompany her back for a week. In the middle of the month, we will go to the Sea View Villa in Nan Province together. Speaking of uncle, the yacht is nice and big. Thank you, Tang Qing said with a smile. Last weekend, the yacht sent by my second uncle had arrived and parked at the pier in the villa area. A super yacht with a total length of 36 meters. 3 decks. Silver hull. That huge size. The other wealthy people in the villa area were all jealous. In this era, there are almost no super yachts worth tens of millions of dollars in China. Unfortunately, they have never found out the owner of the boat. Haha. As long as you like it, your design has also saved me a lot of trouble. Now the samples have been made and will be launched in batches soon. A yacht is nothing compared to what Tang Qing helped him. The uncle and nephew chatted until 12 o'clock. Returned to the room. Lin Jiaxue had already put the bath water. Looking at the circular bathtub, which was 1/3 larger than the villa in Shanghai, Tang Qing jumped directly in. The huge bathtub was more than 3 meters in diameter and had 6 water supply outlets. It can be filled in 15 minutes. Now, Lin Jiaxue's parents also know about the two of them. The two of them live together at home. It doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. They've already cooked the rice, so they're doing something secretive. Jiaxue, come on, the water temperature is just right. Lying comfortably by the bathtub, Tang Qing hooked his fingers. Looking at Tang Qing's naughty smile, Lin Jiaxue was not reserved. Soon, the water in the bathtub began to spread like ocean waves. Tang. I want to lie down. Yes. The next day, morning, Lugon flew back from the provincial capital. As soon as it hit the ground, I hurriedly took a car to the manor. Because of the huge stone at the entrance of the manor, people outside are now accustomed to calling this place Tang Zhuang, the Tang family's manor. Although it is a bit vulgar, it is really appropriate. Past strict security inspection by soldiers, Lu Qian's Rolls-Royce drove into the manor. Even his friends, Lu Qian's car, and people had to go through strict inspections every time he came in, but Lu Qian didn't think it was inappropriate. With Tang Kai's current status, it was a good thing to pay attention to his own safety. He and Tang Kai were already on the same line. Tang Kai is safe. It is in Lu Qian's interests. To commemorate the integer chapters of 900. Come to the door. Lugon saw Tang Qing's uncle and nephew waiting for him at the door. I was a little touched. Both of them were already beyond his reach. They were still greeting them at the door, which really gave him face. Uncle Lu, long time no see. You look good. Tang Qing greeted with a smile, and then called behind Lugon, Brother Ho. When Tang Qing called him, the monkey quickly called Mr. Tang. The first time the two met was still vivid in my mind. Life. It's really unpredictable. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Lugon laughed and said, Thanks to you, there have been a lot less things to worry about in business recently. Uncle Lu, the weather is good today. Why don't we go to the Huxin Pavilion to enjoy the breeze? Tang Qing suggested as he looked at the sky. The sky was covered with a layer of light clouds, and the breeze was cool. It was a good weather for traveling. Lu Qian said smoothly. Okay, look, the weather has improved a lot since you came back. Tang Qing touched his nose. Lugon probably said he was used to it, and Tang Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly because of his flattery. Looking at Tang Qing's expression, Tang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lu, you need to change this habit. Our Tang has a soft ear. Lu Qian was also happy. Okay, I will definitely change it, huh? Then, a few people were taking a walk. Come to Huxin Pavilion. Refreshments have been set out here. A gentle breeze blew. The coolness lingers. It looked like it might rain. Tang Qing liked the weather. On the lake, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxue and the others playing on it, pedaling a human-powered boat. In the distance, Tang Qing could hear a burst of laughter. Qin Shiqi on the boat was still shouting to Tang Qing. But at such a distance, Qin Shiqi couldn't hear clearly unless she used the lion's roar, so Tang Qing still didn't respond, but Tang Qing could clearly hear the content of Qin Shiqi's shout. Brother, if you have the ability, swim over here. Coward! Several girls nearby covered their mouths and snickered. Tang Qing was helpless. Such words. Return a string of strings. He pretended not to hear. He just waved to them and sat down. Tang, what is Shiqi shouting? Tang Kai asked. Can't hear clearly. I guess they were talking about how much fun it was on the boat. Tang Qing shook his head, guessing that when he goes back later, Qin Shiqi will make it known to everyone. That's for sure. Is that so? Tang Kai asked casually. Lugon suddenly said, Mr. Tang, the sales of filters there have been very popular recently. I heard that the sales volume will soon exceed 10 billion yuan. Tang Qing nodded. It is indeed very good. 1 month before it was launched, it was fully installed and tested in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. I have been in China at that time. If I go there now, I heard that all vehicles must be equipped with filters. It's such a good thing. It allows people to breathe clean air. Don't you think about making some money there? Lugan said. What money? Tang Qing was confused. With your relationship with Deputy Chief Zero, you could find a filter dealer or something. Lugan said with a smile. He said this with the intention of trying to find out what opportunities there were. Tang Qing shook his head. Well, I'm afraid I'll be too busy. My factory has also received a lot of orders for filter parts, and I feel like I'm making pretty good money. The batteries for industrial-grade filters are all made by his company. I really envy you. You have so many opportunities. Lugan said with emotion, Tang Qing's first-mover advantage. Latecomers can't catch up at all. Tang Qing can get to know Zero, but latecomers like them can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Haha luck. Tang Qing smiled. Seeing that they were talking about filters, Tang Qing interjected. Uncle Lu, besides the production of filters, can you invest in other industries? Investment? Hey, Xiaotang, you may not know about the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The entire place's corporate economic planning is restricted, land sales are frozen as a whole, and commercial housing is monopolized by the Myanmar Asia Bank. Almost all of them, above and below the ground, belong to the Myanmar Bank Group. I have no place to buy anything, although other companies can buy and sell, but now everyone is making money. Who will sell? Lugan said with a wry smile on his face. Only do business there. Only then can you feel how overbearing the Myanmar Bank Group is. It really controls everything in the local area. If you have money, you have to play according to other people's rules, including land, minerals, and natural resources. They all control circulation. He has been expanding on the basis of the copper cable factory for so long, and even expanded beyond the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. He really wants to invest in assets in other parts of Myanmar on a large scale. But, afraid, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is protected by Tang Qing. But after leaving the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, he has no sense of security, so the investment cannot expand too much. Now the Chad has encountered unprecedented inflation, and the economy is in a fog. The report given by Tianyan is also temporarily not suitable for large-scale investment in other parts of Myanmar, and Lugan does not dare to act rashly. No. The investment I'm talking about is not an industry in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Tang Qing shook his head. Damn it, but I don't feel safe. Even the Heavenly says it's not safe anymore. Lugan misunderstood. Tang Qing shook his head again. It's not because of Een. What is that? Lugan was confused, but Tang Qing had some understanding and hurriedly came over and asked, Tang, have you heard anything? Tell me. Tang Qing smiled and said, Nothing. I heard that Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company is planning to outsource the installation, maintenance, consumable sales, and other services of non-industrial grade filters. The profits are not small. Neither of them expected that this was what Tang Qing was talking about. But they only play after-sales service. They really haven't played it before. This is good news, but what's the profit rate? Tang Qing asked the key question. It's very big. Tang Qing said 2 words. Big? How big? Tang Qing became interested. Lugan also looked at Tang Qing quietly, waiting for his explanation. Tang Qing began to explain. From a market perspective, the filter market is a trillion-level market. Industrial-grade filters are just a small piece of cake. You should know that automobile exhaust filters have gradually been accepted by various countries. And as far as I know, before the end of this year, its civilian air filters will be launched one after another. Relying on its stable, safe, and powerful performance, it is not difficult to seize the world's filter market. In the future, air conditioners, kitchens, and even filters may need to be installed. This seems to have been started in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Therefore, there is no doubt that the market is huge. It is impossible for their company to solve so many after-sales problems for the hundreds of millions of end customers around the world. Service outsourcing has become inevitable. The most important thing is that you can use this to gain a foothold. For example, Uncle Air's fruit wine sales. All new fruit wines in the future will be sold by you, and if you obtain its third-party after-sales qualifications after you establish an outlet. In addition to filters, other business after-sales services of the Myanmar Bank Group may also be outsourced to you. Service outsourcing. This is inevitable. Especially this kind of non-one-time transaction requires a large network to provide services to the end users of this network. Just do it yourself. Again, the Myanmar Bank Group is now the one distributing profits, not exclusive profits. The power of unity is what the Myanmar Bank Group values. In addition to the core interests, it is more meaningful to use it to cultivate people close to it as the tentacles of the Myanmar Bank Group. It seems so. Lee know that. With this cooperation, we may be able to gain greater advantages in related business in the future. As a person, you must take a long-term view. Tang, can you really make money? Tang Kai asked. Well done, for sure. Tang Qing replied firmly. It's just a filter. It's just a filter. But just for the filter, the profit from its follow-up services will not be less. This is an opportunity. The opportunity he was going to give Lu Qian. The most important thing is the opportunity to become the little brother of the Tang family. When will the bidding begin? Lu Gan asked hurriedly. Soon. This week it may be announced that they will conduct an internal tender and select from the big businessmen who have economic ties with the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The purpose, I guess, is that they want to cultivate businessmen who are close to them. Tang Qing guessed. That makes sense. Li know that. Cultivate your own people. This is not difficult to understand and is in line with the style of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Then I will ask people to pay close attention to it. Once there is news, we will bid. Tang Kai has already decided. Okay. Tang Kai suddenly asked. Tang, do you want to come together? Tang Qing shook his head and refused. No, I don't have business in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Adding it will probably lower your rating. Just go with Uncle Lu, but be mentally prepared. There's at most one agent per country. Which country you can get depends on your luck. It doesn't matter. I'm lucky to get it. Lu Gan has a right attitude. Yes, the key is to establish cooperation. The more cooperation there is, the more opportunities there will be for more cooperation. Tang Kai nodded. Yes. Tang, do you have any gossip? Tang Kai was addicted to it. Every time he heard from Chong, he would always hear good news, just like the last time someone in Myanmar coveted the right to sell fruit wine. In the end, it was just as Tang Qing said. Just a clown. Later, they turned to target Tang Liang, a dealer with no background. Unfortunately, they were severely punished by Ling in the end. They didn't even need to beat them, and directly closed down the rights of several families to exchange Asian dollars. It made them disgraced. In the end, the whole thing was settled, and all activities ceased. Now, I'm probably still cursing zero in some corner. Tang Qing spread his hands. No, filters are the main product over there now. We want to build a second egg-laying hen like wine. As for other industries, they have nothing to do with us. For the time being, this is the only economic opportunity that can be released to the two of them. Service outsource, sir. In future planning, it will be a powerful tool for the Myanmar Bank Group to establish a community of interests and an important channel for the transmission of interests. Now, it is just the beginning. This identity, nothing now, just make some money. But in the future, they will know how useful this identity is. I've been touched so many times that I can't bear it. Here I have to mention the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. To date, there are still only a few members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how many people want to squeeze in, but unfortunately they were all rejected. The Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce will be the commercial pawning of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group in the future. Although the word is not good sounding, that's what it means. If Lu Qian really passes the assessment, in the next expansion, maybe become a peripheral member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Pavilion in the middle of the lake. Chatting and chatting. The conversation turned to current affairs. I heard that District Chief Chin is going to be devolved to the county to govern. If you need Lu, just ask. Lu Qian had heard some rumors before. When he came back today, he learned that the municipal committee had made a resolution. Then I'll thank Uncle Lou on my uncle's behalf. My uncle is coming tonight, too. Let's eat together and sit down and chat. Tang Qing was very satisfied with Lu Gan's attitude and had the potential to become a pawn. Lu Gan said to help. Qin Yigong really needs it. After all, the Tang family's relationship network in the province is not as deep as Lu Qian's. Junior qualifications. You know them acquaintances. However, there are almost no friends who are allies of the Tang family. Unlike Lu Qian, he has already established a good relationship with his superiors and subordinates after so many years of management. It is still a relatively deep personal relationship, which is different from knowing each other. Sometimes, I really need Lu Qian's help. For example, after my uncle took office, he didn't have to think about it. The first big thing was to build roads. The road condition from Qingyan City to the county was really bad. There were no expressways, and it took 3 hours to take the national highway. Who pays for this money? Apparently, it is impossible for Tang Qing to get out all. Tang Qing was not unwilling to take advantage of him, but he was not suitable to do it. Avoiding suspicion was an important reason. Therefore, his uncle would definitely ask for help from the city and even the province for funds. No, Lu Qian's network will come into play. Therefore, Lu Gan's role is very important for the time being. He is an important part of the Qingyun plan. Taking this opportunity, his uncle can also establish relationships with other departments in the province and city. This is a step that cannot be omitted. I spent all my money at once, and my uncle didn't even have to leave the house. How could he exercise his ability to govern? It's a blessing. I haven't had a drink with District Chief Qin for a long time. Haha, it's rare. Lu Gan knew his own value, but he was not afraid of being taken advantage of. Being taken advantage of was not scary. The most fearful thing is a person who is not even qualified to be used by others and is complacent about it. This world, Lu Gan sees things more clearly than ordinary people. Become a useful person. The first meaning is that it is useful to society. The second meaning is that it can be used by others. Rights, abilities, even if you're more sharp-tongued and drink better, it can be considered useful. After all, you can still be pulled to stop the drink. Through this, I can get to know more people, expand my network, and maybe even have a romantic relationship. Between reuse and being used, this is actually the value of human beings. Noon. Lu Gan left after eating here. He also has to deal with some company affairs. Unlike Tang Qing, he can do whatever he wants. If he doesn't want to, he can stay away from the office for a few days and a half, and nothing will happen in the company, and no one will try to evade him. Tang Qing and the others came to the street. Shop. It was my second aunt who suggested it. The main thing is to come out and gain popularity. Because the manor is too empty and not as lively as the streets, all schools are on holiday, making the streets as lively as weekends every day, with adults going to work and children running around on the streets. Only, there are so few products in Qingyan City's commercial streets, let alone luxury goods, that it's difficult to live up to expectations. Sometimes, second Aunt Yuman has to hire someone to buy something on her behalf. A bit troublesome. Listen to what the second aunt said. Tang Qing suddenly suggested, "Second uncle, if we build a large commercial plaza in Qingyan City, we can have a place to shop in the future. But I have no experience in real estate development." Tang Kai hesitated. His cooperation with Wang Sa is a construction company, not real estate development. In the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, private real estate developers are not allowed for the time being. Tang Qing shook his head. Second uncle, no experience required at most investment. Don't I hold shares in a real estate company? I am now acquiring land across the country and preparing to build a large number of urban complexes. It's just a small one here. With capital injection, got an idea. Zhai Jihua has been very lively recently, and he and Bao Kaiyu have been working up and down. As for Chai Run, he occasionally helps out because the Chai family has too many properties, which are bigger than Zhai Jihua and Bao Kaiyu combined. Not much time at all. At the critical moment, unclogging relationships is Chai Ren's main task. Can it make money? Qingyan City is so small. Tang Kai began to care about the company's profitability. Tang Qing explained, Jinghua Real Estate now has 2 operating models. One is an asset-heavy model, where all assets belong to the company, and the other is an asset-light model, which means they only produce brands and manage operations, properties, etc. Investments can be made by third parties. That means we can invest money. Tang Qing understood. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Such a big investment. Tang Qing and the others couldn't come up with that much money, and Zhaiji Hua and the others couldn't handle tens of billions of dollars in loans. It was inevitable to bring in investors, and the risks could be shared. That's good. How much does it cost? Tang Qing became interested. It doesn't cost much. We don't have to build it in the center of the city. The urban complex is equivalent to creating a small new city and a business district. It is also a model of urban expansion. How expensive can the land price in the suburbs be? With the second uncle's electric car company, it can support this project with a casual loan of several hundred million. You don't have to pay your own money now. Tang Qing had never thought of using the second uncle's cash to complete this matter. Tang Qing praised. What a good idea. It could be considered as an indirect involvement in real estate. You don't have to take care of it yourself. Don't worry, second uncle. This kind of business is a sure profit. Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Qing said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Whether you make money or not is a trivial matter. And Tang, do you think we should get some fun things in Qingyan City, such as amusement parks, attractions, film and television cities, etc.? Tang Qing. Second uncle, you really know how to play. But when I think that money is just a number to my second uncle, it is really hard to feel pain when he earns 20 to 30 million yuan every day, which is equivalent to spending whatever he earns today. What attractions does this place have? Tang Qing was puzzled. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly, Qingyan Mountain, their operating company is too conservative. No wonder the business is so poor. There are only projects like mountain climbing. If it is comprehensively developed, an amusement park will be built on the west side of the mountain, and a film and television city will be built on the north side. Tang Qing's plan. Tang Qing listened quietly. I don't think there's anything wrong. As long as you have money, who doesn't have some fantastic ideas? It's just that the second uncle's ideas are easy for him to realize. It's a good idea to listen to this. Qingyan City is their base camp. It's not weird to want to do something better. Tang, do you think we should build a university here? Let's call it Shangtang University. Finally, Tang Qing added another project. Tang Qing felt like he couldn't understand. Second uncle, you have so many ideas. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. Businessmen must dare to think and do. That's what I did in Thailand, and don't you think my plan is good? Build an education system from primary school to university to cultivate talents for our company. Tang Qing said proudly. Then, don't wait for Tang Qing to speak. Tang Qing's face began to turn serious. Tang, if our Tang family wants to gain a foothold in the country, we must slowly take root. Not only do we make money, but we also have to do a lot of work. I have thought about it. From now on, Qingyan City will still be our main rear. At the same time, the development in Thailand and Myanmar cannot be left behind. For the safety of our Tang family, my nationality will be Thai for the time being. In this way, if there are any unpredictable problems with my relationship in Thailand and Myanmar, Wang Sa over there can negotiate through official means. We will not suffer too much unfair treatment, and Zero will not stand idly by. Starting from the second half of this year, I will start to help our Tang family expand our relationship network in Thailand and Myanmar. Tang Qing's crisis awareness. Tang Qing was stunned. This insecurity. It seems that all businessmen who have achieved a certain level have it. But Tang Qing didn't. That's because he knows his own strength. But the second uncle doesn't know that after mastering more and more capital, the main thing he wants to think about is maintaining this capital. On this basis, it is expansion. Otherwise, maybe it is to make wedding clothes for others. Second uncle, did you hear something? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. His intelligence network, covering almost the whole world, has not found anyone who wants to harm a Tang family. That's not true. We're not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Tang Qing shook his head. He had been chatting too much with friends in China during this period, and he suddenly thought of strengthening the Tang family's network. Okay, Tang Qing could only agree. Even he was thinking about it. Should we transfer Tang Kai's nationality to Burma when the time comes and give his second uncle a more awesome position? You can think about it. Street. Tang Qing and his second uncle slowed down. Walked behind them. The content of the chat between the two was not suitable for the second aunt and others to know, so as not to worry them. Seeing the bodyguards surrounding the uncle and nephew, pedestrians gave way. After walking by, they pointed and whispered, "Second uncle, do you feel like a bully crossing the street?" Tang Qing said helplessly, and Tang Kai was also happy. It really does." Night. Returned to the manor. Qin Yugong came very late. New appointment down. Of course, the next step is the handover of work. Today, the handover took place all afternoon. The new district chief has also been selected. He was promoted from the original deputy district chief, who was promoted by Qin Yugong. Belonged to one's own people. If it were someone else, Qin Yugong was worried. This time we went down to put out the fire, so the city naturally had to take care of him. No, at this dinner, Qin Yugong also brought his successor, the new development zone director named Chang Le, a top student at Tsinghua University. I am 32 years old this year, very young, active in thinking, but not impulsive. It is a material that can be made. This is Chang Li's first visit to the manor. But this was not the first time I met Lu Gan and Tang Kai, especially Lu Gan. Lu Gan knew almost all the district leaders in the city. Tang Kai's main industry in Qingyan City was also in the development zone. It had been so long, so it would be strange if he didn't know them. But this was his first time meeting Tang Qing. "Xiao Lu, this is my nephew Tang Qing." Qin Yugong introduced. "Chairman Tang, nice to meet you." Chang Lu quickly extended his hand. Chang Lu has never met Tang Qing, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know who Tang Qing is. He is the big boss of Sheng Tang Group, a major taxpayer in the development zone, and one of the companies that he will focus on taking care of in the future. "Hello." Tang Qing smiled and stretched out his hand. After a few pleasantries, sit down one after another. A brief welcome. Everyone eats what they want. After getting a taste of the Tang family's banquet style, Chang Lu quickly adapted to it. People born in the academy, like them, also don't like the scene at the wine table. This kind of atmosphere is quite good. Brother Yugong, is the operating company of Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area a company in the city? During the dinner, Tang Kai asked Qin Yugong, "Just do whatever you want." Tang Kai is not a nagging person. Yes, the operating company of Qingyan Mountain is a state-owned enterprise in the city. What's wrong? Qin Yugong asked curiously. Tang Qing explained his plans, including investing in the development of a large commercial center and commercial real estate projects. He was also preparing to get involved in the tourism industry, build an amusement park, and build a movie theater. Such a big plan. Tang Kai didn't plan to do it secretly. He was not afraid that Chang Lu would hear it and spread it out. If he didn't spread it out, it would cause a sensation. "Are you serious? Can this recover the cost?" Qin Yugong asked worriedly. Doing this in an inland city, which is not a very important prefecture-level urban area, Qin Yugong felt that the step was a bit too big. "It's not a loss anyway," Tang Kai said nonchalantly. Lu Gan on the side immediately supported. "I think it is feasible. Real estate and tourism are both relatively profitable industries now. Qingyan Mountain Operation Company is indeed a bit conservative. It has always relied on tickets to make money and is very poor. They wanted to change before, but the main reason is that they still have no money. If Mr. Tang proposes cooperation or acquisition, the city should seriously consider it. There are not many people in the urban area of Qingyan City, but there are many people in the counties below. With the development of the city, Qingyan City has the largest population in the province outside of the provincial capital, and its consumption potential is huge." Tang Kai got involved in real estate just to build a commercial center. It was a one-time deal, and there was no competition with Lu Qian. "Well, it depends on you. It's best to let Tianyin do a business evaluation." Qin Yugong knew that Tang Kai couldn't be stopped, and it seemed that there was really no need to stop him. Tang Kai was a businessman. You should not do anything unprofitable. "Mr. Lu, where do you think the location of the commercial center is better? You are familiar with Qingyan City." Tang Kai asked slowly. At this time, Lu Gan's eyes drifted past Chong Li's position. Looking at Chong Li's expression, he wanted to talk. A suitable place came to his mind. He smiled his heart and said, I have to go back and take a look at Qingyan City's urban planning. District Chief Chong, you should be familiar with the city's planning. Can you give me some suggestions? Chong Li glanced at Lu Qian gratefully. He looked at Qin Yugong again. Mr. Tang, there is a suitable place in our development zone. 6 years ago, the city's plan was to build a park. However, since the new city leaders came to power, the funds were used elsewhere and the project has been shelved. 2 months ago, the city gave the right to dispose of this place to the development zone. We held a meeting to discuss it and planned to build several high-end commercial office buildings and turn the surrounding area into a leisure park. If Mr. Tang is interested, this place is very suitable. It covers an area of 270 acres. If it is not enough, it can be expanded outward. Less than a kilometer away is the ring road that will be connected. Moreover, this land is close to several large residential areas on the edge of the city. It is on the east-west line of Qingyan City. Once you develop it, I believe that there will soon be a large number of companies developing residential areas in the surrounding area to provide people flow here. Chong Li looked at Tang Kai expectantly. Sounds good, Brother Yugong. What do you think? Tang Kai turned around and asked. Qin Yugong recalled the information about the land, which was consistent with what Chong Li said. It was a good piece of land, and nodded. This is indeed a good piece of land, in a good location, and it does not involve a lot of demolition. District Chief Chong, I will go and have a look tomorrow. If it is suitable, I will take this land. Tang Kai made the decision, and Qin Yugong said yes, that's fine, and it should be regarded as a big gift to Chong Li as he takes office. And this, what great gift. For Chong Li, it was just 1 day after he took office that he made such a large investment, even before his position was even popular. Moreover, it was a commercial real estate project, not a pure commercial building, and also had bonus points. At the same time, it also showed the Tang family's support for him. That's what matters most. The Tang family is gradually becoming more and more powerful in Qingyan City and is very rich. Even if they have money, the key is that they still have a large amount of US dollars. Most of Qingyan City's foreign exchange earning tasks this year are accomplished by Tang Kai. This made the leaders of Qingyan City very happy. Earn foreign exchange from exports. It is a task from top to bottom. It is handed down from the province. If the city fails to complete it, the city leaders will be criticized. Now it is better. There is a stable channel to obtain foreign exchange. Don't be too beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I'll do it first as a courtesy. Chong Li said gratefully and drank it all in one gulp. This investment, enough to keep him in his current position. The next day, morning, Tang Kai came to the place. In a circle, I decided to buy this land. The city leaders who were waiting for the news were all happy when they received Chong Li's call. They had no doubts about Tang Kai's strength. If they wanted to do it, Tang Kai would definitely do a good job. Development zones, political achievements. It is also the political achievement of their city. What kind of company is this Jinghua Real Estate? The city's top official asked curiously. The city leaders were very curious when they learned that Tang Kai only contributed capital and that construction, operation, and management were carried out by other companies. However, one person among them was not curious, and that was the mayor of Qingyan City. Mayor Zheng smiled bitterly and said, I know this is a large real estate company in the capital. It is now purchasing land across the country and preparing to build commercial plazas and urban complexes. It is very famous. That means it is very rich. Who runs it? Asked the executive deputy mayor. A few young men and women from the capital formed a joint venture. It has a background. Tang Qing from the Tang family still owns 1/4 of the shares. Okay, not to be offended. After hearing this good news, the mayor of Qingyan City has thrown out another project. Everyone, I also heard something from District Chief Chong. In addition to this real estate investment, Mr. Tang is also interested in investing in the development of our Qingyan City scenic area and building amusement parks and even a film and television city around it. Amusement park? A film and television city? The city leaders all looked at Zheng Quan. This is a double blessing. Either of these two can bring a lot of jobs. Let alone the amusement park, the effect of the film and television city in boosting the economy and city's popularity is even more powerful. The city leaders all felt happy. This year's investment promotion task. The city couldn't have done it too easily. Yes, this matter is very credible. Zheng Quan nodded and said, however, if it is to be done, Mr. Tang means to take over the operating rights of Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area and build an integrated tourism comprehensive project. Otherwise, a single amusement park and film and television base will not be able to achieve results that satisfy him. What about this municipal enterprise? Said the executive deputy mayor. Zheng Quan said indifferently. The profit handed over by this operating company every year is only more than 10 or 200,000 yuan. What is it left for? Now that it can be sold at a good price, it can be regarded as helping the city to increase taxes. That's right. I agree. Zheng Quan's opinion. It was sold at that time, and the reform of state-owned enterprises is also a major task in the city now. If this company had not been named Qingyan Mountain, which is the origin of the name of Qingyan City, it would have been sold long ago. His opinion. It was also recognized by other city leaders. Seeing that the others agreed, the city's top leaders said, well, Mayor Zheng will communicate this matter with Mr. Tang first to see if there is really such an intention. If so, our municipal committee will strongly support it. But one thing is that the staff of the scenic spot must not be laid off at will in the future unless a big mistake is made. Yes, I will call Mr. Tang to confirm after the meeting. Zheng Quan agreed. Okay, let's break up the meeting. After the meeting, back to the office. Zheng Quan dialed Tang Kai's phone number. Mr. Tang, thank you for your contribution to the economic development of Qingyan City. Our city is very supportive of this project. Also, I heard that you are interested in our Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area. Tang Kai smiled and said, yes, I feel that the current operating company has not fully built Qingyan Mountain, which is a bit wasteful. We usually don't have much place to play, so we just want to come up with something to benefit the folks in Qingyan City. This reason, Zheng Quan could only sigh. If you have money, you can really be willful. Zheng Quan believed the reason Tang Kai said for benefiting the folks. The return cycle of this project was long, and Tang Kai had no shortage of money-making projects with higher returns and faster returns. Received confirmation from Tang Kai. Zheng Quan said happily, if you, Mr. Tang, have a detailed project development plan, our municipal committee will also strongly support this matter. No problem. The plan will be on the leaders' table in 3 days. Tang Kai has already given the planning of this project to Tianyin, and with the additional money, 3 days will be enough. Qingyan City is the headquarters of Tianyin. In the Business Intelligence Database, all aspects of Qingyan City's economic data and company data are available. It does not require much investigation at all to make project planning plans based on the existing information. To Tang Kai's speed, Zheng Quan gained a new understanding. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for supporting the construction of Qingyan City. This phone call from Zheng Quan. This gave the city reassurance. 3 days later, a stack of scenic spot development plans is on the desk of the municipal committee. More than 200 pages. It is the result of the 3 days of Tianyan's work, such a fast speed and high quality. A full service fee of 300,000 yuan was collected, which should be paid in one lump sum at the end of the year according to Tang Kai's membership level. It details the development plan for the scenic spot, the largest amusement park in the province, a very large film and television base, a brand new renovation plan for scenic attractions. The final investment is estimated to be 470 million renminbi. The city's top leaders clapped the table happily. Okay, very good. I believe that with this development plan, Qingyan City will become the most attractive tourist city in the province. What do you think? With such a large investment, even if we invest in the land, we probably won't have much of a stake. The executive deputy mayor said with a wry smile. Who knew Tang Kai would play such a big game, plus real estate? At least 7 to 8 billion were smashed down. 10% is as high as the sky. The planned land around Qingyan City will not reach 50 million yuan even if it is revalued. At this time, Zhang Quan said nonchalantly, "What do we need so many shares for? Haven't you seen it? This is equivalent to a semi-public investment, and we want to recover the cost." Ha! At least it will be 10 years later. It may not be possible after 10 years. If there is subsequent investment or renovation or maintenance, it may take 15 or 20 years. The executive deputy mayor nodded. Yes, with tax exemptions, even if we have shares, it will be difficult for us to make much profit in the short term. However, due to the traffic, consumption, etc. brought by this, our tax revenue will be much higher than before. Others did not have any objections. Okay, then let the city government negotiate with them, try to make a scientific valuation, don't delay, and strike while the iron is hot. Now that a consensus has been reached, it is time to implement the project as soon as possible to avoid long nights and nightmares, and it will be bad if Tang Qing changes his mind. Yes. So, under the condition of being united, the entire negotiation took less than a day to reach an agreement. The entire project, including the operation of Qingyan Mountain and the surrounding 2 large pieces of land and management rights, was priced at a total of 40 million yuan. Yes, in the end, the city could not resist the temptation of 40 million yuan, gave up its equity stake in the development company, compared with development companies that will not see any profits in the next 10 years. It seems better to package and sell them all at once. July 10th, on Monday, just yesterday, Tang Qing signed a contract with Qingyan City, officially owning the development and operation rights of Qingyan Mountain and a certain area around it. The next step is to start digging and filling the ravines. With only 40 million, the land purchased is of course not a land with convenient transportation like the manor. The amusement park and film and television city are located on the other sides of the mountain. To the west is a huge tidal flat wasteland, and to the north is a wasteland 5 kilometers deep into the mountains. It is used as the location for the film and television city. Otherwise, how could such a large land be so cheap? 10 o'clock in the morning. The entrance to the manor. The soldiers were loading various things into the 2 cars, including food, drink, clothing, and supplies. These were all for Lin Jiashue's grandparents. They were giving some to each family, and the 2 cars could hardly load them. Second uncle, let's go then. Uncle's car is already set off. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing said to Tang Qing, "Today, it was also the day when my uncle took office. Early in the morning, he went to meet with a deputy director of the city's organization department and prepare to take office. Be safe on the road. Okay. Say goodbye to the others." Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiashue. "Get in the car. Set off." More. Then 3 hours later, the motorcade arrived at the county seat. Needless to say, a group of county leaders were already waiting there. No way. Qin Yugong and the others had no choice but to get out of the car and get to know their new colleagues one by one. He caught a glimpse of Zheng Xiao in the crowd. Qin Yugong nodded slightly towards him. Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue were sitting in the car at the back and did not get out. Except for Zheng Xiao, he didn't know any of these people and was not prepared to deal with them, so he didn't bother to get out of the car. Tang Qing will not enter the county seat later, but will go directly to the village from the national highway next to it. They finished their greetings. The convoy returned home again. At an intersection 6 kilometers ahead, Tang Qing separated from the convoy. The 2 Mercedes-Benzes drove towards the village. Looking at the car disappearing from sight, Tang Qing showed a smile on his face. Uncle's official career. This is where it really begins. Return to the village. Lin Jiashue's grandparents were very happy. After cooking a large table of food, although it was already past dinner time, the second elder still kept waiting. Thanks to the high-standard village road that the second uncle invested in building last year, Tang Qing's car could drive in. 2:15 in the afternoon. 2 cars were parked outside their courtyard. Soldiers clean the house regularly, and it is very clean. The house has also been renovated to a certain extent. The cement floor has been repaved in the yard, and the exterior walls have been repainted. On the dinner table, Tang, eat more. Lin Jiashue's grandma served Tang Qing with a smile on her face. This grandson-in-law was so satisfying to them. It didn't matter how much the money was. The key was to be good to her granddaughter. During this time, I sent them all kinds of delicious fruits and vegetables. I heard it's very expensive. They all dare to give it away easily. Gradually, the two elders also discovered the truth of expensiveness. After eating the vegetables and fruits sent by Tang Qing, as well as some meat and seafood, some of the old problems in the body gradually disappeared, and they became full of energy. Body functions seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Thank you, Grandma. Tang Qing ate with a smile on his face. Tang, are you busy with studies? You see you still have so much work. You must be very busy. Jiaxue, you have to take good care of Tang and cook more delicious food for him. I heard that you also hired a servant. But as a woman, you have to cook often, otherwise you will never cook in the future, and hiring someone is so expensive. Jiaxue, you have to help with the housework. Lin Jiaxue's grandmother kept saying. Lin Jiaxue was about to agree. Tang Qing was the first to say, It's okay, Grandma. I can't bear to let Jiaxue work. I make so much money just to hope that you all can live a good life and not be so tired. These words, the two elders were very happy. Haha, Tang still cares about people so much. Come on, eat more. You have a big appetite. Lin Jiaxue felt that her granddaughter's status would plummet when Tang Qing came here. We ate until 3 in the afternoon. It's finally over. Lin Jiaxue was pulled into the kitchen by her grandmother. Wash dishes and chopsticks. In whispers, Tang Qing was drinking tea and chatting with Lin Jiaxue's grandfather in the courtyard, and greeting acquaintances passing by the courtyard from time to time. Tang Qing enjoyed this ordinary feeling. Everyone in the village now knows that Tang Kai has made a fortune. But they didn't know that Tang Qing was also rich. They thought Tang Qing's parents had benefited from Tang Kai, but now a junior from the Tang family has returned. Although he also drives a luxury car, he can't bear to ask the little baby to borrow money, help the children find jobs, and so on. This is also the direct reason why Tang Qing's parents and second uncle did not come back this time. During this time, from time to time, people would come to Lin Jiaxue's grandparents to borrow money, build a house, marry a wife, do business, etc. However, the two elders were not vegetarians and wanted to borrow money from them. It's easy to get hundreds or thousands of dollars. Don't even think about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Gradually, everyone knew that the second elder really didn't have much money, and he couldn't say anything to Tang Kai, so he stopped a lot of small ideas. Grandpa Lin, my uncle is coming for dinner in a few days. Tang Qing said while drinking tea. That's great. I actually didn't think highly of this young man Yugong before. His character is too straightforward, but I didn't expect that he would become the parent official of our county in a short time. Thursday, after 3 days, Qin Yugong finally straightened out the relationship between the top and bottom in the county. Among them, in addition to Zheng Xiu's help, it was the intelligence delivery arranged by Tang Qing, which made Qin Yugong's first step extremely smooth. It was not that he completely controlled the situation, but it was almost there. The main reason is that the information provided by Tang Qing is too comprehensive. There are even some things that are not known to outsiders. Qin Yugong called the person over to give him a little advice, and the prick immediately became behaving. The effect of the information advantage was fully reflected. The main reason was that Tang Qing did not want his uncle to get involved in too many conspiracy struggles. This springboard, my uncle will definitely not stay long. The stage at the county level. In Tang Qing's opinion, it was too small. Compared with his current daily life in hunting country, his uncle's stage could not even be described as small. It should be said as tiny. Morning, after the county committee meeting, Qin Yugong rushed to the village, accompanied by Zheng Xiu. Tang Qing will leave again in a few days, and the next time they meet will probably be at the end of the year. Half a year has passed, and now it is Tang Qing. In a few years, it will be her and her 2 daughters' turn again. Uncle, where is your special car? Tang Qing asked as he watched Qin Yugong get off Zheng Xiu's police car. Qin Yugong explained, I'm here to meet the 2 elders today. I didn't ask the secretary and driver to come. I'll have a meal with you, Uncle Zheng, and then leave. There are many things in the county. I'm going to various villages for research in the next week. I won't send you off then. I'm not a child. What should I give you? Uncle Zheng, You came here in a police uniform. If you don't know, you think our family has committed some crime. Tang Qing turned his eyes to Zheng Xiao. I haven't seen him for more than half a year. Zheng Xiao has not changed much. Hearing Tang Qing's teasing, Zheng Xiao chuckled and said, "Why don't you go to work today?" Facing Tang Qing at this moment, Zheng Xiao was still a little cautious. The Tang family could already completely affect his career. Qin Yugong is already preparing to recommend him to be promoted to deputy director, to serve as a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, and to write the county's political and legal records. This step, Zheng Xiao didn't expect that he would go through like this. This time, Lin Jiaxue's grandma walked out of the kitchen and greeted them happily. Yugong is here. Hello, Director Zheng. Sit down quickly. You guys can eat first. There are only 2 dishes left. After saying that, without waiting for Zheng Xiao to be polite, she turned and went back to the kitchen. Director Zheng, Yugong, please serve. We haven't seen each other for so long, and your kid's official flavor has become stronger and stronger. Don't be separated from the masses just because of your high status, you know? Lin Jiaxue's grandfather walked out of the main room. Seeing Qin Yugong, he started muttering. Qin Yugong accepted it with an open mind. These years, every time Lin Jiaxue's grandfather met, he would say something like this to tell him not to make mistakes. I know, uncle. Several people sat down. The dishes were served quickly. All the ingredients are provided by Tang Qing, so the taste is not bad. Uncle, are there any difficulties in the village now? Qin Yugong suddenly felt like he was visiting a poor village. Haha, Yugang, it's quite fast to get into the state. Lin Jiaxue's grandfather also felt like he was being visited, and he was instantly happy. My job is to serve the masses, Qin Yugong said with a smile. Well said. When it comes to the difficulties in the village, there are actually a few that cannot be avoided. Inconvenient transportation, low education level, poor medical level, low income of farmers, and lack of openness of ideas. Each of these is a big problem. 比市里的局面复杂多了，这些问题存在多年，你只能一个一个来，每一个都是一座大山。最终，你会发现，想要平掉这些大山，还是钱的问题。对，就是钱的问题。经济基础决定上层建筑，没有经济，你是寸步难行。招商引资必须坚持不损害人民群众的，反正就是不能乱来。秦玉刚安静地听着。These things, how could he not understand? This is what he needs to address when he takes office. However, these words were a bit strange coming from the mouth of a common man. Qin Yugong guessed that this old man must be. I watched too much Xinwen Lianbua and stole a lot of news words. The most important thing is that it hasn't been stolen yet. I guess I forgot the words. P.S. Now the city in the book. Book records, county. The chronicles will always be replaced by senior city officials or senior county officials, but this reduces the risk of the author being harmed. This meal, the first half became Mr. Lin's personal speech, although sometimes the words don't convey the meaning. Serious missing words. But the words are crude, and the reasoning is not crude. In principle, they all arrive at the same destination by different paths. Halfway through, suddenly there was a loud voice outside the door. Hey, Director Zheng is here. No need to look back. Everyone here knew who the owner of the voice was. Village Chief Guoquan. A police car entered the village. As the village chief, he quickly got the news. He trotted over halfway through the meal. After asking for the license plate, he instantly understood that it was Zheng Xiao's car. The county bureau chief is here. Or can he sit still? Came here on a motorcycle. When he saw Zheng Xiao and Qin Yugong through the door, his heart skipped a beat. Qin Yugong used to come often during the Chinese New Year. As the village chief, he has a certain understanding of the relationships in a village. He knew that Qin Yugong worked in the public security system of Qingyan City. The position is not bad. Later, I heard that I had been promoted, but I just didn't know what the position was. In the past few days, the new secretary in the county was also named Qin Yugong. The smart Guoquan unconsciously thought about it, and his legs trembled. Good guy. Is this a rocket ride? Or the same name? Village Chief Gua. Zheng Xiu replied. Lao Gua, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, let's go together. Mr. Lin knew Guo Quan's purpose without having to think about it. The conspicuous police car at the door was an open space in the village and could be seen by most of the village. Is it convenient? Guo Quan asked carefully. What's the inconvenience? It's just a meal. They won't drink at noon today. You can do whatever you want. Director Zheng and the others have to work in the afternoon. Mr. Lin said nonchalantly. It's not something important to talk about, and Guo Quan is the village chief. Yes. Guo Quan quickly agreed. After sitting down, Yugong, I didn't expect you to come too. Guo Quan greeted Qin Yugong a little cautiously. See Guo Quan's expression. Qin Yugong knew that Guo Quan must have guessed it, so he didn't take it lightly and said with a smile, Village Chief Guo, long time no see. This time I was transferred to work in the county. From now on we can be regarded as colleagues. Guo Quan carefully confirmed. What are you being transferred for? To take charge of the work of the county. Qin Yugong said. As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Quan's face lit up, and Zheng Xiu was amused. Ha! Village Chief Guo, your political sensitivity needs to be improved. That's right. Yugong Shuji has only been transferred to the county for 3 days, so it's normal that you are not familiar with it. Qin Shuji? Are you really the Qin Shuji of our county? Guo Quan stuttered. Ha! If there isn't another Qin Yugong in the county committee, it should be me. Let's eat. I'll come to see Uncle Lin today and have a casual chat. Qin Yugong consoled him. Yes, I understand. Guo Quan finished the meal cautiously. The main reason is that this is the first time that I have had dinner with a top leader from the county. After meal, Qin Yu just sat there for more than an hour and then left with Zheng Xiu. A new official takes office. There are many things, especially dinner parties. In order to get acquainted with various departments, this meal cannot be skipped. It's almost scheduled to go next week. Qin Yugong can't change these rules, and it doesn't seem to be a good thing to change them. If they don't eat, many people will have trouble sleeping and eating. However, with Qin Yugong's current status, no one would drink alcohol desperately, even if you get drunk. There is also the hangover medicine given by Tang Qing. That thing, it is really so effective. If you take 1 pill, you could drink a pound of liquor as easily as drinking water. If you really want to drink it as water, just take a few more pills. Qin Yugong listened to Tang Qing and did not tell anyone else about it. Otherwise, how can we happily drink freely from now on? It would be better if everyone drank water. With a little red face, Guo Quan returned home. The saying that everyone gets drunk without being drunk refers to his current state. Qin Yugong and Zheng Xiu don't drink, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't drink. He and Lin Jiashue's grandfather have some troubles. How much wine have you drunk? Your face is so red. Guo Quan's wife complained. Guo Quan smiled and said, It's not much, just over 5 taels. Hiccup, the Lin family's food is so delicious. Really, you don't know. That dish is definitely not ordinary. Food? I have heard people say that the Lin family's food is delicious. I heard that it is a new variety sent back from abroad. Food is delivered to your door every week, and it is expensive. Guo Quan's wife said. Return to the main room. After taking a sip of tea, Guo Quan said mysteriously, Daughter-in-law, do you know who I saw today? Who? The brother-in-law of the eldest son of the Tang family. Guo Quan looked proud. Surname? Qin? Are there 2 cute little girls at home? She suddenly remembered Qin Yugong, whom she had met twice, and her memory was quite profound. They had 2 sons at home, and it was like they wanted a daughter. Yes, that's him. Do you know where he works now? Guo Quan asked again. I was not a director in the city before, but now I am promoted to deputy director. She thought for a while and said, To be honest, when it comes to family relations in the village, Tang Qing's uncle has the highest position. However, Qingyan City is too far away and they have never asked Qin Yugong for anything. Haha. Deputy director? He is now the top leader in our county. I just had dinner with him. Guo Quan smiled happily. What? It's impossible, right? How many years has it been? Guo Quan's wife covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. Guo Quan sighed and said, I didn't believe it at first, but this is the reality. He took office on Monday. I heard that he was the mayor of the city's economic development zone before. I didn't expect that he is still so young and in the right position. He can go one step further, deputy director. That's great. You, the village chief, can mention it and get some kind of position in the town. Guoquan's wife immediately became interested. Guoquan was speechless and said with a wry smile, I'm almost at retirement age. What are you thinking about? And with my level of education, I can also read and convey the instructions from above. What can I do in town? Well, I guess so. Guoquan saw his wife rolling her eyes hard, maybe thinking about cash out the relationship again, so he warned, Bless me, don't think about getting any benefits from this. Qin Shuji has a bright future now. Don't cause trouble for him. Moreover, good steel must be used on the blade. Don't bother others with your troubles. What will you do the second time? Maintain a good relationship with the Lin family first. Otherwise, they may not pay attention to us. Yes, the next few days, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue stayed at home. I have been chatting with the two elders, talking and listening to the stories of the elders' youth. Although they have heard these stories countless times since childhood, they both listened carefully, because this is for the second elder. It's life, although we can only get together for a few days. However, the two elders were very happy to have the two juniors come back to see them. Now that communications are so developed, Lin Jiaxue calls back twice a month, and the two elders are content. Saturday morning, thin mist enveloped the small mountain village. Knowing that Tang Qing was leaving, even the village chief Guoquan got up early to see him off. Tang Qing was helpless, but he didn't look down on this kind of flattery. Everyone has a way of survival, and it's not easy for anyone. Grandpa and Grandma, take care of yourself. Okay, we will. Tang Tang, ask the driver to drive slower. Don't be in a hurry, Joshua. Take good care of Tang Tang, you know? I know, Grandma. Grandpa, well, let's go first. If anything happens, let us know in time. Tang Qing said to Guoquan again. Don't worry, the Lin family's affairs are my business. Guoquan patted his chest and assured that with Qin Yugong's banner, he really didn't believe that anyone in this world could make the two elders of the Lin family suffer. Qin Yugong has a bright future. The next level up is the city leader. What a big shot that is. The Lin family is really lucky to have a good granddaughter. Leave the village. The car drove towards Qingyan City, passing through the county seat. Tang Qing didn't go to say goodbye to Qin Yugong. As a family, we don't have to make so many false promises. Just make a phone call. Qin Yugong has been going to the countryside for research these days, and the leaders in the countryside haven't acknowledged everything yet. Uncle, if you need any investment, please call me directly and I will ask someone to arrange it. Qin Yugong said reluctantly, I know, go slower on the road, and keep an eye on your sister Shichi. That girl is weird. Don't let her go by her temper. Don't buy her everything. Understood. Tang Qinggang hung up the phone to his uncle. Just 1 minute. Chiron called again. Xiao Tang, when will you arrive? We have been here for several days. We can't eat well, drink well, or sleep well. We're just waiting for your villa to have dinner together. Chiron was drooling when he said this. Although Tang Qing's villa has been decorated, but there were only Tang Qing's bodyguards in the villa, and the chef team hadn't left Shanghai yet, so they couldn't get a meal. Ever since he had eaten the food cooked by the soldiers, Chiron felt that every time he went out to socialize, it was a torture of his taste buds. This foodie, Tang Qing complained in his heart. He said, Young Master Chai, what are you in a hurry for? My flight will arrive at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow at noon, and the chef will arrive early tomorrow morning. As for noon tomorrow, you just have to make do with what you have. Nothing to eat, Chiron said with a disappointed look on his face. The refrigerator in the villa is empty, and the ingredients will not arrive until tomorrow afternoon. Tang Qing explained that usually he would move the ingredients at home from the training area, or use the teleportation node he always has around him. But he had always kept this teleportation node with him to deal with emergencies. If he didn't go there, of course there would be nothing in the refrigerator over there. When he got there, he would give the teleportation node to his bodyguard. The rest, he doesn't have to worry about it. The refrigerated food transport truck has been prepared for a long time. Seeing Tang Qing say this, Chiron could only give up. I wanted to get some vegetables to cook myself, but other people's refrigerators were empty and it was difficult to make food without rice. Well, come here quickly. Your bodyguards will not let us get on your yacht, but Lindsay and the others are so jealous. It's a beautiful idea. I haven't even been on it. How can I let you play first? Tang Qing pouted. Cheapskate. The transitional episode will end today. July 16th, Sonia. Tang Qing and his group came out of the airport. The same number of people who attended the May Day holiday last time. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue's parents were in Qingyan City looking after stores. If Qin Shiqi and Qin Xiu hadn't come, no one would have been in the family, and neither would their aunt. Outside the airport, Chai Ren and his gang of freeloaders had already formed a group and were waiting. Their family members did not come, but stayed with Zhang Shi, who was already pregnant, in the villa. After getting off the plane, a soldier quietly left, taking the teleportation node with him. Look at so many mouths. Tang Qing was worried about whether the table in his villa was big enough. Introduced each other. Except Chai Ren. Tang Kai almost didn't recognize him. We can't chat for a while, but don't rush. Over the next half-month, there will be plenty of time to get acquainted. Xiao Tang, are you here? Where are the ingredients? Chai Ren looked around and thought they were shipped by air. Tang Qing explained, don't look around. The ingredients have been delivered in advance and are being loaded into the car. They will be transported to the villa later. I guess it's just a matter of front and back for us. Don't be in a hurry. I can't be in a hurry. I've been here for 2 days, and I've been eating bland food cooked by Jihua's nanny every day. Chiron didn't plan to hire a chef when he lived here, and there were only 2 nannies in Jihua's family. Everyone else ate and drank at his house. Develop this skill. Indifferent? Let's eat hot pot. Tang Qing teased. Chiron shook his head and said with a look of disgust, don't eat it. It's very greasy. Besides, my wife is pregnant and can't smell the smell. She likes to eat sweet and sour food. I'll ask the chef to make something that pregnant women can eat. Tang Qing said. Chiron suddenly came over with a playful smile. Thank you. Can you please invite your chef to make my baby's full moon wine? Your baby's full moon wine? You still rely on me. Tang Qing was speechless. He, the one who could do it should work harder. Xiao Tang, just help me. In order to achieve his goal, Chiron no longer cares about face. They're all from the same class, so how can he care so much? Crying babies get candy. He has learned since he was a child that Chiron would behave like this in front of people who are very close to him. Tang Qing is obviously that kind of person. He has saved his life several times and is indebted to Dafa. It's dirty, and he looks a bit like a boss. It's summer, and you want to freeze me to death. That's fine, but the price of the ingredients is at your own expense. Tang Qing hurriedly took 2 steps away. No problem. I can still afford a meal. Chiron said happily. Are you sure? Tang Qing looked at Chiron with a half-smile. Chiron's heart tightened, and he smiled bitterly. I'm not sure, but I feel like you're trying to blackmail me. Who told me to have pricing power? Tang Qing said proudly. Okay, you make a price. Chiron said grandly. After thinking about it, Tang Qing said, on a per capita basis, let's take it as 100,000. Compared with the efficacy of the ingredients, the price is really not expensive. The main reason is that I am afraid that others will not cherish it. This is human nature. It has nothing to do with the distance of the relationship. Why don't you go grab it? Chiron was shocked by the price. Per capita? Not a table? Look at what you said. Isn't this a robbery? Now you know how much you took advantage of me before. Tang Qing pretended to have an expression as if he had suffered a big loss, making the people around him stunned. 100,000 per capita? It's really a robbery. You are ruthless. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. Chiron pretended to feel hurt and said, it's only 100,000 yuan. 10 people spend 1 million. I guess I can get back the gift money. What a big deal. Seeing Chai Ren's expression, Tang Qing suddenly said to himself, am I going to have less money? Don't regret it. Chiron immediately had the intention of paying the bill right away. Don't be nervous. I won't go back on my word. Although I didn't make any money and even lost some money for 100,000 yuan, we are all friends. We should take care of it. Tang Qing shook his head. Chiron, how much more do you want? Listen to the conversation between the two. The people behind were very happy. This is the rhythm of millions of dollars being made every minute, and there are still people rushing to send it to the top. There are really not many people in the country who dare to blackmail Chai Ren like this, but Tang Qing actually hit it right. Pricing power. What good thing? With 50,000 yuan of ingredients, what are you going to give us? Chai Ren was concerned about the content. Tang Qing spread his hands and said, "Nothing, some common home-cooked dishes. Do you still want to eat dragon meat? Is there anything special?" Chai Ren wanted to express something precious. Tang Qing, "It's the same as what you eat when you are eating." Chai Ren. An hour and a half later, the motorcade arrived at the villa area. The entire villa area has been built. After all, there are only 3 or 4 floors above and below. Even with the basement, according to the construction progress, the entire main body can be completed in 1.5 months. Within 2 months, the greening, bricklaying, water supply and drainage, electricity, plastering, and the like can be completed. All that's left is decoration. Of course, the wealthy people use environmentally friendly materials and environmentally friendly furniture. As a result, most of the wealthy people in the villa area have already moved in, and a few are still undergoing renovations because the last villa was sold out at the end of last month. Villas worth tens of millions of units are not so easy to sell, and the area is the best. It was definitely the position that Tang Qing and the other developers left for themselves. Passed by 2 layers of security. They entered the villa. The first level of security is coming down from the national highway. The second step is the inspection when entering the villa area. The main reason is that the distance between the 2 posts is more than 1 kilometer, and there are no guardrails outside. In order to avoid people waiting to come in, the 2 security guards are indispensable. As for the third line of security, they're the bodyguards of the owner of the villa itself. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, Tang Qing was very satisfied. The huge long strip design of the entire 4 floors, plus the 2 floors in the basement, makes a total of 6 floors. The overall style is like a European palace, and the entire exterior is painted in snow-white paint, because this is Lin Jiaxue's favorite color. At that time, Tang Qing was also planning to make it into a Chinese style. But when I think about the second uncle's place and the pavilion standing on the seaside, it always feels weird. In terms of style, this European-style villa is more suitable for the sea. Small bridges and flowing water are suitable for inland villas. In front of the manor is a front yard several times larger than the one in Shanghai. A huge U-shaped swimming pool passes under the glass bridge in front of the villa. It is very beautiful. There is no such thing as a low fence around it. The Chinese rich are different from the Western rich. I like privacy here. High-walled compound. It will feel a little safer. To the left of Tang Qing's villa is Chai Ren's home. The villa is much smaller than Tang Qing's. On the right is a beach, which is also the edge of the villa area, and there are rocks in the distance. I heard Chai Ren said that they also went diving in the past 2 days, and the result was this. Bao Kaiyu was bitten on the butt by a fish. Xiaotang, you are so willing to pay. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Chai Ren felt as if Tang Qing's money was picked up, and he didn't feel bad at all when he spent it. It's not like you can't afford it. If I had known it, I would have copied your design. I looked at my villa in the distance, and then at Tang Qing's. It was true. Without comparison, there is no harm. The renderings cannot be taken seriously. At this time, a huge van drove up. The length is a little longer than a standard container. The soldiers quickly got out of the car, and 7 or 8 soldiers walked out of the villa. They began to move down the sealed refrigerators one by one. They were all opaque boxes. It was hard to see what was inside. Xiaotang, is this the ingredient? Chai Ren asked knowingly, but mainly out of curiosity. Tang Qing nodded. Well, they're all cryogenically preserved and transported. The ingredients in this truck are estimated to be enough for us to eat for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Are the dishes still fresh? Chai Ren asked doubtfully. Tang Qing explained with a smile. Of course fresh. If your definition of fresh is within 3 days of picking, then of course it is not fresh. But if it maintains the appearance of just picking and has no loss of nutritional value, then it is all fresh to me. Then I'm relieved. Chira no longer worries about whether the vegetables are fresh or not. Walking into Tang Qing's villa for the first time, Tang Qing allocated rooms to his family members. Like the manor, they were allocated rooms only for them to live in from now on. They would not let anyone else live there. Anyway, there were enough guest rooms here. This is also the fundamental reason why Tang Qing wants to build such a big villa. It doesn't cost much anyway. Just finished allocating. Chai Ren and others who followed the soldiers looked into the refrigerator room as if they had seen a ghost. What did they see? A cold storage room covering an area of 200 square meters. There are dozens of oversized smart freezers, each with dozens of densely packed grids. Each grid can adjust different temperatures and preserve different ingredients with minimal nutritional loss. They had never seen a refrigerator like this. All a little regretful. Last time Tang Qing said he would give each of them a central air conditioner as a gift. If he had known earlier, he would have brought a refrigerator as well. Xiaotang, the refrigerators here are different from those in Shanghai. Chiron has seen many refrigerators in Shanghai, but they are not so smart. Tang Qing explained. This is a new generation of customized smart refrigerators that can keep different ingredients warm for a long time. The built-in battery ensures that it can continue to work for a month even if the power is cut off. Of course, there are other protection measures, which I am not sure about. It is not unusual for equipment to be replaced. Chiron, is a refrigerator so complicated? This nature of life. A comparison. They all feel so savage, so rough, so backward, so shameful. The refrigerator they bought for their villa worth tens of thousands of dollars is a bargain with others, and they are no match for country bumpkins. This is the collective thought of Zheng Lin and the others. Another 10 minutes passed. Xiaotang, can you stop showing off your wealth? Chiron pressed Tang Qing with a wry smile. Do I have one? I just watch TV. Tang Qing said innocently. Chiron and Zheng Lin knew each other. I feel like I'm becoming more and more rustic. Television? Is that a projection? Your entire wall is covered with TV screens. The picture quality is still high definition, and the size is just a little smaller than a movie theater screen. It's a bit scary when you get closer. Fortunately, the TV is more than 20 meters away from the sofa, so it won't hurt your eyes. Haha damn, 20 meters. That's 20 meters. Sure enough, their villa is still too small. What limits their imagination? There's also a room full of authentic antiques, both from the East and the West. What confuses them the most is that all the golden things they see in the whole house are all gold, not gold paint or copper plating. Isn't this showing off their wealth? They crashed to death. I just gave it a try. Maybe it will be scraped off one day. Tang Qing really felt that this was not a big deal. It only used more than a ton of gold in total. He might not even pick it up if it fell on the ground. He would ask the soldiers to move it. Chiron, Zheng Lin, Bao Kaiyu, Zhai Jihua. Come on. The boat of friendship can capsize at any time. Then it was replaced. Yeah, come on, let's keep sailing. P.S. Evil, you can't touch the issues in the Middle East. Whoever touches them will be screwed. Even writing about the Middle East is not allowed in the military category. If you write about the Middle East, you will be blocked. I also want to have fun, but after writing, I will get a 404, so I can only do small things in Africa. The Middle East is a game between great powers. It's so complicated that even gods can't understand it. I've been studying it for a while, but I'm completely confused. It's almost an incomprehensible place, so even if I can write it, I won't write it in detail. I'll just touch it in one stroke, or start from the economic aspect. Religion plus war is an untouchable place. One afternoon, a few people seemed to have entered the Grandview Garden. Take a look here. Touch there. Finally, they determined one thing, and that was that nothing in this villa was cheap. The furniture, paintings on the walls, chandeliers on the roof, and floor tiles were all of the same type that could not be found on the market. All custom-made. There's no same brand of goods. They estimated that Tang Qing spent at least 100 million yuan to get into this house, because the gold was more than 10 million yuan, plus valuable antiques, and there were many Western antiques whose origins could not be seen at all. 100 million. A truly conservative estimate. Xiaotang, come on, please give me a speech. Tell me what makes you so wasteful. After returning to his seat, Chai Run handed over an apple and asked like a reporter, "Roll your eyes. You handed me a banana, and it looked a little bit like the microphone. How could it be an apple?" In desperation, Tang Qing said the answer Chai Run wanted to hear. Willful. This answer. Let the ladies in the distance cover their mouths. Are there 2 words missing? Which 2 words? Rich. Ask if you know. Can you give me some pocket money? Chai Ren said with a smile. No. Stingy. What Tang Kai said next made Chai Ren's face freeze. Tang, do you still have money? It's not enough. Second uncle has it here. Tang Kai asked with concern. He was just a little surprised. The decoration and furnishings of this house were more valuable than his entire manor. He has broken away from his subsistence class, seeing that the Tang family is becoming more and more prosperous. Spend some money and live better. Is there anything wrong? Tang Qing put away his frivolity. He quickly explained, "Second uncle, actually I didn't spend much money on these. My friend gave me some furniture decoration, and those antiques were bought from abroad at low prices. The real money spent was only more than 10 million yuan. In fact, Tang Qing really spent no more than 2 million. Most of it is still the tax of this villa. Now, almost everything in the villa is now produced in the territory. There are almost mountains of antiques, gold, jewelry, and other things in the warehouses of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. As the treasure hunt for Tang Tian progresses rapidly, the construction of a new secret warehouse has begun. It is located deep in the mountains and is entirely underground. In addition to being a warehouse, it also has military purposes. He has almost no place to spend the money he has, because I really can't find anything to buy." This explanation, Tang Kai and Chai Ren both accepted it. Since it was a gift from a friend, it probably didn't cost much. Chai Ren remembered another thing and asked, "Xiao Tang, I seem to remember that there are gold mines under your Wanqing mining industry." "Yes, there are several gold mines, mainly in Algeria. So, more than a ton of gold costs nothing, and it can be sold after it is melted. The price of gold may increase after a few years. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Qing said indifferently. The price of gold will definitely rise in the future. If the price is measured in RMB, it will not mean much if it rises from more than 100 now to 200 or 300, because inflation eats up the increased money. Gold. It can be used to preserve currency value and resist inflation. But if you want to make money from this, don't have high expectations." The 2 of them thought the same thing. Gold prices are still rising. It can rise even if you leave it alone. Wait, what did Tang Qing just say? Ton? Is this the unit used to describe gold? Xiao Tang, you just said that you used more than a ton of gold in the villa? Chai Ren looked at Tang Qing in disbelief. More than a ton? What is the concept? It is worth more than 100 million yuan. There is a small golden mountain in front of you. What a fuss my company is a gold mine. It's just over a ton of gold. I can't afford it. Don't you also have several gold mines? You still need this little gadget, Tang Qing said with a smile. After receiving the confirmation, Chai Ren's face became brighter. Finally, he said with a grimace, "No, Xiao Tang you this. Although I have gold mines, the total annual output is only about 5 tons of gold." Tang Qing said these mines are very poor. "Forget it. I stopped attacking others and changed my words. So, Mr. Chai, everyone can get more than a ton of gold with a normal heart." Chai Run, can this be the same? My gold is for sale, and yours is for fun. Without saying a word, when I feel good, I just paste it on the wall without fear of being rubbed by others, and thousands or tens of thousands of dollars will be lost. Others had different expressions. I began to describe in my mind what more than a ton of gold would look like. There was silence in the living room for 2 seconds. "Haha, Tang, you're so business-minded." Tang Kai laughed and said that he would support Tang Qing's decision as long as it was not really random. It was just a ton of gold, and it was not like he had never seen it before. He had heard Tang Qing mention it. The Algerian gold mine is a super rich or with more than 1 ton, which is not a big deal. Seeing Tang Kai, who was also ambitious, Chai Ren turned to Zhanchi, who was not far away, and said helplessly, "I suddenly feel that my family is so shabby. Wife, what should I do?" Our family is too poor. If you are poor, make money well. Zhang laughed out loud after coming back to his senses. Yes, yes, come wife, take a bite of the apple. Chai Ren felt that he could no longer talk to Tang Qing about the villa, so he ran to Zhang Shi, preparing to use love to heal the critical blow he had just suffered in his heart. Well, it's really delicious. As long as it's delicious, I'll cut another one for you. Yeah. Chai Ren and Zhang, she looked disgusted. Everyone was a little cold. Tang, you put so much gold at home? You are off and away, so you are not afraid of being robbed. Annie also came over at this time. At this moment, she had a new understanding of Tang Qing's wealth. Don't be afraid. The security is so good. No thief would dare to come in. If you don't go out and tell others, no one else will know. Tang Qing said with a smile. The aunt nodded quickly. Okay, you two heard that. You're not allowed to go out and tell people. I'm talking about you, Shi-Chi. Stop and let go of that little golden pig. If you break off a piece, it will be your father's salary for a year. Night. After dinner, everyone came to the super large circular balcony on the second floor. The moon and stars are sparse. The night sky is exceptionally clear tonight. There are no clouds. The sea breeze with a slight salty smell blew straight over, which was very comfortable. To be honest, after staying in Tang Qing's villa for a long time, they were unwilling to go back to their own villa. They felt that they would be depressed every time they went back. It's not really about money. It's not like they don't have money, but that attitude towards life. The ladies were in the used swimming pool below, and the men were shouting cheers on the second floor. Seeing that there was no one else around, Tang Kai came over and asked in a low voice, Tang, is the production of your gold mine still increasing? Tang Qing shook his head and said, No, the gold mine's operating area is limited, and the production has reached a bottleneck. The gold production per month is only about 10 tons. With the Golden River in the underground cave, the status of this gold mine has plummeted. Be careful. Tang Qing knew about the mine, but did not report it to the Algerian government. Tang Kai was inevitably a little worried. Don't worry, it'll be no problem. The gold mine has been surrounded by fences and is desolate. Next month, Algeria's Ministry of Energy and Mines will conduct safety inspections of mines across the country. The soldiers have already made arrangements. Tang Qing just finished speaking. Chai Ren came over. Mr. Tang, what are you whispering about? Nothing, just asking about the mining company to see if there are any opportunities. Tang Kai said half-truthfully. Hearing this question, Chai Ren perked up. Mr. Tang, there are always opportunities, but big opportunities are not easy to come by. Xiao Tang and I took a ride when we went to Africa to buy mines. However, Mr. Tang has such connections in Myanmar. Why not start mining in Myanmar? In Myanmar, which is now pursuing economic activities like crazy, it is the fat that the original interest groups want to eat first. The water in it is too deep, and Tang Kai does not feel that he can swim safely in this pond, because there are too many undercurrents underwater. I really envy Mr. Tang. He still has such a cornucopia of electric vehicles in his hands. You have taken most of the profits from the upstream and downstream of the industrial chain. Since there was no chance, Chai Ren quickly changed the subject. These words, absolutely sincere. It was Lu Gan who told him that Tang Kai was actually a manufacturer of several key equipment for electric vehicles in Myanmar. Coupled with the profits from terminal sales, its cost advantage could make other competitors despair. He wants to invest in other projects there. But Lu Gan said that there are no good projects anymore, and it is almost impossible for outsiders to build factories in the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. Tang Kai also used up the relevant benefits of being a member of the Myanmar-Asia Chamber of Commerce. Can't help him. At last, Chai Ren could only give up. Tang Kai waved his hand. It's just good luck. It's not as big as Mr. Chai's business scale. Chai Ren shook his head. What's the use of being big? As you know, the investment in the mining and metallurgical industries is too big and the payback cycle is long. It's also troublesome from beginning to end, and the speed of repayment is also slow. Sometimes it's common for an account period to drag on for more than a year. Accounts receivable can kill a company. It can only be said that they are just making ends meet. Mr. Chai, you're a bit too rich for your food. Tang Qing said with a smile. Although what Chiron said is true, it is a hardship for ordinary people. For Chiron, firstly, he is not afraid of not having money to spend, and secondly, he is not afraid of being defaulted on. How can his life be bad? It's okay. By the way, Xiao Tang, why do you want to set up a steel plant in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? It's so big. If the steel is exported to our country, I can operate it. But the tolls collected by the local government are also very expensive. Regarding Tang Qing's steel plant, Chiron has never been very optimistic about it. I have never thought about exporting finished steel products to China. With a market as big as Africa, why should we sell it back to China? Tang Qing looked indifferent, and his chess move had already begun. It's just a dark chess game. Can't tell Chiron. Where is the market? Chiron was confused. There are so many backward countries in Africa with poor infrastructure and poor people's lives. To build houses and bridges, there must be a huge demand for steel. Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. Chiron was even more puzzled. These words, it's not like what Tang Qing should say at all. It's a bit too much. You must be naive, Chiron reminded. They don't have much money, and the investment environment is relatively bad, with few construction projects. First of all, if you don't have money, you can find a way. If a company has no money, it can only be a loan from their country, or the country will pay for it. Moreover, even if their country has no money, doesn't the country still have minerals? Tang Qing revealed one of the functions of the steel plant. Is the investment environment bad? Because of the badness, there is a need for change. If it's not bad, Tang Qing won't go yet, which means there is no room for maneuver. Moment. Chiron understood Tang Qing's plan. Are you planning to rely on this local asset? Chiron looked at Tang Qing in surprise. Tang Qing nodded. Why not? The currencies of those African countries have no purchasing power. The country has no money, and the people have no money. If you expect to make their money, you can't expect too much. Therefore, it is not impossible to give the asset rolling model a try. As long as my conditions are favorable enough, they will rush to do business with me. No money. Just use the mind to compensate. Tang Qing never thought about quickly withdrawing funds from Africa. What would he do with the money? It is actually not interesting to turn funds into funds, but Tang Qing is very interested in assets turning into assets. This kind of mind is exchanged for products. It will definitely have a bigger discount than cash, maybe even half price, and there will be other discounts. And he can also collect value-added tax and negotiate terms. Don't be too nice. Except that I don't have any money for the time being. Anyway, Tang Qing is not lacking. The matter at the steel plant is an attempt and an exercise. He doesn't care how much money he makes. What he cares about is the experience learned from the whole process. This is an exploration of a model. In theory, it can be done. It's just a theory after all. It's a good idea. But aren't you afraid of sudden changes in the local situation? Chiron asked curiously. All his mines will be shipped back to the country. There's not much risk, but Tang Qing wants to sell local assets. That means it is difficult to get money out. Chiron can get mines in exchange for money. Tang Qing could only get steel in exchange for ore. Then came more mines. The issues involved here are much more complicated, such as the regional security situation, the rivalry between neighboring countries, internal power struggles, its own economic pressure, the consequences of failure, and the conspiracy of being coveted after success. He even felt that Tang Qing had lost his mind. Change again. No one can take away my things. Tang Qing smiled confidently. He is no ordinary businessman. He had a gun in his hand. Chiron was speechless. Is it really okay to be so arrogant? I remembered that I had saved myself twice in Africa before, and had allowed the mining company to produce safely, as well as the mysterious power of black prison. This should be the source of Tang Qing's confidence. But Chiron still feels that the risk is not small. Someone else's country. Why are you always protecting the interests of the Chinese people? Xiao Tang, you still have to be careful on this issue. My classmate's father has resigned and has little influence. I understand that I often do business at a loss, but here, I can't lose money. Tang, be careful to make a 1,000-year ship. I will. A 4,000-word chapter. 1 chapter today, 3 chapters tomorrow. The next day, morning, after breakfast, they were ready to go out to sea and give the yacht a maiden voyage. I'm not the first one to come up. Chiron finally got his wish and was the first to set foot on Tang Qing's yacht. The day before yesterday, he called Tang Qing and wanted to go up and have fun first, but Tang Qing didn't agree. He had been planning this idea for 2 days. Tang Qing. Even Jean, she could hardly bear to look at him any longer. Her husband was getting more and more mature, even at home. He couldn't control himself when he came out, but she knew that this was a sign that Chiron was not wary of Tang Qing and the others. If it were an outsider, Chiron is definitely one of the most gentlemanly people. I'm sorry, Brother Chai is like this sometimes. Jean, she said to Tang Qing with a wry smile. Here it is. Jean, she is really embarrassed to eat Tang Qing's food and drink Tang Qing's food. Sister Jean, you're serious. It's a small thing, just come out and play, it just needs to be lively. Tang Qing smiled and waved his hands to show that he didn't care. There was nothing to worry about the front and rear feet. Tang Qing was the second to step onto the yacht. I saw Chiron jumping up and down after going up. Inside and outside the ship, Chiron turned around in a circle, nearly 36 meters long. Calculated, it is the height of an 11-story building, which is not too big. It is designed by famous designers and has a first-class appearance. Many wealthy people who got up early in the bay in the distance saw someone boarding this yacht, which they had been talking about for many days. They all stopped to watch. Unfortunately, it's too far. They can only see a bunch of people going up, and they really hope to go up and get to know each other and live in a villa. Sometimes it is not necessarily to improve the living environment, but to enter a high-end circle. People on the shore, Tang Qing and the others had no interest in getting to know each other. For Chiron and the others, they were already in the top circles of this country. All they needed to get to know anyone was a phone call. Each person is followed by a large number of relevant stakeholders and vested interests. Therefore, they keep a respectful distance from those who are far away. Their connections either break upward or expand horizontally to get to know people with similar status. Others are a burden to them. After watching the yacht, with the excitement of yesterday's villa, Chiron was still a little disappointed because the interior of the entire yacht was very formal, and he didn't find anything beyond his expectations. Thinking about it later, the yachts were all customized by the manufacturer, so they couldn't be modified casually. The most important thing is, the place is so small. I really can't get any flowers. It's okay, simple style. Chiron finally made this evaluation. Tang Qing smiled. The appearance of the yacht has not changed much. It is an original factory design, and the main issue is related to the certificate. This is not like a salvage boat, which can be modified at will. Anyway, it does not need to dock for resupply. It can be driven casually on the high seas without anyone checking. This yacht must be parked here. It is not suitable to make major changes to the appearance and interior. The soldiers only made some changes in safety and performance, such as the hull steel, the engine, and the weapon system inside. In an emergency, it can even dive. Tang Qing's sea car. How can it be ordinary in function? Weigh anchor and set off. Tang Qing said to the driver. Yes. After the ship's hull shook slightly, heading towards the blue sea. Tang Qing has seen a lot of sea views, but he doesn't feel anything. He even feels lonely. Looking up from a distance, he is the only one. Hundreds of years ago, those sailing ships went to sea for several months. It's really a torture. Tang Qing stood on the bow of the boat, facing the sea breeze, drinking delicious iced drinks, surrounded by family, friends, and lovers. Tang Qing's holiday life had really begun. Just when Tang Qing was on vacation. Mozambique. The capital is Maputo. It's still 4:15 in the morning in Mozambique. But in a building on Central Street, the staff inside are busy making final preparations before the first opening. In the open space outside the store, the relevant venue layout has been completed. From the outside, this area is almost like a shopping mall, but it says Bank of Myanmar and Mozambique Central Branch in small fonts. On the plaque at the door, Bank of Myanmar is also written in several languages. Now, it has been more than a month since the agreement with Kinloch was reached. Finally, We have completed the approval process for opening a bank in Mozambique, renovated the branch headquarters, and completed data connection with the Central Bank of Mozambique. Money-related matters are not trivial, so it is so slow. In the hall, completely in accordance with standardized bank decoration standards. Clean and bright. The people in the Central Branch are currently all soldiers, and the people in other branches will hire locals. Since Kinloch had to borrow $130 million to repay debts, the Mozambican government made considerable concessions in terms of the number of branches and the scope of banking business. A few hours later, it's dawn. The entire bank was surrounded by security guards and African police, attracting a large number of people to watch. What's going on? A bank is about to open. It seems to be an Asian bank. Opening a bank here, are you stupid? A bit. I don't know if we Africans don't like to save money, but it would be great if we could borrow money. I recently fell in love with a bicycle, made in China, and want to buy one. You'd better wait for your salary slowly. Do you have credit? You still want a loan? I can't even think about it. People in Mozambique are not optimistic about banks because the main business of banks is deposits and loans. Almost all Africans are living on their own. They spend money when they have it, and they also have to spend borrowed money. I just don't like saving money. No deposit. Where can the bank have the money to lend money? The solvency of its people is almost the same as that of Mozambique. Except for the state-owned banks of Mozambique, no Western commercial banks are willing to do their business. This is a project that Mozambique President Kinloch has tried his best to promote. Of course, I want to congratulate it on its opening. They are waiting for a US dollar loan from the Bank of Myanmar to save their lives. It's almost time. Kinloch's motorcade arrived in front of the bank. Seeing the people around him, he kept waving his hands. The reporters, who had been notified long ago, had been waiting for a long time, but they might have gotten closer and squeezed him before. However, this time the organizer was the bank, and it was clearly stated that in front of the bank, guests were not allowed to be harassed in close proximity. Kinloch was the guest. Got out of the car. Kinloch entered the cordon in a few steps. The reporters had no choice but to go to the corresponding location under the guidance of bank staff, and the equipment was strictly inspected. However, this cautious style made the reporters feel a little weird. Tang Qing was mainly afraid of something happening. Soldiers are not omnipotent. If someone assassinated Kinloch and died here, it would be a big trouble. In African countries, almost all of these presidents may face the risk of assassination, and it is very high, so they have to guard against it. Welcome, Mr. President. The branch president in a suit came up and said, "Congratulations." Thank you. Kinloch was not familiar with the president of this branch, so he couldn't even say a few polite words. Got on stage. More and more Africans gathered around. Kinloch's face is very common, but the opening of a new bank is not common, or you have never seen it very often, so naturally you want to join in the fun, and everyone stares at this bank that may be related to them in the future. Cleared his throat. Faced the media. Kinloch launched into a feel-good speech. I am Gene Locke. In the past few days, there have been huge problems and hidden dangers in our economy. Foreign investors have said no to our economy. The entry of this Asian bank indicates that our economy has improved, and the market has become optimistic from the outside. The implication is, thanks to his efforts, Mozambique's economy has shown signs of rising. Bullshit. This is Kinloch's specialty. Anyway, as long as there is a slight connection, it is not lying. It can only be regarded as exaggeration. Chapter 1. Outside the bank. Listen to such unnutritious words. Under the increasingly hot sunshine, many people were about to fall asleep. Even Mozambican media reporters looked listless. If only the politicians' words worked. Successive presidents of Mozambique have long brought this country to the top of the world, and it is easy to catch up with Europe and the United States. But now, paralysis, all kinds of positive data lists, they have to start from the end of Mozambique. Find the right one. Mozambique often appears on the first page of various negative lists. Fortunately, everyone is used to it. Listen, have fun, then do whatever you have to do. If you have money, spend it. If you don't have money, you won't starve to death. With such unique natural resources, you can live on no matter what. In the crowd, there are also many Chinese. Their faces showed keen interest. When a bank appears, the Chinese people here are definitely the group of people who pay the most attention, because when doing business in a foreign country, how to get the money back to the country and how to make convenient transfers in such a backward country, it's all a problem. There are no ICBC branches in Mozambique. The usual method of transaction is cash only. Moreover, Mozambique's currency, Medica, cannot be directly exchanged with RMB. The direct result of the lack of exchange rate is that they cannot take Medica to the Central Bank of Mozambique to exchange it for RMB. You have to convert it into euros or US dollars first. Then you have to go through a foreign bank and switch to an industrial bank to get it back to China. Not to mention the handling fee is not low, but it is also very cumbersome. Lao Yang, have you heard of this bank? A middle-aged Chinese asked. No, I don't know where it came from. It's a small bank. Let's leave quickly. There are so many people. Be careful of being stolen. The security in the capital of Mozambique is pretty good, but there are only a few robberies. Thefts are still rampant. Well, after they disperse, let's take a look again. There are Chinese characters on it, and it probably has RMB business. It would be great if that were the case. It makes sense, Bank of Myanmar. I'll ask my domestic friends to see if it is reliable. On stage, Kinloch said with great enthusiasm. 10 minutes later, the speech is over. Jeanlock and his party visited the bank. He also experienced the account opening business. Then he took a few group photos with a commemorative card customized by the bank and left. Although Mozambique is a bit poor, there's not much to deal with either. But as a country after all, and the bigger the forest is, the more bird troubles there are. 3 p.m. After the $1.3 billion arrived, it was immediately transferred away and the due debt was paid. This made Kinloch and the relevant departments a little depressed. The money was handed over to others before it was warmed up. That feeling, it's like finally borrowing some money. It was taken away directly by the landlord. Inside the office, Mr. President, can we ask the Bank of Myanmar for some more US dollar loans? The governor of the Central Bank of Mozambique was thinking. The significance of this repayment is mainly to borrow from the International Monetary Fund. But even if the loan is obtained, Mozambique's quota will not be too high. It costs 300 million US dollars. In this case, it seems that it is easier to obtain a loan from the Myanmar Bank. This is 300 million US dollars, and the other party paid it so readily. It was like they had caught the only sheep on the grassland. This is wool. Who doesn't want to give it another try? Other countries will not lend money to them at all. Otherwise, they will not rely on the International Monetary Fund's assistance. Now that banks are willing to cooperate with them, they can only make this decision. But why do they lend us money? Jeanlock frowned. If you can borrow it, who wouldn't want to borrow it? However, the banking systems of most countries in the world are for profit and have little interest in their country's minerals, and it is even less likely to offer the same conditions as the Myanmar Bank. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so worried. Mr. President, they must have some purpose in lending us so much money. I think we can start from here. The central bank governor said with a wrinkled face. Kinloch was not surprised. This speculation has long been circulated among Mozambican high-level officials, but there has been no answer. What is the purpose? Kinloch said to himself. The president shook his head helplessly. I don't know. They value our cooperative relationship very much, and they can think of ways in this regard. Now our foreign trade settlement is almost paralyzed. We can use as much foreign exchange as we get. Without US dollars, we can hardly do anything. Any government that has the power to issue currency, they can all survive by printing their own currency. But international trade, everyone mainly accepts US dollars. Secondly, there are niche currencies such as the euro, yen, and renminbi. When their countries import anything, they all consume foreign currency. According to the common practice of various countries, 3 months of trade settlement volume must be retained in the foreign exchange reserves. But they have been relying on borrowing money. It can barely afford Mozambique's trade settlement. As a result, it has become one of the most heavily indebted countries in the world. As the governor of the central bank, he is under great pressure. Previous presidents have tried to turn the situation around by making grand plans, but reality slapped them one after another. Economic stagnation. Agriculture is inefficient. There's almost no industrial manufacturing. Dependence on imported goods is extremely high. Due to the stagnant economic status quo, tax revenue was not enough to repay debts. After serving as the governor of the central bank for 4 terms, his hair turned white. The delegation will come in 2 days. Let's check it out then. It's not an option if we continue like this. When it comes to foreign exchange, Jinlik's head gets big. He is a person who really wants to do something. But the debt left by his predecessor was so high that his legs were weak. 4 p.m. The 2 Chinese came to the door of the bank again. Originally, the 2 of them planned to come see me in the morning, delayed due to unexpected events. This time, the crowd at the door has long since dispersed. They could clearly see that there were many doors in the entire bank, but only one was open, and the others were all closed. 6 strong black security guards stood in a row, holding batons in their hands. Through the glass, everything inside can be seen. A bit deserted, but there are also people doing business. Let's go and take a look at the overseas branches of the Bank of Myanmar in Asia. After Yang Chung finished speaking, he walked inside. He had never heard of the Bank of Myanmar in Asia before, but when he went back to inquire about it just now, not only him, but also the entire Chinese community in Maputo was alarmed. Because there are some Chinese people here who have trade relations with the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. But they are all second-rate businessmen. Therefore, they were not notified of the opening of the bank. Under the descriptions of those businessmen, the image of a giant was formed in their minds. The official website of Myanmar Bank also had information about this bank. It was not some messy small bank, so the 2 of them no longer had any doubts. Go to the door. Through a 2-meter-long passage. The 2 of them went through a security check before entering the bank. They did not object to the security check and body search. Instead, they felt a strong sense of security. At least they did not have to worry about the big black eye next to them suddenly pulling out a gun and robbing them. Go into the lobby. A bank clerk with an Asian face was standing at the door. Hello, what kind of business do you want to do? The clerk spoke in Chinese. There was a sense of intimacy. Yang Chung said quickly, I want to open an account. He was not the first Chinese to open an account. Since the first Chinese to open an account this morning learned about the business content of Myanmar Asia Bank, word spread among the Chinese circles here, and they all expressed their intention to apply for a card. Just open an account here. They can directly exchange the American dollars into Asian dollars without charging any handling fees. After there are Asian dollars in the card, they can directly operate here and transfer the Asian dollars into their ICBC account according to the current exchange rate. All in one place. It's much more convenient than before. This is your queue number. Please bring your ID and passport and go to the collection room. Someone will receive you there. The bank clerk handed him a business card-style queue number, and Yang Chung quickly took it. The Chinese traveling companion also received the card. Come to the door of the collection room. Yang Chung walked directly in. There was no one there. Handed the card over. The passport and ID card were also handed over, and the person inside put the 2 things on a glass plate. As a mechanical arm moved, a red light flashed by, and the 2 documents were returned to him. Put your hand on it. As he said that, a red area appeared on the glass platform in front of Yang Chung, and he quickly put his hand into the square frame of 15 by 15 centimeters. There was a D sound. Yang Chung knew that his fingerprint collection was successful. Then, the person on the other side handed him the numbering card. You can go to the counter. Yang Chung said, thank you, turned around and walked out of the collection room. He found that it was the same as what others had described. The whole process took less than half a minute. When his companion came out, his number was called. Submit the number card again. After quickly signing 2 contracts, Yang Chung got his own bank card and a thick Myanmar Asia banking business manual. Every new user can get it for free when he applies for his first card. Yang Chung couldn't help but sigh. It takes less than 2 minutes in total. If you go faster, you can even save up to 1.5 minutes to apply for a bank card. At this speed, no wonder the bank is so deserted. In Africa, where there is almost no saving habit, it is difficult to avoid being deserted. This is the first time to apply for a card, so you need to come in person. From now on, they are customers who have entered complete information. You can apply for a card with just one phone call. You can come directly to collect the card half an hour after the call. They can even provide door-to-door card delivery service. Of course, this requires a service fee. Chapter 2. The next chapter, it's probably going to be 12 o'clock. Let me go. The new chapter is stuck in the background, and it cannot be posted after 12 o'clock in the evening. This happens again. In order to avoid extra deductions like last time, I'd better find a way tomorrow and ask the editor. Keep cards and documents carefully. Yang Cheng was preparing to go home. Suddenly, I saw 5 or 6 Chinese people walking in hurriedly, with a faint look of caution on their faces. Each of these Chinese people was carrying a bag, big or small. Needless to say, it was definitely not a gun, but money. This was a bank that dealt with deposits. It was not unusual for someone to deposit money. The main reason is that Medicore is worthless, taking up too much space. With this bank, in the future, deposits, remittances, and trade settlements can all be handled through this bank. There's almost no need to go to other banks. Yang Qingdu plans to withdraw money from other banks and store it here. See these people. Yang Cheng's neighbor Lu Liang said hurriedly, "Old Yang, let's go back and get the money. I just happen to be transferring an account to a wholesaler in China, and the account period there is coming soon. It's a pity that domestic UnionPay cards can withdraw money here, but they can't deposit money or transfer money to other domestic bank accounts. It would be convenient if that were the case." Faced with Lu Yang's complaints, Yang Cheng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Of course. If you can still use the domestic UnionPay card here, who will apply for Myanmar Bank card? Isn't this a branch of a domestic bank? Of course, he will have to impose restrictions. It would be great if it allows you to withdraw money. There's a lack of support. I'm talking about the current Lu Yang. However, it is human nature. When considering a problem, you must first think in a direction that is beneficial to you. If you really want to allow domestic cards to transfer money and remit money at will, what is the status of Myanmar Bank?" "Yes." Lu Yang nodded. Yang Cheng reminded again. "By the way, don't forget to get enough tax receipts, otherwise you won't be able to transfer the money. This is natural, in order to prevent someone from transferring illegal funds. Myanmar Bank has regulations. Deposits in banks in Myanmar do not require verification of the legality of funds, and transfers between banks in Mozambique do not require verification either. But for transfers to banks in other countries, you need a tax list for Mozambique because it contains your income and how much taxable income can be transferred out. This oversight of cross-border funds. In fact, it was not what Kinloch and the others requested, but the Bank of Myanmar took the initiative and finally received unanimous applause from Kinloch and the others. The escape of illegal funds is something that the government cannot tolerate in any country. But the bankers are powerful. What we pursue is that capital has no borders, and funds can cross borders freely without limit. You have to tolerate it if you can't tolerate it. So, there are very few banks in the world that implement such a system. This self-restriction was, of course, specially requested by Tang Qing. The main reason is that the foreign business of Myanmar Bank is still in the early stages of development, and it needs to establish a word of mouth. Half an hour later, the two came to the bank door again. Looking left and right, Yang Cheng couldn't help but shrink his head because many pairs of eyes were staring at him. They were all local Africans. They were chatting in groups around the entrance of the bank and glanced over from time to time. "Lao Yang, what are they going to do?" Lu Yang was a little frightened by this scene. Yang Cheng took a deep breath and quickened his pace. "Hurry up, it's broad daylight, and this is a central neighborhood. They won't rob us yet. There are probably too many Chinese saving money today, which attracted their attention. What should we do?" Lu Yang's legs felt windy. Save money and leave quickly. At this time, Yang Qingdu was a little lucky. The Myanmar Bank branch in Mozambique did not provide online transfer functions, and all business had to be done in person at the bank. In addition, identity information must be verified when withdrawing money. You can't withdraw money with someone else's card. This means, even if someone robs you, it is also impossible to transfer money online by asking for bank card passwords, and it is even impossible to withdraw it. The security of deposits is protected to the greatest extent. Both passed inspection. I walked into the bank and queued up to handle the business. In order to avoid the conspicuousness of the money, the deposit business was not handled in the lobby, but in another larger area at the back of the hall. As long as large amounts of cash were involved, it would be at the back. It is divided into two areas. A district for non-locals. The locals are in the same area and can't see each other. The main reason is to avoid people coming in and stepping on the spot. We can't have much hope for the security here. Soon, verify tax form and identity. Yang Chung completed the deposit. He exchanged a large stack of American cards in his hand for Asian dollars, and then made no other actions. He initially planned to transfer the money to an ICBC card, but the money transferred to the ICBC card could not be transferred here. Yang Chung thought about it carefully. The value of the Asian dollar is stable. It doesn't seem like it's a loss if you hold it in your hand. Through some friends, the strength of the Bank of Myanmar has spread throughout the local Chinese community. It is a strong currency that directly resists the large-scale depreciation of the Chat. So far, the value of the currency has not loosened at all, and there is close cooperation with the Central Bank of China. Even if you don't believe in the Bank of Myanmar, you have to believe that the Central Bank of China does not. Have you transferred the money back to your domestic bank card? No, what about you? Yang Chung shook his head. Lu Yang smiled at this time. Neither do I. After paying domestically, I will keep the remaining money in this card. Yi Yuan seems to be good to hold. By the way, have you seen Yi Yuan? No. Yang Chung shook his head. Let's go buy a set. After saying that, Lu Yang took Yang Chung to another area of the bank, the investment and financial management area. This area was actually not fully open. If he hadn't asked the bank staff just now, he wouldn't have known about it. Come here. The two of them saw various hard currencies placed on the counters. Bullion, silver nugget, and a complete set of collector's edition Asian dollars. They didn't dare to buy the first two for fear of being robbed, and were only interested in Asian dollars. Soon, the two got a box. Inside is a full set of Asian dollar currency, including banknotes and coins, but each note has the words for collection written on it, which means that these money are real money that cannot be circulated. Except for a few extra words, the money is real. The selling price is twice the sum of its monetary value. Taking out a 50 yuan note, Lu Yang felt the quality of the note and found that the anti-counterfeiting technology was surprisingly strong, more complicated than the RMB notes. It's beautiful. Maybe it will be valuable in the future. Maybe. The two walked out of the bank. Those people are still there, sometimes looking at them, sometimes looking at the bank. Lao Yang, are they not going to rob the bank? Lu Yang quickened his pace. Yang Chung was amused by this guess and chuckled. Robbing a bank? Are you overthinking it? Those glass windows are all bulletproof and can be closed from the inside. If you want to rob, you should rob the cash transport truck. That's right. Let's leave quickly. The two left in a hurry. Night. In a secluded building. More than 30 people gathered here. They're the largest underground force in Maputo. The boss is sitting at the top, and the second person Mabbit stands next to him. He is said to be the second person, but in fact he is just a butler. Just got this position. Mabbit cherishes it very much, and only the boss follows his lead in everything. At this time, two thieves were introducing the project to the boss. You want to rob the bank? The boss squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them like a poisonous snake. Yes, boss, they have a lot of people going to save money today. A lot of money. One of them said with excitement. It was not easy for a fat sheep to show up after watching so many American blockbusters. He felt that his talent was put to use. Okay, you two go ahead and do it. The boss said expressionlessly. Don't worry, we will definitely get it done. The two thought they had become project leaders. She happily prepared to go back to work on the project plan, make a fortune, and from then on, the beauty in the car was reused, and she reached the pinnacle of life, and even killed the boss and took the position herself. But the two of them just turned around. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the two fell to the ground. There was no sound. Others were shocked. What happened? They didn't understand at all. Many people were so frightened that they almost pulled out their guns. However, when they touched their waists, the guns were removed when they entered the door. They recalled the boss's bloody rise to power 3 months ago. Fear suddenly arose. "You brainless thing, try to find trouble for me." The boss put away the gun and muttered. Mabbit took a few steps back. A trace of panic flashed on his face and stammered, "Old boss. 4. Why kill them? Did they make a mistake?" You have to use your brain before doing things. If you don't have a brain, what's the difference between you and a pig? Is it wrong for me to kill 2 pigs? Think about it. This bank is owned by President Kinloch. It's only your first day after attending the opening, and you're going to impress people. What do you want to do? Blatantly provoking the Mozambican government? When the time comes, it will be you or I who will vent your anger on Kinloch. The boss's roar brought them back to reality. Everyone in the field was silent. They lowered their heads and thought. It's true. They were only thinking about money just now. They forgot that Kinloch, the president of Mozambique, once he takes action, the consequences are unpredictable. Then, the strongman boss warned loudly. In order to avoid misunderstandings, wait for a month to find out their information before taking action. Use your brain, understand? Also, keep an eye on me during this period. Our sheep cannot be taken away by others. Those wandering guys are not honest. Once they want to touch our sheep, I think you know what to do and don't embarrass me. Understood, boss. We must keep a close eye on this sheep. No one can rob it from us. Mabbit promised, patting his chest. Well, Mabbit, you are a smart person with a bright future. Remember, know yourself, your opponent, and the situation before you do anything. The boss patted Mabbit on the shoulder and encouraged. Yes, boss, I remember it. Mabbit was very happy to be praised. He just felt that what the boss said was very reasonable. After the boss left, Mabbit straightened up his body. His aura was no longer the dogleg image he had just been, and he shouted loudly, "Listen up, this sheep is ours. It is not allowed to be robbed by others. Whoever dares to rob, it will get it from me." Yes, that's it. A conflict disappeared. Chapter 3, My head is dizzy. It is better to block than to open up. This is Tang Qing's new trick. Rather than using force to prevent this restless gang from robbing their own banks, it would be better to find something for them to engage in internal friction. If it were to be directly coerced by force, it would be in another capital. A bit eye-catching. Like now, find a legitimate reason and they can fight. Once these underground forces start fighting, it's not that they can stop if they want. That's what Tang Qing has the final say. The soldiers will continue to stimulate both sides, intensify conflicts and hatred, and consume their energy. In the end, they may forget why they fought in the first place. This is the method that Tang Qing thinks is the most effective. Much easier than threatening them directly. Even if the guys in Maputo manage to hold on to their territory in the end, they're just trying to find an opponent for them and control all the opponent's external needs to endless internal friction. This means TSK. Just do it for the people. These guys are not good people anyway. No hands are clean. If you die, you will die. The next day, Maputo, Myanmar Bank. More and more Chinese are getting the news. Many people came from surrounding areas and planned to open an account first. Most of the local Chinese in Maputo did not transfer their money to domestic accounts, but almost all of these Chinese from other places transferred their money back. Because there are currently no branches of the Bank of Myanmar in other places, they transfer the money back home. You can let your relatives handle the payment. They very much hope that the branch can be opened to other cities as soon as possible. However, it is difficult in the short term because people from the Bank of Myanmar have said that within a month, there will be a large number of branches in Maputo, but in other cities, only a few big cities will have them, and other places will not open this year. After disappointment, all that remains is understanding. A new bank. It does take time to take root slowly. Once you take too big a step, it will easily lead to problems. July 19th. A delegation from the Bank of Myanmar arrived in Maputo again. Jeanlock and a group of Mozambican senior officials went to the airport to greet him in person. Facing the financial sponsor, no ceremony could be too grand. Not to mention that this time he was asking for help from others, so naturally he had to lower his attitude. Distinguished guest from afar, On behalf of the 20 million Mozambican people, I welcome you. Nice to see you again. The warrior's expression didn't change much. Just be polite. Kinloch also got used to the other party's attitude and took them to the presidential palace. Last time, they agreed on the terms of cooperation. This meeting is about implementation. The business of Myanmar Bank has been going well in the past 2 days. The number of account openings has exceeded 10,000. I believe that it will not be long before your bank has more than 100,000 users in our country. Jeanlock said excitedly. 100,000. In Mozambique, this is a really big number, mainly because people here don't have many savings habits. Most people don't have bank cards at all, and all transactions are in cash. In Kinloch's view, such a scale, Myanmar Bank will definitely lose money. But the other party is a bank, and there is no shortage of money at all. The soldier shook his head and said, President Kinloch, it can be seen from this figure that your country's payment and saving habits are very poor, far exceeding our expectations. The banking business here is not easy to do. Kinloch wanted to brag. He didn't brag about a better number, 100,000. Isn't that disgusting? Naturally, he wanted to fight back. Myanmar Bank now has more than this number of new users every week. Thanks to the increasingly active trade with China and surrounding countries, people from other areas of Myanmar can also open accounts at Myanmar Bank. In order to resist the inflationary pressure caused by the depreciation of the Chad, the scale of this account opening is still expanding. Well, you have just started, but there are advantages to this. That is, the consumer market is active, the commodity business is easy to do, the businessmen are better off, and the bank business is also easy to do. Jeanlock hurriedly came back. This is natural. In fact, we are also betting and are relatively optimistic about Mozambique's future economy. The soldier said that business negotiations do not need to be as rigorous as state visits. The country talks about business in words. Business is directly on the table. Thank you. We will do our best. Jeanlock stood up for a moment after saying this, and suddenly realized that he had been tricked and put himself in a passive position with just a few words. I looked around and found no one. Pig. Kinloch quickly changed his words. Ahem. We are confident too. The soldier went straight to the point. Okay, President Kinloch, according to the agreement we reached last time, after the Bank of Myanmar completes its opening and the payment of $130 million is successful, our Bank of Myanmar can start to guarantee payments for Mozambique's government bidding projects. The initial annual insured amount is 3 billion Asian dollars. After deducting the special loan of $130 million, your country also has a guaranteed payment limit of 1.95 billion Asian dollars. There's so much money. Everyone present became excited. Although you can't withdraw it and spend it casually, let alone buy it casually in foreign countries, it can only be used for specific government projects. However, it can still bring huge benefits, but it feels a bit small. Less than $300 million. How do we increase this limit? Jeanlock asked hurriedly. The soldier shook his head and said, Your country's debt situation is really bad. We really can't provide more credit without much improvement in your solvency. After all, what we have to pay out is the actual cash of our bank. Even if we use your country's minerals, it will not be realized in a short time and will slowly become the bank's precipitated assets. This is extremely detrimental to us. Jeanlock knew that the other party was right. Others pay for him, and all are settled in foreign currency cash. That is the hard-earned money of others. Taking the minerals by yourself is like cashing out at will, which is a bit beautiful. This time, the soldier suddenly spoke. However, there is no way. It depends on whether you all agree. What way? Jeanlock was too lazy to worry about being set up. The soldier explained, You must use the increased quota to purchase Asian dollar goods. If you want to purchase services in RMB or US dollars, we have to pay actual foreign currency. If we purchase our Asian dollar goods, our operating space will be larger, which is good for both parties. Someone wants to ask, even if Mozambique's purchase of Asian dollar commodities can be traced back to the source, the raw materials do not need to be purchased in foreign currency. This is similar to paying on behalf of others. But don't forget the value-added part. A raw material worth $1. With the addition of technology, The final product was processed into something with an ex-factory price of 10 yuan, of which only 1 yuan was spent in foreign currency. The other 9 yuan was entirely created within the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and this part of the wealth will not flow out. In terms of results, Mozambique's purchase of goods from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is not the same thing as its purchase of products and services from other countries. The most important thing is that raw materials can now be paid for in Asian dollars. Make money, that's for sure. As long as work starts, there's money. Well, what do you have in Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone? This is what Kinlock is most confused about. There are many high-quality small commodities, machinery, and equipment. I will give you a list later. As long as you purchase the above things, you don't need to consume the previous 3 billion quota. We can open a larger quota. The soldier said. Kinloch nodded. It seemed that things had changed a lot. Then let's think about it. And wait until we look at the list before we talk about this. Now we have a request. That is, can we continue to provide us with US dollar loans? The soldier asked, President Kinloch, your country does not seem to have matured US dollar treasury bonds for the time being. As for the treasury bonds you issue in your own country, don't you just print money? One type of treasury bonds is issued abroad to obtain the currency of other countries, and the other is issued to the people of your own country. The former one must be exchanged with other people's money. The latter one can be repaid by printing money yourself, which is not a problem at all. Although this will lead to inflation, it is better than defaulting. If it is not cashed out at maturity, the people of the country will be in trouble. The other party knows them so well. Kinloch is not surprised. He explained, there is no US dollar debt for the time being, but our foreign exchange reserves have bottomed out, and we need US dollars for normal trade. Their main national debts are still US dollars and Japanese yen. They can be repaid with US dollars or Japanese yen. However, the amount of Japanese yen in the hands of Myanmar Bank is very small, and it will definitely not be able to borrow. I can't help you with this. Your annual trade deficit is about 2 billion US dollars, of which a small half is deducted from the currencies of other African countries. The US dollar and the Japanese yen account for the largest proportion. Such a large amount of US dollars filling the gap for you will affect our normal trade settlement. The soldier refused directly. Is there no other way? Jeanlock said disappointedly. Actually, the solution lies in the previous problem. The soldier gave him another twist. Before, Jeanlock was puzzled. The soldier said, yes, you're short of dollars and yen, but you can also make money. As long as you control your entry and exit and make more than you spend, won't you be able to slowly turn the situation around? Earn more than you spend? Jeanlock still didn't understand. This logic, it's really not easy to turn around quickly. The soldier explained, we have opened up a larger Asian dollar commodity trade volume to you. If Mozambique reduces its dependence on US dollars and Japanese yen commodities in commodity imports and increases the proportion of purchasing our commodities, wouldn't it be possible to gradually solve the dilemma? It seems that's what happened. Jeanlock suddenly realized that there was no problem with the logic, but can the product from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone be suitable for the Mozambican market? As if he understood what he was thinking, the soldier continued, you can control the import of goods of the same quality and price. If everything goes well, you will be able to achieve great results this year. Jeanlock had a headache. Want to eat meat? Sure enough, it's not that simple. This matter still needs long-term consideration. I can't guarantee whether I'll be able to write the next chapter today. I've been feeling a little groggy for the past few days. I wonder if it's neurasthenia. I want to go to bed early today. Trade between the two countries. It doesn't matter if you have something. Unless it is irreplaceable, the people have the right to choose. Otherwise, if something that used to cost 5 yuan has been raised to 10 yuan, they will not be able to accept the price or the function, quality, and style will not meet their requirements. Once controlled by the law, it will be very embarrassing. Government intervention in the market. This is something that Western countries have always been opposed to, because if the government can intervene in the market at will, how can capital gain freedom, going beyond the law and even making super profits? Jinlik's face was full of tangles, wondering. We need to discuss this issue carefully and we will have to wait until at least tomorrow before we can give you an answer. Have you brought your product list? You can fax it over at any time. The soldier said, then give us one. You're tired from the plane, so go and take a rest first. Kinloch said, okay, that's it. The meeting dispersed. The Myanmar Bank's delegation was arranged to stay at a nearby official hotel, which is the property of the Mozambique government. It is specially designed to receive distinguished guests for free. It also charges external fees for operation and can barely maintain a balance of payments. 20 minutes later, a thick document appeared in front of Kinloch, the heads of relevant departments, and a group of economic experts from Mozambique. The entire document has been translated into Portuguese, one for each person. List of bulk export commodities of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. New. 2006. This is the name of the document. Turn to the first page. It is a long table of contents with 4 pages. Equipment manufacturing industry. Motorcycle, bicycle, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioner dash. Light industry. Food, daily chemicals, medicine, culture, and sports dash. Petrochemical industry. A dense list. They were dazzled by the sight. There are also illustrations inside. These are all products suitable for the Mozambican market, and they only account for about 30% of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zones. Many products cannot be afforded here, and they have no consumption habits, such as military equipment, special steel, heavy machinery, petrochemical industry equipment. There are many. There is almost no market here. It not only contains categories, but also product performance and price, as well as comparisons with products from other countries. After reading it, everyone has the same feeling. Is this guy bragging? Same price. The quality of Myanmar's Special Economic Zone is better than others. Same quality. The price of Myanmar's Special Economic Zone is lower than others. Anyway, there is always an advantage. Mr. President, this is true or false? A vice president said doubtfully. Jinluk shook his head slightly and said, we have been cooperating for a long time. It is easy to know whether it is true or false. It is all true, but how did these people produce it? In his memory, industrialization started only after it was exhausted. But the list in hand is not produced by countries that have just begun to industrialize. This is the result of almost completing the transformation of modern industrialization. Is it true? Looking for Chinese OEM? This is not impossible. The two countries are next to each other. But is it too much? The vice president wondered. At this time, Jinlok discovered the key point again. This has nothing to do with us. As long as the things can meet the above, the rest is not important. But you see, it is clearly stated above that we will not provide inferior products. But it seems a bit expensive. Others have also noticed this problem, although the items on the list have quality advantages. However, considering their consumption habits, people in Mozambique are very price sensitive. For example, there's a plastic basin inside, which is the same style and weight, but the price is 1.3 times that of what is sold in Mozambique. Detailed data is available above. Indicates that its strength is stronger than others. It has good durability, can withstand greater deformation, and is harmless to the human body. But good is good. But the price issue is key. The same thing happens to almost every other product. Good quality and low price. In this list, there is a strict bottom line, especially for daily chemical products, toothpaste, shampoo, dish soap, and plastic bags that are closely related to people all have so-called mandatory safety standards. The price is almost twice as high as those cheap products on the market in Mozambique. Bad money drives out good money. This is especially true in a backward country like Mozambique. Ordinary people simply don't have the awareness to use high-quality products. As senior officials, of course they understand this problem very well. This is a big problem. The mass consumer market in Mozambique simply cannot accept such prices, and the high-end consumer market has insufficient spending power. The vice president continued his analysis. The head of Mozambique's financial department also spoke. Then what do they think? How can this improve our financial situation? The central bank governor responded, everyone don't forget one thing. The goods inside are not only daily chemicals and small commodities. They are big items, such as motorcycles, bicycles, and household appliances. People spending power is still good, so don't always focus on small items. But it is undeniable that daily chemicals and small commodities are the mainstream of people's daily consumption. It is difficult to make major breakthroughs in other products, especially household appliances. Power supply cannot be guaranteed in many places. People from the financial department said, disappointedly. The direction of the debate keeps changing, from price to quality. It's the consumption cycle. Let's get to the most critical point: how to encourage companies to import and consume. This is a problem. Reducing dependence on non-Asian dollar commodities is not just about words. There are many difficulties in action. At last, an economic expert made a suggestion. Why don't we set up a state-owned company that specializes in importing this kind of Asian dollar goods and enjoys tax-free treatment? Otherwise, if those import companies lobby one by one, we will be exhausted and still have no favors. Instantly, everyone looked at him. Jean-Luc slapped the table and said happily, "What a great idea. In this way, we don't even need to formulate policies to restrict imports, let alone negotiate with those importers. We can complete this step directly." Everyone was also smiling. "I think this is a good idea." The man was grinning. But I thought in my heart, after collecting the money, the matter was finally done. Then let's discuss the specific articles of association of this company first and discuss it with them tomorrow. Jean-Luc made the final decision. One afternoon, they were all discussing the details of the company. The main thing is to see whose interests this will touch. If there are domestic predators, the import volume of certain types of Asian dollar commodities will have to be restricted. Otherwise, if you make enemies with too many people at once, your phone will probably not be at peace by then. At last, it's approaching evening. Watch them achieve results. Everyone has a sense of satisfaction. In one afternoon, in addition to company problem solving, it also gave them a clear understanding of the current situation of various industries in Mozambique. The economic map also seemed to be much clearer, and they were very well measured about which markets could be grabbed and which markets could not be moved. The final calculation comes down. If the company is established, just until the end of this year, they will be able to save $1.7 billion in foreign exchange. Although the reserves will still bottom out and will be spent as soon as they arrive at least they no longer have to borrow US dollars, which gives them hope for financial improvement. The next day, negotiations continue. As soon as it comes up, Kinloch came up with the idea of the Mozambique National Import and Export Company and wanted to use the name of this company to purchase goods from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone instead of restricting the import of other goods. Jean-Luc introduced the benefits of this company with excitement. In this way, whether your products are good or not can be tested by the market. We can also have less resistance and get into trade faster. The soldier pretended to be embarrassed. All this, of course, it's in a plan. The economist was also blown away. I was accidentally hit by a stack of banknotes blown by me. By the way, it is unrealistic to expect Mozambique to introduce a policy to restrict imports, and the resistance it will encounter will indeed be great. There will certainly be strong public opposition. However, this suggestion is a semi-internal matter, and it is not convenient for the soldiers to propose it. They need their own people to take this step. Otherwise, if there's a problem with trade, Mozambique may shift the blame. Kinloch had no doubt about him. Yesterday, the soldier's suggestion was to restrict the import of goods from other countries, but now it requires market competition. The interests of the two are different, so it is normal to hesitate. Just when Jean-Luc thought that the other party was going to adjourn the meeting for discussion, the soldier finally spoke. "Well, we have the same interests. Considering that you also have difficulties, we can agree." "Thank you," Jean-Luc said happily. He has decided that in the future, all government purchases will use this company's products. No matter what, the current poor financial situation must be controlled. Pressure. He will find a way to withstand it. The soldier asked again, "By the way, have you already considered the non-product aid loan project?" "Of course." Kinloch nodded quickly. This issue was put on hold yesterday due to matters, and then said, "We plan to start 2 projects. The first is the construction of a new port in Maputo. This port will be mainly used for transportation. The second project is the Krill's hydropower station project. The former is used to earn foreign exchange, and the latter is to improve the power shortage situation in Maputo and surrounding areas. Both projects have been in the works for many years. The previous one was unsuccessful. The latter only completed the project establishment and survey and even the design, but did not start bidding because they had no money and had nothing to do but make plans and find something for the relevant departments below to do. No problem. We will review the total price of the 2 projects first. If they do not exceed the quota, we can approve them. We will give you a reply tomorrow morning at the latest." The soldier nodded. Cooperation is negotiated. Everyone is happy. The rest, just execute it. The meeting is over. Relevant documents for the 2 construction projects were faxed back to the Bank of Myanmar headquarters. A project review actually takes no more than a few minutes. But this kind of work efficiency is not suitable to be displayed lest you think you are perfunctory with them. After the first port project was unfinished, the relevant departments in Mozambique conducted a new valuation and found that it was exceeded last time. Otherwise, they would not dare to come up with this project. Needless to say, this must have been an interest project for the previous president. If it weren't for everyone fleeing abroad, Kinloch is interested in checking it out. The budget overrun was nearly $70 million, and Kinloch was so angry that he wanted to curse. He really didn't know how many benefits that president had received. He was just giving money to others. The next day, morning, once at work, Kinloch then received a call from the soldier. "Mr. President, the review of our head office has been completed. Within the limit, you can start the bidding process, but please note that if there are additional projects, as long as the limit is exceeded, the cost can only be paid by the Mozambican government." Finally, the soldier reminded. "That's natural." Kinloch nodded. "Hang up the phone." Kinloch quickly called for action. Tendering for such projects. The Bank of Myanmar has not restricted who they can use as the final contractor. However, Kinloch was reminded by the soldiers yesterday that the remaining US dollars can be used to settle goods. Kinloch listened. I know this is reminding him not to spend recklessly. Project costs must be strictly controlled, because in the cost accounting of the Bank of Myanmar, the bidding price of the 2 projects is more reasonable at around 1.7 billion Asian dollars, and the maximum should not exceed 1.9 billion Asian dollars. These words, Jinlok was speechless for a while. 1.9 billion Asian dollars is close to the remaining payment quota. No matter how much it is, if the Bank of Myanmar will not advance the payment, is there any need to say anything? Calling the heads of the relevant departments, Jin Luke ordered, "Immediately send out invitations to the outside world. We will launch global bidding for 2 projects, by the way, especially Chinese companies, several more. Construction projects of ports and hydropower stations. Mozambique has no contractors capable of taking over the project. They can build bungalows or high-rise buildings, but they still have to rely on foreign companies for ports and hydropower stations. And within this cost range, it seems that Chinese companies have great advantages." As soon as the news was sent out, Kinloch received a call from a large domestic builder. "Mr. President, if we have business, why don't we let our country do it on our own? Let's hold a global tender. Isn't this cheaper for outsiders?" A thick voice rang on the phone. "This is a big businessman in Maputo." "Certainly. That is to say, the short man is taller. It's okay to repair a few-story building. It's not difficult to go higher, but it is still too far away from the construction of ports or hydropower station projects." When he received the news this time, he immediately called Jinlok. The main reason was that the 2 had known each other before and had cooperated. Mozambique had not had any major projects in the past 5 years, so he was very interested in this project. "Can you build ports and hydroelectric stations?" Kinloch asked rhetorically. "No, but someone can," Jinlok said helplessly. "It seems that you don't know much about this project. I know you have connections. I'm busy here, so I won't explain it to you. Ask someone you know about the specific conditions. If you still want to bid, we welcome it. This project, there are no excess profits at all. It's not a fat guy, but you still want to play secondary subcontracting. Take it yourself and outsource it to others. Work anyone know how to do it, even if you only take a few million in subcontracting fees. Almost no company with construction capabilities will be willing to take over. If it were the previous budget price, with profit margins of tens of millions of dollars, you can still play around with subcontracting, but now I'm almost out of business. Why would you want to mess around in it? Then, okay. After that, Jean-Luc never received another call from the other party and heard that the project had ceased operations. This was also expected by Jean-Luc. He knew the source of the money for the entire project and the various restrictions. If someone doesn't play well, he will join in on his own. This is simply not something that little players can play around with. It was only a day after the news spread. An African project department manager of South Korea's Hyundai Engineering Company came to the door and claimed that the project contract for seaport construction could be continued. The man named Park Sung-hyun went straight to the presidential palace as soon as he got off the plane and proposed to meet, still holding a stack of contracts. They were the original contractors of the unfinished harbor project. Otherwise, if he wanted to see Kinloch, he would have to wait in line for several days. President Kinloch, it's an honor to meet you. It's really a blessing for the people of Mozambique that you can serve as president. Kinloch rolled his eyes. Do I know you? Why didn't you come and congratulate me when I took office? Come on now, I thought you were pale. At this moment, he suddenly felt the feeling of being begged again, as before. They're all asking for help everywhere. Talking too much brings tears to my eyes. Although the nice words are pleasant to the ears, the matter cannot be done. Jean-Luc shook his head directly. We cannot agree to your request, and your construction contract has expired. But our investment is still there. Park Sung-hyun want to say that it was you who didn't pay first, but how dare he say this? Jean-Luc curled his lips and said, You take away the equipment, and so on. We don't need it. As for your investment, you only completed the leveling of the surrounding land, and the progress is less than 10%. If you have reasonable requirements, we will meet them. After all, they did invest. If in the final analysis, it is true that the Mozambican government owes Hyundai Engineering Company, even though it is a mess left by its predecessor, it cannot damage the reputation of a country, and the debt must be made up for. Big deal. If you owe it for a while and your finances improve, you can pay it plus interest. But how dare Park Sung-hyun make any demands? If it really counts. The initial advance payment for the equipment had already saved them from losing money. Later, when they saw that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, they stopped work. We sincerely hope that we can continue to cooperate with Mozambique, Park Sung-hyun said. Mr. Park Sung-hyun, it's not that we won't let your company participate in the bidding, but I want to remind you that your quotation is too high and we cannot afford it. Jean-Luc shook his head. Of course, Park Sung-hyun would not give up and said hurriedly, Mr. President, $230 million US. This is the price many years ago. Now all parties are showing off that the cost is rising. We can promise not to rise. Just said this. Kinloch interrupted him. Please give your company a sincere price and then go out for bidding. This is the last advice I can give you. I have something else to do, so please do it. Jean-Luc didn't even bother to talk to Park Sung-hyun. $230 million US, and the limit is almost spent every minute. That's nonsense. The overspending is $70 million US. Why the hell do you want us to continue paying? Were you dreaming about this? Park Sung-hyun was dumbfounded. You can't directly ask them what their psychological price is. This is against the rules. After leaving, he was going to ask first what was going on. There had been no business here for so long. Many people had retired or stepped down. Such a big project might still be in its first phase. How could they give up? Find out first. Let's see if we can do something about sponsorship. Night. Through a previous relationship, Park Sung-hyun found Bawel, a deputy minister of Mozambique's Commerce and Trade Department. Certainly, he also held a small gift in his hand. See the gift. Bawel warmly received Park Sung-hyun. The last time Park Sung-hyun came to Mozambique, Bawel was just a small leader of Mozambique customs, and Park Sung-hyun was in this position. Now I have been promoted, but Park Sung-hyun is still in this position. Bawel can only attribute this to South Korea's family business system. Park Sung-hun definitely has a deep relationship with the bosses of Hyundai Group. Otherwise, how could such an important position be held for more than 10 years? And the truth is not far off. That's the thing. We, Hyundai Engineering Company, attach great importance to this project and would like to continue to cooperate with your government to complete this project with high quality. Park Sung-hyun said it again. Hear this. Bawal knew why Kinloch rejected him. $230 million. Do you dare to think so? Mr. Park Sung-hun, your offer will definitely not be approved. Bawal smiled and shook his head. Since Kinloch asked Park Sung-hun to find an insider, there's no need to hide it. Please give me some advice. Park Sung-hyun said. Bawal began to introduce the origin of the entire project. Only Park Sung-hun knew. This time it's not that Mozambique is rich, but someone is willing to lend money. Bank of Myanmar? He seems to have heard of it, but is not familiar with it. He has been traveling around Africa, and the business in Asia is not under his control. If only that were the case. The Mozambican government only has a payment quota of 1.9 billion Asian dollars. 2 large projects still have to be completed. Funds are already quite tight. It is almost impossible to get the Mozambican government to agree to a contract price of 230 million US dollars. This time, Mozambique's budget formulation is different from last time. This time, Mozambique's basic project cost algorithm is adopted. This was introduced 5 years ago. If you have China's price and speed, you can hope to win the bid. President Kinloch needs these 2 projects to be completed quickly to serve Mozambique's economy and earn foreign exchange through exports. After Bawal finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. Park Sung-hyun smiled bitterly and said, "How can we afford this price? It is impossible for secondary subcontracting to occur at such a price. Huaxiao may be able to afford it, but their Hyundai Engineering Company will never be able to afford it at this price. The loss is expected to be around 20 million US dollars. Then there's nothing I can do." Bonar spread his hands and said that there's nothing I can do. There's only so much money, and I still need products of high quality. If you don't have them, you can only find someone else. Park Sung-hyun fell into deep thought. Still don't do it. This time, Bonar added, "Mr. Park Sung-hun, don't think about any additions. I know this is your usual method, but this time we have limited money, and the contract will clearly stipulate that no additions are allowed. Otherwise, it will be a violation." Park Sung-hun. This is equivalent to completely blocking the road. Add items. It is a commonly used method in construction projects. First, when the project at a low price. Then, during the construction of the project, the actual behavior of the project that is not redundant is artificially created, and the production cost must be charged. This is also a way for many projects that seem to be unprofitable and take a loss, but in the end, people still make money. Chatted for a while. Park Sung-hyun completely gave up. Ultra-low quotation, no additional items allowed. It was so awesome that he couldn't help but feel resentful of the Bank of Myanmar. If you have money, you should give people more advance credit. With just this little money, the Mozambican government was so jealous of Saxol. The next day, Park Sung-hun was already ready to leave. There are no opportunities here, only a big hole. As for the previous investment in port construction, he dare not settle with the Mozambique government, lest he have to refund the money in the end. That would be embarrassing. It was meant to make money. If you come here to give money, your colleagues will laugh to death. 2 days have passed since the invitation was sent. Construction companies from many countries came to the project after hearing the news, and several Chinese companies were interested, including China Harbor Engineering Group. This is a wholly owned subsidiary of China Communications Construction Group. There's a lot of business in Africa. Invitation received. Chun Han, the general manager of the branch in South Africa, came with his people. They did not need to prepare the bidding documents. The domestic association had prepared them and faxed them over. He was just here to call the front office. Get off the plane. A rolling heat wave hits. Sweat was pouring out uncontrollably. They were flying on a small plane, and there was no boarding bridge at the airport. "Manager, is this the capital airport of Mozambique?" The assistant looked around and was very disappointed. He was newly assigned as Chun Han's assistant and had been traveling in South Africa and several big African countries. Such a small capital airport. I just heard it said at the same time. Except for a few big African countries, all other airports are pretty much the same, which is pretty good. Chunhan said helplessly. This time, Chunhan was a little surprised when he received an order from the headquarters to participate in the bidding. Mozambique is so poor. What kind of construction projects are it planning to carry out? Aren't you afraid of defaulting on your debt? Come today. It is to find out the Mozambique government's ability to pay. Otherwise, no money. It doesn't matter how big your project is. The two of them held invitation documents from Mozambique in their hands, and no one came to collect any tips. The journey was smooth except for the airport. They got into a car specially arranged by the Mozambican government and drove to the hotel. Not bad. There is a special car to pick you up. The air conditioner in the car was blowing. The assistant felt alive again. He couldn't understand how Africans who had lived in such conditions all year round could endure it. Only after experiencing the heat here could he have the urge to hold on to the air conditioner and blow it to death without letting go. Come to the hotel. Chunhan happened to run into Park Sung-hyun, who was about to leave. The two are old acquaintances. They have been traveling around African countries and often have to participate in bidding for the same project. Over time, it is not difficult to say how big the hatred is. Businessmen, how can there be so many personal grievances? From time to time, the two would sit down and chat. Because the African branch of Hyundai Engineering is also in South Africa, the distance between the two parties is only half a street. Mr. Chun, you're here too. Park Sung-hyun greeted Chunhan with a strange Chinese pronunciation. Chunhan knew that Park Sung-hyun could speak a few words in Chinese. When he saw Park Sung-hyun and his men preparing to leave, he asked in English, "Where are you going? Can't you stay in this hotel? Congratulations on returning to South Africa." Park Sung-hyun said with a bitter smile. This competition didn't start, just lose. Such a project is as if it is tailor-made for Huaxiao's company. Although Huaxiao's company can't make much money, it can't compare with their cost control capabilities. Chunhan was confused. Where does happiness come from? You will know soon. After he finished speaking, Park Sung-hyun only left Chunhan with his back. Chunhan looked puzzled. After Park Sung-hyun left the hall, Chunhan's assistant suddenly looked happy. Manager, did they escape without a fight? This question, Chunhan was speechless when he asked. Flee without a fight? Do you think it's a war? At this time, Park Sung-hyun picked up his luggage and left. There was only one possibility. The other party thought that there was no way this project could be completed. Broken down, either the bidding is hopeless or the profit is too small to be worthwhile. No matter which one it is. It's not good news for Chunhan either. Let's go. Let's stay here first and inquire about the situation. Chunhan said. Okay. The two followed the waiter to the room. Chunhan first reported his whereabouts to the vice president of a domestic group. Finally, he also mentioned what Park Sung-hyun said. Chunhan threw out his speculation and said that things might be a bit complicated. How can I expect to hear it from the other side? Aha, don't worry, Manager Chun. We already know what's going on. Check your email first. I've sent you the details of this project. It's good news. There was happiness in his tone. Chunhan was stunned by the words of the leader in charge. Okay, let me check the mailbox first. Hang up the phone. Chunhan quickly turned on the computer. As the capital of a country, even though it is Africa, there is still an internet connection. With the help of the customer service at the front desk, Chunhan successfully dialed the number. Due to the small number of users, the internet speed was actually pretty good. Open Xiao skillfully. Login successful. Chunhan clicked into the email system. Starting at the beginning of this month, Xiao has already completed the docking with major mainstream email platforms in the world and could directly send and receive emails from various platforms internally. The main reason is that Xiao is too powerful for office use. Its strong office capabilities and refined management capabilities. It has been loved by many people. Once a company starts using Xiao, it is mandatory to use it for sending and receiving emails. Watching a massive loss of users. Xiao, who was unable to kill the Tianyan group for a while, had no choice but to compromise first. On the recommendation of a friend, Chunhan used this software very early. Although it has not been adopted by all group companies, it has become popular for daily office communication. In the African branch here, Xiao Xiao is a must-have software for all office workers. 5 minutes later, after reading the email from the supervisor, Chen Han suddenly realized. So that's the case. No wonder Park Sung-hun would leave early. How could the other party accept such a project? And this offer is not unacceptable to China, especially the long-term cooperation mentioned by the supervisor. Advances from Myanmar Bank. This year, there's only 3 billion Asian dollars, but next year it may be more. If there is a good basis for cooperation, they will also have an advantage if there are new projects next year. Great! Chen Han clenched his fist. Advance payment is made by Myanmar Bank. That means there is no need to worry about being owed funds. July 24th, to a round of applause. Chen Han's company won the bid for this port project, and another hydropower station project was also won by China's Electric Power Construction Group. After learning the specifics of the two projects, contractors from other countries fled. Therefore, there is no suspense about this tender. The rest. It means starting the survey and bringing in equipment and personnel. The entire project cycle is 2.5 years, which is quite tight. This is also a common problem in large-scale public infrastructure construction. The cycle is long and the progress is slow. The average cycle of most projects they accept is 3 to 6 years. Manager Chun, the personnel and related equipment will depart from China in the near future. Your side will prepare the survey and allocation plan for building materials, as well as the construction procedures. You should go and complete them in the next few days. Chen Han's leader ordered on the phone. Understood. Chen Han nodded. Overseas project construction. There are many things involved. Different countries have different construction standards and requirements. The most critical thing is the price of materials. This is the most important cost in the entire project construction, bar none, unless there are special circumstances. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to transport them from China. Fortunately, after taking root for so long, various Chinese companies have a large number of material suppliers in Africa, many of which are factories built by the group itself. Only in this way can China maintain its construction cost advantage. Other side, after hanging up the phone, Chen Han's leader made another call. Director Su, are the materials ready? That's good. You guys can leave as soon as possible. The first batch of project funds will be returned to the account in 5 days. You guys should open the company account as soon as possible. Well, goodbye. Although it was advanced by Myanmar Bank. But it does not mean that the Bank of Myanmar will directly transfer RMB to their accounts. There is still a process in the middle, which is to transfer Asian dollars to them first, and then they can take the money to the head office of the Bank of Myanmar and exchange it for RMB. This is a common practice. The main reason is to reduce the risk of the bank. The key is to make accounts easy. Otherwise, if you directly use the central bank account in China to transfer money to a company, the detailed information of the transfer object will be too dry, and the bills have to be mailed back by the Central Bank of China. This is not nonsense. It is better to transfer money directly internally, complete the contract transaction first, and then the other party needs to convert it into RMB. Myanmar Bank will help with the operation. In this way, the procedures are complete, the process is legal, and the accounts are clear. July 25th, Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. 11 o'clock in the morning. A small Boeing plane landed slowly at Xiamen City Airport. It had the words China Southern Airlines written on it. It was obviously flying from China, and it was a direct flight from Kunming City in Yunnan Province. This is the only domestic flight to Xiamen City in China, excluding connecting flights. With the increase in trade between the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and China, the number of daily flights between the two places has increased from an initial 3 to 15 and is even increasing. It is expected to exceed 20 early next month, mainly because the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has opened visa on arrival to tourists from China. Strict consumer price management has almost zero tolerance for customer ripoffs. In the beginning, there were indeed many people who were blinded by interests. They demanded high prices or forced shopping. However, when 26 consumer establishments had their business licenses revoked, the boss is still mining at the mine. 79 foreign tour guides were not allowed to engage in tour guide services in Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone for 10 years, and were even restricted from entering the country. After 11 travel agencies were fined a large sum of money, no one dared to do this again. Such regulatory intensity. The tourism environment of the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has been praised by tourists who have been here. Then, good natural environment, safe social environment, friendly humanistic environment. It is attracting more and more Chinese tourists, and the response is very good. Especially this summer vacation, the number of tourists has increased dramatically. In addition to tourists from China, tourists from many countries in Southeast Asia and South Asia have also begun to choose to travel here. Suri, the director of the financial department of Harbor Engineering Group, opened an account for its subsidiary. The company asked him to lead team here. In addition to a few subordinates, 2 people from the company's legal department also came. At the same time as opening an account, it could be considered trip. Otherwise, the 2 eldest ladies from the legal department would not have followed. Suri stepped out of the plane, crossed the air bridge, through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. What comes into view is the appearance of a large modern airport. With a lot of capital investment, Xi'an Airport has very complete supporting facilities and a large number of boarding bridges. Unless there are special circumstances, for the safety of aircraft and personnel, no passengers are allowed on the runway. Director Su, this place is really nice. It's just like what was said online. I heard it was built by our Huaxia company. Next to him, a little girl from the legal department said excitedly. The 2 girls from the legal department are both in their 20s. I had just graduated from university and joined the legal department of the group. One was the niece of the vice president of the group, and the other was the daughter of a manager of the higher-level transportation construction group. They were both untouchable. That dress, it was colorful, cool, and it looked like a tourist. Suri and his men only dared to wear suits. Suri just wanted to speak. Another girl spoke up. That's right, it's much bigger than the airport in Yangon. Suri explained. In terms of size, the airports in Yangon and Naypyidaw are bigger than here. After all, that is the capital of Myanmar, but in terms of modernization, this airport is better. Follow the crowd. They walked outside. This time, a slightly fat middle-aged man walked up quickly. Brother Su, where are you going? Su Rue turned his head and looked. When they were boarding the plane in Kunming, a talkative businessman named Yu Tao sat next to them. They had just chatted for a few words when Yu Tao answered the phone. They were not very familiar with each other. Find a hotel to stay in first. An ordinary hotel will be fine. Do you have any recommendations? Su Rue said with a smile. When Yu Tao heard this, he knew it was their first time here. Brother Su, staying in a hotel here is different from that in China. All the hotels here are operated by subsidiaries of the Myanmar Bank Group and have not yet been opened to the private sector. If you want to stay in a hotel, there is a check-in window at the airport exit. Su Rue was stunned for a moment. What? There are no private hotels? Yu Tao shook his head. No, in the town, all the above-ground buildings you can see, except for the residential houses in the village, are almost all assets of the Myanmar Bank Group, and the commercial buildings are also operated by themselves. There have been many incidents of tourist rip-offs, but you have never heard of any hotels being punished, right? It's because they operate hotel accommodations and have extremely strict price controls. There will be no increase in house prices during peak tourist periods. Of course, it will be difficult to book, so next time you come, you'd better book a hotel on their official website in advance. Otherwise, you may not have a place to stay. Thank you for reminding me, but this is good. But is the economy viable? Isn't the shop trying to bully customers? Su Rue wondered. Such a system reminded him of the state-owned goose houses and state-owned stores that used to be so superior. That's service. Simply, Yu Tao explained with a smile. You can rest assured that the service attitude here is very good. Although the hotel is opened by the Myanmar Bank Group, the profession is not an iron rice bowl. Once service industry employees receive a large number of complaints or engage in malfeasance or other malfeasance, the Tourism Service Quality Supervision Bureau of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone will come forward to deal with it. Once verified, it will be reported to the Myanmar Hotel Operation Group. It can range from a light salary penalty to direct dismissal and inclusion in your credit record. You don't know how terrible it is to be fired from a company under the Myanmar Bank Group here. Yu Tao is from China, but I have gradually integrated into the local life and have a deep understanding of how terrifying the Myanmar Bank Group is. The entire Myanmar Special Economic Zone relies on this group for its livelihood. People who are fired by it. It's hard to find a good job in this part of the world. No one cares. Su Rue really didn't understand. Such a system is simply a country within a country. Yu Tao curled his lips and said, "Who cares? You should know what this place was like before." Later, it was forcefully taken back by Deputy Chief Zero. Today, this place is still within Zero's sphere of influence. The Burmese government has almost no say here. The legal framework here is completely different from that of Burma. It is stricter and more humane. It has a completely new way of dealing with illegal issues, making those who break the law and commit crimes behave in minutes. Su Rue was speechless. It feels so awesome. It is really a country within a country, and Myanmar can actually tolerate it. I think the strength of Deputy Chief Zero should not be underestimated. Brother Yu, which hotel are you staying in? Su Rue asked. Yu Tao replied, I rented a house here. I have been living in both houses for a long time. It is not cost-effective to stay in a hotel. While talking, they have arrived at the border inspection. Pointing to an eye-catching shop, Yu Tao said, That's the hotel. You go and apply for a visa first, and I'll leave first. There are many Chinese people here. If you have any questions, just ask anyone on the street. I wish you a pleasant stay. Okay, bye. Su Rue waved. Meet by chance. The two did not leave contact information. If we are destined, we will meet again. After Yu Tao left, they processed the visa quickly. When they arrived at the hotel reservation window, Suri handed over their passports. What are you doing here? The staff member was still a beautiful woman. She was asking Su Rue with a smile. She was speaking in Chinese, which was quite standard. For company business, you need to open an account at Myanmar Bank. Su Rue answered honestly. What price do you want? Just average. How many days do you want to stay? 2 days. After a few questions, Suri chose a hotel that was close to the headquarters of the Bank of Myanmar. The price was really not expensive at 80 Asian dollars a night, but it was a bit of a trap. There was no false invoicing service here. How much did it cost to stay? I can only give you how much money I can prescribe. Fortunately, none of them are short of money. Walk out of the airport gate. They saw a row of taxis parked there. The fleet was very long. There were no people soliciting passengers, and no one asked them where they were going. It was a bit different from the enthusiasm Su Rue expected. Was wondering. The little girl next to him took the lead and walked forward. Let's go, Director Su. The airport taxis here are like this. As long as you get on with the green light, no one will come to solicit customers. Huh. Oh. Su Rue regretted not reading the travel guide before coming. There are many of them. Got into 2 taxis, respectively. Are you from China? As soon as we got on the bus, the driver asked in Chinese. Although the pronunciation was strange, it was very fluent. Yes, you can also speak Chinese? Su Rue glanced at the driver in surprise. The little girl just now said forget it. This one looked to be in her 40s, older than herself. The driver chuckled and said, We didn't know how to do it before, but now in order to receive tourists from all over the world, the special zone management requires us to learn English and Chinese, saying that these are the 2 most commonly spoken languages in the world. English is easy to speak, but Chinese is very difficult. It will be better if we talk more. Su Rue consoled us. The driver nodded. Yes, that's what it said above, so I usually chat with Chinese people when I meet them, especially about learning pronunciation. Listen, my current Chinese proficiency has passed level 2. You took the Chinese test. Su Rue almost dropped his jaw. Of course, it is held once a month. There are no restrictions in other industries, but in the tourism and related service industries, there are strict foreign language level requirements. Only those who meet them can work in this industry. The driver nodded. That's really amazing, my brother. Suri said it sincerely. It is not a simple matter for the other party to express Chinese in such a way that he can understand it. Hearing the compliment, the driver said proudly, Of course, my grandfather's grandfather was Chinese and fled here. However, he didn't speak much Chinese after coming here, and I didn't learn much. The ones who speak the best are those Chinese descendants whose parents have just come here, or who have a good language inheritance. They speak Chinese very fluently, and some even have considerable cultural heritage. In our Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, those educated Chinese descendants are developing very well, and they account for a considerable proportion in various subordinate departments of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group and the government departments of the Special Zone. I heard that the ancestors of the driver are also Chinese. Suri felt much more friendly. Hearing that people of Chinese descent were doing well here, Su Rue was also happy for them. Historically, there are a large number of Chinese in this area. Suri knows this. In the past, he probably could only be a farmer. Now it seems that the Myanmar Bank Group has done quite well in industrialization and urbanization, and the Chinese here have also ushered in opportunities for development, opened up communication channels with the outside world, enjoy the dividends of world economic development. By the way, where are you going? After asking Suri and the others to fasten their seatbelts, the driver found that he was so busy talking that he forgot to ask Suri where he was going. Here, Su Rue handed over a card, which was given to him by the beautiful staff member just now, which was regarded as a voucher for booking a room. Okay. The driver knew where it was as soon as he saw the name on the card. The hotel in Exine town was different from the hotels elsewhere. In other places, it was called a hotel, but here, it should be called a hotel area, because no hotel exists in a single building. They are all clusters of buildings similar to residential communities, with as few as 5 or 6 buildings, as many as more than a dozen. The main reason is to facilitate management and services for out-of-town, foreign tourists and merchants. Another reason is that the floors of the hotels here are not high. There is an overall height limit for buildings in Exine town, except for some special buildings. Other buildings must not exceed 7 floors, and the same applies to hotels. The most are 7 floors, and most are 4 or 5 floors. The rooms provided in a single building are limited. The reason is very simple. Tang Qing doesn't like the feeling of a small town with many high-rise buildings. He doesn't like it. Nature has become the law here. The environment is really nice. The car drove into Exine town. Suri praised. The road is wide, well-planned, with brand-new infrastructure. The trees on both sides are lush and green. The landscape trees are neatly trimmed, there are many pedestrians, and there are no mobile vendors. Of course, we attach great importance to the environment here. You should know about the filters here. All polluting gas emissions must be equipped with filters even on the chimneys in our village. The air is very clean. The driver said proudly. News about filters is broadcast on TV and radio every day, and good news comes one after another, which makes them particularly proud. More and more countries around the world have purchased their products. Once upon a time, they actually relied on technology to open the door to the world market. This is completely different from the popularity of fruit wine. One is a natural brewing product, and the other is the power of technology. What? Your village's chimneys also need filters. Suri was a little surprised. Yes, it is said to be to prevent the early morning fog from containing pollutant gases. The driver explained. Suri, do you have to take care of cooking in the village? Such environmental protection standards are a bit unacceptable to Su Rue. They're too strict. In his opinion, the popularization of domestic car filters is inevitable, but they're not installed on chimneys in rural areas. That's an almost impossible distance. The farmers are willing to do it. What Suri didn't know was, this restriction is not actually aimed at the burning of firewood. Human beings have been burning firewood for thousands of years, and they have not damaged the earth. However, with the extensive use of plastic products, people will unconsciously throw these things in when burning firewood. Nature, instead of issuing an order not to burn domestic waste, it is better to add a filter so that you can burn whatever you want and block the source of air pollution at the source. By the way, what do you sell fruit wine here? Su Rue suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, the driver laughed. You want to buy fruit wine? You're really rich. You came at the right time. If you had come a month earlier, fruit wine would not be sold to foreigners here at all. When you get to the hotel later, take your passport and visa and go to the hotel's fruit wine sales point to buy a bottle. We locals rarely buy it. We can't afford this kind of luxury. You should get a discount, right? Suri asked. 3,000 Asian dollars. You can get it at the same price. There's no difference. The only difference is that our monthly limit is 2 bottles, and we can only drink it ourselves, not sell it. The driver shook his head and said. Suri said with emotion, it's really cheap. The retail price in China is only 4,000 yuan, and there is no market for it. The ex-factory price here is 2,000 Asian dollars. This is no secret. With a luxury tax and other taxes, the retail price only reaches 3,000 yuan. If you drink it yourself, it is best to finish it here. If you take it back home, you will definitely have to pay a tax. In the end, it will be the same price as buying it in your country. But the only advantage is that you can buy it in person and there will be no shortage. You should know the detoxification function of fruit wine. Many foreigners want to detoxify, but they can't book it in their home countries and find it expensive on the black market. They come here to buy it in person and finally successfully detoxify. Understood, Su Rue nodded. The car went deep into the hinterland of Xiamen town. Watching the large public vehicles passing by, Su Rue said curiously, you don't seem to have many private cars. The town is not large and has a capacity limit, so in order to avoid congestion, the number of vehicles here is restricted. The special zone encourages public transportation and restricts the issuance of private car license plates. Currently, only the owners of major companies can apply for license plates. Trains are already connected between major towns in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and there are a large number of buses and buses for travel. Only after the completion of the first phase of Xiamen City, it'll be possible to relax the number of private cars. Xiamen City is at the high-rise building over there, Su Rue asked, pointing to the looming super-tall buildings in the distance. Xiamen town is between the airport and Xiamen City. Yes, it looks great. Once completed, it will greatly alleviate the population pressure of Xiamen town. After the first phase is completed, there will be supporting facilities for a population of more than 500,000. I have reserved a house, which is not small. Speaking of this, the driver was even more excited. The urban residential buildings here are different from those in other countries. Except for single apartments, no other houses are less than 130 square meters. It says above that it is to create modern, high-quality living conditions. The driver agrees with this. Is it fun to squeeze into a small house? Congratulations. At this time, the car has arrived at the hotel. It is a prosperous area. There are a large number of shops on both sides of the street, and there are many pedestrians. From time to time, you can see tour groups with different hats coming and going. Extremely lively. Look at this hotel. Suri and the others fell in love immediately. It is different from domestic square hotels. Almost all the hotel rooms here have balconies, and the decoration and greening are so good that they were surprised. Until they walked into the room, they couldn't believe that it was a room that cost 80 yuan a night. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Look at such a beautiful town. Su Rue suddenly fell in love with this place. Although it was different from what he had imagined, it was better than expected. Next time a family goes on vacation, it seems that they have a new choice. After a delicious lunch, 3 p.m., Suri and his men went out with relevant documents. Asked in a lobby. He knew the location of the headquarters of the Bank of Myanmar. It was only 2 streets away from here. It was just 2 turns away from home. With such a short distance, Suri didn't plan to take a car, and it wasn't in a hurry anyway. Suri has made a 350 reservation online. It was his habit to go out early. Walking down the street, the wide road is lined with huge trees. Each tree is estimated to be several decades old. Under the tree cover, there are leisurely and lively pedestrians. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves. Because the air is very humid, it is still a bit hot when walking outside. Street. There are many exquisitely decorated specialty shops. At first glance, many of them are owned by Chinese. Snack bar, fry shop, specialty shop, jewelry store. They were dazzled. Each store occupies a large area. There are no small shops 1 or 2 meters wide, and there are no people or loudspeakers shouting sales on the street. There's only the noise of tourists. This business environment is completely different from that in China, which makes Suri very uncomfortable. But it also has a different flavor. He found out. All store staff are wearing uniform clothes, which is a bit strange, but they look really good. Everyone's clothes are clean, and they have polite smiles on their faces. Passing by street shops, there were even bursts of cool air blowing out from inside, which surprised Su Rui. Doesn't the boss feel distressed that it consumes so much electricity? Director Su, it's so clean. One of his subordinates praised. Of course, this is a newly built town with reasonable planning and vigorous development of tourism. Of course, we must pay attention to the image. Suri said matter-of-factly. After listening, the subordinate curled his lips and said, I feel like if I want to play in the future, I can just come here. It's cheap and standardized. I've been to several large tourist attractions in China, and the management and environment are all in a mess. Su Rui smiled. He felt the same way. Just as he was about to speak, a man holding a small flag walking beside him said with deep sympathy, tourism workers are strictly controlled here. What needs to be controlled in China is not only fees and services, but also the tourism environment. If people here commit crimes, they will go to the mines to mine and undergo labor reform. They also have a zero-tolerance attitude towards thieves and theft. Only a small number of illegal activities will be detained. Others are all mining. Su Rui turned around. I discovered that this was a tour guide, followed slowly by a dozen tourists. Is this useful? Su Rui asked curiously. The tour guide nodded and said, of course it helps. A strict household registration system is implemented here. People who are unemployed, such as thieves, are subject to strict supervision and are restricted wherever they go. If you're caught committing a crime, you'll have to dig for at least a month. If you commit another crime, it will be doubled, and so on. Think about it. How can there be thieves? If you pick up anything on the road, you have to hand it over to the police. What if you don't hand it over? Su Rui asked again. The male tour guide raised his head and glanced above. Su Rui followed his eyes and saw that there were cameras. Looking into the distance, there were 4 of them every 50 meters on the roadside. Not only that, there were surveillance cameras inside and outside every store. Did you see that the entire area is under surveillance? If you pick up something and do not hand it over to the police here, if it is a local, it will be credited to your personal credit. If it is a foreign tourist, it will be recorded and many rights will be revoked when it is returned. What rights? The tour guide said, for example, the purchase of fruit wine, visa on arrival, a 50% increase in hotel charges for next time you come, etc. Many foreign thieves will be directly deported and banned from entering for 10 years. Therefore, there are no thieves on the streets here. It's so scary. Su Rui observed 3 minutes of silence for the thief. Such harsh laws and bizarre punitive measures are the only place that can fully implement them. There is no way in the country, and the effect seems surprisingly good. At the same time, a sense of security arises spontaneously. There are no thieves, good security, and low prices. No wonder it attracts more and more tourists. And this time, they saw a group of 10 security guards walking neatly from the opposite side with batons. Pedestrians got out of the way when they saw them. The eyes of these security guards were looking at the surroundings with vigilance. There are round-the-clock security soldiers patrolling the entire area. If you have anything to do, go to them. Many of them are descendants of Chinese descent and can speak Chinese, which is very convenient, but it is forbidden to take pictures of them. The tour guide not only told Suri, but also introduced it to the tourists he brought. These words, it made many people put down their cameras. Along the way, Suri saw 3 teams of security patrol soldiers. Such patrol intensity. In the country, only New Zealand can do this. Arrive at the headquarters of Bank of Myanmar. Su Rui expressed his intention and handed over the company information. After confirming the authorization documents and phone calls, the company account was processed very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he opened the company account. Take the voucher. Exit the headquarters. Looking at the people coming in and out one by one, Suri felt the prosperity of this bank, relying on the almost absolute influence and huge asset scale of the Bank of Myanmar in the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Suri was shocked. Just opposite the headquarters of Myanmar Bank, Suri actually saw the branch of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. It occupies a large area. There are quite a few people coming in and out. He went directly inside to withdraw some Asian dollars, because the Myanmar Bank's head office only handled business, not deposits and withdrawals. He walked back to the hotel and put his things away. It was already close to 5 o'clock. Suri started their journey to a foreign country with the two girls who had just woken up from their nap. Night. They came to a unique restaurant. Come to the front desk. Suri saw an acquaintance at a glance. Brother, what a coincidence. Yu Tao, who was loading the wine cabinet, also saw Su Rue and greeted with a smile. He is the owner of this store and usually does some work within his ability. Did you drive this? Suri asked. Yu Tao smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm one of the first people to come here to do business. I have been opening a store here. When we meet again, it seems that we have a good fate. Today's meal is mine. How can you be so embarrassed? Su Rue waved his hand quickly. Yu Tao said nonchalantly, What's the shame? It's not expensive for a little food. There are strict price limits here. Come and sit down. I'll serve you a table of special dishes. Next time you come to travel, just come and take care of my business. Seeing that Yu Tao was not polite, Su Rue stopped being polite. Okay, I will definitely come to your place next time. Coming to the box. Soon. Special dishes are served. A table full. Many of them are mountain delicacies. This place has not been harmed by Chinese foodies, so there are a lot of good things in the mountains, and they are far from being eaten to the extent that they need protection. So, Chinese foodies are in luck. Waiter, do you have any better liquor? With such a good dish, Suri was ready to have a good drink. Sir, we have local specialty liquor here, as well as Wulianye and Matai from China. The waiter introduced. Then get 2 bottles of your specialties. Coming abroad. Of course, Suri doesn't want to drink domestic wine. Looked at them. The waiter was confused. I'm sorry, sir, we have regulations here for liquor consumption. For high-purity liquor, the limit is 100 milliliters per person for a table of guests. For low-purity liquor, the limit is 500 milliliters per person. This is the rule of all restaurants here. Su Rue was stunned. Alcohol restrictions? Why? The service staff explained. It's mainly to prevent someone from being drunk and unable to control themselves. Of course, there are workarounds, but the hotel doesn't want guests to drink too much. Aren't you afraid of losing customers? Su Rue asked, confused. That's not true. Traveling and getting drunk are not necessarily related. In order to ensure the quality of travel for most people, the Special Administrative Region has this restriction on drinking. In fact, it has been recognized by the majority of tourists, said the Chinese waiter. Suri suddenly realized. Tourism quality. It's really important. When we go out for a meal, we are just here to join in the fun. Some people drink too much and yell, and they may even get into fights if they disagree. Compared with this small group of people, it ruins the mood of most people. We simply restrict alcohol here. Then let me take a look at a bottle of yours, a bottle of Long Quan Highland barley wine, and for the rest, some low-purity fruit beer. As the Romans do, Suri doesn't care. Food and wine are served. Eating, discussing the scenic spots and experiences they visited this afternoon, the 2 eldest ladies chatted very lively. The news was playing on the TV in a box. They discovered that there was news in Chinese, although it didn't match the mouth shapes of the people inside. Suddenly, a piece of news caught their attention. The first phase of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone's first major network speed-up project was completed. The 20M civilian network broadband was successfully tested after a week. The high-speed broadband network has officially entered the commercial stage. Is 4G available here? A girl said in surprise. Su Rue shook his head. No, he just completed the construction of the basic transmission network of 4G, which can support commercial 4G data transmission. This is just a big increase in the speed of computer internet access. Isn't that enough? Isn't that what 4G is for? The girl said. No, 4G represents a complete set of solutions. Mobile phones are also a big category, and may even be the mainstream in the future, but current mobile phones cannot bear the speed of 4G. I read the news a few days ago. Countries are now frantically developing 4G mobile phones. I believe there will be a change soon. By then, when wireless networks are popular, it will be the real 4G. Surui was not left behind by the daily news broadcast. Why is it only 20 M? The girl asked again. Home internet access is at this speed. If it is more, it should be able to be activated, but it is not necessary. 20 M is enough for a family. If it is more, it will be a waste of ports. Then why did the previous home only have a maximum of 8 M? The girl was as curious as a baby. Suri recalled the news broadcast he watched a few days ago. Explained, it's not the most, mainly because the port traffic is limited. For example, the current upper-level equipment for home broadband can be plugged into up to 4 boards, and each board can connect up to 32 broadband users. 4 boards can connect a total of 128 users. The current uplink port only has a maximum switching traffic of 1G. If 1G uplink is divided by 128 users, it happens to be a network speed of about 8 M. I heard it said in the news network it should be. That's right. I still don't understand, so forget it. Let's go back and experience it after eating. This should be the first area in the world where commercial 4G is launched. It's incredible. The girl rolled her eyes and kept shaking her head. Surui was speechless for a while. Have to. Play the piano to the cow. You shouldn't waste your time talking about science knowledge to liberal arts girls. After dinner, wandering on the streets of a foreign country, Surui and the others felt as if they were at home. There were Chinese people everywhere. The street lights on the streets illuminated the surroundings, and the outlines of the surrounding houses were flashing with colorful lights, as if they were celebrating a festival. There are more security patrols than during the day. It makes them feel safe walking on the road. Return to hotel. As soon as I entered the hall, they saw a huge movie promotion poster appear in front of them, and there were many people surrounding it, whispering, and they could see the huge fonts on it without getting closer. Civilization 2, Borderless War, Early Morning. Released simultaneously worldwide. They can be sure. They didn't have it when they went out in the afternoon. They obviously put it up after they left. When they saw the poster, they remembered that the second part of Comet Film and Television's Civilization will be released tomorrow. What? You can actually see it here. A voice of surprise sounded next to Suri, and then he saw her running over happily. The only other eldest lady, who was still somewhat sensible, was not much better. She praised, "Awesome! This one should have a higher box office than the previous one. The box office of more than 10 billion yuan is so profitable." Looking at the poster, Suri also had the urge to take a look immediately. More than 10 billion yuan. Second in global film history. With just one movie, Comet Group has once again raised the profile of Chinese films to a higher level, letting foreigners know that in addition to martial arts, China also has such powerful special effects production. To this company, Suri is very fond of her, because he is also a Civilization fan. Moreover, he usually likes to use Comet Video to watch TV and replay programs, and sometimes reads novels online. It can be said that Su Rui is a loyal user of several major companies under the Comet Group. Director Su, let's go take a look. The 0 o'clock time above is Beijing time, so it's not too late. The girl ran back with excitement on her face. Well, okay, let's go see if we can buy tickets, and the cinema is not far away. Su Rui hesitated for a while and agreed. The time difference between here and Beijing is 2.5 hours. Calculated, it is actually equivalent to 9:30 in Beijing. For them who do not have and do not need to adjust the time difference, it is really early. It's not far away. You can buy tickets at the front desk of the hotel. The cinema is on the other side of the hotel. It's very close. It's just around the corner. The little girl had already found out more and pointed to the front desk. That's quite convenient, Suri said and went to queue. He found that the 4 receptionists at the front desk could buy tickets, and it was his turn soon. 30 yuan apiece. How many do you want? The beauty of the front desk said with a smile. 5 tickets. Su Rui handed over 150 Asian dollars, 30 yuan, which was not too expensive. After paying the money and selecting seats, he got 5 tickets. At this time, he discovered the difference again. This is a 3D movie? He looked at the front desk in surprise. Yes, the cinema provides free 3D eyes. You need to return them to the cinema after using them. The beauty at the front desk explained, although it's a bit unclear. But Suri confirmed that this is really a 3D movie. Is it so cheap? He remembered that the 3D ticket price of Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, was initially 60 or 70 yuan in China, but later dropped to around 50 yuan. But these 33D fares, isn't it too people-friendly? This made him a little bit suspicious that the filming was not good, so the ticket price was low. This time, a person next to me asked a similar question, but it got to the point. Why are your ticket prices so low? All movies will be sold at a discount in our store during the first 3 days of release, and will return to the original price of 50 yuan after 3 days. After hearing this, Su Rue suddenly realized that it was not the quality of the movie that was the problem, but the company's policy. Looked at the time. It started in half an hour. They hurried towards the cinema. 10 minutes later, when they came to the cinema, they finally understood why they could still buy tickets for the first movie. It turned out that the cinema was so big, with 3 halls, 11 atriums, and 2 VIP rooms. What a luxury. After checking in, hold the sterilized bagged 3D eye. They walked into an atrium. Although they were a little full, they still ordered a cup of Coke each. The 2 eldest ladies also ordered popcorn, saying that it felt like something was missing if they didn't hold it. It's about to start. I'm so excited. Huli acted really well in the first part. I like her very much. Me too. The most important thing is that she didn't rely on any scandals to promote her. Although she became a contracted actor of comic group, she has been acting in TV series to hone her acting skills. I admire her for this. Is it possible that comic group has insufficient resources, so they let her act in TV series? How could comic group not have enough resources? You may not know that the shareholders behind it are a few super second-generation people with very good backgrounds. I just forgot to ask who they are. Anyway, comic group will never lack resources. If this is the case, Huli is really diligent. Of course. The 2 little girls couldn't stop talking. Soon, the movie starts. The hall fell silent. But as the movie played, shocking sounds came one after another. Yes, the special effects did not disappoint me. What a big battleship. Huli becomes more and more interesting the more I look at it. This planet is so beautiful. It's a pity that the creatures on it are so ugly that they deserve to die. It's worth it. Worth 100 yuan. Nearly 3 hours of movie. Let people once again know what it means. A visual feast. Following the exquisite and huge scenes of the first part. The main storyline starts from the exploration of the starry sky and begins the civilized war. You and I fight to explore the future and hope of human starry sky civilization. At last, I also dug a hole for the third part. Walk out of the cinema. After returning to China, I want to go to the cinema to watch it again. It's hard for you to buy 3D movie tickets in China. The girl next to him gave me a basin of cold water. Well, yes, there are so many people in China, so I will go and watch the 2D one. The box office myth of the first place Titanic is difficult to surpass, so we will try our best to let Huaxia Film take over all the 2nd to 9th places. You're so big-hearted, is it possible? It depends on people, then. Good reviews for the second film. This movie once again made headlines in the entertainment sector around the world, and Western filmmakers once again shouted, "The wolf is coming." Being surpassed by others in the field you are best at is not a sign of crying wolf. Since the release of Civilization, Soul of the Starry Sky, major Western film companies are trying to make a comeback, so they have invested a lot of money in science fiction film projects. The box office myth of Titanic is unrepeatable and face challenges. Only by fighting head-on can we win respect. Originally, they wanted to use their own movie to influence the number of films scheduled for the second part. But the second part came out too quickly, and their movie hasn't even been produced yet. Then there's no impact. Part 3. They definitely want to have a good fight with the comic group. The next day, Suri wakes up. I found it was drizzling outside. The weather is slightly cooler. The air is filled with the unique smell of rainy days, a bit familiar, but also strange. The movies on the TV have also been paused. This is the function that Su Rui discovered when she came back last night on demand. On the TV here, you can order movies and TV series, and even watch replays of the programs, which is really blinding to Suri because this kind of black technology seems to have not appeared in China yet. This side actually showed up first. He wanted to see replays before, almost exclusively online. Now, you can actually watch all the TV replays for a long period of time here. The longest time can be traced back to September last year. It is probably because the TV network here was initially established at that time. It's not just local TV stations. Even the Chinese TV channels that can be received are the same. All kinds of domestic and foreign TV, movies, and programs were so complete that he was dazzled. Then, he played happily for more than an hour. During this period, he also discovered one thing. That is, there are strict restrictions on many themes in the programs here. There are almost no movies and TV shows that promote ghosts, monsters, mysteries, letters, violence, and violence. It's simply stricter than in China. At last, Moonlight Box, starring Stephen Chow, is playing. He had watched this movie no less than 30 times. Suri fell asleep unconsciously. Director Su, I feel that technological innovation here is faster than in China. 4G is the first to be built. TV can be played on demand, and high-speed wireless networks have not yet appeared in China. Hearing this, standing on the balcony, Su Rui's eyes sharpened, and he said calmly, "This place may give the world a surprise in the future." After breakfast, they began their investigation trip. I took a huge bus to the train station. Get ready to try the railway loop tour that is highly recommended online. This is a circular tourist route connecting all the towns in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. If you don't have time, you can sit on the car and enjoy the scenery along the way, because the train will pass through the main urban area of the town. If you have more time, you can also go down and have a look. Enter the huge platform. This train is a little different. Looking at the white train body, many people were surprised. The Chinese tour guide next to Suri was also introducing the tourists. The trains here are all bought from China. They don't like the domestic green trains. In addition, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is relatively small and the travel distance is short. Therefore, the special zone has higher requirements for travel quality. In the end, all air-conditioned trains were purchased, and the interiors were greatly optimized, using the interiors of the high-speed rail that is still under design. What a luxury! Check your tickets in an orderly manner, enter the station, and get on the train. Looking at the scene inside the car with a sudden change of interior design, Su Rui and others were surprised. The clean floor, snow-white interior, and the seats were all made of soft fabric, unlike the leather of ordinary seats. The tour guide was sitting next to them. He was saying, at that time, they originally wanted to directly purchase our country's high-speed rail carriages and use ordinary headbands, but Sifong Locomotive Company's high-speed rails are still being tested. The technology and style of the high-speed rail carriages have not yet been completely finalized. In the end, they had to use red leather cars to modify the interiors. All passenger carriages here are like this, and they're very stable and have good sound insulation effects. There was a tour guide by his side. Suri and the others listened for free. The train started slowly. After driving out of Exine town, within a few minutes, they saw a huge factory area. The tour guide said that it was the largest industrial town in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, producing 30% of the industrial products here. An industrial town like this. There are 5 special economic zones in Myanmar and Asia, each with different industrial focus. Through the window, looking at the green mountains and green waters. Quiet village. The hard-working farmers were working in the fields, and the scenes were all picturesque. They took pictures with the cameras in their hands. After passing one town after another, they found that none of them was worse than Exine town. Most of the buildings are hidden among the trees and are full of beauty. All the towns you see were built on nothing. 2 years ago, they were all overgrown wasteland or farmland. These towns have been scientifically planned, with complete supporting facilities, and are very suitable for living. Look, there is the largest thermal power plant in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and there is a steel-making company next to it. Their chimneys are all equipped with industrial-grade filters, and the pollution emissions are almost zero. In the rural areas of the Special Economic Zone, every household's chimney must be equipped with a filter, mainly to prevent the burning of domestic waste. The burning of plastic products is very harmful. In this way, they can burn whatever they want. The entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has completed the village-to-village project, and roads have been built in front of farmers' homes. Even in areas with only a dozen or so households, forced relocation is not necessarily required. In just over a year, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has completed the transformation of basic living facilities with water, electricity, and ventilation. I believe that what I have seen along the way will make you fall in love with this place. Along the way, Suri listened with great interest. Just when Suri was on the train, Africa, Mozambique, the import and export company officially started operations. Mr. President, this is our first batch of commodity purchase list, totaling 370 million Asian dollars. Except for the 70 million Asian dollars purchased for government office facilities and supplies, the rest are goods prepared for sale to the outside world. The head of the Trade Department handed over a thick list. While flipping through the pages, Jeanlock asked, "How is the store doing?" "We have rented a store or rebuilt a house in a prosperous area in each city, and it will be put into use soon. Next, we need to determine the price." The person in charge replied. Jean Loyao nodded with satisfaction and said, "In terms of prices, we try to maintain a small profit. Remember, our purpose is not to make money, but to control the consumption of foreign exchange reserves such as US dollars by other imported goods." Understood. Of course, the person in charge knows the significance of this company. After looking at it for about 10 minutes, Jeanlock handed the list back. "Very good. Just follow this list and send it to the Myanmar Bank immediately so that they can organize the shipment as soon as possible. We will also recruit personnel as soon as possible." Yes. Northern District of Mozambique. Recently, there is a news circulating in Chinese circles. The Mozambican government has established a national import and export company, which will purchase large quantities of goods in the name of the country and participate in commodity market sales. However, the source of these goods turns out to be the same place. A Chinese gathering area. Several Chinese people sat together, their faces a little sad. It is really stressful to compete with Mozambican state-owned companies. What they are afraid of is not price competition, but the Mozambican government raising taxes or introducing import restriction policies. Soon, a man hurried in and said happily, "I have inquired. The Mozambican government will not increase taxes on us, nor will it restrict the import of single categories of goods, and all the goods this time come from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Longjin is where the Myanmar Asia Bank is located." Longjin nodded and said, "Yes, they have provided the Mozambique government with huge Asian dollar commodity loans. The Mozambique government is prepared to use this to alleviate its high international debt in US dollars and other countries." Commodity loan? What's the purpose? One person asked curiously. "Minerals, Mozambique's rare metal minerals. I heard that in order to hedge the payment for goods, Mozambique restarted several domestic rare metal mining areas and exchanged goods with the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone." Longjin said, "Then our life will not be easy." A slightly fat Chinese businessman said with a bitter smile. Longjin shook his head. "No. Fortunately, their products are relatively expensive. I know that the products in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone are of high quality and do not produce products below the standard. We still have an advantage in terms of consumption power. But why can't I be happy?" Longjin. Who can be happy when there is an additional competitor? Moreover, the other's high-quality products make them feel like they're producing fake products. This feeling is really complicated enough. Longjin added, "This business mainly focuses on daily necessities and has little impact on other machinery." Loudly. "You don't need to worry. Harbor Construction Group has rented all your trucks and excavators, so you can just sit back and make money. It's not bad, huh? The Chinese boss named Lao Li laughed from ear to ear. Harbor Construction. The most used ones are trucks and excavators, so once a local project is contracted by China, it will be the spring for heavy machinery merchants like them, who can make a fortune from it. This time, it seems that I can add another dozen or 20 vehicles to my fleet. Lally was happy, but others are mostly worried. Long Jean comforted him. Let's take a look first. Don't be too pessimistic. The establishment of this company will have an impact on our business, but it shouldn't be big. We have a cost advantage, so we will definitely not make no money. The others nodded slightly. High schools can't compete in the field. Then focus on the low end. This is also the only way for Chinese companies to survive. Even people in developed Western countries are extremely price-sensitive, not to mention backward countries like Africa. One of the people asked again, by the way, Long Jean, what is the amount of commodity loans they provide? It can't be unlimited, right? Long Jean smiled and said, how is this possible? The Mozambican government solvency is really not very good. I heard that the total amount of commodity loans this time is about 5 billion Asian dollars. This is only for this year. I don't know what will happen next year. 5 billion? It's really rich. Their bank is really rich. The man sighed with emotion. The money must be advanced to the production company in real money. Several billions were used to advance the payment, and together with the previous 3 billion, the total was 8 billion. Does this bank print money? Long Jean explained. What's the point? You don't know the operating model of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Most of the raw materials for thousands of manufacturing companies in the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone are purchased by the Myanmar Bank Group. You can think about how strong its bargaining power is. Due to the large purchase volume and stable payment ability, the money can even be paid on credit, some for 1 month, some for several months, or even half a year. The production company can produce with the raw materials. If the company has financial difficulties, there is no need to pay cash to the Myanmar Bank in the short term. You can apply for payment after the product is sold. After the product is exported, the foreign currency received will be transferred to the Myanmar Bank Group's account. After the final accounting, all raw materials, taxes, and circulation costs will be deducted, and the remaining amount will be entered into the company's profit account. Do you know what this means? At this point, Long Jean made a point. What? Others asked cooperatively. Long Jean sighed. This means that the enterprises in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone have almost no financial pressure. The enterprises inside can even produce at almost zero cost. This zero cost. No wonder they're not restricted by the account period at all, let alone 5 billion. For the Myanmar Bank, which controls the supply of raw materials and taxes, 10 billion will have no pressure. But what if the goods cannot be sold? Long Jean reminded. Most of the products over there are made to order, so why can't they be sold? The companies here are so popular, I want to go. Lally looked envious. Haha, you don't have to think about it. The companies here adopt an access system. The number of single-category companies is limited. If you go there, there's no quota. Moreover, they seem to be interested in cultivating local business groups and have little interest in foreign investment. Long Jean shook his head. This is basically a planned economy that has changed direction. Lally said disappointedly. Long Jean spread his hands and said, you don't need to worry about it. The main drawback of the planned economy is that production, enthusiasm, and innovation are suppressed and people are gradually overstaffed. But the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is different. The strategy they proposed is advanced manufacturing. Any product must move closer to the forefront of the world. All companies must also conduct innovation and R&D fund evaluations. If they stop and rest on their laurels and rely on policies to survive, they may be directly disqualified from operating in the second year. This way, it's terrible. Rogues are not terrible. I'm just afraid that the gangsters are literate. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is completely acting like a hooligan and doing civilized things. Long Jean, how do you know so much? Lally looked at Long Jean curiously, wondering why he knew so much about that place overnight. Long Jean chuckled and said, A distant relative of mine works in the Myanmar Bank Group. He told me that when I fled the famine, communication there was inconvenient before, but now it is more convenient. The family comes back to recognize their relatives, so we have kept in touch. Others suddenly understood. No wonder we know so many things over there. Old Lee said strangely, Long Jean, if you have connections, you could do business there. I think so too, and plan to sell the store next month. My relative is very optimistic about the economic development there and encourages me to do business there, although he can't get the manufacturing indicators. But the restrictions on the service industry are not so strict. I heard that the tourism industry is very prosperous there now. I plan to go and see and listen to his opinions. It is also close to home, and even flights are accessible. The dragon brocade is also floating enough in Africa. He is only 29 years old. There's a chance. Of course you have to catch it. Congratulations. If you have the chance, don't forget our old friends. Long Jean waved and smiled. It's nothing. Next time I come to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, I will entertain you all the way. If you're interested, you can also go and check out the business. I heard it is really good there. Okay. No problem. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. When receiving the product list, the production of goods around this export project began, and an urgent order appeared in the order systems of all related companies. Due to too many orders recently, ordinary orders will be queued to the back. But orders that are directly placed on the top and urgent orders are for special purposes and belong to the priority production sequence. However, this does not mean that it will crowd out other people's orders, but it does so without affecting the on-time delivery of other contracts. Let the company provide the fastest solution. Manager, 1,000 motorcycles, urgent. Urgent. Yes, it is said to be exported to Mozambique, and they want us to make Portuguese instruction manuals. The manager recalled the news he read a few days ago, nodded and said, Okay, this should be the Mozambique commodity export project that was circulated a few days ago. Make a feedback form immediately and place an order with the printing factory. The feedback form. It is included with all orders. After receiving the order, the company must prepare all the details of the product production and transportation plan in order to facilitate the management of the entire enterprise's operational efficiency and tax declaration. Urgent orders. If the superiors feel that it is not feasible and the time is too long, they must replan. This is also the characteristic of urgent orders. It is similar to asking you, how long can be completed? And then everyone will discuss the production plan. The form was submitted. They planned to deliver it before the 20th of next month. Then, the email was received. Seeing the 2 words in the order system, they breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of urgent task is an important project of the Myanmar Bank Group. They cannot be careless. Even the response time is limited. Deploy production according to the new plan. The manager ordered. Yes. Such a scene has also occurred in more than 100 companies in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Generally speaking, they're all happy about this order. Because the account period of this kind of order is extremely short, for them, the end customer is not the Mozambican government, but the Bank of Myanmar. The moment the order is delivered and the goods are loaded onto the ship, they can get the money. The evening of August 2nd, Sonia, in Tang Qing's villa. The family had a delicious dinner happily. It has been half a month since they came here. During this period, their footprints were basically left in all the fun places around Sonia. I no longer have the urge to do it a second time, mainly because I really don't think there are any interesting projects. Sea view, swimming pool, beach, yacht, sea fishing. These things can be played around the villa, and even sightseeing helicopters can be mobilized at any time. Then, since a week ago, they have been reluctant to even leave the villa area. This newly developed villa area is equipped with golf courses, clubs, cinemas, and the like. Even Civilization II, Borderless War, contributed a little to the box office in the cinema here. Tang Qing was on summer vacation and could play as he pleased, but that was not the case for others. Because the real estate company had something to do, some relationships needed to be cleared. 3 days ago, Zhai Jihua and Bao Kaiyu both returned to the capital. It's been so long since I've been away from home. Zheng Lin's family also left, because the old man missed his granddaughter. Until now, only Chai-Ren's family stayed here. Jean, she was pregnant, so Chai-Ren specially set aside these 2 months to accompany her. After that, he would have to travel around the world for a few months. After finishing the work, he would stay with Jianxi before she gave birth at the end of the year. Xiaotang, you made a lot of money again this time. Chai-Ren couldn't help, but said while looking at the huge TV news in the distance. On the TV, CCTV News Channel was reporting on the global movie viewing craze of Civilization 2, focusing on the future screen trend of 3D. All in all, a huge compliment. Adhering to the rigor of CCTV, the news did not predict the box office, only that it was likely to be no lower than the first Soul in the Starry Sky. You are also a shareholder of the company, so you still make money. But I didn't get a penny. Chai-Ren laughed. Tang Qing shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not like I haven't gotten the money yet." "That's right. Aren't you going to pay dividends this time?" Chai-Ren asked casually while eating delicious food. "Are you short of money?" Tang Qing raised his head and asked with a smile. "No shortage." Chai-Ren kept shaking his head. If he is short of money, there are many financing channels, and he does not need to rely on Comet Group's dividends. He feels that Comet Group's investment will be the project with the highest return rate in his life. Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled. "That's all right. In addition to the part of the box office and peripheral income reserved for group operations, I plan to invest all of it in building data centers based on the hardware of several companies." Data center? Hearing this, Chai-Ren raised his head. Others also pricked up their ears. This involves the use of billions of funds, and I wonder what big move Tang Qing is going to make. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Well, Comet Video has more and more traffic and users every day. The existing server cluster is constantly expanding, but the efficiency is still a bit low and passive. Therefore, I plan to build 2 data centers, one for the Comet Group and one for other companies under my umbrella. Comet Video is an internet company, and an internet company that lives by traffic. It has extremely high requirements for service quality, so it is inevitable to have an independent large-scale data center. Another one, of course it's for Xiao Zhao's use." "You mean Xiao Xiao?" Chai-Ren's reaction was also quick. Among Tang Qing's other enterprises, it was the only one that had demand for this aspect. Speaking of being small, Chai-Ren also admired Tang Qing very much. A piece of business management software had suddenly reached its current scale. Go to the next step. It is a very large enterprise information resource integration platform. Chai-Ren is very optimistic about the small prospects. Once he has this part of the information advantage, he can complement each other and further promote Tianyin strategic services. The later sky, I will be unshakable. Well, now the number of users of Tianyin software has increased dramatically. Although it does not consume as much traffic as Comet Video, it will provide more services and functions in the future. A data center needs to be put on the agenda. Tang Qing said, thinking of the box office this time. Chai-Ren wondered, but has Comet Video spent all that money on its data center? Tang Qing smiled. We need to consider the future. Nowadays, there are mainly computer users. However, with the rapid increase in network speed and the popularization of 4G networks, the video traffic on mobile phones will be several times or even dozens of times that of computers in the future. We must take this factor into consideration. If we want to build one, we should build a big one. Can mobile terminal devices already do this? Chai-Ren asked again. Tang Qing explained. The technical problem has actually been solved. What needs to be solved now is the integration and cost problem. Firstly, to achieve commercialization, the price cannot be unacceptable. And secondly, the integration of various parts and functions. Even 10G switching terminal modules already exist. Unfortunately, the cost is comparable to half a car. It can only perform well in the laboratory and is meaningless. The cost of various technologies suitable for commercial use is also rapidly decreasing, and 4G equipment for mobile terminals is very fast. Is this why you established a mobile phone company? Chai-Ren was stunned. Almost. Let's see if we can make some SF money. Tang Qing said with a smile. I don't know this business, so I'll just keep mining. Chai-Ren shook his head. Although he also wanted to cooperate with Tang Qing, Tang Qing obviously didn't have the intention, and he wouldn't mention it, and he couldn't make enough money. Pointing at the comic group, his future dividends will make his mouth water. There is no need. In a final analysis, ordinary people make money for the sake of a sense of security. But Chai Run is not an ordinary person because of his family background. In this life, he will have almost no insecurities. After dinner, the soldiers began to pack up. Chi-Chi, come on, we've been playing all day. Come here and do your homework. On the sofa, her aunt saw Chi-Chi, who was eating till the end, no longer having any reason to delay, and she shouted, making Chi-Chi tremble. Have to. The escape method of eating till the end and delaying time has its end. I want to swim. Seeing Chi-Chi being dragged out to swim by Tang Yin'er, Chi-Chi pouted and looked at her mother with a look of grievance. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work for her aunt at all. After swimming for so long during the day, I came here to do my homework. My aunt was not moved at all. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Chi-Chi's face dropped and she wanted to find help. She turned around, but no one seemed to be able to help. She kept saying, bad mother, I will go to college next year. You still want to skip a grade? Aunt laughed. Chi-Chi, who doesn't like studying, skips a grade? She didn't believe it at all. Hearing this laughter, Chi-Chi reluctantly sat on the sofa, flipped through the exercise book, and muttered, Yes, I will ask my sister to skip a grade together. We will be classmates in the same class, and we will be in the same class at university. What are you thinking? This is a serious idea. Villa. Second floor platform. Tang Qing and his second uncle drank tea leisurely. Chai Run and Jean, she had already left. They were feeling sleepy after eating, which was especially obvious for Jean Shi, a pregnant woman. Listening to Chi-Chi's constant protests downstairs, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. This girl Chi-Chi really has an ideal. She forced Xiyu to skip 2 grades, haha. Tang Kale was happy. In the swimming pool, 2 younger sisters were swimming. Since learning to swim, Qin Xiyu has also fallen in love with this sport. Tang Qing said with a smile, She is only half a minute hot, and in a few days she will go on strike with her textbooks in hand. By the way, Tang, the survey of the film and television city has been completed, and the initial plan given by the Design Institute is not interesting. Do you have any good suggestions? Tang Kai got down to business. What plan? Tang Qing asked. Tang Kai explained. They thought that replicating Chinese palace gardens and building some Republic of China buildings would be suitable for filming the popular Qing palace dramas and anti-Japanese war dramas. That's really boring. Tang Qing kept shaking his head. Such a plan. It's just a fooling around. Anyone on the street can come up with this kind of plan. Tang Kai said with hatred. I feel the same way. It's so good. Why do we need to restore it? I don't like to watch Qing palace dramas, and I don't like my film and television city to be full of people wearing Japanese military uniforms. I have such a long history, so many characters, there are many stories to tell, and there are many places to shoot. So I rejected that plan directly, and it was boring. Tang Qing nodded. Very much agreed. Qing palace dramas accounted for almost half of the costume dramas in later generations. It's not that the filming was bad, but people have aesthetic fatigue. Under the indiscriminate bombardment, TV dramas from other dynasties have a very low sense of existence. See too much. He also wanted a change of taste. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Tang Qing had an idea. Second uncle, we still have to have ancient gardens. This is something that cannot be avoided in Chinese history, but it doesn't have to be the Forbidden City or any ancient capital of several dynasties. We don't follow the trend. How about we imitate other prosperous cities in history or unique garden architecture? The gardens in the Jiangnan Watertown and Suzhou and Hangzhou are very unique. Let's go. Don't take the usual path. Tang Qing never considered commercial profits at all. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Tang Kai's eyes lit up. It's a good idea, that's it. Instead of building an ancient capital, we will build other prosperous urban landscapes in history. However, this will be a bit too monotonous, and there is not enough space. Tang Qing said, There's a lot of land in Qingyan Mountain. The worst is to buy some more. As for the monotony, We can add other scenes, such as European-style manor, French-style, etc., but I don't know if it will be popular. It doesn't matter, it's settled. I will give this direction to the Design Institute tomorrow and let them think about it again. No matter whether others like it or not, whether it makes money or not, we just like it. Tang Qing said nonchalantly, your own investment, as long as your family likes it. This was not a pure commercial investment. Tang Qing just wanted to do something interesting and never expected this project to make money and maintain the operation of the film and television city. That being the case, why not make yourself happy? The second uncle is very wealthy. A smile appeared on Tang Qing's face unconsciously. It's all about money. But he likes it. By the way, Tang, what about the amusement park? I think just building some amusement facilities is a bit monotonous. Tang Qing thought of the neighbor project of the film and television city, the largest entertainment city project in the province. Regarding this question, Tang Qing quickly gave suggestions, then add some cultural elements. Cultural elements? Tang Qing explained. Yes, such as dramas, concerts, circuses, sketches, duets, Chinese quintessence, acrobatics, etc. Many folk artists actually need a stage. We can start in this area, add some cultural connotation, and give these artists a stage. We don't invite stars or big names, only those who have dreams, dream chasers. Tang Qing also had a sudden idea. While having fun, hope it can create opportunities for some people. There are many literary and artistic young people in China, but only a handful of them have the opportunity to show their talents. Some of them like to sing and can only go to bars. Some of them like to paint, but not all of them become bearded performance artists or art teachers. They all need a platform. In the past, Tang Qing could only watch the difficult living conditions of various craftsmen on TV. These people who pursued their dreams were defeated by reality time and time again, and either changed careers or continued to pursue their dreams with difficulty. Tang Qing didn't know if he should let them know one thing. Wake up. Most of you will never be able to pursue your dreams in the end. However, before that, they may be given a chance to realize their dream, to stand on the stage. In this life, Tang Qing could not give them any chance. Because some industries are destined to have only a few people standing at the top, such as art, and others can only remain unknown, because the real world is only so small and cannot accommodate so many dreams. And people with dreams are great. Tang Qing can only help so much. This plan, Tang Qing agreed again. Tang, it seems that I really asked the right person. Creating a platform for cultural communication and display is a good idea. It can be integrated with the amusement park project. At that time, I think I can ask Qingyan City for a large piece of free land. Otherwise, there may not be enough space for the amusement park. I believe Qingyan City will definitely support it. Of course, Tang Qing said. An inland city. It is not a famous historical and cultural city. They would love it if they had the chance to become famous. Really? 2 days later, when Tang Qing conveyed this idea to the leaders of Qingyan City. This time, he was even more excited than Tang Qing over there. Cultural industry. They never dared to think about it before. Tang Qing's plan is extremely feasible. Once successful, their Qingyan City will really become famous. With several other projects, the comprehensive influence will increase by several levels. What's this? Hong Guogua's political achievements. Mr. Tang, don't worry. We will immediately organize manpower to find a place for you. Our municipal party committee will definitely provide strong support. On behalf of the Qingyan Municipal Party Committee, I would like to thank Mr. Tang. We will have an interview when we have time. The mayor called personally. Tang Qing said, Mayor Zeng, I'm still on vacation in Sanya. I will go back in mid-August when Tianyin comes up with a complete feasibility plan. We will talk then. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hang up the phone. Qingyan City quickly contacted Tianyin. The municipal party committee issued a death order. This project must be taken down and implemented. P.S. After the water is over, it's time to wrap things up over there. August 5th, Myanmar. Naypyidaw, Presidential Palace. A special meeting is held here. Quinton was giving an impassioned speech. Deputy Chief Zero, at the end of last month, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone provided guaranteed advances and commodity loans to Mozambique. You explained that it was to obtain cheaper raw material resources from Mozambique's mineral resources. This time, you are preparing to lend to Cambodia. I don't think this is necessary. Cambodia is not as big as us. The main minerals and other raw materials in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone are purchased in Myanmar. I suggest that it is better to do it in Myanmar. This is something that is good for Myanmar's employment situation and economic development. In my opinion, loans to Mozambique are almost meaningless. You might as well give this amount to our country. The employment problem can be solved through government investment, and Myanmar is not short of money for the time being. Short of it, investment is needed everywhere. Government investment should be enough. Ling said calmly. I think it's not enough. Compared with China, our infrastructure is too old, and we need more power to build this country. Quentin said it rightly. Zero and Quentin were going back and forth. Others listened quietly, but they knew that behind the incident was not the loan from Mozambique, but the demands of the interest groups behind Quentin. The development of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone was obvious to all, and the economic aggregate continued to increase. In the past, when he surrendered, Zero promised to give priority to purchasing raw materials from Myanmar. But Myanmar, which was still an agricultural country before, could not provide enough raw materials. So, 80% of the industrial raw materials in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone come from abroad, and less than 20% are provided in Myanmar. This represents a huge benefit of billions or even tens of billions of Asian dollars. Now, with the deepening of economic reform, Myanmar's domestic raw material supply capacity has greatly increased, so these companies want the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone to share the pie with them. The main reason is that the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has money and can pay Asian dollars. The payment period is 1 month or even 2 or 3 months later. The chop may have depreciated by 10% or more by then. Therefore, the current situation faced by enterprises within Myanmar is that if they do business with enterprises outside the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, by the time you get the money, it is possible that after calculation, it turned out to be a loss, and the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone basically agreed to purchase. And as long as it was negotiated, it was a huge order. However, the Myanmar Asia Bank Group refused to agree, and the reasons given were very simple. The second was that the price was too expensive or other reasons. In the end, those people could only solve the problem through the upper management. These are the emerging interest groups of Myanmar and are not members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Tang Qing's purchase is not really for the purpose of maintaining external international relations. So, kind of became their spokesperson. Lang Kai kept looking at Zero and Quentin's faces. Lang Kai sighed inwardly. In terms of determination, Quentin was a few blocks away. Everyone knew what was going on. Just say it. It's a matter of excitement. You still want to scare the other party with your expression. Mr. President, what do you think about this? It didn't take long. Sure enough, after both parties expressed their positions, the ball was kicked to him. Who is he to be the one who talks about the issue? Regardless of whether he agrees or disagrees, he has to make the final decision. This is the role of the parent. After thinking about it, Lang Kai said, this issue is very involved. What you all said makes sense. On the one hand, the mining company in Myanmar has encountered a large currency risk problem and needs help. On the other hand, the proportion of raw material procurement in the special zones can also be appropriately tilted towards Myanmar. After all, these companies involve thousands of employees and families. He's Sheeny, alongside strong point. It seems to express his attitude clearly, but is of no use. The attitude is not in order, and it does not help Quentin. Well, I will let them study it carefully to see if there is any possibility of cooperation. Ling replied tactfully. It was to give Lang Kai some face. If the research is successful or not, the blame can actually be passed on. Quentin saw that he did not achieve his goal at the meeting. He was definitely disappointed, but Lang Kai had already drawn the road, and he could not press forward step by step. Moreover, Ling gave space in words. It seems that this matter must be discussed privately, but research and study cannot be turned into not giving in. Seeing that this matter has come to an end, Lang Kai suddenly looked at Zero with a smile on his face. Deputy Chief Zero, congratulations. Yesterday, 3 more developed countries were preparing to incorporate zero emissions into their domestic automobile and industrial pollution gas emission standards. Even their presidents personally called and invited them to inspect and build factories in their countries. Although I don't know how many times I have been reduced to an operator. But afterwards, Lang Kai was very happy because others praised Mian Yao's company, especially during this period. Mian Yao appeared in international news more than in the previous 10 years. He was also very pleased, although he was a little depressed when he thought that it had nothing to do with him, but overall, this was a good thing. Amid everyone's envious or excited eyes, Ling smiled and said, President Lang Kai, this is a happy event for all of us. As for building a factory, forget it. The company already has a suitable location in Europe. Where? Lang Kai said doubtfully. Germany, Ling said. Upon hearing this, Lang Kai suddenly understood. Yes, that's not a big problem. Yesterday's 3 countries are all members of the EU, and Germany is one of the leaders of the EU. If a factory is built in Germany, other EU member states will not say much. Anyway, the EU is a family. But after hearing this news, Quentin felt jealous again, because it represents at least billions of interests, and Zero can mobilize this money at will. And Quentin, is also one of the deputy chiefs of Myanmar. If he wants to get money, he has to be secretive. Otherwise, it is illegal. Quentin couldn't help but said, Deputy Chief Zero, why don't the Myanmar Environmental Protection Company build all its factories in Myanmar, which can increase employment? I heard that except for the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, you have built factories in China. These words clearly had the meaning of questioning. Do you still consider yourself a Burmese? Others turned their attention to Zero. They wanted to hear what he had to say. Zero's expression did not change. This kind of person is simply not qualified to be a warrior's opponent. Deputy Chief Quentin, of course there are reasons for the company to do this. The first is output. Without certain mechanical processing capabilities, qualified products cannot be produced, and Myanmar's incomplete industrial supporting facilities are only one aspect. The most important thing is the attitude. China is one of the first countries to purchase industrial-grade filters. For the subsequent popularization of automotive filters, it is the most cost-effective to locate the factory in China, which can reach all Asian countries. This, in addition to economic issues, can Deputy Chief Zero consider the overall situation? Quentin said. He opened his hands at Lingba. The company has no choice. If it wants to sell well, it can only cooperate with other countries. Otherwise, if it wants to make all the money, they won't be so supportive. After all, the world is still far from destruction. If they were bent on cracking the filter, we would be the most anxious at that time. Therefore, it's not that I don't consider the overall situation, but it is because of the overall situation that the company made this decision. That is, we must seize the market as quickly as possible. If we don't succeed, we will suffer. Filter technology is not so easy to crack. Quentin didn't believe it. The key technology of the filter lies in the solution, and the solution is a chemical substance. Under modern scientific conditions, do you think they can't crack it? No. At least 50 laboratories around the world have cracked the formula of our solution and have even successfully prepared it. Zero dropped a shocking news. No way. Quentin was stunned. What? How come? Did someone leak the formula? Deputy Chief Zero? What's going on? Lang Kai was shocked. Once it is cracked, it is conceivable that countless competitors will appear immediately. This is really bad news. Zero explained. President Lang Kai, modern science is so advanced, and material research has even reached the atomic level. It is just a little solution. There is nothing in it that modern science cannot reversely analyze. What should we do? Lang Kai was a little anxious. Don't worry in the short term. Laboratory preparation is different from industrial production. Their manufacturing cost is more than 100 times ours, but they want to reduce it to the same as ours. Maybe soon, Zero said. Lang Kai, Quentin, others, This change of language is really a bit blunt. They thought they would hear Zero say the good news of you don't have to worry about being cracked for a few years. But what the hell is soon? Deputy Chief Zero soon. How fast? Tang Qing asked the question at the right time. It means maybe a year or a few years, maybe tomorrow, or even the next moment, they will come up with it. Our preparation process is not high-tech involved. The most important thing is the method. Once it is known to others, our truth will be clear at a glance. When Zero said this, there was a helpless expression on his face. Of course, he was trying to coax them. It is true that there are many laboratories who know the formula. You can know the molecular formula and composition of the solution by doing random experiments, but the preparation is too expensive for them. There's a shortcut method, and it is fake. Otherwise, how can you scare these people? Sure enough, everyone else's expressions became solemn. So, we must take advantage of the market gap and capture the market as much as we can sell it. We cannot delay it at all. If we delay it for a long time, we will have nothing to do. Ling said with a sigh. Lang Kai did not doubt that he was there and said hurriedly, the preparation method must be kept secret and must not be leaked. Clear. Jian Ling casually managed to win the game. If only Quentin had a beard. Definitely have to blow it up and play with it. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong inside. The current flagship product of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone should not be cracked so easily. But he couldn't question Zero's words, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. In the past, everyone's interests had little overlap, and we could be harmonious. There are too many intersections now. Quentin didn't know when he started to become impatient. What Deputy Chief Ling said just now, you must not leak it to anyone, not even to your relatives, so as not to provide others with research directions. Do you understand? Lang Kai said to the others. Of course. We won't tell. That's right. Each one of them vowed to keep it secret. As for how sincere it is, then there is no way to know. It's approaching evening. The meeting is over. Final. Lang Kai still agreed to the loan to Cambodia. Anyway, the money has to be repaid, not given away. Moreover, Myanmar and Cambodia have always been brothers in distress. They are both economically backward agricultural countries, and their presence in Southeast Asia is extremely low. Now my condition has improved a little. Being able to lend money to Cambodia also gives me face. They don't need to pay for it from the government. It can be considered a good thing. Zero returned to the villa assigned to him. Today is a high-level meeting. The next few days are Myanmar's Economic Work Conference for the second half of 2006, which will last for 3 consecutive days. Relevant officials from each state in Myanmar will participate in the meeting, and various departments under the central government also have a large number of coordination meetings to be held. Very busy, although there are very few departments in charge of Zero. But he still has to participate. After all, his position as Deputy Prime Minister is there, and the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has an extremely special economic status in Myanmar, and it plays an increasingly important role. If you don't participate, others will think wildly. Director Ling, here are tomorrow's speeches and reports. Please take a look. In Ling's office, Suyu knocked on the door and walked in. As the Deputy District Chief of the Special Zone, he was of course indispensable for such a large meeting. It was impossible for Ling to represent the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Put it there. Suyu obediently put the file on the table in front of Ling. But he didn't leave. Is something wrong? Zero raised his head. At this time, Suyu had much less gray hair on his head than before, and his energy was very good. His work during this period was also very outstanding, and he had completely become a Zero-type person. Under the management of his wife, the business has grown bigger and bigger. It is precisely because we know so much about the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Suyu became more and more nervous when facing Ling. He was with you like a tiger. Ling was the kind of leader who was unusually moody and angry. To this day, Suyu couldn't figure out Ling's temperament. District Chief Ling, I have heard a lot of rumors in the past 2 days. It is said that large-scale personnel transfers began in Kachin and Shan states yesterday. It may be aimed at us. I'm afraid. At this point, Suyu stopped and looked at Ling carefully. Although he is the Deputy District Chief. However, The soldiers in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone do not have the right to mobilize soldiers one by one. So far, he has almost no understanding of the number of soldiers, equipment, daily training, etc. in the special zone. This power is completely in Zero's hands. Salaries are also paid by Myanmar Bank. Through Bank of Myanmar, Ling hid all the economic activities of tens of thousands of soldiers. After arriving in Naibadu, if he hadn't known a few important people, Suyu wouldn't even know the news. Don't worry, their target is not us. Of course Ling knows this, but it has nothing to do with Suyu. As the deputy district chief, he only needs to take care of the affairs in the special zone. But since I asked, there's no need to hide it completely. Suyu asked, "What are they doing for?" Ling put down the document in his hand. Said, "It's not just about money." The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone took the lead in completing the industrial infrastructure construction. Immediately afterwards, the Myanmar government also started a large-scale economic stimulus policy and is developing towards an industrial country. One and the other going up and down, and they can't sit still. Suyu understood. Watch others become strong. Stay where you are. Can't you be in a hurry? Zero continued. The two of them came to me and wanted to cooperate with me because I cut off their southern road and lost their border with Laos and Thailand. Their only source of weapons and commodities is India. What about India? I think you should also know that it is impossible to provide them with an industrial foundation and sufficient commodities. In addition, since the establishment of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, Myanmar has cut off their commodity circulation channels. At this time, China has the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone as a channel for internal communication. With Langsai's request, China has also begun to restrict their commodity exports. Now, they're not sure that they can make a breakthrough. As for the personnel transfer at our border, it is just a gesture. After listening to the soldier's explanation, Suyu felt relieved. It would be better not to target them. Although a head-on fight would not necessarily result in defeat, he felt very distressed that such a good situation in the special administrative region was destroyed by the war. It's okay if the target is not us, but District Chief Zero, I also heard that many high-level officials in Myanmar are interested in the special zone, and some even want to pick peaches. I am very worried about your safety. So you said sincerely. You can't go to Nibidu. So you didn't feel this way yet. But this time, Suyu discovered too many problems. He fully understood how fat the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone was. Zero often lived in other people's territory, so Suyu had to worry. Maybe there is a giant Buddha behind Zero, but we have been working together for so long. Suyu also didn't want to see anyone else take Zero's place. Thank you for your concern. For my safety, I am free and appropriate. Don't leak today's conversation, and don't have any discussions in private. Even if it is not a public place, you must be careful and think twice about what you say. Except for the villa, there are few absolutely safe places in this place. Zero warned. District Chief Ling, I understand, then I'll go back first. Su Yushin felt the same way. Just yesterday, a bug was found on his assistant's clothes, and one was in his briefcase. Suyu was shocked at that time. I thought Lang Kai and the others were going to take action. It turned out to be a false alarm. This is just every day. But this daily life is too scary. It was also the bugging incident that allowed him to fully understand the relationship between Zero and Lang Kai. He was a deputy district chief, and on the second day after he arrived, his assistant was installed with 2 bugs. This was not normal, gentle on the surface, but the fight in private has reached such an extent. A sense of urgency, shrouded in Su Yu's heart. Lang Kai's home, in the study room. Smoke filled the air. Opposite Lang Kai sat an old man who was about the same age as him. He was his best friend and the military boss second only to him in Myanmar. He controlled nearly half of Myanmar's military power. Record Mulberry. The direct staff promoted by Lang Kai are also among his most trusted people. Both are heavy smokers. It's just that they have different preferences. Lang Kai likes cigarettes and Lu Sang likes cigars. Ahem. Lang Kai couldn't help coughing after taking a few puffs. You too, the doctor told you not to smoke, but you insisted on smoking and even took me with you. Lu Sang smiled bitterly and put out the cigarette in his hand. Looking at Lang Kai, who was getting older, Liu Sang could only sigh that time is not forgiving. Time is fair to everyone, except killing people. It can also erase the glory. Don't smoke? Wouldn't that kill me more? Lang Kai quickly drank a sip of tea to stop coughing, but the discomfort in his lungs was still very strong, but he got used to it. Why don't you ask a famous foreign doctor to take a look at it? Or ask a famous Chinese doctor of traditional Chinese medicine? Liu Sang suggested. Hear the words. Lang Kai shook his head. My doctor is no worse than those foreign experts. We also have advanced testing equipment and medical conditions here. He doesn't have any good methods. How can I count on those foreigners? As for traditional Chinese medicine, to be honest, I don't really believe it. Is it fair for me, a president, to seek medical treatment in an emergency? In terms of cutting-edge medical treatment, the people of Burma are not very good, but people like Lang Kai will never be stingy about buying the most expensive set for their own use. Traditional Chinese medicine still has a lot of merit, Liu Sang said with a smile. Lang Kai smiled slightly and did not refute directly. I admit that traditional Chinese medicine has merits. Acupuncture and massage are very effective. But it is undeniable that compared with experimental medicine, empirical medicine can treat very few diseases. And even they themselves are increasingly distrustful of traditional Chinese medicine. Many people just regard it as the last hope for comfort and look for folk remedies everywhere. Once they get sick, the first thing they think of is to go to a Western hospital. Haha. Yes, if the folk remedy works, those doctors will account for at least 1/3 of the top 100 richest people in China. However, in terms of giving people hope, it is actually somewhat effective. Liu Sang chuckled. Lang Kai felt that he was going off the rails more and more, so he quickly returned to the topic. Let's go off topic. Let's talk about it. People on both sides can't sit still. I want to take advantage of my term of office to solve them all. Myanmar's military operations. As long as the two of them make the decision, everyone else can only raise their hands in the end. In the past, I would definitely support your fight, but now, Myanmar is ushering in a great opportunity for economic development. Once the war starts, it will be easy to say if the situation goes well. But if the war goes wrong, have you thought about how to deal with it? Liu Sang asked rhetorically. After listening to what Liu Sang said, Lang Kai sighed. Keep smoking. What Liu Sang said was what he was most worried about. Myanmar is mostly a hilly area. Why can't the two brothers who want to separate their families be solved after so many years? It's because the terrain is complex and it is impossible to exert the power of mechanization. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. Even air power has trouble finding valuable targets. If fighting in the jungle, then all their firepower advantages will be greatly reduced, and even the entire war will last so long that it is difficult for Lang Kai to calculate. In short, there is no way it will end within a year. More than a year of war. What impact will it have on Myanmar's economy? This is almost disastrous. In a country that is at war, who will be interested in investing here? Although it is an advantageous war, things are unpredictable. And once the enemy starts destroying the rear, there will be no safe place. If we agree to their request, it means that there will be 2 more special economic zones in Myanmar. These 2 special economic zones will also have more powerful military forces than 0. Then the matter will be even more difficult to solve. Lang Kai sighed. He was now in a dilemma. Beat. The consequences can be imagined. No fighting. The consequences are equally conceivable. These are all adverse consequences for their side. This time, the 2 opposing parties not only want the same treatment as the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, retaining military command and defense rights, but also the right to free trade, and even demand the same deputy chief status as 0. A long list of conditions. A list was made directly and sent to him, and an envoy was sent to negotiate, but it was temporarily detained by Lang Kai. They had not decided yet, and of course it was impossible to start negotiations. Once agreed, what is the difference between this and separation? But the other side also said it. If they don't agree, they will take necessary actions to fight for their deserved rights and economic benefits, and even directly declare independence. In short, it is a threat. The other party clearly knows. Once they declare independence, Lang Kai will definitely mobilize troops. Once he mobilizes troops, it will actually have the same result as a direct attack. Do I really want to leave this issue to the next term? Lang Kai looked helpless. As the highest official of the country, he still has absolute control over powerful military power in his hands. But there are still so many things that need to be compromised. His heart was so tired. You mean Quentin? Lu Sang asked. Otherwise, with Quentin's character, he likes to compromise more than you. The problems you're facing now will also be the problems that Quentin will face in the next 10 years. I can definitely imagine the outcome. Lu Sang shook his head. I know that if I compromise now, Quentin and his successors will continue to compromise, so I want to deal with this stall during my term, and I have no choice. When it comes to this, two people suddenly appeared in Lang Sai's mind, Tang Qing and Ling. But he immediately shook his head. Neither of these two people is possible. Where do you think Quentin can take Miao? Lu Sang suddenly said. Lang Kai thought for a while and said, now Myanmar is developing in a good direction in all aspects. As long as it doesn't mess up, Myanmar's economy will definitely reach a big level, and its status among Southeast Asian countries will gradually rise. Then have you considered the internal conflicts in the future? Lu Sang said. Lang Kai narrowed his eyes. Oh, tell me, if the three special zones unite, the future of Myanmar will be unclear. Lu Sang said leisurely. No way, Lang Kai said in surprise. Lu Sang shook his head. What's impossible? Once Cunning goes up, he will definitely not be as zero-minded as you are now. It can be seen from their economic disputes in the past few days. Once Cunning can't control it, then what do you think we should do? After being reminded like this, Lang Kai remembered that there is a trouble that is difficult to solve in Myanmar, the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. I just want to say that there cannot be two more special economic zones. Otherwise, once they develop, the situation will be more difficult to control in the future. Lu Sang stared at Lang Kai and whispered, then you just advised me to think carefully. Lang Kai said with a wry smile. Lu Sang looked innocent. I mean to solve it by non-war means. This war must not be fought. Myanmar's economy cannot bear it. Complete compromise is not possible. Myanmar's future cannot bear it. Lang Kai. Seeing Lang Kai's deflated expression, Lu Sang laughed. But in the end, Lu Sang's expression gradually became solemn. Lang Kai. Actually speaking from the bottom of my heart, I think Zero is more suitable for Quentin's future position. Do you think it's possible? Of course it's not possible. That's why I'm very disappointed. It's a pity for such an outstanding talent. Lu Sang shook his head and said, Ling and their people, if they want to be in a position, don't even think about it, but their talents are recognized by Lu Sang. Decisive, ruthless, be financially savvy, be brave and resourceful, low-key and unassuming, rigorous style. All the qualities of a good leader can be seen in Zero, which is perfect. Yes, Ling is really a natural leader, with extremely strong execution and self-discipline. However, even if Tang Qing goes up to him, he can't go up. Lang Kai has worked with Ling for so long and knows more about Lu Sang. He had also simulated it in his mind. If Zero goes up, what changes will happen to Myanmar? The result was the same as his ideal, which can be seen by looking at the results of the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. P.S. Thank you to Mingyue King Fengsu, Shi Damatai, and Wei Suo Stone for your rewards. Thank you for your support. Lang Kai appreciates Zero. Maybe Zero can realize his ideal. What a pity. Ideals don't determine anything, because people live in reality. That's the thing. In order to achieve this hard-won good situation, we must try our best to avoid war, but we cannot fully agree to their demands. Otherwise, they will think that we are easy to bully. The first time they threatened us, they succeeded. In the future, they will threaten us again whenever we are dissatisfied or lack food or vegetables. Therefore, the main topic today is how to make things develop in our favor. The next night, after the day's economic work meeting, Lang Kai convened an emergency meeting. Since the war cannot be won and cannot be fought, it is natural for everyone to discuss it. He and Lu Sang did not discuss a feasible plan last night, but simply set the tone. After listening to Lang Kai's words, Everyone at the conference table fell silent. Solve? Easier said than done. Now, it is someone else who has the initiative, and even the other party is determined to defeat the enemy. It is not that difficult to negotiate terms with such a person, and you still want to take the initiative to achieve your goal. It should be said that it is very big. Mr. President, what is our bottom line? Tang Qing was the first to speak. After Tang Qing said this, Lang Kai remembered that he had forgotten to mention this, and said quickly, "First, there is no problem with economic and trade exchanges, but the import of heavy and large weapons and equipment and unconventional ammunition is strictly prohibited. Second, they must limit the number of soldiers. Each side must not exceed 20,000. Third, the special economic zone cannot be agreed to, but the existing state system can be allowed to be retained. We can grant the title of honorary deputy chief to both parties, and they do not need to participate in internal meetings of Myanmar. Fourth, respect Myanmar's laws and do not provide shelter or escape channels for criminals. If necessary, the local police must cooperate with the Myanmar police and law enforcement in both places. Fifth, cut down all flowers and do not continue to plant them." Lang Kai said 5 things. Each of them is related to the vital interests of Myanmar and is beneficial to Myanmar or the local people, but it is very bad news for the other party, and every one of them is like a stuck in the throat. I'd be damned if the other person would completely agree. Lang Kai said again, "I know these conditions are difficult to negotiate, but no matter how difficult it is, we have to negotiate. This is related to Myanmar's national interests and security. There is no reason to talk about it. You think about it and how to negotiate better." The words just finished. Quentin was the first to speak. "I think we need to send an experienced representative to talk." After that, Quentin lowered his head. Everyone else was speechless. Needless to say, in addition to those who raised their hands, the most indispensable thing in this kind of meeting is a one-word party like Quentin, who can say something casually on some key issues to show that he has spoken. That's all. You can't say what others say is useless. We should send someone there, Tang Qing. You have the richest negotiation experience here. After the meeting, you can make preparations and be responsible for the preliminary negotiations this time and there. Lang Kai assigned the task directly. Okay. Tang Qing nodded in agreement. He is Long Sai's minister. This is his duty, and he is happy to participate in it and work for the benefit of Miao. Next, the conference room became quiet again. Everyone is thinking about what to say later. Since it is a discussion, everyone must express their personal opinions later. It doesn't matter if they don't say it well, but they must be said. After a few minutes, Lang Kai skipped Quentin directly and started with Tang Qing. "Tang Qing, what's your strategy?" Tang Qing had already made a plan and said, "I think we can start with loans and promise a large amount of loans to allow them to relax certain requirements. If they really want to engage in industry, they must build roads. This is very good for us to understand there. Once the transportation is convenient, many things will be convenient." Tang Qing's idea was recognized by Lang Kai. He said with satisfaction, "Yes, with money, if they want to engage in industry, they will definitely build roads. Otherwise, it will always be an agricultural area. And with roads, our advantages will be more obvious. Is there anything else?" Lang Kai asked. "I can only think of this for the moment." Tang Qing shook his head. It was too complicated there, and for a moment he thought, how could he come up with a solution so quickly? Subsequently, Lang Kai turned his attention to zero. In the final analysis, this matter is still a matter of chips. They think they have control of our lifeline, so the lion opens his mouth. If we want to achieve our goal, we must either weaken their chips or increase our own. Zero's words. Let others shine. Chips. What a good name. It can explain the interest relationship most thoroughly. Do you have any good suggestions? Lang Kai asked. Ling said calmly. Suppressing the situation with heavy troops will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What? Everyone else was startled by Ling's words. Heavy troops pressed the territory. That is only 1 step away from war. If it is a deterrent, it is okay if the other party compromises. But if they do not compromise and insist on fighting to the death, they will still fall into passivity, and it may even be difficult to end. We need to be cautious about this matter. Even if there is a confrontation, it will have a great impact on Myanmar's economy. Unless we can guarantee that they can agree within a short time, this method will not work. Quinton was the first to jump out and pessimize. That is, if the confrontation lasts for more than half a month, we may become passive. That's right. Others agreed. But what if they agree within a week? Zero's words caused a commotion again. Within a week? How is that possible? None of them were optimistic. If we don't have the determination, I don't think this negotiation will last for several months. The heavy troops are pressing down on the situation, showing that we have the ability to take action. In addition, the loan proposal just made by the Deputy Prime Minister forced them to agree. Before the negotiation, we must establish our strong position. Zero's words were sonorous and powerful. There's also a hint of hatred that iron cannot become steel. The others calmed down and thought it really fits Zero's strong style. Zero's method seems to be the fastest way to achieve the goal now, but it is a bit risky. Once it gets out of control, it really gets out of control. They will be in a dilemma and lose face. Lang Kai asked seriously, Deputy Commander Zero, what are your chances of success? 30%, Zero replied. Lang Kai. He originally thought there would be 60 to 70%. So low, Quinton hissed. Ling smiled slightly and said, because you don't have the courage to fight, and there are only 3 levels. If not, it's 100%. Boom. These words, like thunder, it echoed in their minds, and even Lang Kai's eyes widened. This was no longer a bit, but directly said that they were acting too conservatively and were cowardly. Many people felt ashamed and a little embarrassed, but fortunately, Lang Kai was the latest one to suggest that they should not be beaten. To be sarcastic, Ling was the one who mocked Lang Kai the most this time. Think about it this way. It seems like I'm not ashamed anymore. A long time. Lang Kai took a deep look at Zero. I agree with Deputy Chief Zero's suggestion. If we lose the courage to show our swords, what will be left? Deputy Chief Zero, when will the soldiers from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone arrive at the border? Anytime, Zero said. Very good. This one is anytime. Many people present were moved. What does this mean? Soldiers who do not represent Zero are always in a state of combat readiness. It is not a 0-to-1 military deployment, but a military deployment capability for the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which means that large-scale defense mobilization can be carried out in a very short period of time. Such Zero, how to suppress it in the future. They have no idea now, and they somewhat understand Longsai's concerns. If there are 2 more special economic zones, they will learn the Zero model together, and once they form a nominal, we're the same kind. If the 3 parties unite, they will completely lose the ability to control the east and south directions. By then, the population of the 3 parties will be close to 10 million. If such a place still has developed industry, then they will have a collective laugh. By the way, Deputy Chief Zero, can you second your demoning vehicle so that it can be placed in front to form a certain deterrent? Lang Kai suddenly remembered this good thing. There is no need to doubt the efficiency of the demoning vehicle. All user countries have given it very high evaluations. With nearly 100% demoning capability, it is simply a weapon on the battlefield. Yes, I will dispatch 2 demoning vehicles immediately, and we can arrive in 3 hours at the earliest. Ling Liang nodded and agreed. Myanmar Asia Military Service Company once said that demoning vehicles will not be used in other countries' wars. But this is not other country. That's good, it's decided. Lang Kai's decision. Set the direction for the entire event. That means you can't lose in terms of face. I will contact Marshal Sang right away. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Let's suspend the negotiation with their representative. If we want to talk, it is also the time and method set by us. Lang Kai said, yes. Tang Qing agreed. I was so excited by Zero just now. Lang Kai seemed to see his younger self, and his decisiveness was affirmed and cultivated by his superiors. However, as his position became higher and higher, his contact area became wider and wider, and he needed to consider more and more. Gradually, he had forgotten the last time he felt warm. Just looked at Zero. He recalled how Zero behaved during this period. He was really just like Zero now, decisive, courageous, calm, and better at creating bargaining chips. Zero was right. The biggest bargaining chip on his side was military power. Not used at this time. More to come. After the meeting, Lang Kai dialed Lu Sang's phone number. Lu Sang, this is the result of our discussion. What do you think? I like this guy Ling more and more. Haha, it just suits my taste. Lu Sang laughed heartily. As a soldier, he didn't have so many worries. In the past, it was Lang Kai who had concerns, and he had to cooperate. This is his favorite outcome. Yes, what Ling just said reminded me of those days when I was always moving forward. Lang Kai sighed with emotion. Lu Sang smiled and said, "It's a pity that I can't go back." Lang Kai said, "Then the blockade mission will be left to you. We must ensure that they will not cross the defense line to cause damage. On my side, I will ask the security department to start arresting their people who have been identified, and Ling will also cooperate with the action." "No problem. I will start mobilizing immediately." Lu Sang's tone became serious. "Yeah. Hang up the phone." Lang Kai dialed the phone number of Myanmar Security Department and ordered, "Start taking action. Whether it is confirmed or suspected spies, control them all and try not to kill anyone. In order to prevent these people from causing panic in the city, or other things that endanger the safety of the people, Lang Kai believes that it is necessary to temporarily control it." Yes. Lu Sang also started to take action. Their usual tasks, in addition to training, are to formulate various simulated combat plans. For those two states, they have already made dozens of plans, and now they just need to execute them. No need to hold a meeting. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Harsh sirens sounded in various camps in the eastern direction of Myanmar. Land and air forces quickly assembled. Since they were on standby since yesterday, they were ready in less than an hour. There are military vehicles and weapons as far as the eye can see. In the night, turn on the headlights. Moving forward mightily towards the same goal. Neibidu. In a suburban courtyard, 6 men were enjoying the cool air in the courtyard after dinner. Suddenly, bang! The door was kicked open. Before they could react, the Myanmar police filed in and pointed their guns at them. "Don't move. Get down." At this time, they were all dumbfounded and raised their hands one after another. "We didn't commit a crime. Did you go to the wrong place, Sheriff?" A middle-aged man said anxiously. At this time, a man in casual clothes walked out from behind and said with a sneer, "I am from the Myanmar Security Department. You know what you have done. We have also investigated your origins, so don't talk nonsense and take them away." About 10 people in the house were also taken away. Just 1 hour. They arrested nearly 100 people in Naypyidaw. Except here. There are more people in Yangon, because it was the capital of Myanmar before, and more than 200 spies were arrested. The reason why they are called spies instead of spies is mainly because these people have not undergone strict training at all. Most of them were farmers before. Come out to beg for food. It's just their eyes and ears. At most a bit diehard. You cannot be afraid of death. In terms of combat literacy and abilities in all aspects, he is very different from Jian Dai, so he can only be called a spy. This is why the arrest went so smoothly this time, and he encountered very little resistance. Single state. Capital. In a high-walled courtyard. 8 people are gathering in the basement, mainly to avoid being eaten by others. Myanmar's plane is not a decoration. Although they have air defense capabilities, there are only a dozen sets of equipment that can truly deter high-altitude fighters. The price of such weapons is too high. Once fired, dozens or even millions will be lost. Other air defense forces are mostly aimed at helicopters. Everyone is discussing how to jointly exert pressure and obtain more benefits. Suddenly, a man walked in from the door with an anxious look on his face. Report to the leader. The other side has begun to increase troops frantically at the junction, and a large number of mechanized forces are still coming this way. Not only that, there are also signs of mass attack in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. What? They dare. What are they going to do? The leader Pan Tsong's expression changed, and then he quickly regained his composure. Chief, I think they're bluffing and want to press their numbers. A man sitting below said, That is their strategist. He is nearly 60 years old. His name is Mu Jiwen. He is the most knowledgeable person here. It's not about how highly educated you are. Mainly, lots of clever ideas. Of course I know this, but what I'm curious about is who came up with this idea. Lang Kai and the others don't have the courage. Lang Kai's reaction surprised Pan Song, which was quite different from what he expected. Mu Jiwen gently stroked his white beard and frowned. I'm also surprised that Lang Kai's character is not the same as when he was young. If anyone gave him the confidence, I think it should be related to Ling. Hearing the name Ling, everyone else in the venue showed angry expressions. After the establishment of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, Ling cut off commodity trade with them, and the Myanmar side was completely blocked. Although there were many things in the mountains, there was no need to worry about food and clothing, but it was strange to feel uncomfortable being stuck at home, in a place with a population of more than 2 million. They don't lack anything, but the people are in short supply. You can't provide what others need, and you can't even sell toothpaste, so how can you get support from others? Things in India are extremely expensive, the quality is not good, and you often cheat on them, which really makes me angry. This is also the direct reason why they are eager to open up channels with the outside world. Keep blocking it. Internal conflicts can cause problems in their rule. Therefore, in their opinion, Zero is Lang Kai's lackey. First Pan Song snorted coldly. It's Ling again. He also has a brain problem. He hangs out with Lang Kai and the others, and often goes to meetings. I'm not afraid that Lang Kai will give him a blow that day. Mu Jiwen said. I think this is also the reason why Lang Kai gave Ling deputy chief so readily. A deputy chief under his nose is almost no threat. I think the positions of the two deputy chiefs we want are a bit hanging. It doesn't matter, it's just a false name. I won't go to work in Naibidu anyway. Whoever goes will be stupid. Pan Song said disdainfully. The position of deputy chief is just asking for a high price. It's just a false move. The real purpose is goods and trade. Mu Jiwen added. The question now is Lang Kai planning to fight, or is he trying to scare us? If it was before, I'm sure it's the former, but if this is Ling's suggestion, that's not necessarily the case. Why? Will Lang Kai listen to Ling whether to fight or not? Pan Song narrowed his eyes. Mu Jiwen shook his head. No. Although Lang Kai will not completely listen to Zero, Ling has two bargaining chips that we are also afraid of, demoning vehicles and combat power. We have high mountains and dense forests. The mines inside are the biggest obstacle to large-scale marches. But if the demoning vehicles are involved, or even Zero has the technology to miniaturize, half of our advantages will disappear. As for combat effectiveness, our trials during this period have proven that they are superior in terms of mountain combat capabilities. If we really fight, we have a high chance of failure. That makes sense. Pan Song nodded. They border the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Or rather, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is located in Shan State. It used to be part of Dan State, but it was disrupted by Zero and took over most of the south and east of Dan State. Now, they only control the northern part of Shan State. Originally had a population of more than 5 million. Half of it was snatched away by Zero. But he couldn't say anything yet because others didn't snatch it from him, but from other leaders. During this period, he also sent people to test the opponent's fighting ability. One can imagine. He was tortured miserably. P.S. Thank you, Karen, for the tip. I haven't seen you for a long time.